Chapter 001 Uzumaki Kushina. Asakawa, I express my heartfelt condolences for the fate of your parents. However, I sincerely hope you can gather your spirits, for this village shall be your home from now on. The middle-aged teacher, adorned with spectacles, comforted sadly. I understand, teacher, Asakawa Naoki responded with a gentle nod. Alas, the teacher sighed. You may return to class now. A fortnight prior, Asakawa Naoki's parents met their untimely demise at the hands of enemy ninjas during a mission. Before that tragedy, while Asakawa was somewhat introverted and struggled with social interactions, he was still a diligent and earnest child, in stark contrast to his current state of despair. Yet, such behavior is entirely understandable. Even one's own resilience would be tested under such circumstances. Slowly, Asakawa Naoki made his way out of the office, heading toward his classroom. His transformation into this despondent figure was, in part, due to the loss of his parents, however. The larger reason lay in the fact that he was not truly Asakawa Naoki. In truth, his soul belonged not to this world, but to the 21st century of a distant land. After succumbing to exhaustion from late-night gaming marathons, he found himself transported to this realm, fortuitously inhabiting the body of Asakawa Naoki, whose spirit had shattered following his parents' sudden passing. Having acquired the memories of Asakawa Naoki, he naturally assumed the identity and responsibilities of his predecessor, promptly realizing that he had crossed into the world of Naruto. Initially, he felt a thrill as he had played one of the games set in that universe, and had even watched the anime, but that excitement waned swiftly. At first, the teacher observed Asakawa Naoki striving to excel in his studies, believing he would channel his grief into strength to avenge his parents. However, mere days later, he succumbed to despair, prompting the teacher's concerns. In truth, Asakawa Naoki was not wallowing in self-pity, rather, he had encountered a significant issue. He could not sense chakra. The foundation of becoming a ninja lies in chakra. Even those who specialize in physical techniques require it. Yet, in Asakawa Naoki's memories, prior to his arrival in this body, there was a minimal capacity to refine chakra. Upon entering this form, however, he found himself unable to perceive chakra at all. After much contemplation, he theorized that this may be due to the nature of his soul. Chakra is produced from a 1:1 fusion of spiritual and physical energy, and since his soul hailed from an entirely different realm, it was reasonable that its spiritual energy could not merge with the physical energy of this body to generate chakra. Without the ability to refine chakra, naturally, he could not become a ninja. Initially, Asakawa Naoki felt a pang of disappointment, but having entered adulthood, he was capable of weighing the pros and cons. His predecessor did not belong to any notable ninja clan. His parents were merely mid-level and low-level ninjas. In a world where bloodlines reigned supreme, no matter how hard he tried, he might never achieve the rank of Jonin. In light of this, perhaps not becoming a ninja was a blessing in disguise. In his previous life, his parents were absent, and he had to toil for money since childhood, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion in pursuit of wealth. Now, he had the chance to live anew, and his predecessor's parents had even left behind a substantial compensation. Perhaps living a life free from financial worries, like a carefree fish, was not such a bad prospect. Lost in thought, Asakawa Naoki arrived at his seat in the rear corner of the classroom, a favored spot of his predecessor, and one he did not mind. Thus began another day of languid existence. All roads lead to Rome. Since he was not preparing to become a ninja, he could simply drift through the ninja academy. In his previous life, he had spent his time either attending classes or working part-time to earn money. Was it not permissible to take a break now? Classmates, today we have a new student joining us. Let's give her a warm welcome. The teacher announced as a red-haired girl was ushered in. Please introduce yourself, the teacher said, stepping back to allow the red-haired girl the stage. Hello, everyone. I am Uzumaki Kushina. The red-haired girl introduced herself, her eyes betraying a hint of vigilance and concealed anxiety at being in a new environment. As Kushina introduced herself, murmurs erupted among the students, which could scarcely be deemed whispers. Even Asakawa Naoki, seated at the back, could hear them clearly. It was more akin to a raucous uproar. That girl, her red hair, is quite terrifying. It's the color of blood. There are no people with red hair in our Leaf Village or the Land of Fire. I've never seen red hair. Either she must be a foreigner, perhaps even a spy from another village. Red hair, like a tomato. Let's call her Little Tomato from now on. I think she looks more like a chili pepper. Let's call her Little Chili Pepper instead. Little Tomato, Little Chili Pepper. Ha ha ha. Listening to her future classmates bestow upon her nicknames on their first encounter, even as she repeatedly told herself to endure, flames of indignation sparked in Kushina's eyes. If given the choice, Kushina would prefer to remain in the land of whirlpools for eternity. The feeling of being a guest in someone else's home was the same everywhere, even within the Leaf Village, which maintained amicable relations with her homeland. The teacher standing beside Uzumaki Kushina did nothing to quell the commotion. Instead, he silently observed the unfolding scene. Glimpsing the teacher's silence and stealing a glance at a certain blonde boy seated in the front row, who merely smiled and remained indifferent, Asakawa Naoki could no longer hold his tongue. "Hey, you childish brats, can you behave during class?" His voice was not loud, yet remarkably silenced the previously boisterous classroom, as nearly all students turned to regard Asakawa Naoki, including the teacher and Uzumaki Kushina at the podium. The classmates were taken aback. It was unexpected that someone in the class would not only refrain from joining in their mockery of the new student, but would actively oppose them. They quickly redirected their ire toward Asakawa Naoki. "Asakawa, you cowardly underachiever," a boy shouted first. "Indeed, the underachiever will always be an underachiever. It must be difficult for you to even aspire to become a ninja," another chimed in. "Don't think we won't dare to confront you just because you look a bit handsome," another boy threatened. This boy had a point among his peers. Asakawa Naoki stood out due to his tall stature and handsome features, making him quite popular with the girls in class, often regarded as one of the most charming boys alongside the blonde boy, Namake's Minato. Unfortunately, Asakawa Naoki's predecessor was not particularly skilled, hence the moniker of underachiever. "Humph, what a bunch of childish fools," Asakawa Naoki chuckled lightly. "You short melons, fat pumpkins, ugly watermelons, and pockmarked faces, do you only know how to ridicule others while remaining oblivious to your own flaws?" His words incited the ire of those who had mocked Kushina most fiercely. Had the nicknames been unfitting, it might have been bearable. However, the monikers Asakawa Naoki conjured were eerily apt, seemingly tailor-made for their physiques and appearances, causing even the other classmates to regard them with newfound disdain. There was no denying it. Asakawa Naoki possessed an impressive knack for crafting nicknames, expertly returning their mockery to them, allowing them to taste the bitterness of ridicule. In truth, Asakawa Naoki did not relish giving others nicknames had they not been so outrageous. He would not have resorted to such measures. "Asakawa, you underachiever without parents," a stout boy shouted angrily, precisely the one who had been dubbed Short Melon. "All right, let's commence with the lesson." The teacher finally intervened, wishing to halt the escalating situation before it devolved into a discussion regarding their parents. Chapter 002: Inflicting Pain Upon the Bullies. "All right, you may find a seat now," the teacher instructed. Uzumaki Kushina nodded and proceeded to the back of the classroom, taking a seat beside Asakawa Naoki. "Thank you," she said to the dark-haired boy before her. In that moment, the majority of the class had mocked her for her crimson hair, and those who refrained from derision mostly mirrored the indifference of the blonde boy in the front row. Even the teacher appeared unconcerned. Only Asakawa Naoki had spoken up, drawing the ire away from her and toward himself. For Kushina, who found herself in a foreign land, Asakawa Naoki was the only person in the class who provided her with a semblance of comfort. "No need for thanks, I simply detest witnessing such bullying," Asakawa Naoki replied softly. While he was aware of Uzumaki Kushina's true identity, his intervention had no ulterior motive. He merely found the childish behavior intolerable. They may not yet realize it, but their actions had clearly constituted bullying. Although Asakawa Naoki had not experienced bullying in his past life in the distant land, he harbored a deep disdain for such behavior. As he could not become a ninja, he might eventually withdraw from school, rendering the opinions of his classmates irrelevant. Still, thank you," Uzumaki Kushina nodded, extending her hand toward Asakawa Naoki. "My name is Uzumaki Kushina." Momentarily taken aback, Asakawa Naoki quickly regained his composure and extended his hand to gently grasp Kushina's small hand, smiling as he replied, "Pleased to meet you, I am Asakawa Naoki." Feeling the warmth emanating from Asakawa Naoki's palm, Uzumaki Kushina found the shadows of homesickness in her heart to dissipate significantly, and the heart that beat within her chest steadied considerably. The first-grade curriculum at the Konoha Ninja Academy was rather simple. Classes concluded earlier than at other schools, finishing around 3 in the afternoon. "Asakawa, I'm heading back now." Uzumaki Kushina waved goodbye to Asakawa Naoki. "Yeah, you go ahead," Asakawa Naoki nodded in response. Once Uzumaki Kushina departed, Asakawa Naoki tidied up his belongings, for if all went as expected, he would not return to the Ninja Academy in a few days. With the compensation from his parents, perhaps he could start a small business in Konoha to sustain himself, but he needed to grow a bit older. First, he was still quite young. "Even if I can't become a ninja, it's no trouble. If my business flourishes in the future, perhaps I could even hire ninjas as my bodyguards," Asakawa Naoki mused self-deprecatingly. As he exited the classroom, Asakawa Naoki intended to leave the school directly and make his way home, but out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a red-haired figure cornered by several classmates. Hey, little tomato, you're quite arrogant. If it weren't for the teacher being here, we would have taught you a lesson in the classroom. And that coward Asakawa, who didn't dare to come out today, we'll teach him a lesson together tomorrow. The very individuals who had mocked Uzumaki Kushina the most in Class 1 had cornered her after school, fueled by their growing frustration at the nickname Asakawa had given them. They had decided to confront Kushina directly, intending to give her a taste of their wrath. It has nothing to do with Asakawa. If you have an issue, come at me. Uzumaki Kushina's gaze was filled with defiance. She refused to let Asakawa be bullied because of her. Oh, little tomato, you can't even protect yourself, yet you're thinking of that traitor Asakawa? Yamashita, nicknamed Short Wintermelon by Asakawa, mocked, standing at a height of just over 1 meter, even shorter than Kushina, which explained why he was particularly sensitive to the nickname. However, at that moment, Yamashita felt quite confident, bolstered by his companions. The ones nicknamed Fat Pumpkin, Ugly Watermelon, and Pockmarked Matsushita, as well as Mita Shota and Sato Heiji, who stood behind him. How could a newly transferred little girl possibly contend with 4 boys of the same age? That red hair, you're not a murderer, are you? Yamashita jeered. Has no one taught you that you should hide your red hair when you go out? With that, he prepared to tug at Uzumaki Kushina's long red hair, believing it to be the best way to deal with a girl, especially one with long hair like hers. You fiend! That red hair was a testament to the Uzumaki clan. The most esteemed hair color in the land of whirlpools, Uzumaki Kushina could not comprehend why she was bullied in Konoha for her hair color. In truth, even if her hair had been the most common black, she would likely have been bullied upon her arrival. These bullies merely sought a reason to torment others. As Uzumaki Kushina prepared to resist, Matsushita and Mita had already seized her hands. Although the chakra of the Uzumaki clan far exceeded that of ordinary ninjas, the 7-year-old Kushina was still unable to break free from 2 boys of her age. Be careful, little tomato is quite strong, Matsushita cautioned. Don't worry, how could a girl possibly defeat the 4 of us? Sato Heiji scoffed, unaware that a figure was stealthily approaching from behind the group. Let go of that girl. A familiar voice called from behind. Just as Yamashitaro's group turned to see who it was, a fist had already struck Short Wintermelon Yamashitaro squarely in the face, landing directly on his nose. Ouch! Yamashita felt a warm liquid flow from his nose, a strong metallic taste filling his mouth. The pain in his nose caused him to tear up involuntarily. Asakawa, you traitor! Taro, are you alright? The group of bullies had not anticipated Asakawa Naoki would charge in, and after a moment of stunned confusion, they swiftly regained their senses, releasing Kushina and redirecting their fists towards Asakawa. Asakawa, you're asking for it. Let's deal with this traitor first. Throughout it all, they failed to understand why Asakawa, the class underachiever, would choose to aid Uzumaki Kushina, the new transfer student, instead of joining them in their bullying. Thus, they labeled Asakawa a traitor. A traitor was often more detestable than an enemy, and in that moment, the punches directed at Asakawa were delivered with no restraint. 6- and 7-year-old children hardly knew the meaning of holding back. The blows rained upon Asakawa Naoki like hail, causing him immense pain. With 4 boys throwing punches, he could only protect his head and vital areas as best as he could. Fortunately, they had not yet learned to utilize chakra in the 1st grade. Otherwise, the consequences might have been far graver. Yet, Asakawa Naoki was not alone. Ignored by the 4, Uzumaki Kushina displayed remarkable loyalty, showing no inclination to flee. Instead, she delivered a powerful kick to Sato Heiji's back, sending him sprawling several meters away. Seizing the opportunity, Asakawa Naoki landed a swift kick to Mita Shota's groin, incapacitating him temporarily and causing the other 2 to wince in discomfort. Seeing that he had missed his chance to strike Yamashita, Asakawa Naoki tackled him to the ground, raining punches down upon his face, forcing him to shield himself with his hands. In the chaos of a brawl, it was often more effective to focus on one opponent at a time, a lesson Asakawa had learned from watching television in his past life. As the last of the bullies, Matsushita, attempted to pry Asakawa away, he found it increasingly difficult, as the latter's ferocity only intensified with each blow. Meanwhile, although not skilled in fighting, Uzumaki Kushina, fueled by determination, found herself gaining the upper hand against Sato Heiji and the injured Mita Shota. While she took a few hits herself, her adversaries were also significantly hurt. Everyone stop! A commanding voice rang out as the homeroom teacher of Class 1, Masaki Tominori, intervened, pulling Asakawa Naoki off Yamashita and separating Uzumaki Kushina from the others. Beside the teacher, the blonde-haired Namikaze Minato helped the injured Uzumaki Kushina to her feet, only to be brushed off by her. Evidently, Namikaze Minato had witnessed Kushina being bullied by the Short Wintermelon group. Unlike Asakawa, who had directly engaged, he chose to seek the teacher's assistance. In truth, Asakawa Naoki had also considered seeking the teacher's help, but witnessing the teachers in action during the bullying in the classroom had dissuaded him. Such a teacher could not, or rather would not, put an end to the torment. To put an end to bullying, one must ensure that the bullies themselves experience suffering. After all, Naoki Asakawa is already resolved to withdraw from school. Fighting holds no consequence for him, as he cannot tolerate the actions of the bullies. At this moment, Naoki Asakawa remains oblivious to the keen gaze from a senior class that has been observing the unfolding drama with great interest, seemingly intrigued by him. Chapter 003, I will no longer be a ninja. U6, write a reflection paper tonight and submit it to me tomorrow, declared the homeroom teacher, Tomo Matsuki. As Naoki Asakawa had anticipated, no inquiries were made regarding the reasons or circumstances. Instead, everyone was collectively punished. It is precisely due to such indifferent educators that school bullying has become so rampant, allowing the bullies to act with impunity. Naoki Asakawa cast his gaze towards Taro Yamazaki and his trio, noting the unmistakable fear that flickered in their eyes. He understood that the purpose of the beating he had administered had been achieved, even if he were to leave school. It was unlikely that the four would dare to torment Kushina again. Naoki, why did you help me? Kushina Izumaki inquired curiously as they departed from the school, her eyes reflecting a touch of gratitude. If the support he offered in class had merely grazed her heart, his decisive intervention just moments ago had profoundly affected her. After leaving the land of waves, Naoki Asakawa was the first person in this foreign land willing to go to such lengths for her. Because I cannot abide their behavior. And besides, we can consider ourselves friends, can't we? Naoki Asakawa intended to smile, but the pain from his bruised lip rendered his expression a grimace. A smile twisted by suffering. However, such a bittersweet smile illuminated the face of Kushina Uzumaki, as she expressed her heartfelt joy. The term friend is truly wonderful. We are friends now. From henceforth, I shall call you Naoki, and you may refer to me as Kushina, she declared with a radiant smile. In Japan, one's name is reserved for those with whom one shares a close bond. Most people address each other by their surnames or full names. For instance, the quartet that bullied Kushina called her by her surname, Asakawa. However, Naoki Asakawa, who had traversed from the Celestial Empire, bore little reservation. This was due to the multitude of common surnames within the ninja world, rendering the use of given names far more convenient. All right, Kushina, Naoki replied with a grin. Thank you for today, Naoki. Kushina responded, her heart warmed despite the lingering pain in her body. This was the first time she had felt such warmth since arriving in Konoha. No need for thanks. I shall take my leave now, Naoki gestured as he departed. The two walked in opposite directions, and shortly after parting, Naoki inhaled sharply, feeling waves of pain coursing through him. The children from the Yamashita group were indeed only 7 years old, yet Naoki's current form was also that of a 7-year-old, and their blows still stung. Fortunately, he had managed to protect his vital areas, with only his left eye bearing the brunt of their assault, likely swelling as time passed. Despite the pain, Naoki harbored no regrets. Confronting bullies was the right course of action. Alas, he could not become a ninja, once Yamashita and his peers learned ninjutsu. Naoki feared he would be unable to contend with them. Well, the Second Shinobi World War is on the verge of erupting. Perhaps they will find themselves on the battlefield as mere fodder soon after becoming ninjas, Naoki pondered wistfully. There are indeed drawbacks to becoming a ninja, remaining in Konoha, with the only danger being a temporary departure during Pain's assault, seemed a much safer option. However, to speak candidly, Naoki Asakawa truly aspires to become a formidable warrior. After the arduous journey of traversing worlds, must he resign himself to a life of mediocrity? If he had merely lived as an ordinary citizen in the peaceful celestial empire of his past life, it might have been bearable. Yet, having arrived in the perilous and tumultuous realm of shinobi, to be trapped as an ordinary individual, devoid of the power to dictate his own fate or even his existence, is a bitter pill for Asakawa to swallow. Having traversed a considerable distance, Asakawa finally returned to a somewhat secluded residence. It is now the 34th year of the Hidden Leaf Village. After decades of development, the central area has been overtaken by bustling commercial streets and affluent ninja clans. Though his parents were ninjas, they were merely unremarkable chunin, and thus it was impossible for them to own a home in the precious real estate of the village's core. Upon returning home, Asakawa entered his chamber, secured the doors and windows, and slowly retrieved a simple white scroll. This scroll was a treasure he had unearthed from a humble stall in the Celestial Empire prior to his journey. After his arrival in this new world, he had anticipated that the scroll would contain powerful ninjutsu. Yet, to his dismay, it bore nothing at all. Asakawa had attempted to reveal its contents by sprinkling water upon it, to no avail, and even tried holding it over a flame, but still, no words appeared. Not even the blood oath to claim it as his own proved fruitful. After exhausting numerous common methods to unveil its secrets, he ultimately surrendered to despair. When Asakawa unfurled the scroll and beheld its stark emptiness, a wave of helplessness washed over him. Although the scroll had journeyed with him into the shinobi realm, he remained oblivious to its use. He rolled it back up, took a moment to regain his composure, then reopened it, yet it remained an empty vessel, devoid of any markings. Perhaps it is time for me to accept that my fate is to be an ordinary person. There is nothing inherently wrong with being average. It is far less perilous than the life of a ninja, he reassured himself, reminding himself that one must not be at odds with their own existence. Nevertheless, the yearning to become a ninja persisted within him. Asakawa retrieved the scroll left behind by his parents and unfurled it. Unlike his own blank scroll, this one was filled with neatly pinned instructions on chakra refinement, accompanied by his parents' insights and notes. Since his arrival in this world, he had perused this scroll over 100 times, attempting the chakra refinement techniques detailed within it 1,000 times. Yet he remained incapable of sensing even the faintest trace of chakra. If only he could refine chakra, no matter how little. He could choose the path of a taijutsu ninja, and with relentless effort, he believed he could attain the prowess of warriors like Might Guy and Rock Lee. Yet the harsh reality was that Asakawa found himself utterly incapable of perceiving even the slightest hint of chakra. The prospect of becoming a taijutsu ninja seemed utterly out of reach. In truth, Asakawa had gleaned some understanding. According to the scroll, chakra is formed by the harmonious fusion of mental and physical energies in equal measure. However, the body he inhabited belonged to Naoki Asakawa, while the soul within him originated from the Celestial Empire. The inability to merge the mental and physical energies of two distinct identities was likely the root of his inability to sense chakra. Once again, he attempted to perceive chakra, following the scroll's instructions, yet he faced yet another failure. Must he truly concede defeat? Discontented, Naoki Asakawa returned the scroll of chakra refinement techniques to the shelf and retrieved a white scroll once more, reminiscing about the chakra refinement techniques left by his parents. Resigned, he unfurled the scroll. This time, the formerly blank scroll was filled with text. Asakawa gazed at the beginning of the scroll, his black pupils brimming with shock and excitement. The corners of his lips involuntarily lifting despite the pain that had previously marred his expression. The fundamental chi refinement technique, cultivating through 4 realms, refining essence into chi, transforming chi into spirit, refining spirit back to the void, merging the void with the Tao. Asakawa read through the entirety of the fundamental chi refinement technique inscribed on the scroll, determination solidifying within him. To his astonishment, he had stumbled upon the path of immortality. Although he could not refine chakra to become a ninja, perhaps he could pursue immortality. Asakawa's breathing quickened. While refining chakra was indeed a form of cultivation, the path of a ninja was still too narrow, inherently linked to the Tsutsuki clan and the fruits of the divine tree, bound by limitations. Moreover, refining chakra demanded a tremendous toll on one's spiritual and physical strength, exhausting one's cells and potential, leading to dire consequences. Depletion of chakra would result in immediate death. In contrast, the pursuit of immortality not only promised immense power, but also a lifespan far beyond that of ordinary mortals. Absorbing external magical energy would not impose severe side effects on the cultivator. It was evident to discerning minds that the path of immortality was far broader, with a brighter future ahead. If one could cultivate to become immortal, who would still wish to be a ninja? From this day forth, I shall no longer be a ninja. In the future, I aspire to become a true immortal in the ninja realm. Chapter 004. Spiritual Roots calming his enthusiastic heart. Naoki Asakawa finally embarked on his cultivation journey. One must not rush into celebration, should he find himself incapable of mastering the fundamental chi refinement technique. That would truly be despair. According to the descriptions within the technique, those who seek immortality must possess certain conditions, namely, spiritual roots. Spiritual roots are not tangible substances, but rather ethereal entities akin to the soul, imperceptible to direct observation. Only those endowed with spiritual roots can tread the path of immortality. Those without them are destined to remain mere mortals for life. Spiritual roots are categorized into ordinary 5-element roots: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and anomalous roots such as wind, lightning, and ice, which do not belong to the 5 elemental categories. Practitioners with metal roots are suited for cultivating metal-attributed techniques and spells, while those with wood roots excel in wood-attributed practices. Only techniques that align with one's spiritual root attribute can be mastered. Spells are somewhat similar, however, they are less stringent than techniques. Cultivating spells of different attributes requires considerable time and effort, and their potency may be somewhat diminished. This bears resemblance to the chakra attributes in the ninja realm, where ninjas typically practice jutsu that corresponds to their own chakra attributes. Attempting to learn jutsu of an attribute one does not possess, such as a wind-style ninja attempting fire-style techniques, may lead to inefficiency and frustration. According to the principles of the foundational chi refinement technique, the number of spiritual roots possessed by a cultivator is not necessarily advantageous. In the early stages of cultivation, it is preferable for a cultivator to have fewer spiritual roots. The fewer the roots, the swifter the progress. If a cultivator possesses only one spiritual root, whether it be an elemental root or a variant root, this is considered the pinnacle of talent, known as a heavenly spiritual root. Cultivators with a heavenly spiritual root experience remarkably accelerated cultivation speeds, often traversing from the refining essence to the chi transformation stage within a few years. Those endowed with dual spiritual roots follow in capability, although their progress is not significantly hindered. typically reaching the chi transformation stage within a decade. In contrast, the gap between cultivators with 3 spiritual roots and those with dual roots is substantial. Their cultivation speed diminishes considerably, potentially requiring several decades to attain the chi transformation stage. And many may find it challenging to enter the third realm of cultivation, the spirit refinement stage, within their lifetime. Cultivators with 4 or more spiritual roots are categorized as possessing mixed spiritual roots, and their cultivation speed is even more sluggish. Often struggling to reach the second stage of cultivation, the chi transformation stage, remaining stagnant within the refining essence stage. However, in the later stages of cultivation, when one reaches the consummation of the chi refining and spiritual transformation realm, a complete set of the 5 elemental spiritual roots is essential for transcending into the spirit refining void realm. At this juncture, most cultivators employ various methods to compensate for their lacking 5 elemental roots, rendering those with all 5 roots at a distinct advantage. Yet, in truth, it is exceedingly rare for cultivators with all 5 roots to achieve perfection in the chi refining and spiritual transformation realm within their lifetime. Fortunately, the foundational chi refining scripture contains several methods for completing one's spiritual roots. And given that Asakawa Naoki has a considerable journey ahead to attain perfection in the chi refining and spiritual transformation realm, there is no cause for concern. At present, the most crucial task is to ascertain whether Asakawa Naoki possesses any spiritual roots, and if so, how many. The number of spiritual roots will ultimately determine the extent of his journey along the path of cultivation, although the origins of the foundational chi refining scripture remain unknown. This cultivation technique has been refined by countless powerful cultivators, establishing it as the most fundamental method of practice. While it offers no special enhancements, it imposes no requirements for spiritual roots, allowing both ordinary and mutated 5 elemental roots to cultivate. Asakawa Naoki diligently perused the initial methods for refining essence into chi as outlined in the foundational chi refining scripture, committing them to memory before embarking on his first cultivation attempt. On the path of cultivation, the concepts of essence, chi, and spirit come into play. Essence represents the cultivator's physical form, chi denotes their magical energy, and spirit embodies their consciousness. The first realm of cultivation, refining essence into chi, pertains to the transformation of essence into magical energy. Only upon successfully cultivating the first thread of magical energy can one be deemed to have officially embarked upon the path of cultivation. As Asakawa Naoki contemplated the incantations of the foundational chi refining scripture, he noted a striking resemblance between this first realm of cultivation and the chakra cultivation practiced in the ninja world. Just as a ninja must extract and fuse physical and mental strength to form chakra, a cultivator refines the essence within their body to generate magical energy, revealing a remarkable parallel in their processes. Upon entering the second realm of cultivation, known as chi refinement and spirit transformation, cultivators gain the ability to directly absorb the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, transmuting them into magical power, thus acquiring energy from the external world with significantly less wear on their bodies. The reason for the inability to absorb these energies directly in the first realm lies in their violent nature, which is beyond the control of a first-realm cultivator and can even prove detrimental. However, upon reaching the second realm and cultivating one's spiritual awareness, one can more easily assimilate the energies of the cosmos. This bears a resemblance to the sage techniques of the ninja world, where the blending of physical energy, spiritual energy, and natural energy yields powers that far exceed that of chakra. Could it be that natural energy is indeed the ethereal energy recorded in the foundational chi refinement techniques? Thus, should I manage to break through to the second realm, it would be akin to directly attaining sage mode, at which point my strength might rival that of the 5 village leaders. Shallow River Naoki pondered this extensively, then shook his head to dispel the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind. Once he achieved a state of complete tranquility, he sat cross-legged on his bed, closed his eyes, and began to silently recite the incantation, embarking on his first cultivation endeavor. In that moment, Shallow River Naoki felt himself entering a wondrous state. Everything around him seemed to fade away, leaving only wisps of energy that slithered through his meridians like serpents. This was his chi. Simultaneously, within his inner world, a bolt of lightning struck the sky, crashing to the ground and igniting into a blazing inferno. The tempest of thunder roared, enveloping the heavens, while the flames on the earth intensified, consuming the land, as both forces gradually began to dominate Shallow River Naoki's entire realm. After an indeterminate passage of time, when the thunder that dominated the skies collided with the flames that consumed the earth, Naoki Asakawa finally began to awaken. It seems I possess both fire and thunder spiritual roots. Even in the realm of cultivators, this qualifies as a remarkable talent. The excitement lingered in his opened eyes. Although he did not possess the fastest cultivation speed of the supreme heavenly spiritual roots, he felt content with his unique combination of the mutated thunder and fire roots. Both of these roots are renowned for their ferocious offensive capabilities, and the cultivation speed of dual roots is only slightly slower than that of heavenly roots, making the breakthrough to chi refinement and spirit transformation almost effortless. as he sensed the faint thread of magical energy coursing through his meridians. A smile crept across Naoki Asakawa's face. Although this magical energy was still quite feeble, he was confident that he would undoubtedly rival even the most elite ninjas in the future. At this moment, Naoki Asakawa may not yet realize that successfully cultivating magical energy on his first attempt and officially embarking on the path of cultivation is a feat that few with dual roots can achieve. His innate talent might even surpass that of many practitioners with top-tier heavenly roots. Chapter 005. I am not mistaken from this moment onward. I too can be considered a cultivator. Naoki Asakawa descended from his bed, but his excitement was swiftly overshadowed by an overwhelming hunger that threatened to engulf him. I am so hungry. I feel as though I might perish from starvation. This was a hunger Naoki had never experienced before, as if he hadn't eaten in several days. However, almost instantaneously, he comprehended the reason. Though the slender thread of magical energy within him appeared exceedingly feeble, it had, in reality, consumed a significant amount of energy to cultivate, nearly depleting his internal reserves, which was why he felt such an intense hunger. This simply could not do. Having just embarked on the path of cultivation, he could not afford to perish from starvation. Akikawa Naoki swiftly pushed open the door. To his surprise, the living room was not shrouded in the expected evening gloom. Instead, sunlight streamed through the windows, bathing the room in warmth. The school day at the Ninja Academy concluded around 3 o'clock, and due to a delay caused by the notorious quartet, Naoki had returned home around 5. It was summer. With long days and short nights, the sun would not set until approximately 7. Yet, the glaring sunlight before him could not possibly be the light of 6 or 7 o'clock. So, could it be the following day, or perhaps the third? It is said that during cultivation, one loses track of time, and indeed, he had spent such a long duration in practice without perceiving the passage of time. It seemed he had arrived late for school today. Naoki quickly realized the predicament. It was nearly noon, and the morning classes must be drawing to a close. If he were the 7-year-old version of himself, he might have hurriedly rushed to school in a panic. However, for the Naoki who had since attended university and stepped into society, arriving late to school was hardly a significant issue. He was on the brink of starvation and deemed it more prudent to fill his stomach first. He rummaged through his home for something to eat and managed to drink some water, just enough to stave off the sensation of imminent starvation. After securely hiding away the scroll containing the foundational chi refining technique, Naoki stepped outside with 1,000 taels in hand and hastened to a ramen shop on the commercial street to replenish his energy. As a former impoverished traveler from the Celestial Empire, he certainly knew how to cook. However, his current state did not permit him the luxury of preparing a meal himself. So dining out was the more convenient option. Boss, I'll have 2 bowls of ramen to start. The owner of the ramen shop, observing Naoki's youthful appearance, expressed some skepticism, saying, "Little one, our ramen is quite substantial. You'll be full after just 1 bowl. Do not worry, I can manage." Naoki nodded in affirmation. "Very well. 2 bowls of ramen will be 100 taels." The ramen shop owner relented, though he was not particularly fond of wasting food. Shortly after payment, the owner returned with 2 steaming bowls of ramen placed before Naoki. Shaking his head as he retreated to the kitchen, his impression of Naoki somewhat diminished. If he failed to finish even 1 bowl, the owner's opinion would likely worsen. At last, they had arrived. Naoki gazed at the 2 ample bowls of steaming ramen before him. Truly a generous portion. Had it been his former self, he might have struggled to consume even a single bowl. However, today he is no longer the Naoki Asakawa of yesteryears. He is now Naoki Asakawa, the cultivator. After savoring a sip of the warm noodle soup and slurping up a mouthful of noodles, Naoki Asakawa commenced his rapid yet graceful meal. In less than 10 minutes, the first bowl of ramen was devoured, and shortly after, the second bowl was consumed entirely. With sustenance in his belly, Naoki Asakawa began to circulate the foundational chi refining technique. As a faint stream of magical energy coursed through his meridians, he could sense the gradual strengthening of his inner power. The sensation of growing strength was truly delightful, Asakawa mused. As his magical energy surged, the food within him was rapidly digested, leaving him with a lingering desire for more, despite having already eaten. The flavor of this ramen shop may not rival the famed Ikaku ramen, yet it was certainly affordable and filling. Moreover, Ikaku ramen had yet to open, rendering any desire to taste it futile. "Boss, I would like 2 more bowls of ramen." Upon seeing Asakawa once again, the owner of the ramen shop was taken aback by the sight of 2 empty bowls, seemingly astonished that a child of merely 6 or 7 years could consume such a quantity. However, since the patrons would not waste food, the ramen shop owner, with a cheerful demeanor, promptly served 2 more bowls of ramen. Upon realizing that Naoki Asakawa could indeed consume a considerable amount, the ramen shop owner's attitude softened. Though he harbored some doubts regarding the boy's background, this child can eat so much. Could he possibly be a child of the Akadu family? Yet, aren't the children from the Akadu family generally quite plump? Moreover, they don't seem to possess such striking looks. The shop owner pondered. Meanwhile, as Naoki Asakawa continued to savor his meal, someone within the school was worried about his absence. Kushina Uzumaki sat at the back of the classroom. adjacent to the vacant seat that Naoki often occupied, her eyes filled with concern. Naoki didn't skip school due to severe injuries from the fight yesterday, did he? It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, he wouldn't have had to fight them and wouldn't have been hurt. If only I could become a little stronger. I could protect him. After school, I must ask the teacher for Naoki's home address. I hope he is safe. It's all those rascals' fault. Suddenly, Kushina turned her gaze towards the four boys, Taro Yamashita and his friends, sitting in the middle of the classroom, causing them to shiver as if sensing something ominous. Their eyes locked with Kushina's icy stare, and they involuntarily shuddered. Despite it being the height of summer, her gaze transported them back to the chill of winter. Why provoke her in the first place? At that moment, Taro Yamashita and his companions regretted their decision to mock the new student. Unbeknownst to them, the true source of Kushina's anger lay in their hurtful actions towards her only friend, Naoki Asakawa. Had they merely bullied her, she might not have been so enraged. But injuring a friend due to their actions was something that truly infuriated Kushina. Thus, one must never attempt to decipher a young girl's heart, for it remains an enigma. Noon swiftly passed, and the first class of the afternoon for the first-year students was taught by their homeroom teacher, Tomoto Masaki. After school yesterday, several students from their class had engaged in a brawl, and as Masaki surveyed the room, his eyelids twitched upon noticing Naoki's absence. He then declared, "Now, please submit your reflection papers. If such incidents occur again, I will notify your parents." As his words resonated, Taro Yamashita and his friends trembled as they approached the podium to submit the reflection papers they had hastily completed the night before. Just as Kushina was about to stand up and hand in her own reflection paper, Naoki Asakawa entered the classroom. "Sorry, teacher, I'm late," Naoki said. "Make sure it doesn't happen again," Masaki replied, relieved to see Naoki unharmed. He then inquired, "Where is your reflection paper?" "I did nothing wrong. Why should I write a reflection?" Naoki responded innocently. "If you forgot to write it, just admit it." Masaki frowned. "If you forgot, write it again. There's no need to fabricate excuses to cover up your negligence." Due to his training, Naoki had indeed forgotten about the reflection paper, but even if he hadn't, he would have refused to write it. After all, why should he reflect when he had done nothing wrong? With all the students in the first-year class watching, Naoki shook his head and countered, "Teacher, I only intervened because I saw Kushina being bullied. Is it wrong to help a classmate?" Masaki, taken aback by Naoki's calm demeanor, felt as if he was encountering him for the first time. In Masaki's memory, Naoki had always been a timid and inconspicuous student. And now he not only dared to stand up to fellow classmates but also to challenge his authority. Could the sudden death of his parents have triggered such a transformation? Masaki wondered. Not long ago, he had even consoled Naoki over the loss of his parents, expressing sympathy for his plight. However, Naoki's audacity to question his actions compelled Masaki to reprimand him sternly. "You're only in first grade, and already you dare to oppose me. If this behavior is not curtailed, managing this class will be quite difficult. Helping a classmate is commendable, but your method was incorrect," Masaki chastised. "When witnessing a classmate being bullied, you should immediately seek assistance from a teacher rather than resorting to fighting. In this regard, the entire class should learn from Minato Namikaze, who promptly informed me after witnessing your altercation." Naoki glanced at Minato, who sat in the front row, while Kushina, seated at the back, also looked in Minato's direction. Most of the class's attention turned to him, while the 7-year-old Minato could only manage a wry smile, feeling a twinge of regret. Although reporting to the teacher garnered approval, most students seemed to disfavor this method of resolving conflicts. Particularly, Kushina, seated in the back, seemed to harbor some animosity towards him, sending a chill down Minato's spine. "Do you recognize your mistake?" Masaki asked Naoki, and the other students turned their gazes towards him, awaiting his response. "Teacher, while violence may not resolve issues, it can certainly leave a lasting impression." Naoki's eyes fell upon Taro Yamashita and his 3 companions, who quickly averted their gaze, unable to meet his eyes. The memory of Naoki's ferocity during the fight lingered in their minds, instilling a sense of fear that, if left unaddressed, would likely result in them avoiding Naoki in the future. Without the remembrance of such pain, even with the teacher's intervention, future bullying would persist. Naoki turned to Masaki, who now wore a particularly grim expression. "Asakawa, you will step outside and stand in punishment." "Understood, teacher," Naoki replied, stepping out of the classroom and leaning against the wall outside as part of his punishment. In truth, many harsh words remained unspoken. In his previous life, having watched Naruto, Naoki was aware of the severe bullying that occurred among the children of Konoha. Not only had Kushina experienced bullying in her youth, but many years later, Naruto faced similar isolation and harassment. Even Hinata, the heiress of the Hyuga clan, was bullied as a child due to her Byakugan. In Naoki's view, the persistent nature of such bullying stemmed not only from inadequate family upbringing, but also from the negligence of teachers within the ninja academy. Whether it is the homeroom teacher Masaki Yudo or the instructor from yesterday's class, both exhibit a disconcerting indifference towards the bullying of Uzumaki Kushina by their classmates. Even after the altercation, Masaki Yudo merely treated it as a mutual brawl, failing to inquire about the reasons behind the conflict between Asakawa Naoki and Uzumaki Kushina. In a certain sense, The teacher's silence in the face of such bullying acts tacitly endorses the behavior of the bullies. It is precisely due to this negligence on the part of the educators that the likes of Yama Taro feel emboldened to torment others. Whether standing outside as punishment or having just finished 4 bowls of ramen, it serves as an opportunity for Asakawa Naoki to cultivate and garner more magical energy. He chose to disregard the matters of the class and commenced his practice outside the classroom. Meanwhile, within the classroom, as Asakawa Naoki was sent out to stand in punishment, Uzumaki Kushina, who had initially prepared to submit a reflection paper, hastily tore it in half and concealed it within her backpack, approaching the podium with empty hands. "Teacher, I didn't write my reflection paper either," Kushina stated. Internally, she harbored no sense of wrongdoing. Writing the paper was merely a formality. Now that Asakawa Naoki had been expelled from class for not submitting his paper, how could she remain seated? Such an act would betray Naoki. "All right, you two shall stand outside," Masaki Yuto bellowed. "Yes, teacher." Uzumaki Kushina swiftly dashed out of the classroom to stand beside Asakawa Naoki. "You've been punished too?" Naoki inquired. Glancing at Kushina, "Yes, it's because of you that I'm standing out here. I cannot simply abandon you," she affirmed, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. "Moreover, I do not believe we have done anything wrong." "Haha, it seems we truly are friends," Asakawa Naoki chuckled, appreciating Kushina's candid nature which made her easy to get along with. "Haha," Kushina laughed as well. Despite the punishment, standing outside felt rather pleasant with the presence of another. "By the way, are you alright? I noticed your eye seemed a bit swollen yesterday, but it appears to have improved today," she expressed her concern. Though they had subdued Yama Taro and his companions together yesterday, the opposing team outnumbered them 2-1, and both had sustained considerable injuries. However, thanks to the formidable regenerative abilities of the Uzumaki clan, Kushina found that her injuries had nearly healed by the following morning. To her surprise, even Naoki Asakawa, an ordinary person, exhibited remarkable recovery. His previously swollen eye and split lip seemed to have returned to their original state overnight. Moreover, Kushina could not shake the feeling that Naoki appeared somewhat more handsome today than he had the day before. In truth, this was no mere illusion. Upon harnessing his spiritual energy and embarking on the path of cultivation, Naoki had undergone a subtle refinement of his physical form and, more significantly, had unraveled the frustrations that had hindered his ability to train as a ninja since his arrival here 2 weeks prior. This transformation imbued him with a newfound confidence, enhancing his demeanor. It was this slight alteration in both physique and presence that led Kushina to perceive Naoki as more attractive. "Indeed, my recovery abilities are quite impressive." Naoki nodded in affirmation. One cannot help but acknowledge the formidable power of the fundamental chi cultivation technique. Although it entails considerable consumption, the mere condensation of a wisp of magical energy has entirely healed his injuries, rendering his physique even more robust than before. However, this secret cannot yet be shared with anyone. For now, it can only be attributed to the body's recuperative abilities. Chapter 007, Namikaze Minato. Standing outside the classroom, Asakawa Naoki practiced the foundational breathing technique while engaging in casual conversation with Kushina Uzumaki. In his previous life in the Celestial Empire, he had never conversed with any girl for such an extended period. To his surprise, less than half a month after his transmigration to the world of ninjas, he had already made his first female friend. Reflecting on the tragic fate that awaited Uzumaki Kushina, Asakawa Naoki resolved that if the opportunity arose in the future, he would undoubtedly lend her a helping hand. However, due to the butterfly effect triggered by his time traveling, it remains uncertain whether such tragedies will manifest in the future. While standing in punishment, Naoki Asakawa pondered his own destiny. Without this scroll of celestial arts, devoid of the ability to embark on the path of immortality and unable to refine chakra, he would likely become an ordinary individual, incapable of determining his own fate. Thus, Naoki had initially contemplated withdrawing from school, waiting until he was somewhat older to use his parents' inheritance to engage in small enterprises in Konoha, leading a tranquil life. Yet, circumstances have changed. Although he is still exceedingly weak at this moment, Naoki firmly believes that he will undoubtedly evolve into a being comparable to the god of ninjas, or even surpass that deity. To a lesser extent, he aims for personal integrity. To a greater extent, he aspires to benefit the world. With such formidable power at his disposal, Naoki Asakawa has no intention of leading a quiet existence in the shadows. He is determined to become a powerful figure and to transform the ninja world. However, it is still too distant to speak of such matters. Although Naoki Asakawa is certain that he will undoubtedly become a formidable force in the future, there are countless strong individuals who have perished before they could truly flourish. Therefore, his current strategy is to bide his time and develop, with the Ninja Academy serving as the safest sanctuary for his growth, at least until the onset of the Great Ninja War. As the war progresses and personnel shortages become acute, even students who have yet to graduate from the academy will be compelled to advance their graduation and join the battlefield. However, it is now the 34th year of Konoha, and there are still several years until the Second Shinobi World War, providing ample time for Naoki Asakawa to develop. Asakawa Naoki, Uzumaki Kushina, you two stand outside properly. This is a punishment, not an opportunity for conversation. The voice of their homeroom teacher, Tomo Yuki, echoed through the classroom, clearly having discovered their hushed exchange. To his surprise, being relegated to standing outside seemed to bring them more joy than attending class. Upon being caught, Kushina felt a twinge of embarrassment and ceased her chatter, leaning quietly against the wall, though she clearly still yearned for more conversation. Since the fall of the land of whirlpools, no one had enjoyed such delightful exchanges with her. Naoki also refrained from further dialogue, immersing himself entirely in his training. Under his control, as his chakra circulated through his meridians, a slender wisp of energy increased, flourishing remarkably. By the time the class bell rang, Naoki's total chakra had risen by nearly 1/5 compared to before, should his pace of cultivation remain this swift. He anticipated a twofold increase by day's end. All right, Asakawa Naoki, Uzumaki Kushina, you may return to your seats. Tomo Yuki announced as he stepped out of the classroom to address them. This afternoon, your punishment will involve cleaning the classroom. The teacher felt helpless. While he could call the parents of other children who fought, Naoki and Kushina had lost their parents, and as long as they did not cause trouble, he preferred to avoid further intervention. Understood, teacher. Naoki and Kushina nodded in unison. As they re-entered the classroom, the group, led by Taro Yamashita, averted their gazes. And the other students regarded Naoki and Kushina with a hint of fear upon noticing Yamashita's bandaged wounds. Strike first to avoid 100 retaliations. It seemed unlikely anyone would dare provoke them again. Neither Naoki nor Kushina were troublemakers. If others left them be, they were content to enjoy their peace. By the time school ended that afternoon, a figure with yellow hair stood before them, a handsome boy with a gentle demeanor, Minato Namikaze. Asakawa-kun, Uzumaki-san. I apologize for calling the teacher yesterday. Minato offered his apologies. Observing the 7-year-old Minato, Naoki could not help but acknowledge his perfection. In terms of strength, intelligence, appearance, and character, Minato was an exceptionally well-rounded ninja, evident even at such a young age. Their class lacked a designated leader or committee members. Yet Minato's status far exceeded that of any peer. He had amicable relations with everyone and was the object of affection for nearly all the girls in class, with hardly any boys harboring resentment toward him. This was understandable. At the tender age of 6 or 7, charm often won the hearts of young girls, and Minato's striking looks spoke for themselves. However, the latter was remarkable. Not a single boy disliked him out of jealousy, a testament to Minato's charismatic personality. Moreover, he had the audacity to apologize for seeking the teacher, his eyes brimming with sincerity, which greatly enhanced Naoki's favorable impression of him. It was no wonder that in the future, Jiraiya would speak of him in such high regard. Compared to Minato, anyone else appeared less distinguished. Although Minato's current strength was still relatively weak, he was destined to become the 4th Hokage of Konoha. You did nothing wrong. There is no need to apologize. Kushina replied somewhat petulantly, evidently referencing their teacher's advice to seek help when witnessing a fight. It was clear that she still harbored some resentment toward Minato for involving the teacher. Minato, there is no need for apologies. We should be thanking you, Naoki responded earnestly. Given the circumstances yesterday, after we had already taught Yamashita and his friends a lesson, if you hadn't called the teacher, things might have escalated further. Even if we had defeated them, our injuries wouldn't have been so light. Tomo Yuki's arrival was perfectly timed, facilitating an appropriate resolution. Minato's eyes widened slightly at their responses. While he had anticipated Kushina's reaction, students who fought typically resented those who called for a teacher. Naoki's sincere words took him by surprise, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Asakawa-kun is quite composed, Minato mused, recognizing that he had never encountered such a level-headed peer of his age. Just call me Minato, and please refer to me as Naoki. All right, Naoki-kun. Uzumaki-san, I must head home now. After conversing for a while, Minato waved goodbye and left the classroom. After tidying up the classroom, Naoki and Kushina followed suit. As they walked side by side out of the school, Naoki noticed Kushina's puzzled expression, realizing she still did not comprehend why he had expressed gratitude to Minato. He decided to elucidate. Kushina, are you curious why I thank Minato? Well, if it weren't for him, you wouldn't have had to stand outside, Kushina replied, nodding. In truth, she was not particularly concerned about her punishment, but rather about Naoki facing the same fate. Actually, he must have noticed our fight much earlier, Naoki explained. However, he chose to summon the teacher precisely after we had dealt with Yamashita and his group. His timing was impeccable. This ensured we could teach Yamashita a lesson while also preventing us from going too far. Is that the reason you wanted to thank him? Kushina asked, her eyes wide with astonishment. She had not anticipated that, at their tender age of 7, Minato could devise such strategies, nor that Naoki could discern Minato's intentions, leaving her feeling somewhat out of the loop. So that's how it is, Minato's cunning is quite profound, Kushina marveled, her wariness toward Minato significantly heightened. As for Naoki, being able to see through Minato's thoughts did not imply cunning. It was simply intelligence. Observing Kushina's cautious demeanor, Naoki felt he might have inadvertently complicated matters. He wondered how Kushina would manage to cultivate a friendship with Minato in a world devoid of his presence. Regardless, even without Naruto, Ashura's chakra would reincarnate. As long as Kushina could find happiness, that was all that mattered. In this world, the moment Naoki chose to assist Kushina when she was bullied marked the quiet alteration of her fate. Chapter 008, The Mystic Fire After Parting Ways with Kushina. Naoki indulged in a hearty meal at a restaurant in the commercial district before making his way home. As always, although he could cook for himself, there was no need to waste precious training time while he still had money. By the time he arrived home, it was nearly 5 o'clock. Following an afternoon of training, his chakra had increased significantly compared to when he had awakened in the morning. Let us see if there are any new changes in the scroll. Upon returning home, Naoki refrained from training and instead unfurled the unassuming white scroll. Within it remained the foundational chi refinement technique, unchanged in either addition or subtraction. At the start yesterday, the scroll had contained no foundational chi refinement technique at all. What actions led to the manifestation of the basic chi refinement technique on the scroll? Naoki Asakawa pondered his behavior upon returning home yesterday. Initially, he believed the scroll to be an unintelligible script and attempted several common methods to reveal the text within. After numerous failures, disheartened, he placed the scroll on the bookshelf and reluctantly retrieved the chakra refinement technique scroll, only to find he still could not extract any chakra. Perhaps it was wise to repeat yesterday's steps. Drawing from his past experiences of trial and error, Naoki spent over half an hour repeating his previous attempts. Yet the white scroll revealed nothing new. Did he overlook something? Reflecting further, he dedicated another half hour to yet another round of trials, but to no avail. The basic chi refinement technique remained unchanged. Wait, perhaps it had already appeared. A spark of realization ignited in Naoki's mind. Both the basic chi refinement technique and the chakra refinement technique belonged to the category of martial arts. The latter merged spiritual and physical energies into chakra, while the fundamental method of the basic chi refinement technique involved refining essence into chi to produce magical power. The similarities between the two were striking. It was likely that Naoki's study of the chakra refinement technique prompted the emergence of the basic chi refinement technique on the scroll. Thus, it was time to experiment with the ninjutsu scroll. Seizing the moment, Naoki retrieved a cherished red scroll from the bookshelf. According to his previous self's memories, this ninjutsu scroll was a birthday gift from his parents, intended to be presented upon his graduation from the Ninja Academy to become a true ninja. Regrettably, his parents never witnessed his graduation, having tragically perished on a mission shortly after his enrollment. Their souls, unable to accept the harsh reality, departed this world, leaving Naoki to occupy their life. Clutching the red scroll, Naoki felt a profound sense of his parents' expectations for him. Rest well in that world. I shall bring peace to this one, he silently vowed. With determination, he unfurled the red scroll, which contained the fire release technique, one of the most renowned ninjutsu of the Hidden Leaf Village and a specialty of the Uchiha clan. Fire release, great fireball technique. The hand seals were snake, horse, monkey, pig, horse, tiger. Rank, C-rank ninjutsu. Learning method. Naoki's eyes widened in surprise at the mention of the great fireball technique. One should not underestimate this C-rank ninjutsu. The ranking of ninjutsu is determined by learning difficulty rather than sheer power. Indeed, while higher rank techniques often possess greater destructive capability, the classification is based on the intricacy of learning. E-rank techniques, the simplest, include the basic body replacement technique, clone technique, and transformation technique taught at the Ninja Academy. D-rank ninjutsu follows, typically learned post-graduation under the guidance of instructors or from family, like the heart beheading technique or misconcealment technique. C-rank techniques, however, are classified as chunin level, and mastering a few can elevate one to chunin status. The fact that his parents, both chunin themselves, gifted him a C-rank ninjutsu scroll speaks volumes about their deep love for him. The C-rank Great Fireball technique stands as one of the Uchiha clan's most frequently employed techniques. Virtually every Uchiha ninja is proficient in it. Even Itachi Uchiha, who later defected from the Hidden Leaf and became a member of the Akatsuki, relied heavily on this technique. Underscoring its practicality, the Great Fireball technique is characterized by 3 attributes: ease of learning, good control, and substantial power. I may never master the Great Fireball technique, but perhaps I can learn the Fireball technique instead. Though Naoki lacked chakra, he possessed magical power. After thoroughly reviewing the Great Fireball technique, he carefully placed the red scroll back on the shelf and opened the white scroll, which began with the basic chi refinement technique. However, following it, a spell emerged on the scroll: 3 mystical fires. To his astonishment, it was indeed the 3 mystical fires. Naoki's heart surged with excitement. In his previous life, this spell was widely known as one of the most famous fire spells, its potency beyond compare. In Investiture of the Gods, Jiangxia used the 3 mystical fires to severely injure the Pipa spirit, and in Journey to the West, Taishang Laojun employed it to forge Sun Wukong's indestructible body. After the initial thrill, Naoki focused on the training method for the 3 mystical fires. The innate three mystical fires are formed by the fusion of the innate divine fire, wood fire, stone fire, and air fire. Subsequently, great masters simplified this into the acquired three mystical fires, utilizing essence fire, chi fire, and spirit fire in place of the three innate divine fires. When cultivated to perfection, its offensive power rivals that of the innate versions, and it is equally effective for alchemy and artifact crafting. Essence fire requires practitioners to refine their internal essence, igniting the essence fire, which can burn through physical bodies and weapons. Chi fire entails igniting one's magical power, capable of consuming the magical power of other practitioners or attaching to magical artifacts. Spirit fire demands the ignition of one's consciousness, attacking the souls of other practitioners without harming their bodies, making it immensely powerful. When these three fires unite, they form the three mystical fires, an unstoppable force. After reviewing the training method in its entirety, Naoki felt a tinge of disappointment, yet quickly regained his spirits. Although this version of the three mystical fires was not the innate type from Investiture of the Gods or Journey to the West, its cultivation was not insurmountable. Otherwise, he would be at a loss for how to locate the innate divine fires of wood, stone, and air, let alone cultivate them. Moreover, the creator of the three mystical fires stated that its maximum potential could match that of the innate version. The description indicated that essence fire could consume all matter. Chi fire could incinerate magical energy, including chakra, and spirit fire could burn souls and mental energies. Just from the descriptions, Naoki could sense the formidable power of the three mystical fires. After all, in the ninja world, even the so-called strongest fire release, Amaterasu, cannot scorch the soul, while the spirit fire of the three mystical fires can obliterate even the souls of those resurrected by impure world reincarnation. Alas, I currently cannot cultivate any of these three flames, Naoki sighed. The power of the three mystical fires should not be underestimated. If it were a ninjutsu, it would undoubtedly rank as the strongest and most challenging S-rank technique. He never anticipated that his first spell would be one of such strength. He had assumed that the fire release, great fireball technique would yield to something as basic as the fireball technique, which he could have learned. However, he harbored no disappointment. After all, the Ninja World War had yet to erupt, granting him ample time to immerse himself in the pursuit of knowledge. Thus, he resolved to embark upon the study of igniting the essence fire. Akiko and Naoki commenced his training. Among the myriad of flames, the essence fire was the sole form he could currently cultivate. His meager magical prowess rendered him incapable of igniting the chi fire, while the divine flame necessitated ascension to the second realm of cultivation, where one transforms chi into spirit, requiring the emergence of spiritual awareness before it could be practiced. Fortunately, the cultivation of essence fire harmonized splendidly with his foundational training in the chi refinement method, rather than conflicting. Following the methodology for essence fire cultivation, he transformed his body into a furnace, refining his essence and transmuting magical power, thereby accelerating the operation of his magical energy, which previously required nearly 10 minutes to complete a circulation, to approximately 8 minutes, significantly enhancing the pace of his training. Under the purifying flames, wisps of white smoke began to rise from Akikawa Naoki's form, his skin taking on a delicate crimson hue akin to that of steamed lobster. The food consumed the previous evening was rapidly digested, morphing into a substantial amount of essence. Part of it was refined into magical power, while another portion continued to be distilled, scorching his body like flames. As the essence fire's heat enveloped him, Akikawa Naoki's body temperature soared, and both his speed and strength gradually intensified. How scorching! In this bittersweet training, Akikawa Naoki's prowess was visibly escalating. Chapter 009. The Three Bodies Technique. Cultivation emphasizes a balance of relaxation and exertion, particularly in the first realm of cultivation, where one refines essence into chi, necessitating the expenditure of physical strength. When the body remains frail, excessive training can harm one's foundation, jeopardizing future endeavors. Though Akikawa Naoki felt a surge of excitement from studying the true fire of samadhi, he ultimately retired to bed after a brief cleansing, as the digestion of his food neared completion. The following morning, Akikawa Naoki departed his home and, under the watchful gaze of the ramen shop owner in the commercial district, consumed 4 bowls of ramen before arriving punctually at class. Upon entering the classroom, he was met with a mixture of trepidation and curiosity from his first-year classmates, many of whom were engaged in hushed discussions with their deskmates. Clearly, they were taken aback that the previously timid and gentle Akikawa Naoki had managed to team up with the transfer student, Uzumaki Kushina, to best the formidable Taro Yamashita and his trio. However, Naoki Asakawa paid them no mind, regarding them merely as a group of thoughtless children who would likely forget soon enough. You were almost late, Kushina reminded from the back of the classroom. Although she appeared to be a delinquent due to her involvement in fights, Kushina was, at her core, a good-hearted individual who had arrived at school early. Uncertain of the reason, Kushina sensed that Naoki Asakura appeared to have undergone a transformation today. He seemed to have grown slightly taller, and his skin had taken on a smoother, more robust quality. He took a bit more time over breakfast. Naoki Asakura sat beside Kushina and spoke. Before long, The homeroom teacher, Masaki Yuto, entered the classroom and, upon noticing that Naoki Asakawa had not arrived late today, felt a slight improvement in his mood. Today we shall delve into the art of the three-body technique, he announced. The majority of the students in the class exhibited a spark of excitement in their eyes. Even those who had been somewhat distracted now focused intently on the podium. Witnessing this reaction, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Masaki's gaze. These students had come to the Ninja Academy with the ultimate goal of becoming ninjas. However, aside from a single lesson on chakra refinement in their first year, the curriculum had primarily consisted of cultural studies, leading to a certain weariness among the students. The prospect of learning a new ninjutsu naturally ignited their enthusiasm. The three-body technique is one of the foundational arts for aspiring ninjas, a fundamental skill. Masaki Yuto continued, while other ninjutsu may present greater challenges. The three-body technique is among the simplest to master. Moreover, proficiency in this technique is a prerequisite for graduation. Without it, you cannot graduate. The mention of graduation requirements immediately captured the students' attention, as this was crucial to their aspirations of becoming ninjas. You will be learning the basic forms of the three-body technique, the shadow clone technique, the transformation technique, and the substitution technique. Masaki Yuto adjusted his stance and began to chalk the key principles of the three-body technique on the blackboard. Almost all students listened attentively, including Kushina and Naoki Asakawa. Although Kushina was the little princess of the land of whirlpools, her homeland had fallen, leaving her to rely solely on herself. On the other hand, while Naoki could not learn ninjutsu, he had the ability to document it, allowing him to later transcribe it into spells he could learn with his sage scrolls at home. First, we have the shadow clone technique. The version you are learning now is the most basic form, which merely requires the creation of an intangible shadow clone. Do not underestimate this technique. It serves as the foundation for more complex physical clones you will learn in the future. Here are the hand seals and chakra flow methods for the shadow clone technique. Next was the transformation technique, which requires students to manipulate their chakra to temporarily alter objects. Fundamentally, it is a technique of transformation. The easiest target for transformation is your own body. There is no need to worry about being unable to revert, as it is a temporary transformation. Once your chakra is depleted, it will automatically revert, or you can dismiss it at will. Here are the hand seals and chakra flow methods for the transformation technique. Finally, we have the substitution technique, which relies on illusion. It involves using another object to replace oneself at a moment when the opponent's attention is diverted, creating a deceptive illusion. Here are the hand seals and chakra flow methods for the substitution technique. Masaki Yuto elaborated on all aspects of the three-body technique for an entire half lesson, filling the large blackboard with chalk notes. Fortunately, the students were diligently engaged in their studies, not disappointing his guidance. Naoki was particularly earnest in taking notes. Masaki glanced towards the back of the classroom, where, while most students were merely observing the blackboard, Naoki Asakawa was meticulously transcribing the key points he had written. Though Naoki's personality was somewhat extreme, it was perhaps a consequence of the sudden loss of his parents. Masaki nodded inwardly, concluding that Naoki was generally a good student. The three-body technique poses little danger. Now, you may begin to practice the three-body technique at your own pace, Masaki Yuto instructed the students. However, I recommend that you first take notes on the key points I have provided to prevent forgetting them later. His reminder jolted the students awake, prompting them to pull out their notebooks to jot down notes. Only a few chose not to take notes. Instead, they stood still, gathering chakra. In the next moment, with a puff of white smoke, several identical figures appeared in the classroom. However, upon closer inspection, subtle differences could still be discerned, indicating that the clones created were not yet perfected. The shadow clone technique has succeeded. It's Uchiha came in, and Hinata Genkazu. Nara has also succeeded. And Saratobi. I can hardly believe that Kazekage successfully executed the shadow clone technique on his first attempt. Exclamations of surprise filled the classroom as some students, engrossed in note-taking and preparing to practice the three-body technique at home, were astonished to see their peers successfully perform it on their very first try. Observing those few students, some feigned indifference with light chuckles, while others maintained a stoic expression laced with pride. Many classmates sensed the gap between themselves and these prodigies. Is this the chasm that separates talent from mediocrity? Many students harbor a sense of nostalgia, and Kushina Uzumaki is no exception. Observing the envy and determination in her eyes, Naoki Asakawa once again recognized the strength of this girl seated beside him. It was evident that she silently resolved to master the body replacement technique by the end of the day, unwilling to be outdone by her peers. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. They all hail from prominent ninja clans. It's likely they have been exposed to the practice of the body replacement technique long before enrolling in school, which is why they can grasp it so swiftly. Naoki reassured her. In the classroom, those demonstrating the technique were indeed from renowned clans such as the Uchiha, Hyuga, Nara, and Saratobi, all distinguished families within Konoha. It was only natural that they had received prior instruction. So that's how it is, Kushina responded, her expression shifting to one of understanding. They must have learned it in advance. No wonder they could use it as soon as the teacher introduced it. Exactly, we should focus on learning at our own pace. Naoki replied. However, he slightly misrepresented the situation. As a common ninja, Minato Namikaze might have indeed mastered it quickly, while some students might struggle to learn it even by graduation. This exemplifies the disparity between genius and the ordinary. Nevertheless, having such prodigies as rivals adds a layer of intrigue to the future. Naoki eagerly anticipated the end of the school day, curious about what kind of magical techniques he could manifest after returning home. Chapter 010. The Art of Summoning Soldiers. The curriculum at the Ninja Academy consisted of cultural studies aside from the morning's instruction on the body replacement technique. During the cultural lessons, Naoki found himself multitasking, absorbing the lecture while simultaneously channeling his foundational energy cultivation technique, finally enduring until dismissal. See you tomorrow, Naoki. Kushina waved goodbye just outside the academy's gates. Yes, see you tomorrow, Naoki responded, waving back before hastily making his way to an affordable beef rice restaurant. 3 servings of beef rice, please, he ordered. Sure thing. That'll be 120 Rio, the owner replied. A saying from Naoki's previous life echoed in his mind. The poor pursue knowledge, while the rich pursue martial prowess. To excel in martial arts, one must have a solid financial foundation, as training requires ample nutrition for bodily growth, medicinal resources for injuries, and costly equipment such as weapons and armor. Naoki began to realize that cultivating magical prowess was no less resource-intensive than martial training. At just 7 years old, he required 3 to 4 times the food intake of his peers to refine more energy in a magical power. Once he broke through to the next level, he wouldn't need to consume as much to cultivate energy. However, at that stage, he would face the need to forge magical artifacts, which demands a significant financial investment. For now, his appetite had merely increased slightly, and his savings were sufficient. By the time he advanced in his cultivation, he would likely possess the strength to earn money for the materials needed to create magical artifacts. Maximizing his strength while resources remained abundant was paramount. Though he had only practiced for 2 days and had just begun his journey in energy refinement, Naoki felt a considerable difference in his capabilities. With the increased physical strength and a hint of magical power, he felt confident enough to defeat 2 versions of his untrained self. If he faced off against Taro Yama and his associates again, he could manage 4 opponents without requiring Kushina's assistance. This newfound confidence stemmed from his growth and strength. Upon returning home, Naoki locked the door and swiftly retreated to his room. After closing the windows, he retrieved a white scroll. This time, he didn't reach for his notes first. Instead, he settled cross-legged on his bed, clutching the scroll, while recalling the key points of the body replacement technique as explained by their teacher, Tomokazu Yudo. Perhaps this was a benefit of his reincarnation. He found his memory remarkably sharp. Despite lacking chakra to practice directly, he had committed the method and key points of the body replacement technique to memory while taking notes. After thoroughly recalling the technique, Naoki unfurled the white scroll. Following the foundational energy cultivation technique and the 3 mystical flames, a new spell suddenly appeared on the scroll. Just as I suspected, Naoki realized that by holding the scroll, it would transmute the ninjutsu he contemplated into a spell with similar effects. During his first attempt, having just reviewed the chakra refining technique left by his parents, the scroll had revealed the foundational energy cultivation method. On his second try, after studying the fire release, great fireball technique, it had presented the method for the 3 mystical flames. This time, without revisiting his notes on the body replacement technique, he simply recalled what he had learned in class, and when he opened the scroll, a new spell emerged, summoning soldiers from beans. Similar to the 3 mystical flames, summoning soldiers from beans was also a widely recognized spell. In his past life, while watching Naruto, he had pondered the connection between the body replacement technique and this spell, never expecting to see it manifest before him. To perform summoning soldiers from beans, one must first gather magical beans according to the spell's requirements and store them in the dantian. During battle, these magical beans can be scattered to summon soldiers to fight. The power of the summoned soldiers correlates with the magical energy infused into the beans. If not actively controlled, they possess a degree of intelligence in combat. And when the bean's magical energy is depleted, the summoned soldiers will vanish. The number of magical beans one can store is limited based on their cultivation level. 10 for the initial stage of energy refinement, 100 for the energy transformation stage, and 1000 for the spiritual transformation stage. After perusing the description of summoning soldiers from beans, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Naoki's eyes. Truly, as a mystical technique, its effectiveness was bound to be impressive. At first glance, it might seem comparable to Naruto's shadow clone technique or the wood clones of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. However, summoning soldiers from beans has a distinct advantage that the body replacement technique lacks. The magical beans can be stored. This singular advantage renders summoning soldiers from beans far more useful than various duplication techniques. Most ninja battles are not prolonged like the legendary fights between Hashirama and Madara, but rather resemble epic confrontations where outcomes are determined swiftly. Therefore, ample preparation time before combat is often available. Most physical duplication techniques consume significant chakra. For instance, the shadow clone technique divides chakra among clones, considerably diminishing the ninja's overall strength. In contrast, The magical beans prepared prior to battle can be released with minimal consumption of the user's magical energy, offering benefits without drawbacks. Ultimately, the effectiveness of summoning soldiers from beans will depend on the power it can wield. Immediately, Naoki Asakawa began to comprehend the art of summoning soldiers from beans. To be candid, he harbored some doubts regarding his innate understanding. Could it be that his acumen was somewhat extraordinary? Whether it was the foundational chi refinement technique or the profound true fire of samadhi, he had swiftly grasped them, and the same held true for summoning soldiers from beans. Regrettably, without other cultivators to serve as a reference, he could not ascertain whether his learning pace was indeed remarkable. If one were to use ninjas as a benchmark, it appeared that his speed was indeed commendable, at least comparable to that of Minato Namikaze, who mastered the body flicker technique in class. Minato successfully executed the technique upon his first attempt, and similarly, Naoki was able to perform the summoning on his initial try. It seemed that while I may not possess the aptitude for ninjutsu, I might indeed be a prodigy in the realm of celestial arts. However, I can't help but wonder if this celestial bean of mine is somewhat unwholesome. Naoki gazed at the golden celestial bean in his palm, which was the size of a mung bean, feeling a twinge of skepticism. According to the description of summoning soldiers from beans, a normal celestial being exists in a state of magical energy, without a physical form. The tangible celestial being emerging from one's dantian should be the size of a broad being. Yet the one he had condensed was merely the size of a mung being. However, Naoki Asakawa reflected for a moment. Indeed, he had condensed the being according to the method recorded in the transforming beings into soldiers. The only possibility was that his magical power was insufficient. If one were to divide the first realm of cultivation, refining essence into chi, into 10 levels, he was merely at the threshold of the first level, akin to an absolute novice. Nevertheless, this was the culmination of all his magical power, and at the very least, he managed to form a humanoid figure, right? Go. Naoki Asakawa scattered the celestial beans from his palm onto the ground. After a burst of golden light, a celestial soldier, indistinguishable in stature from an adult, adorned in golden armor and wearing a mask, materialized within the room. Once the condensation was complete, the celestial soldier swiftly knelt before Naoki Asakawa, emitting a chilling voice that was anything but human. I humbly obey the command of the celestial being. Chapter 011. A year Naoki Asakawa circled around the imposing golden-armored celestial soldier, thoroughly satisfied with the sight before him. Truly, a creation born from the transforming beings into soldiers' method, its combat prowess aside, was indeed aesthetically pleasing. Yet, was it not too conspicuous? As Naoki Asakawa pondered this, the appearance of the golden-armored soldier began to alter in accordance with his thoughts. Amidst a surge of light, its form gradually diminished, and the golden armor began to vanish. In the blink of an eye, the towering golden-armored soldier vanished, replaced by a figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to Naoki Asakawa himself. Could it be that the form of the celestial soldier could be altered based on my thoughts? A hint of surprise gleamed in Naoki Asakawa's eyes. Previously, he was somewhat anxious about passing the graduation assessment at the Ninja Academy, as he had no knowledge of ninjutsu, unable even to master the most fundamental technique of the three bodies. But the situation had changed. He could effortlessly substitute the three bodies technique with the transforming beings into soldiers' method for the graduation assessment, potentially achieving even better results than other students. Oh, but the current celestial soldier operated on basic intelligence by default. I wonder how it would fare if I were to control it actively? Naoki Asakawa closed his eyes and, adhering to the methods described in transforming beings into soldiers, focused his attention on the celestial soldier mirroring his own form before him. Upon opening his eyes, Naoki Asakawa astonishingly perceived the world through two pairs of eyes, viewing reality from dual perspectives. Let us take a few steps forward. Naoki Asakawa commanded the celestial soldier to advance 2 steps, finding it akin to controlling his own body. However, this is quite natural, as celestial weapons are forged from one's own magical essence. Thus, it is only expected that there is no inherent resistance to their control. After manipulating the celestial weapon for a while, and attempting to enhance its speed, Naoki Asakawa found great joy in the experience. Yet, when he aimed to test the weapon's prowess, it dissipated into a wisp of azure smoke, having exhausted the magical energy contained within the celestial being. He had not anticipated that it could only be sustained for such a brief period. Upon making a rough estimation, Asakawa realized that the duration of the celestial weapon's manifestation was likely less than 5 minutes. Moreover, this was under non-combat conditions, should a battle ensue. The magical energy within the celestial being would deplete even more rapidly. However, Naoki Asakawa was not disheartened. The size of the spirit beans revealed the underlying issue. Normally, spirit beans, once materialized, are the size of broad beans, whereas his were merely the size of mung beans, indicating that his magical power was still too limited. Nonetheless, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction in having condensed spirit beans after just 2 days of cultivation. Ultimately, the ability to successfully practice the spell of summoning soldiers from beans was quite remarkable. His greatest shortcoming at present was his insufficient cultivation level. which hindered his ability to sustain both the three mysteries true fire and the summoning spell. Thus, it was time to diligently pursue further training. Sitting cross-legged, Naoki Asakawa initiated the foundational chi refinement technique. With the assistance of the method for refining the essence of fire, his body began to emanate heat, and his skin rapidly flushed with color. Within him, it felt as though a furnace was ablaze, burning away impurities and refining his essence. A significant portion of his essence transformed into magical power, bolstering that slender thread of power, while the remainder infused his cells, awakening their latent potential and gradually enhancing his physique at the cellular level. Time ceased to exist in cultivation, amidst the daily routine of commuting between school and home. Naoki Asakawa had traversed this world for a year. Throughout this period, he had never slackened in his training. While his peers diligently studied, he practiced, while others frolicked. He focused on his cultivation. At times, he understood the fervor of those obsessed with training, for the exhilaration of increasing one's strength was truly delightful. After nearly a year of cultivation following his arrival in this world, Naoki Asakawa finally broke through to the mid-stage of refining essence into chi. In that fleeting moment of breakthrough, he sensed his dantian expanding, capable of accommodating more magical power, while the previously full magical power within also increased slightly with the expansion. He had finally reached the mid-stage. Naoki chuckled softly, a sound that did not escape the keen perception of Kushina Uzumaki, who sat beside him. "What makes you smile?" she inquired with curiosity. "Oh, it's nothing. Just reminiscing about some joyful moments," Naoki replied. "Joyful moments?" Kushina turned her gaze toward him, suddenly recalling the time when they had first met a year ago. She remembered that when Kushina had just arrived in Konoha, Naoki had only been slightly taller than her. A year later, Naoki Asakawa had experienced a remarkable growth spurt, now nearly the tallest in their class, reaching a height of 1 meter 40 centimeters at just 8 years old, almost a head taller than her. "It seems I will have to eat more and exercise more, or I might be left behind by Naoki," Kushina resolved silently. In truth, under the influence of the foundational chi refinement technique and the three mysteries true fire, Naoki Asakawa's transformation extended beyond mere height. Should someone strip off his clothing, they would discover a remarkably well-proportioned physique. Though not excessively muscular, he possessed an explosive strength. Despite being only 8 years old, his power and speed were already comparable to some adult ninjas. Naoki had not anticipated that the three mysteries true fire would have such a potent effect on his physical training. Although he had yet to ignite the essence of fire, his body had been refined to a commendable state. Naoki felt fortunate that his choices were not misguided. After acquiring the spell of summoning soldiers from beans, he had refrained from pursuing additional ninjutsu to validate his path to immortality, instead dedicating the majority of his time and energy to refining the foundational chi technique and the three mysteries true fire. Accumulating more spells would merely augment his offensive capabilities. What he truly lacked at this early stage of his cultivation journey was a solid foundation. Upon mastering the summoning spell, he recognized that his cultivation still fell short. Without a robust foundational power, any spell was akin to boundless water or a tree without roots. No matter how formidable the spell, it could not wield its true potential. Only with a strong foundation could the power of a spell be realized. Just days prior, as he approached the mid-stage of refining essence into chi, Naoki attempted the summoning spell once more, and his spirit beans finally reached the size of broad beans. Upon summoning the spirit soldiers, their duration far surpassed that of his initial attempt, and their strength was comparable to his own. If he were to condense the spirit beans anew, the summoned soldiers would likely possess even greater strength. The success of the summoning spell underscored the significance of a solid foundation at this stage. It would not be too late to seek out additional spells to practice once he reached the late stage of refining essence into chi. "Isn't the next class a practical training session?" Kushina remarked, her excitement palpable as she addressed the class. Indeed, Naoki nodded in agreement. Upon entering the second grade, practical training courses had commenced at the Ninja Academy. Chapter 012, Throwing Techniques and Competitions. Although termed a practical training class, the sessions at the Ninja Academy resembled physical education classes from Naoki's previous life in the Celestial Empire. Compared to the drudgery of cultural studies, the second-grade children, around 7 or 8 years old, naturally preferred the engaging activities of practical training. Once the first cultural class concluded, their homeroom teacher, Yudo Masaki, entered the classroom and addressed the students. "The next class is practical training. After the break, assemble on the playground." In truth, the majority of the students had already dashed toward the playground, with Naoki and Kushina joining them. When the bell rang for class, the second-grade class had already gathered. "First, let us warm up by running 5 laps around the playground," the homeroom teacher instructed. No sooner had he finished speaking than the students surged forward. The playground of the Ninja Academy measured nearly 400 meters per lap, not much different from the athletic fields Naoki had known during his university days. Running 5 laps amounted to nearly 2 kilometers. Had the Naoki of his previous life been asked to run such a distance, he might have struggled to endure it. However, for the current 8-year-old Naoki, it was a rather simple task. The physical capabilities of ordinary individuals and ninjas could not be equated. Although the students in the second-grade class were predominantly 8 years old, with the aid of chakra, 2 kilometers was far from an impossible feat. Long before they entered the second grade, Their teachers had imparted techniques for long-distance running that maximized the conservation of chakra and stamina. However, it is evident that not every student is capable of achieving this, while those endowed with chakra possess the physical prowess to do so. Many evidently lack the requisite mental fortitude. Eager to showcase their abilities, they sprint at breakneck speed during the initial lap, depleting their stamina rapidly. Consequently, by the commencement of the second lap, several students begin to fall behind. In a combat scenario, the fate of these lagging students would be nothing short of death, fortunately. This is merely a practical training session, and they will only face a verbal reprimand from the instructor in the end. However, despite this, there are still individuals who maintain an exceptionally high pace at the forefront of the class. Besides students from prominent clans such as the Uchiha and Hyuga, a golden-haired figure also leads the first echelon, accompanied by a graceful black-haired figure and a red-haired one. It goes without saying that those hailing from esteemed ninja clans benefit from robust training since childhood and superior nourishment, which affords them a significantly higher starting point than ordinary ninjas, making their position at the forefront quite natural. Yet, the genius of the commoner, Minato Namikaze, stands out. Despite having fewer resources than the clan students, he consistently excels in both academics and practical combat, truly embodying the essence of a prodigy. However, I must admit I underestimated Naoki Asakawa, who has remarkably remained in the leading group. The homeroom teacher, Tomoki Yudo, gazed at the few individuals at the forefront, lost in contemplation. In truth, only Minato Namikaze and Naoki Asakawa can be considered genuine commoner ninjas at the front. Kushina Uzumaki's ability to keep pace with the leading group is largely attributable to the impressive regenerative abilities conferred by her Uzumaki lineage. In fact, Naoki Asakawa possesses the physical prowess to surpass those clan students, maintaining his position at the head of the class until the end. But he sees no necessity for such ostentation. It would be better for Minato to take the spotlight while he quietly continues to grow. After a while, the students completed their 5 laps around the playground. Observers might notice that it was the students lagging behind who appeared flushed and breathless, while those in the leading group, including the clan students, Minato, Naoki, and Kushina, merely showed a slight flush on their faces. This disparity among ninjas is evident even at this stage. Students trailing the first echelon, without favorable opportunities, are unlikely to ever rise to the rank of Jonin in their future. After a brief rest, they prepared for shuriken throwing. Tomoki Yudo addressed the students, Minato, Naoki, Hinata, and Nara. Come with me to fetch the shuriken. Understood, teacher, they replied. Tomoki called upon the students from the first echelon, whose physical exertion had been minimal, and the last among them collected a basket of shuriken. These shuriken, while identical in shape and size to the conventional ones used by ninjas, differed only in that they were made of wood. During the shuriken training, to minimize the risk of injury, it was essential to use wooden shuriken rather than real ones, ensuring safety while still facilitating practice. Once they returned with 4 baskets of shuriken, the other classmates had also rested sufficiently and were ready to commence their shuriken throwing. Before they began, Tomoki Yudo reiterated the key points of the shuriken throwing technique. Firstly, ensure that shuriken are never aimed at teammates. Pay attention to your technique, direction, and force. If you haven't yet found your rhythm, you must throw as I have instructed. After explaining the critical points of the technique, Tomoki observed that the students seemed somewhat inattentive, and his voice grew firmer as he reiterated the importance of the shuriken throwing technique. Do not presume that battles between ninjas rely solely on ninjutsu. In truth, ninjutsu consumes a significant amount of chakra, and most battles between Jinin and Chunin involve close combat and distant shuriken throwing. So be diligent. The assessment remains the same. Hitting 7 out of 10 shuriken on a wooden stake from a distance of 10 meters is deemed acceptable. Those who do not meet this standard will have to run an additional 5 laps around the playground. Along the edge of the playground stood a row of human-shaped wooden stakes, nearly adult height, serving as their targets. First, practice freely. We will conduct the assessment 10 minutes before class ends. With Tomoki's words, the students swiftly dispersed after acquiring 10 wooden shuriken, seeking out the human-shaped stakes for practice. Naoki, let us practice over there, Kushina suggested, pointing towards 2 adjacent empty stakes with her slender index finger. All right, Naoki Asakawa nodded, preparing to walk with Kushina towards the 2 vacant stakes, when suddenly one was struck by a shuriken thrown beforehand. Sorry, Asakawa, I chose this stake first, stated a black-haired boy dressed in a shirt resembling a ping-pong uniform, his demeanor slightly charming. Uchiha came in. You've gone too far. Kushina Uzumaki frowned at Uchiha came in, who always seemed to find a way to oppose Naoki, as though he felt compelled to interfere in whatever Naoki did. In truth, it was merely Kushina's deep concern for Naoki. From Naoki's perspective, Uchiha came in not only troubled him but often sought to create difficulties for Minato as well. However, he could discern that the individual harbored no malevolent intentions. It was likely that their striking presence compelled him to seek validation through their defeat. Speak your mind. What is it that you desire? Sighed Naoki Asakawa. Although the students of the Ninja Academy are destined to become formidable warriors, they still exhibit a degree of childishness, eager to prove themselves. In this tumultuous realm of ninjas, a culture of competition is fervently encouraged, inadvertently fostering conflicts among the students of the Ninja Academy. Come, let us engage in a contest to determine whose shuriken strikes truer. Uchiha Kimin proclaimed, his eyes gleaming with unwavering confidence. The art of shuriken throwing is a hallmark technique of the Uchiha clan, alongside their renowned fire style, great fireball technique. Very well, let us proceed, Asakawa Naoki replied nonchalantly. Against our Uchiha clan in shuriken throwing, your defeat is assured, Uchiha Kimin declared, brimming with self-assuredness. Even without activating his Sharingan. His years of training in shuriken throwing since childhood far surpassed the skills of Asakawa and his peers, who had only begun their practice in their second year. Let us clarify, you are the challenger, Asakawa Naoki replied with a resigned smile, acknowledging that the chasm between genius and the ordinary cannot be bridged by time alone. Though he lacked chakra to learn ninjutsu, shuriken throwing does not necessitate it. Very well, we shall each throw 10 shuriken and see whose accuracy prevails, Uchiha Kimin proposed. Standing 10 meters from the wooden target, he unleashed 9 wooden shuriken that soared through the air like petals scattered by a celestial maiden, each finding its mark in the target's head. Do you see? This is the prowess of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Kimin laughed triumphantly. Indeed. Within the ranks of the second-year class, he possessed ample reason to take pride in his abilities, as even students from other renowned clans could not match his precision. Save for the commoners, Namikaze Minato and Asakawa Naoki. It is essential to understand that while it is not difficult for a standard shuriken to strike the target, achieving similar results with wooden shuriken requires both strength and technique. Uchiha Kimin's impeccable accuracy, hitting the target's head each time, attests to his exceptional control over the shuriken. However, his boisterous laughter made Asakawa Naoki ponder if such exuberance was an inherited trait of the Uchiha clan. It is your turn, Asakawa, Uchiha Kimin said, tempering his mirth. Indeed. Asakawa Naoki nodded, methodically releasing his shuriken one by one. His movements were devoid of flamboyance, unlike Uchiha Kimin's simultaneous throws, yet the outcome remained identical. All 10 shuriken found their mark in the target's head, matching Uchiha Kimin's performance. Again, the fire of competition ignited in Uchiha Kimin's eyes. He recognized Asakawa Naoki as a worthy adversary. Retrieving their shuriken, Uchiha Kimin skillfully launched 10 more, each striking the target's head with precision. Asakawa, maintaining his calm demeanor, threw his shuriken in sequence. Though slightly slower, he too hit the target's head each time. Once more, as both continued to land their shuriken with unwavering accuracy. They understood that the contest hinged on who would falter first, the one to miss would meet defeat. Meanwhile, their classmates in the second-year class paused their own throwing, captivated by the spectacle unfolding before them. The Uchiha and Asakawa are both formidable. Though Uchiha Kimin's prowess was expected, Asakawa's unexpected skill astonished them. Has it really been 10 rounds? They have yet to miss, boasting a perfect accuracy rate. Not only ordinary students, but even the members of the Uchiha clan were keenly observing this contest, though reluctant to acknowledge it. They knew that Uchiha Kimin and Asakawa Naoki truly represented the pinnacle of their class's throwing technique. Namikaze Minato was also watching the match, and even he likely conceded that he could not surpass the prowess displayed by the two contenders. Who do you think will emerge victorious, Uchiha or Asakawa? It should be Uchiha, for the Uchiha clan's throwing technique is unparalleled. Judging by the current circumstances, Uchiha's skill in throwing is indeed the strongest in the second year. Trust in Uchiha, victory is assured. Observing her classmates rallying in unwavering support of Uchiha Kimin, Uzumaki Kushina felt a twinge of indignation. Naoki is the true champion. As the students of Class 1 supported both competitors, their homeroom teacher, Masaki Tomo, did not intervene. Rather, he watched these young ones with great interest. Such competition is essential for nurturing true strength. On the battlefield, a formidable ninja can withstand hordes of enemy shinobi. In the center of this gathering, as both contestants rapidly exhausted their stamina, the outcome of the match was nearing revelation. I will not be defeated. Uchiha Kimin exerted every ounce of effort to control the wooden shuriken in his hand, yet his trembling fingers betrayed his waning strength. You expended too much energy at the outset, Asakawa Naoki pointed out. Kimin had initially believed he could swiftly overpower his opponent, leading him to squander too much energy in the early stages of the contest. Now, after numerous rounds of throwing, Kimin's stamina was severely depleted, and his throwing speed was even beginning to lag behind that of Naoki. I will win. The Uchiha clan is the strongest. Uchiha Kimin, as if fueled by a surge of adrenaline, suddenly accelerated his throwing speed, and the remaining shuriken in his grasp struck the wooden post with precision. Upon closer inspection, the depth of the shurikens embedded in the wooden post appeared rather shallow, with some even teetering precariously, indicating a significant decrease in the force of their throws. At this moment, Uchiha Kimin and Asakawa Naoki held only a final shuriken between them. However, in stark contrast to Uchiha Kimin's trembling fingers, Asakawa Naoki's hand remained steady and resolute, betraying no sign of fatigue after multiple rounds of throwing. The outcome was nearing its conclusion. The spectators present had reached a consensus. Uchiha Kimin was destined to lose. Yet, within Uchiha Kimin's heart lingered a flicker of defiance, as if he summoned the last vestiges of his strength. With a sudden surge, he hurled the shuriken with renewed vigor, but the tremor in his fingers altered its trajectory. Watch out. A gasp escaped the crowd as Uchiha Kamen's shuriken slipped from his grasp, veering not towards the wooden post, but towards the nearby Uzumaki Kushina. The shuriken, propelled with all his might, hurtled towards Kushina's eyes with alarming speed, prompting some classmates to instinctively shut their eyes, fearing the sight of her being struck. From a distance, Masaki Yudo's pupils contracted in shock, yet the distance was too great for him, a mere chunin, to intercept the shuriken before it could reach Kushina. Kushina, seemingly startled, had little time to evade. Her instinct was to raise her hands to shield her eyes. Yet, the suddenness of the situation rendered her reaction too slow. In that critical moment, another shuriken, swifter than the first, soared in from a different direction, accurately colliding with the one aimed at Kushina. The two shurikens met with a muffled thud, their kinetic energies canceling each other out, ultimately falling harmlessly to the ground in opposite directions. Asakawa Naoki, concerned, glanced towards Kushina. Noting that the shuriken that had prevented Uchiha Kamen's projectile from reaching her was indeed his last remaining shuriken. "Are you all right?" he inquired, hastening to her side. Kushina merely shook her head. While the incident had startled her, she was unharmed. "Uchiha Kamen, you nearly caused a calamity. As punishment, you will serve a week of duties." Masaki Yudo declared sternly. "My apologies, I understand, teacher," Uchiha Kamen replied, his head bowed in acknowledgement. Chapter 014. I won't let anyone bully you. I'm sorry, Uzumaki-san. I accidentally lost grip of the shuriken and almost harmed you, Uchiha Kamen said, bowing slightly in apology. "Just be more careful next time." Kushina forgave him. It was evident to all that Uchiha Kamen's mishap was unintentional, and the shuriken had indeed slipped from his hand by accident. It was not intentional. And since I did not genuinely harm myself, I have never been bullied for my red hair. Kushina is certainly not a petty individual, so she naturally forgave him. Asakawa. In terms of shuriken throwing techniques, I must admit that I currently fall short compared to you. Uchiha Kamen finally turned his gaze towards Asakawa Naoki, his eyes reflecting a blend of admiration and fighting spirit. Just moments ago, Asakawa Naoki's last shuriken reached its target before Uchiha Kamen's shuriken could strike Kushina. The challenge of throwing shuriken at stationary and moving targets is distinctly different, not to mention the difficulty of hitting another shuriken with a thrown one. It was evident to all that Asakawa Naoki's shuriken throwing prowess surpassed that of Uchiha Kamen. However, I shall surpass you in the future, Uchiha Kamen declared boldly. Very well. Asakawa Naoki replied with a smile. I will grant you time to catch up, until you can no longer see my silhouette. Since embarking on the path of a sage, he has never feared being surpassed by others. In this moment, Asakawa Naoki would strive to catch up to those stronger than himself, while those weaker would only drift further away until their figures vanished from sight. Boasting may be arrogance, but speaking the truth exudes confidence. Upon hearing Asakawa Naoki's assertive words, the classmates present inexplicably felt a sense of authenticity in his declaration. It seems that the future will not be dull. Not far away, Namake's Minato ceased his throwing motion, as 10 shurikens were embedded perfectly in the wooden post 10 meters ahead of him. Like Asakawa Naoki, Minato's shurikens had also hit their mark flawlessly since the beginning of the class. All right, gather around. Each of you will undergo a test. Hitting at least 7 out of 10 shurikens is deemed acceptable, announced Masaki Tomo. Those who fail will run 5 laps around the playground before class ends. The day's lesson soon came to a close. However, upon entering the second year, students were required to remain after school for an additional training session. They could either run to enhance their physical stamina, practice shuriken throwing, or engage in the 3-body technique exercises. In short, they would focus on whichever aspect needed improvement. As for the 3-body technique, Asakawa Naoki had no knowledge of it, so he did not practice. Running to build stamina was not as effective as the cultivation of the samadhi true fire, and the 2,000 meters run in each practical class was sufficient for him to acclimate to the physical intensity. Thus, he could only hone his shuriken throwing skills. This technique did not utilize chakra and could merely be considered a skill, preventing it from being transformed into a form of ninjutsu. Asakawa Naoki's ability to surpass Uchiha Kamen in shuriken throwing was indeed a testament to his diligent practice. The influence of embarking on the path of cultivation was also apparent. Although he did not wield magical powers while throwing, the searing heat of the samadhi true fire seemed to fortify his body, rendering him increasingly formidable, as if cleansing his very essence. Not merely an enhancement in speed and strength, his dynamic vision, reflexes, and bodily control have surpassed all previous limits, allowing him to effortlessly defeat Uchiha Kamen. With a swift motion, Asakawa Naoki threw all 10 shurikens in his hand, each striking the head of a wooden post with a series of sharp sounds, a feat more challenging than Uchiha Kamen's Tenyo Sakai, though he possessed the same throwing technique. The considerable physical exertion prevented Asakawa Naoki from showcasing it. Naoki, let us depart. Uzumaki Kushina's training had also concluded. Unlike Asakawa Naoki, who focused solely on shuriken throwing, Kushina's development was remarkably balanced, dedicating equal time to running for 20 minutes, practicing throwing techniques for another 20, and finally refining her body flicker technique for 20 minutes. Indeed, Asakawa Naoki nodded, tidying the wooden shurikens and placing them into storage before departing the ninja school alongside Kushina. Thank you for today, Kushina expressed her gratitude. A faint blush remaining on her cheeks from the long run. No need for thanks. We are friends. Asakawa Naoki replied with a smile. Kushina lowered her gaze, continuing. I've always wondered, Naoki, what made you want to be friends with me? It might be because I couldn't stand Yamashita Taro and his gang bullying you. So I wanted to help, Asakawa Naoki responded candidly. At that time, he was contemplating dropping out due to his inability to harness chakra. The bullies. Yamashita Taro and his companions had unwittingly crossed paths with Asakawa Naoki, who thought that since he would soon no longer be attending school, it would not be a loss to confront the tormentors. Perhaps I should thank them. Then Kushina said with a laugh, her melodious voice delightful, her smile radiant. Perhaps due to the fright from the practical lessons, the girl fully opened her heart to Asakawa Naoki at that moment, revealing her true self. Having lost her homeland and suddenly arriving in the unfamiliar Konoha village, Uzumaki Kushina had maintained a tough exterior, concealing her gentle heart deeply. Although merely an 8-year-old girl, she exhibited a strength surpassing that of her male peers. Only in the company of Asakawa Naoki did she occasionally reveal a glimpse of her inner tenderness. Perhaps, Asakawa Naoki mused, if Yamashita Taro and his cohorts had not bullied Kushina, given Asakawa Naoki's disposition, he likely would not have initiated conversation with the girl. Instead, quietly sitting at the back, absorbed in his training or studies. Conversely, if not for Asakawa Naoki's timely intervention, considering Kushina's wariness towards strangers, she might never have met him, nor would she have opened her heart. Ultimately, it was only the ill-fated Yamashita Taro and his group who bore the consequences of their actions. Rest assured, as long as I am here, no one shall bully you. Asakawa Naoki said with a light laugh. The girl nodded, a slight smile gracing her lips, her eyes sparkling with joy, her cheeks blushing further. Reminiscent of 2 rising crimson clouds, though not overly conspicuous against her red hair. Asakawa Naoki worried that Kushina might misinterpret his intentions. The ninja world, plagued by the ravages of war, has led to a generally shortened lifespan, resulting in children maturing at an unusually rapid pace, with many entering romantic relationships in their teenage years. Even in the peaceful future, during their time at the Ninja Academy, Naruto and Lee would express affection for Sakura, while Hinata favored Naruto, and Sakura had her sights set on Sasuke, not to mention the current state of unrest. Asakawa Naoki genuinely held no romantic interest in children yet to fully mature. He was not attracted to younger girls but preferred those older. His feelings for Kushina were purely those of mutual assistance among friends. Yet in the absence of clarity regarding her potential misunderstandings, he found it challenging to articulate, fearing miscommunication. Eventually, the two bid farewell at the Ninja Academy, waving goodbye as they headed toward their respective homes, bringing an end to this awkward situation. Chapter 015. Illusions and Ambushes. After parting ways with Kushina, Asakawa Naoki made his way home alone. Throughout the journey, he pondered many thoughts, the foremost being the relationship between Uzumaki Kushina and Nameki's Minato. Having watched Naruto, Asakawa Naoki held a fondness for the pair of Kushina and Minato. However, watching anime is one thing, while reality is another. In the realm of reality, Kushina is a living being, not an object to be bestowed upon others. If one truly cherishes her, they would never let her go. As for whether Minato, the embodiment of pure love, experiences any guilt, it is worth noting that he is a paragon of devotion. The so-called bull-headed man would be seen as an intruder into another's relationship. However, if Minato and Kushina had developed a mutual affection, he would wholeheartedly bless their union. Yet, the present circumstances suggest that their acquaintance is still in its infancy, akin to that of ordinary classmates, devoid of any emotional foundation. Can such a relationship, lacking in any special sentiment and resembling that of mere classmates, truly be labeled as a violation? Presently, Naoki Asakawa's feelings for Kushina are not overtly evident. They resemble more of a friendship, leading him to feel a sense of hesitation. Ultimately, in such a weakened state, he finds little time for matters of the heart. Shaking his head, Asakawa casts aside these superfluous thoughts. In this moment, he bears a striking resemblance to his former self, instinctively choosing to disregard emotional ties. In his previous life, he was impoverished, yet in this incarnation, he finds himself lacking in strength. Upon arriving at the commercial street, Naoki Asakawa indulged in 5 bowls of ramen at the noodle shop, replenishing his energy for the evening's practice of the fundamental chi refinement technique in the true fire of samadhi. Only after absorbing the bemused gaze of the proprietor did he leisurely depart. Is this child a ninja from the Akimichi clan? Such an impressive appetite, a curious customer inquired. Probably not from the Akimichi family. He appears quite slender and rather handsome, the owner replied. Who knows, perhaps he is a ninja training in taijutsu. Being able to eat is a blessing. As long as he pays and doesn't tea waste, I shall support him, he chuckled, shaking his head. Oblivious to the conversation between the owner and the patrons, Naoki was engrossed in the operation of the fundamental chi refinement technique. So immersed in his training, he failed to notice that the number of passers-by on his route home was dwindling. While this path was typically sparsely populated, there were usually a few individuals traversing it. Yet today, it seemed almost deserted, with the citizens of Konoha subconsciously avoiding this route as they passed. Had there been a ninja with keen mental acuity and sharp observational skills, they might have discerned the subtle illusionary jutsu laid around this path. Under the influence of this genjutsu, those who intended to traverse this route instinctively detoured, opting for alternate paths to reach their destinations. However, Naoki, having practiced the fundamental chi refinement technique, though his spiritual energy had not yet transformed into divine consciousness, possessed a formidable mental strength that surpassed that of most ninjas, granting him greater resistance to illusions. Regrettably, this potent resistance did not shield him from peril. Instead, it led him into a dangerous predicament. Had he fallen prey to the genjutsu like an ordinary person, instinctively circumventing this area to return home, he might have avoided this situation altogether. At a certain moment, as Naoki emerged from his meditative state, he found himself utterly alone. What is happening? His pupils dilated, a sense of foreboding washing over him. It was still the 35th year of Konoha, and the Second Shinobi World War had yet to erupt. Naoki had believed Konoha to be relatively safe, which emboldened him to practice on his way home. Little did he realize that he had unwittingly placed himself in a precarious situation. Nonetheless, these illusions could not have been aimed at him. By now, if Naoki had not recognized the jutsu surrounding him, it would indeed be a grave folly. However, he also surmised that the present commotion was not directed at him. After all, as a mere novice, he could be easily apprehended without much ado. Hence, as long as he maintained a low profile and returned home, he should remain unscathed. Despite these thoughts, Naoki Asakawa did not relax his vigilance. Instead, he heightened his alertness while outwardly feigning ignorance of the situation. How did this individual gain entry? A fleeting glance swept over Naoki, but upon noticing his composure, the observer ultimately resolved to avoid alarming the prey. With an astute perception, Naoki detected the faint scrutiny directed towards him, yet he exhibited no sign of unease. When the gaze lingered on him without further action, Naoki felt a measure of relief, recognizing that he was likely safe. His heart softened slightly, but his physical state remained unchanged. Even his heartbeat maintained its steady rhythm. If only he could reach that destination. Naoki had already caught sight of the village at the end of his line of sight, which was his home. Although his residence was somewhat remote within the Land of Fire, it was still inhabited by numerous villagers from Konoha, and the individual who orchestrated this trap would likely hesitate to create chaos there. Hence, as long as he could return home, he would be fine. At that moment, Naoki's longing for home reached its zenith. Never before, in either his past life or this one, had he felt such a profound sense of belonging. Yet, simultaneously, a girl clad in black, with gentle and delicate features framed by long, dark hair, emerged slowly from the path behind him. It became clear that she was the true target. The instant Naoki recognized the black-haired girl, he was certain that she was the intended victim of the mastermind. Although he did not know her, he sensed a regal air about her, one that starkly contrasted with the demeanor of a commoner. Though Kushina displayed a straightforward personality, resembling an ordinary child, Naoki detected a similar essence within her, one cultivated from a young age within a prominent family. Indeed, the moment the black-haired girl appeared, the shadowy figure that had previously cast a glance at Naoki finally sprang into action. A chain, darting forth from the adjacent woods, slithered toward the black-haired girl with serpentine agility. After a fleeting moment of alarm, the girl quickly regained her composure and retreated with nimble steps. However, the chain's flexibility exceeded her expectations, curving back to ensnare her once more. Just as the chain was about to wrap around her, a stone flew from the opposite direction, striking the chain with precision and severing its force, causing it to fall to the ground. The hidden ninja, glancing toward Naoki's direction, turned and swiftly fled in the opposite direction of the black-haired girl after throwing the stone. Cursed brat. If only I had dealt with him first. The shadowy ninja had not anticipated that an attack from an elite ninja could be thwarted by a mere child from the ninja academy. Although he yearned to eliminate the meddlesome Naoki, the ninja ultimately chose to pursue the girl in black. Chapter 16. Naoki Asakawa's choice. As Naoki intervened to rescue the black-haired girl, a clandestine plot was unfolding within an ancient building in the Uchiha clan's ancestral grounds. Has Shana succeeded? Inquired a middle-aged man. There should be no issue, third elder, replied a slightly younger individual. Shana is a newly appointed jonin of our Uchiha clan, possessing the three-tomo Sharingan. She cannot possibly fail against a girl who is not even a ninja. Do not fret too much, third elder. You should be contemplating how to coerce the elder into relinquishing power to us once we retrieve the grand elder's granddaughter, remarked another man who appeared older. Second elder. Third elder, is it not excessive to use Meichin as leverage against the grand elder? Questioned a younger Uchiha member, filled with doubt. Junjia, your vision is still lacking, chided the third elder. Those who achieve great things do not concern themselves with trifles. If we do not act now, our Uchiha clan may become mere pawns of the weaklings led by the clan leader and grand elder. When the Uchiha clan, under the leadership of Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju, established Konoha, it was agreed that Hashirama would serve as the first Hokage, and upon his retirement, Madara would assume the role of the second. Yet, upon Konoha's founding, the position of second Hokage was bestowed upon Tobarama Senju, alongside a mere position of the Konoha police force for the Uchiha clan, a blatant affront. Such a treacherous Konoha is hardly worth our loyalty. It is astonishing that the clan leader and grand elder have settled into complacency, reveling in the scraps offered by Konoha. The Uchiha clan will never be mere hounds on a leash. Thus, it all hinges on how much the old man values his precious granddaughter. Clearly, those gathered in the room were members of the Uchiha clan, specifically the hawkish faction. After the establishment of Konoha, the Uchiha clan initially remained united. However, following Madara's departure from Konoha, although no Uchiha followed him, rifts began to emerge within the clan. The clan leader and the three elders, who held the majority of power, began to drift further apart in their ideologies. The clan leader and grand elder supported the cooperative development of Konoha, representing the doves or moderates within the clan, while the second and third elders advocated for rebellion and the reclamation of the second Hokage's position taken by Tobirama, embodying the hawkish or hardline faction. Currently, the Uchiha clan situation is such that the dovish faction led by the clan leader and grand elder far surpasses the hawkish faction led by the second and third elders. Therefore, to instigate a rebellion, they must usurp the power of the grand elder and clan leader to unify the Uchiha clan. The grand elder's children had perished in an early mission, leaving behind only one cherished granddaughter, Uchiha Meichin, who is his sole vulnerability. This is why the hawkish faction seeks to abduct Uchiha Meichin. They wish to ascertain whether the power in hand or the sole granddaughter holds greater significance. Have you realized your error, Junjia? The second elder's sharp gaze fell upon Uchiha Junjia, hoping that this young man, who had awakened his three-tomo Sharingan at such a tender age, could achieve greater heights. Understood, both elders, Uchiha Junjia bowed in acknowledgement. Recognizing one's mistakes and correcting them is a commendable trait, the third elder remarked with a reassuring smile. None noticed that within Uchiha Junjia's downcast eyes, two crimson, three-tomo Sharingan were slowly rotating. The words of the clan leader and grand elder rang true. The second and third elders had indeed lost their minds, even neglecting their own kin. If they were to lead, they would plunge the Uchiha clan into irreparable ruin. Their vision is still too narrow. It is imperative to inform the clan leader and grand elder of Shana's actions, enabling them to resolve the matter swiftly. This pertains to the affairs of the Uchiha clan. Should it come to the attention of the Umbu, the trust in the Uchiha family would likely be irreparably diminished. As various thoughts rapidly flickered through Junshook Uchiha's mind, he conveyed a piece of intelligence using a specialized ninjutsu. If Naoki Asakawa were to become aware of the events transpiring here, he would likely lament that the Uchiha clan indeed produces its fair share of traitors. Whether it be Junshook Uchiha or the illustrious figures of Shursui Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha from the original Naruto universe, all were prodigious ninjas upon whom their family and kin placed great hopes, only to ultimately become the very traitors they once stood against. However, at this moment, Naoki Asakawa was devoid of time to indulge in humor, as he was embroiled in a life-and-death crisis. To be precise, it was the black-haired maiden before him who was facing peril. At this juncture, Naoki Asakawa failed to recognize that the gentle and beautiful girl, appearing a few years older than Kushina, was none other than Makoto Uchiha, the future mother of Itachi and Sasuke. Nevertheless, he did recognize her as a student from the Ninja Academy, although they were not in the same grade and he was unaware of her name. He had previously encountered her during recess at the academy. After a failed initial ambush, Uchiha Shana, who had been concealed at the roadside, no longer chose to hide but swiftly approached Makoto Uchiha with a series of body flicker techniques. At that moment, Uchiha Shana was clad in black attire, his face bearing traces of disguise, devoid of any identifying forehead protector or other items. Upon first sighting Uchiha Shana, Naoki Asakawa did not immediately discern his Uchiha lineage but was reminded of the Cloud Village ninjas from the anime who had once attempted to abduct Kushina and Hinata. Though there was no immediate danger to life during the abduction, it was foreseeable that if captured by another village, they would be reduced to mere breeding tools for the production of bloodline limit users. I can escape, for I am too weak at this moment. Besides, I have already intervened once to shield her. If I continue fleeing in this direction, the most likely outcome is that they will seize that girl. In that case, I shall be safe, Naoki Asakawa repeatedly reassured himself. He believed that having aided the black-haired girl once already, no one could blame him for fleeing now. Yet, despite his mind weaving countless justifications, he could not overcome the turmoil within his heart. This world was not the two-dimensional realm of Naruto he had observed in his past life. It was the tangible realm of ninjas. In this reality, death was irrevocable. He could not stand idly by while another suffered, for there still existed a glimmer of hope. With this realization, Naoki Asakawa resolved instantly. As he sprinted forward, 5 magical beans within his dantian fused into one. Materializing the quintuplet bean, he concealed its presence to the utmost degree, rendering it transparent, and employed a unique technique to launch it towards the direction in which Makoto Uchiha fled. In the moment that Uchiha Shana remained oblivious, the magical bean struck the ground, and the most formidable man of the Leaf Village, whom the Uchiha clan both feared and despised, emerged between Uchiha Shana and Makoto Uchiha. The man appeared to be in his 40s, with short black hair and a slender frame, garbed in a black uniform. crowned with a hood that signified his identity as Hokage. Though he did not deliberately maintain an austere demeanor, an aura of authority emanated from him. He was none other than the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen Sarutobi was a figure known to all within the Leaf Village. If one were to inquire among the villagers about the name and appearance of the Fire Country's daimyo, many might remain oblivious. Yet, if asked who the current Hokage of the Leaf Village was, nearly everyone would affirm that it was Lord Hiruzen Sarutobi. Even those who had never beheld his visage knew of him as the faces of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, and the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, were carved into the Hokage rock. Naoki Asakawa recalled the appearance of Hiruzen Sarutobi from the memories of his original self, coupled with the miraculous technique of the magical beans, allowing him to recognize the third Hokage with remarkable clarity. The moment Hiruzen Sarutobi materialized, Uchiha Shana, who had been poised to capture Makoto Uchiha, felt his pupils constrict, as if a cataclysmic earthquake had shaken the very foundation of his being. Why was the third Hokage here? The speed of the third Hokage's body flicker technique was astonishing. It must be that Junsook betrayed us. That indecisive fool must have revealed our plans. His speculation was only partially accurate. Uchiha Junsook had indeed betrayed them, but he had informed the clan's leader and elder, not the third Hokage. In truth, prior to the operation's commencement, Uchiha Junsook had been unaware of their plans, or else their endeavor would have failed before it even began. In an instant, Uchiha Shana's emotions underwent a tumultuous transformation. Shock, despair, and rage threatened to engulf him. What should have been a simple mission, merely capturing the ungraduated Makoto Uchiha, had been disrupted by the appearance of an unexpected adversary. Faced with the third Hokage, a figure of dread within the Uchiha clan, rumored to be their nemesis, Uchiha Shana found himself bereft of the courage to confront him. The mere presence of Hiruzen Sarutobi, a man likened to the legendary ninja Hashirama Senju, and the feared figure, Madara Uchiha, imposed an invisible pressure that made movement feel nearly insurmountable. In contrast, Makoto Uchiha, shielded by the magical beings conjured by Hiruzen Sarutobi, felt an indescribable sense of security. Was this the power of the Hokage? He did not seem as ruthless as her grandfather had described. The ordinarily gentle and mild-mannered Makoto Uchiha found herself admiring Hiruzen Sarutobi in that moment. Meanwhile, Naoki Asakawa, who controlled the magical beings from a distance, remained unaware of the thoughts of the two individuals immobilized by the magical warriors. He too bore immense pressure, his mind racing. Although the simulated Hiruzen Sarutobi had succeeded in subduing Uchiha Shana, the next step was crucial. While he remembered Hiruzen Sarutobi's appearance, he was not intimately familiar with the esteemed Hokage. Remaining silent was one thing, but he feared that speaking might expose him. Why aren't you fleeing? If you run, I will certainly not pursue you. Naoki Asakawa hoped for Uchiha Shana to recognize his defeat and escape, yet Uchiha Shana harbored no intention of retreating. The disparity in their strengths was monumental, rendering flight an impossibility. Run with abandon. The Leaf's police will apprehend you. Naoki Asakawa endeavored to mimic Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice as closely as possible. Those familiar with the third Hokage, such as Danzo Shimura and his three disciples, would likely have discerned the ruse immediately. However, Uchiha Shana's familiarity with the third Hokage was akin to Naoki Asakawa's, compounded by the immense pressure he faced, preventing him from detecting any flaws. In the instant Naoki Asakawa's voice resonated, a spark of hope ignited within Uchiha Shana's eyes. The third Hokage had not seen through his disguise. As long as he could escape, the Leaf's police comprised his clansmen. They would not capture him. Even if he had to defect from the Leaf, he would survive. At this moment, Uchiha Shana appeared almost entranced. His mind clouded under immense pressure as he frantically fled in the opposite direction. Observing several instances of Uchiha Shana vanishing from his position, Naoki Asakawa felt a slight sense of relief wash over him. This individual undoubtedly possessed the strength of a jonin. Should he uncover that the figure before him, Sarutobi Hizashi, was an imposter, it was likely that even a surprise attack by the sage's weapon would prove futile against him. Although Naoki had embarked on the path of cultivation, having only practiced for a year, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. Given another 2 years, he might stand a chance against Uchiha Shana, but for now, it was far too premature. Let us hasten. After Uchiha Shana departed, Naoki swiftly retraced his steps, grasping the hand of Uchiha Makoto as they sprinted towards the commercial district. This locale was still quite distant from his home. In contrast, the commercial street was not only closer but also frequently frequented by ninjas and patrolled by the Uchiha clan from the Konoha Police Department, offering a markedly safer haven. Uchiha Makoto seemed momentarily taken aback, her beautiful black eyes filled with profound confusion. The Hokage is right here. Why must we flee? And this boy? He resembles someone I saw a year ago. However, upon witnessing the dazed expression of the third Hokage, who had lost control of Naoki Asakawa, Makoto Uchiha gradually began to comprehend the entirety of the situation. It turned out that the third Hokage was merely a disguise created through the art of shadow clones and transformation. No wonder he did not apprehend the man in black directly. It was not the Hokage who saved me. but rather this classmate who came to my rescue. Although the absence of the formidable presence of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, stripped her of a sense of security. Makoto Uchiha found herself devoid of the initial fear and despair she felt when confronting Shana Uchiha. This was solely because Naoki Asakawa's hand, which held hers, bestowed upon her an unusual sense of safety. Intrigued by Naoki Asakawa's name, she pondered why he was here and what compelled him to risk his life to save her. Yet, given the urgency of the situation, she, being a girl of considerable sense, refrained from asking questions and simply allowed herself to be led by Naoki as they hastened towards the commercial district. Chapter 018. Makoto's heart. As Naoki Asakawa hurriedly pulled Makoto Uchiha towards the bustling commercial street, Shana Uchiha, who had been fleeing in sheer panic like a headless chicken, began to regain a semblance of clarity. A spark of realization illuminated his mind. Something was amiss. Even though his disguise had successfully deceived the third Hokage, he should not have been allowed to escape. The third Hokage was a figure of ruthless authority. How could he possibly permit such a flight? Moreover, considering the Hokage's long-standing animosity towards the Uchiha clan, it was inconceivable that he would trust the Konoha police force. Even if he let Shana go, it should have been to have the Umbu capture him. Was that Sarutobi Hiruzen merely an illusion? Upon this revelation, Shana Uchiha felt as though he had been struck in the head by a donkey. Despite possessing the unparalleled ocular prowess of the Sharingan, he had been deceived by a mere transformation technique. Reflecting on Naoki Asakawa's earlier intervention, a seething fury ignited within him. He had been outwitted by a child. That child. Even if the mission failed, I shall ensure he pays dearly. With this resolve, the chakra in Shana's legs surged explosively, propelling him forward at an even swifter pace as he pursued the two. Just ahead, they were nearing their destination. After a period of rapid running, even Naoki, having trained for a year and possessing physical attributes surpassing his peers, found himself slightly winded, let alone Makoto Uchiha. Although she was 2 years older than Naoki, the 10-year-old Makoto was of a similar height and possessed inferior physical capabilities. Fortunately, Naoki's grip on her hand allowed her to keep pace. With the commercial district of Konoha in sight, the number of villagers ahead increased. If they could just run a bit further, they would escape the confines of the illusion. The unseen hand behind this operation had cast a genjutsu to influence the surrounding villagers, hoping to avoid drawing too much attention while attempting to abduct the dark-haired girl. By blending into the crowd, they could not only evade capture, but also cause hesitation in their pursuers. However, Naoki did not anticipate Shana's remarkable speed. Just as they were on the verge of breaking free from the genjutsu's reach, the figure of Shana Uchiha, clad in black, materialized before them, appearing as a formidable chasm. The immense chakra emanating from Shana enveloped Naoki and Makoto, instilling a sense of impending doom within them. Indeed, Shana Uchiha was a powerful force, even without activating the Sharingan. His strength was sufficient to qualify him as a J-nin. Should he unleash the three-tomo Sharingan, he could vanquish the majority of J-nin with ease. If he were from any other clan, be it the Sarutobi, Nara, or Hyuga, he would have long since ascended to the rank of J-nin. Yet, due to his Uchiha lineage, his application for promotion had languished in the Hokage's office. As he observed his less capable peers ascend to the rank of J-nin, jealousy gnawed at Shana's heart, tormenting him incessantly. In the midst of this torment, he was ultimately accepted by the hawkish faction of the Uchiha clan, led by the second and third elders, becoming one of the strongest young Uchiha members. I do not know your reasons for pursuing me, but he is innocent. After Shana obstructed their path, Makoto Uchiha spread her arms, slowly positioning herself in front of Naoki. A hint of surprise flickered in Naoki's eyes. He had not expected the girl he had saved to step forward at such a moment, willing to sacrifice herself for him. Though I do not yet know your name, I thank you for saving me, Makoto said, her gaze shifting to Naoki, hope glimmering in her eyes as she continued. If we survive this. Born into the powerful Uchiha clan, Makoto's life was one of both fortune and misfortune. Her fortune lay in the fact that she did not have to endure the struggles faced by ordinary shinobi, tirelessly toiling and roaming. As the only and most cherished granddaughter of the clan's elder, she need not worry about her livelihood, even if she never worked a day in her life. Yet, the misfortune of being born into a clan that revered bloodlines dictated her future. She was destined to marry the clan leader's son to purify their bloodline and produce stronger offspring. Fugaku Uchiha, the clan leader's son, was no wastrel. He stood as one of the most talented young shinobi of the Uchiha clan. However, perhaps due to their familiarity, Makoto felt no romantic inclination towards him. Marrying someone for whom she felt no affection did not stir within Makoto any desire to escape her fate. It seemed as though destiny had already been sealed, and she was unwilling to resist. Until a year ago, that fateful day. Seated by the window in her classroom, Makoto, 2 years senior to Naoki and Kushina Izumaki, witnessed a minor commotion in a corner of the ninja academy. She observed as Naoki Asakawa, with unwavering determination, confronted Taro Yamamoto and his cohorts who were bullying Kushina. In that moment, Makoto's heart stirred. Perhaps it was the cliché trope of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress or the reckless courage he displayed at that instant. Makoto found herself envious of the bullied Kushina. However, She swiftly suppressed the fluttering of her heart, for her fate had already been sealed, and her future had been predetermined. Following that moment, Uchiha Makoto abandoned any thoughts of investigating the identities of Asakawa Naoki and Uzumaki Kushina. She understood that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, there would be no intersecting paths between her and them. It was not until recently, at the very moment she was about to be captured by Uchiha Sasana, that the young man once again stepped forward. Unlike before, the one in need of salvation this time is she, Uchiha Makoto. At the moment she was rescued by Asakawa Naoki, a small decision formed in her heart. If she were to survive, she wished to challenge her impending fate. As she was being pulled by Asakawa Naoki towards the bustling commercial district, despite her breathlessness and aching legs, it marked the most liberated moment of her life since she could remember. Unfortunately, everything came to an abrupt halt the moment Uchiha Shana appeared. Whether it was the fleeting taste of freedom or the future and fate she had yet to resist, all was frozen in that instant. A pang of regret washed over Uchiha Makoto. If only she had approached Asakawa Naoki a year prior upon witnessing that scene. Might she have recognized the boy before her sooner? Chapter 019. Makoto awakens. Spare him? Uchiha Shana's eyes gleamed with mockery and bloodlust as he continued. If this brat had not meddled, I would have had no interest in him. To think he dares to toy with me like the third Hokage. You may live today, but this brat must die. Before the transformed third Hokage, Uchiha Shana resembled a frantic dog, desperately fleeing. Upon unmasking the ruse of the third Hokage, Uchiha Shana's pride was viciously pricked by his own earlier retreat. At this moment, Asakawa Naoki held a significance to Uchiha Shana even greater than that of Uchiha Makoto. Even if it meant allowing Uchiha Makoto to escape, he would not let this boy who had deceived him evade justice. Consider yourself fortunate, brat, Uchiha Shana sneered. Were it not for the urgency of the situation, I would not allow your death to be so swift. If you wish to kill him, you must first kill me. Uchiha Makoto stood resolutely before Asakawa Naoki, her gaze tinged with regret for the youth behind her. If it were not for her, this boy should have had a brighter future ahead. Die. Just as Uchiha Shana made his move, a figure suddenly materialized behind him. To dare commit violence in Konoha. You possess quite the audacity. The voice of Sarutobi Izashi echoed from behind Uchiha Shana, yet this time, you would not be deceived again. Heh, brat. Your shadow clone and transformation techniques are quite commendable, Uchiha Shana mocked. Even I did not detect your flaw. However, having fallen for it once, do you think I would be fooled a second time? Turning around, he found himself face to face with Sarutobi Izashi, whom he had encountered previously. During their first meeting, Uchiha Shana had been too anxious to contemplate the situation. Reflecting now, numerous questions arose. Die. Uchiha Shana deemed it beneath him to draw his blade, opting instead to swing the chain in his hand to dispel the shadow clone before him. As for utilizing ninjutsu, employing it against a boy who had yet to graduate from the ninja academy was a grave insult to Uchiha Shana. The moment Uchiha Shana acted, Asakawa Naoki grasped Uchiha Makoto's hand, urging her to run in the opposite direction, striving to distance themselves from Uchiha Shana. Can you escape? Uchiha Shana chuckled coldly to himself. He merely sought to shatter the shadow clone of Sarutobi Izashi, avenging his earlier humiliation. The shadow clone technique taught by the academy was merely an illusion, easily dispelled with a light touch, requiring not even a second. To deal with two boys who had yet to graduate, he needed only a few seconds. However, what struck him as peculiar was that his chain seemed to have made contact with a tangible entity. Was it a manifestation of the entity? Or was it, perhaps, the third Hokage standing before him? Uchiha Shana was momentarily startled by his own thoughts, yet he quickly regained his composure. If the figure before him truly was Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, how could his chains possibly reach him? Reflecting on his startled reaction, Uchiha Shana's ire towards Asakawa Naoki intensified. Typically, the transformation technique employed by ninjas involved altering one's form to deceive adversaries. This young lad had indeed chosen a formidable target, daring to impersonate the current Hokage. The sudden appearance of the third Hokage, coupled with Sarutobi Hiruzen's formidable prowess, was enough to instill fear. Were it not for the underhanded activities Uchiha Shana was engaged in, he would certainly have reported Asakawa Naoki for utilizing the transformation technique to impersonate the Hokage in a deceitful manner. However, at present, he only wishes to obliterate the physical manifestation of Sarutobi Hiruzen before him. Regardless of where this young man acquired the art of physical duplication, he must obliterate this clone and vanquish his inner demons. Otherwise, he is likely to remain ensnared in a prolonged state of despondency. Shatter. Uchiha Shana commanded as he yanked the chains, drawing the transformed Sannin, Hiruzen's, closer, thrusting his hand towards the heart of the sage. No matter the technique of duplication perish, Uchiha Shana's arm pierced through the sage's form, yet the sage did not dissipate. Instead, he embraced Uchiha Shana with a smile, unleashing a tremendous force from within. This is bad. A detonating tag. Realizing the impending peril, Uchiha Shana summoned all his strength. Under the influence of chakra, he struck the sage, yet failed to displace him. What manner of duplication is this? Uchiha Shana pondered, perplexed by the resilience of a physical clone. With a deafening roar, the sage, comprised of 5 fused sage beans, detonated spectacularly, resembling a ground-bound firework. Fortunately, Naoki Asakawa and Makoto Uchiha had distanced themselves in advance, escaping the blast reach. Was this part of his strategy? The gaze of Makoto Uchiha, being pulled along by Naoki Asakawa, held a hint of admiration. Despite being younger, he appeared to possess an innate prowess as a ninja. Are we safe? Makoto Uchiha inquired, her pace unwavering as she fled alongside Naoki Asakawa. Not yet, Naoki Asakawa replied, his brow furrowing. As the dust from the explosion settled, a disheveled figure gradually emerged. Uchiha Shana had survived, though he was scarcely better than dead. His black attire was tattered beyond recognition, his skin was marred with blood, and his hair was caked with ash. However, these matters pale in comparison to the most dire consequence. His right hand, which had pierced through the celestial warrior, has vanished. In the final moments before the celestial warrior's self-detonation, Uchiha Shana ultimately chose life over his right hand, severing it to escape the epicenter of the explosion. It is a lamentable thought. Had he coalesced the celestial beings after advancing past the mid-stage, he might have been able to take Shana with him in the explosion. In Akagawa Naoki's mind, a sense of reflection arose. Aside from those extraordinary and powerful ninjas, the average ninja exists in a realm of high offense, but low defense. Countless renowned and formidable ninjas have not succumbed to powerful ninjutsu attacks, but have instead fallen victim to shurikens and explosive tags. The quintuple amalgamation of the celestial warrior's self-detonation wields a potency surpassing that of explosive tags. Had Uchiha Shana failed to promptly vacate the zone of the explosion, he would likely have perished within the explosive tags. Moreover, had Akagawa Naoki unleashed the quintuple amalgamation of the celestial warrior's self-detonation after transcending the mid-stage of refining essence into energy, the epicenter of the explosion could have been even greater, potentially carrying Uchiha Shana away with it. Unable to take Uchiha Shana away, what awaited was the terrifying retribution. Ha! I never expected that you little brats could force me to this extent. Uchiha Shana laughed maniacally. Having lost a hand and being unable to perform hand seals meant that his career as a ninja was essentially over. His future would be reduced to that of a mere invalid. The true culprits behind all this were the 2 youngsters before him. You both must perish. In that moment, Uchiha Shana disregarded the mission given to him by his clan to capture Uchiha Makoto alive. All he desired now was to shred the 2 of them into pieces. As he channeled chakra into his legs, his body vanished from sight, reappearing before the 2 in an instant. Even with one hand lost, he was not someone 2 mere Ninja Academy students could contend with. Had he not been so careless, he would never have been injured by the explosive tags hidden within the shadow clone. Fire release, great fireball technique. With a single-handed hand seal, Uchiha Shana unleashed a massive fireball, several meters in diameter, fueled by a surge of chakra. After being toyed with by the 2 youngsters, Uchiha Shana finally revealed his true power. No. In the face of the great fireball, Uchiha Makoto's emotions erupted. Initially, Uchiha Makoto had shown little resistance to being captured, although she felt somewhat guilty towards her grandfather, who had always cared for her. She was captivated by the illusion that her predetermined future might change if she were taken away. It was only after being rescued by Asakawa Naoki that Uchiha Makoto began to harbor a desire to survive. In that moment, beneath Uchiha Shana's great fireball, her will to live reached its zenith. I want to live alongside him. As a chilling power surged into her eyes, Uchiha Makoto's black pupils rapidly transformed into a vivid crimson, each eye adorned with 2 black tomo that began to spin slowly. Double Tomo Sharingan, Awaken. Chapter 020. The tale of the wolf's arrival within the Uchiha clan. The elder, who was also Makoto's grandfather, often worried whether she would be able to awaken her Sharingan. As the elder, second in authority only to the clan leader, he was privy to certain secrets regarding the Sharingan. It was said that extreme emotional upheaval, such as the sorrow of parting life from death, despair in perilous situations, and intense rage, served as the best catalysts for awakening the Sharingan. However, Uchiha Makoto had always possessed a gentle nature, or perhaps a tranquil disposition, perhaps due to the early demise of her parents and her grandfather's frequent preoccupation with clan affairs. Makoto seldom felt love and rarely experienced strong emotions. She had hardly ever been angry, yet she was not indifferent. Her demeanor was simply mild, with little fluctuation in her emotional state. While such a temperament might be well regarded among ordinary people or even average ninjas within the Uchiha clan, it was seen as a disadvantage. Should she maintain such a disposition throughout her life, it was entirely possible that she would never awaken her Sharingan. At this moment, Makoto's grandfather no longer had to worry about her inability to awaken the Sharingan. Driven by an intense will to survive and protect, Uchiha Makoto finally unlocked her double Tomo Sharingan at the tender age of 10. Even within the Uchiha clan, achieving such a feat at 10 is considered extraordinary genius. To add to this, Uchiha Makoto awakened the double Tomo Sharingan in a single attempt. In the memories of Naoki Asakawa, only Uchiha Obito had accomplished such a remarkable feat. Moreover, Obito's subsequent evolution of the Sharingan into the Mangekyou Sharingan is revered as the most powerful, known for its divine prowess. No, after unlocking her double Tomo Sharingan, everything around Uchiha Makoto appeared to slow down. Under the influence of her formidable ocular power, the massive fireball's velocity seemed to lag behind them. This way, with her Sharingan activated, Uchiha Makoto grasped Asakawa Naoki's hand, guiding him to evade the fireball's assault just in time. "Now, it's my turn to protect you," Makoto gently declared, her tone imbued with newfound resolve. Previously unable to awaken her eyes, she had indeed been inferior to Asakawa Naoki. Yet now, bolstered by her double Tomo Sharingan, she had surpassed him, no longer the one in need of protection. "Are you from the Uchiha clan?" Asakawa Naoki inquired, curiosity glinting in his eyes as they narrowly escaped the fireball. "Yes," Makoto nodded, a hint of amusement dancing in her double Tomo Sharingan. She was pleasantly surprised that he had stepped forward to save her without even knowing who she was. "I never imagined you could awaken your Sharingan in such dire circumstances, and even directly unlock the double Tomo. At just 10 years old, this achievement is scarcely recorded in our family's history. You are truly an astounding genius." The madness in Uchiha Shana's eyes seemed on the verge of overflowing. "Since I can no longer be a ninja, let these two geniuses accompany me to the afterlife." As he spoke, Uchiha Shana's eyes rapidly turned crimson, 3 black Tomo swirling slowly around the center of his pupils. The 3 Tomo Sharingan. Under the gaze of the newly awakened 3 Tomo Sharingan, Asakawa Naoki felt a chilling power enveloping him, as if all his movements were laid bare before the Uchiha. The enhancement of combat prowess granted by the 3 Tomo Sharingan is truly terrifying. Had it been activated from the outset, Naoki's ambush would likely have failed entirely. However, Uchiha Shana remained excessively proud, unwilling to reveal her true strength in the presence of 2 mere children who had yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy. Little did she expect that those who sought to capture her were also from the Uchiha clan. There was a peculiar tone in Asakawa Naoki's voice, tinged with a sense of melancholy, as he reflected on the numerous sordid affairs within the ninja clans. "Indeed, I had anticipated this," Uchiha Makoto murmured, nodding slightly. "Close your Sharingan," Asakawa Naoki urged in a hushed tone, sensing something amiss. "Understood." Although Uchiha Makoto could not fathom why Asakawa Naoki insisted she close her Sharingan before the crisis had fully abated, she felt an instinctual trust towards him for saving her. As it was her first time activating the Sharingan, Uchiha Makoto struggled to control it properly and could only close her eyes to deactivate the ability. However, they were currently engulfed in battle. The ninja lost sight of their opponent, and even a fleeting moment could lead to a reversal of fortunes. Thus, the ability to close one's eyes in this critical moment speaks volumes of Uchiha Makoto's trust in Asakura Naoki. When Uchiha Makoto opened her eyes once more, a figure clad in regular attire and adorned with the Hokage's hood materialized behind Uchiha Sakana. "Haha, salvation has arrived." Asakura Naoki chuckled lightly. "What are you laughing at?" Uchiha Makoto inquired curiously. She was perplexed as to why Asakura Naoki could still find humor in such a tense moment. The transformation technique he employed to disguise himself as the 3rd Hokage had already been executed twice. Would Uchiha Sakana be fooled a 3rd time? "Allow me to recount the tale of the boy who cried wolf," Asakura Naoki began. "Once, there was a shepherd boy who grew bored tending to his flock. He decided to call out to the nearby villagers, claiming, 'The wolf is coming.' The villagers rushed to his aid, armed with tools and weapons, only to find it was a ruse for his amusement. Disheartened, they left. The boy tried again, shouting 'The wolf is coming,' merely to gather the villagers for another laugh. However, when the wolf truly arrived and he cried out, no one believed him, and the villagers refused to come to his aid." Listening to Asakura Naoki's story and glancing at Uchiha Sakana and Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Makoto seemed to grasp the underlying message. Unable to suppress a smile that danced upon her lips, her eyes sparkling with mirth. 10 meters away, Uchiha Sakana felt his intellect insulted. Time and again, did this brat truly believe he was easy to deceive? The first time he was tricked by a guise of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The second time he was caught in an explosive trap concealed within a clone, and now he was expected to be intimidated by the name of the 3rd Hokage? Did he take him for a fool? Fire release, great fireball technique. Uchiha Sakana formed a hand sign with his remaining left hand and unleashed a colossal fireball aimed at Sarutobi Hiruzen. "You dare to attack me?" The 3rd Hokage furrowed his brow, surprised at Uchiha Sakana's audacity. Still pretending? Uchiha Sakana nearly laughed in exasperation. This brat's clone technique had become increasingly convincing. Had it not been for his prior deceptions, he might have genuinely fallen for it. But Uchiha Sakana soon found no humor in the situation. In an instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen's figure vanished from his view, and in the next moment, darkness enveloped him. This 3rd Hokage was indeed real. "Damn brat," was Uchiha Sakana's final thought before losing consciousness. Chapter 021. I aspire to be Hokage. Perhaps Uchiha Sakana never anticipated that he would be outwitted thrice by a mere child employing the same tactic. In truth, Had he fled when the clone detonated, he might have had a chance to escape. However, consumed by rage, Uchiha Sakana failed to act in time, leaving him with only one fate: to be captured by the third Hokage, the Konoha police force, or the Umbu ninja. Within the confines of Konoha, having caused such a commotion without attempting to flee, did Uchiha Sakana believe himself to be Pain, Uchiha Obito, or perhaps Uchiha Madara? Shortly after Sarutobi Hiruzen apprehended Uchiha Sakana, several dark-clad ninjas, embroidered with the Konoha village emblem and Uchiha clan crest, arrived belatedly. Hokage-sama, what transpired here? One member of the Konoha police force asked solemnly, surveying the chaos wrought by the clone's explosion and the fireball. Your response time is too slow, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, somewhat displeased. As the protectors of Konoha, their speed should not lag behind his own. Had he not arrived in time, those two children might have faced dire consequences. Apologies, Hokage-sama. We shall strive for improvement. One member of the police force replied. Normally, the proud Uchiha clan would not exhibit such humility, but in the presence of the Hokage, they were compelled to do so. Remember to be quicker next time. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not overly chastise them. His rapid arrival was largely due to his exceptional sensory ninjutsu and body flicker technique. In fact, the police force's speed was commendable, even surpassing that of his own Umbu. Hokage-sama. A group of masked Umbu ninjas arrived, bowing upon seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen. Almost simultaneously, several elite Uchiha Jonin arrived on the scene, sent to protect Uchiha Makoto and apprehend Uchiha Sakana. Hokage-sama. Upon seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Uchiha knew the situation was precarious. The message from Uchiha Junkei had been delayed. They had not anticipated that Uchiha Sakana would already be captured by the third Hokage. Now, retrieving Uchiha Sakana would likely come at a cost. Speak. Why did your clan-s ninjas pursue two children? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired slowly, his voice tinged with coldness, as if implying that failure to provide a satisfactory explanation would result in severe consequences. However, the attitude of the third Hokage brought a sense of joy to the pacifist ninjas of the Uchiha clan who had rushed to the scene. The opportunity for them to explain themselves was indeed rare. The incident involving Uchiha Shana attacking two children could be interpreted in various ways. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen had chosen to take Uchiha Shana back to the Umbu on the spot, it would not have been unjustifiable. The fact that they were granted a chance to clarify the situation was clearly a means of providing them with an avenue for retreat. Report to you, Hokage-sama, Uchiha Shana, in disagreement with the elders, intended to kidnap the granddaughter of an elder to exert pressure on him, explained a Uchiha ninja. The statement contained a mixture of truth and embellishment. It was not entirely false, but rather concealed certain elements, transforming an external conflict into an internal family dispute. The reality was that Uchiha Shana was acting on the instigation of two other elders, aiming to use the abduction of Uchiha Makoto as leverage to sway the elder into aligning with their faction, ultimately seeking to overthrow the Hokage and ascend as the new leader of Konohagakure. However, revealing the latter part of the narrative would undoubtedly spell trouble for them in the Uchiha clan. Fortunately, their arrival was timely. Had the Umbu taken Uchiha Shana away and extracted information regarding the Uchiha faction's ambitions through interrogation techniques, the future of the Uchiha clan would have been jeopardized. Who is he? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, directing his gaze towards Asakawa Naoki. Uchiha Makoto bore a striking resemblance to the Uchiha clan, and without needing to scrutinize further, Sarutobi Hiruzen could ascertain that she was indeed the granddaughter of the elder in question. Yet, Asakawa Naoki appeared rather innocent, not resembling any typical ninja from a clan. Could he be a commoner ninja? The Uchiha ninjas exchanged glances, as they too were unfamiliar with this sudden appearance of the boy, Asakawa Naoki. Hokage-sama, I am Asakawa Naoki. I intervened to assist a classmate from school who was being bullied, he stated, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen. This third Hokage had inherited the will of the second Hokage. Although he was somewhat dismissive of the Uchiha clan, he displayed kindness towards commoner ninjas. It is worth noting that prior to the establishment of the Ninja Academy, ninjas predominantly hailed from clans, as ordinary individuals had no pathway to becoming ninjas. Without delving into the formidable ninjutsu, even an ordinary person cannot grasp the art of chakra extraction. To become a ninja, a commoner must join a ninja clan and serve its will to have any chance of learning chakra refinement and powerful ninjutsu. Thus, during the Warring States period of the ninja world, ninjas predominantly operated in familial units. Consequently, when the idea of establishing a ninja academy first arose, most clans opposed it. However, the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, ultimately prevailed against the dissenting voices and chose to create the academy, which subsequently led to the emergence of the term commoner ninja. The third Hokage inherited the will of the second Hokage. Your aspirations are commendable, yet I advise you to remain aware of your capabilities in the future, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, his tone devoid of the usual coldness reserved for Uchiha ninjas. Clearly, he held a favorable view of a commoner ninja like Asakawa Naoki. Understood. I am destined to become Hokage. I shall not perish easily, Asakawa Naoki replied with a smile, startling the surrounding Uchiha ninjas and ANBU members. Did this child curse the Hokage to an early demise by proclaiming his ambition in front of him? Surprisingly, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhibited no anger. Instead, a flicker of amusement danced in his eyes as he said, "Study diligently. The future of Konoha rests upon you. If you grow strong enough and earn the respect of others, becoming Hokage is not beyond your reach." In contrast to the granddaughter of the Uchiha elder, Sarutobi Hiruzen evidently placed greater importance on the commoner ninja, Asakawa Naoki. "Did you inflict that injury on Uchiha Shana with an explosive tag?" he inquired. The wounds on Uchiha Shana bore a striking resemblance to the damage caused by an explosive tag, and he could not fathom how an 8-year-old like Asakawa Naoki could have harmed him otherwise. "Indeed, I used the shadow clone technique and transformation technique to deceive him, hiding the explosive tag within the clone to detonate it," Asakawa Naoki affirmed with a nod. "Excellent. A ninja's strength is not solely derived from chakra and ninjutsu. Intellect is equally vital," Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked. "Since you excel at the shadow clone technique, this skill should suit you well. It is now up to you to master it." With that, he handed Asakawa Naoki a black scroll he had been carrying. Chapter 022. The schemes of Sarutobi Hiruzen after entrusting the scroll to Asakawa Naoki. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his attention to the Uchiha ninjas. "As these are your clan's ninjas, I leave their fate in your hands," he stated coldly. "I do not wish to witness such events from the Uchiha clan again." "Yes, Hokage-sama." The assembled Uchiha ninjas responded in unison. Hiruzen's words effectively sentencing Uchiha Shana to a grim fate. Upon returning to the Uchiha clan, even if he survived, Uchiha Shana would likely never step foot outside his clan again. At that moment, the Uchiha clan members would recall that the third Hokage had emerged from the same bloody era of wars as Uchiha Madara. "Then let us disband. Go where you must." Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, and with that, he utilized the body flicker technique to vanish from the scene. "Yes, Hokage-sama." The ANBU members behind Sarutobi Hiruzen were the first to depart, followed by members of the Konoha police force who continued their patrols throughout the village. Only a few moderates from the Uchiha clan remained, including Uchiha Makoto and Asakawa Naoki. "Miss, we should return. Otherwise, the elder will worry," a female Uchiha ninja suggested. While several others bound the unconscious Uchiha Shana, Uchiha Makoto had sustained no injuries, and with Uchiha Shana captured, the operation was overall deemed a success. "I understand," Uchiha Makoto replied, then turned to Asakawa Naoki with a hint of anticipation, extending a delicate hand for an introduction. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Uchiha Makoto, but you may simply call me Makoto." Observing the somewhat familiar scene, Asakawa Naoki smiled and took Uchiha Makoto's hand, responding, "A pleasure to meet you. I am Asakawa Naoki. Just call me Naoki." They exchanged a gentle handshake, both smiling despite having only just met. Their recent escape had forged a sense of camaraderie between them. "I must head home. See you tomorrow," Uchiha Makoto waved. "See you tomorrow," Asakawa Naoki echoed as he waved back. Due to the urgency of the situation, a female Uchiha ninja swiftly picked up Makoto and used the body flicker technique to depart. Once all the Uchiha ninjas had left, Asakawa Naoki, too, exited the scene, not returning home, but making his way towards the commercial district, seeking to replenish his energy. Although the chase and battle had been brief, they had drained a considerable amount of his stamina. Without nourishment, he would find it arduous to cultivate his chakra that night. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not attending to administrative duties, but rather sat deep in contemplation. The events of the day were not uncommon in the clan-dominated Konoha. The Uchiha clan was not the sole presence among the ninja clans. The Sarutobi, Nara, and Senju clans were also prominent, and internal strife was not limited to family rivalries. The clans often displayed a sense of superiority over outsiders, particularly commoner ninjas. Despite decades of development in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen had consistently suppressed the power of clan ninjas while promoting commoner ninjas. Yet, Konoha remained largely composed of clan ninjas. After all, strength was paramount, and clan-born ninjas possessed not only formidable abilities and unique bloodline limits, but also a wealth of ancient ninjutsu passed down through generations. Consequently, clan ninjas resembled small nations within Konoha, akin to minor states within a great power, making it challenging to mobilize their strengths, detrimental to Konoha's advancement. The current ninja world bore a striking resemblance to the Three Kingdoms period of Asakawa Naoki's previous life, where each ninja village's clans functioned similarly to the noble families of the era. Ninja villages relied on the power of clans, yet the clans simultaneously hindered the village's growth. Moreover, the majority of clan ninjas maintained an unwavering belief in familial superiority, perceiving the clan leader's status as far exceeding that of the Hokage. Just like Uchiha Shana today, had he been a commoner ninja, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have promptly imprisoned him in Konoha's dungeons. However, due to his Uchiha lineage, which endowed him with exclusive ninjutsu and vital intelligence, combined with the possession of a pair of sharingan, imprisoning him would likely provoke the clan leader to demand his release. In this regard, all clan ninjas were united. Even the Hyuga clan, which had long contended with the Uchiha clan for dominance in ocular techniques, would stand alongside them in this respect. For if a breach occurred, it could open the floodgates for all clans in the future, under the collective strength of the clans. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen wished to weaken them, he would find it an insurmountable task. The boy named Asakawa Naoki, however, could be nurtured with care. Shortly after returning to the office, Naoki Asakawa's dossier appeared on his desk, a testament to the efficiency of the Umbu. Upon reviewing the documents, Sarutobi Hiruzen discerned that Asakawa was a quintessential commoner ninja. Born and raised in Konohagakure, both of his parents were also commoner ninjas, tragically perishing during an A-rank mission. This background was precisely what Sarutobi favored, signifying that Asakawa would remain unaffected by the influence of the noble clans. However, the relationship between the young man and the girl from the Uchiha clan seemed rather exceptional. Sarutobi reflected, although their acquaintance was brief. He perceived that Uchiha Makoto's feelings for Asakawa transcended mere friendship. If their bond could be strengthened, it might just disrupt the tightly knit ties of the Uchiha clan. These major ninja clans are primarily bound by bloodlines and kekei genkai, typically engaging in intra-clan marriages to preserve the purity of their blood and facilitate the awakening of their unique abilities. If Asakawa and Uchiha Makoto were to wed, it could potentially loosen some of the bloodline connections, thereby providing an opportunity for the Sharingan's kekei genkai to spread. Nonetheless, they were still quite young, and the Uchiha girl's status added further complexity to the prospect of their union. Perhaps it was best to take things one step at a time, who knows? That child could indeed become Hokage in the future. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi unrolled another scroll, his brow furrowing once more as he examined the intelligence contained within. While the issues concerning the ninja clans and commoner ninjas were internal matters, the contents of this scroll pertained to external threats. Both Kumogakure and Iwagakure were exhibiting unusual activity, and the Land of Rain appeared to be gearing up for conflict, with the Land of Wind also displaying signs of unrest. It had only been 18 years since the conclusion of the First Shinobi World War. Were these nations truly seeking to ignite a second? According to intelligence gathered by Konoha's Umbu, several major nations' ninja villages seemed to be actively preparing for war, while some astute minor villages began consolidating their power to guard against potential invasions. In light of the current circumstances, everyone was exerting tremendous restraint. Even the slightest provocation could spark the flames of a second Shinobi World War. If nothing unforeseen occurred, it seemed that the outbreak of war was not far off. It was precisely due to the looming external threat, coupled with the absence of severe casualties, that Sarutobi chose to show leniency towards Uchiha Satana. Even though the existence of ninja clans posed challenges to Konoha's development, the current strength of commoner ninjas was still insufficient. To safeguard Konoha and the Land of Fire in the impending conflict, reliance on the strength of the ninja clans was paramount. Thus, it was unwise to cultivate an adversarial relationship with them at this juncture. In the solitude of the Hokage's office, Sarutobi sighed, lamenting. How fortunate it would have been had the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara united their efforts to unify the 5 great nations. Distributing the tailed beasts among the various ninja villages served to maintain a delicate balance in the short term. However, over time, it has turned into a tool for their invasions of other nations. Chapter 023. The external avatar having exhausted considerable energy, Naoki Asakawa returned to the commercial district and, after enjoying 2 bowls of beef rice, finally made his way home. On his journey, he reflected on the exhilarating events of the afternoon, when Uchiha Makoto was attacked. He acted purely on instinct, without overthinking the situation. At that moment, Asakawa had assumed the assailant was merely a nin, or perhaps a special nin, unaware that he was confronting a Uchiha ninja wielding the formidable 3-tomo Sharingan. However, if he were to lose this memory and make a choice anew, he would likely arrive at the same decision. If one were to falter due to a perceived lack of strength, then facing a nin may result in retreat. And in the future, one would similarly shy away from confronting tailed beasts, the shadows of enemy villages, Uchiha Madara, and Otsutsuki Kagaya, until one achieves the pinnacle of strength. One will invariably encounter even more formidable adversaries. With such a mindset of continual retreat, one cannot hope to become the strongest. Fortunately, he faces the arrogant Uchiha Shana, whose power, while formidable, surpassing many nin, is marred by an excessively haughty disposition, displaying fear towards those above him while oppressing those beneath. When confronted with the 2 children, Asakawa Naoki and Uchiha Makoto, who have yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy, he is reluctant to unleash his true capabilities. In contrast, he is overwhelmed by fear when facing the transformed senjutsu of Sarutobi Hisashi, failing to detect the flaw in time. Upon realizing he has been deceived, his shame and anger lead him to be grievously injured by the self-detonation of the senjutsu, completely losing his rationality and missing the final opportunity to escape. Thus, the quantity of chakra one possesses, the mastery of powerful ninjutsu, and the strength of one's bloodline limit do not solely determine a ninja's prowess. Otherwise, Uchiha Shana would not have been cornered by Asakawa Naoki to such a degree. Battles between ninjas require not only a keen intellect, but also a calm heart and observant eyes. Only by remaining unflinching in the face of danger, while safeguarding oneself, can one swiftly identify the opponent's flaws and weaknesses, exploiting their disadvantages with one's own strengths to become a truly formidable ninja. Learning from others. Asakawa Naoki gained invaluable insights during his first real combat experience. Moreover, it seems he has stumbled upon an unexpected treasure. As he gazed at the black scroll in his hand, a fire ignited within him. This is a scroll bestowed by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hisashi. What ninjutsu could it contain? Asakawa Naoki speculated briefly, being a civilian ninja during their first encounter and unaware of Asakawa's chakra nature. Sarutobi Hisashi would likely not entrust him with 5 elemental ninjutsu. Instead, it should be a non-elemental ninjutsu that all ninjas can cultivate. Furthermore, before departing, Sarutobi Hisashi praised his proficiency in the shadow clone technique. Thus, the answer becomes apparent. It must be the shadow clone technique. Asakawa Naoki felt his conjecture was nearly accurate, yet a tinge of disappointment lingered in his heart. The clone technique he had learned had already been validated in the Sage Art Scroll as the summoning of soldiers, although the shadow clone technique is a physical clone. It holds little utility for him. If the shadow clone were to likewise validate a sage art akin to the summoning of soldiers, it would indeed become a superfluous endeavor. After all, his magical energy is finite, and the capacity of his dantian is limited. It is unlikely he could contain more sage beings. If only it were the Flying Thunder God technique, one could only wonder what kind of sage art it would validate. However, upon reflection, it seemed implausible that the technique of Flying Thunder God could be entrusted to a youth who had yet to graduate from a ninja academy. Perhaps, Naoki Asakawa was becoming somewhat ungrateful. The mastery of shadow clone technique was indeed beneficial. Without it, he would struggle to explain why his Senju being clone manifested as a tangible entity. This technique could serve as a means to successfully navigate the graduation assessment at the academy. Furthermore, the principles underlying shadow clone technique differed significantly from the creation of tangible clones akin to the technique of turning beings into soldiers. With a flicker of anticipation, Naoki Asakawa hurried home, adhering to his routine of securing the doors and windows before retrieving the white scroll of senjutsu from his desk. Upon unrolling the black scroll gifted by Sarutobi Hiruzen, he discovered it contained the methodology for learning the shadow clone technique. Now, it remained to be seen what kind of senjutsu this technique could yield. Naoki Asakawa diligently studied the shadow clone technique. Naturally, without chakra. No matter how many times he practiced, mastery eluded him, yet he possessed his own methods of cultivation. After committing the entire training methodology of the shadow clone technique to memory, he set aside the black scroll and clutched the white scroll tightly, mentally traversing the cultivation methods once more. Upon reopening the white scroll, the initial contents remained focused on the foundational chi refinement technique, the true fire of samadhi, and the technique of turning beings into soldiers. To his astonishment, following the latter, a new senjutsu was inscribed. He was taken aback to find it was the technique of the external avatar. Indeed, the shadow clone technique had manifested into the external avatar, a widely recognized spell capable of creating a perfect duplicate of oneself. However, unlike the technique of summoning soldiers by scattering beings, the method of creating an external incarnation, as described in the scrolls of celestial arts, involves the manifestation of a true body. The technique of summoning soldiers, regardless of the amount of magical power contained within the beings or the minimal consumption, will ultimately result in the disappearance of the summoned entity once its magical energy is depleted. In contrast, the external incarnation resembles a soulless being that possesses the ability to breathe, cultivate, and requires sustenance for energy replenishment. Furthermore, if it sustains severe injuries, it can perish just like an ordinary person. Yet, barring any grievous harm or illness, as long as the master remains alive, the external incarnation will endure. Possessing an external incarnation is akin to having a permanent doppelganger. The prospect of such a perpetual duplicate sparked numerous thoughts in Akikawa Naoki's mind. In his previous life, he had encountered countless narratives in which the leaders of righteous factions and malevolent ones were, in fact, the same individual. Now, if he so desired, he could even cultivate an external incarnation to infiltrate the Akatsuki, becoming the clandestine puppeteer behind the scenes of the ninja world. In doing so, he would overtly command Konoha while secretly manipulating the Akatsuki organization. That won't do. I am a good person, not a villain akin to those in anime, Akikawa Naoki mused, shaking his head. Perhaps he was still too naive at this moment, yet he did not reject this innocence. If possible, he wished to preserve such a disposition, for it would signify that the world remained a beautiful place. Yet, it was evident that the ninja world was profoundly brutal. Never mind. I haven't even graduated from ninja school yet, so why ponder so deeply? He chuckled wryly. First, let me focus on cultivating my external incarnation. Chapter 024. A night talk of the Uchiha clan. After thoroughly reviewing the cultivation methods for the external incarnation, Akikawa Naoki felt a mix of joy and concern. The joy stemmed from the formidable nature of the external incarnation. According to the records of the technique, when nurturing an external incarnation, one could not only incorporate their own bodily tissues, but also those of others, thus enhancing the likelihood of the external incarnation inheriting formidable talents from others. Upon reaching this point, Asakawa Naoki immediately thought of the rogue ninja from Konoha, Hamiko, and her ominous technique, the Ghost Bud technique. Hamiko's creation of the Ghost Bud technique was driven by the ambition to usurp others' bloodline limits to augment her own power. However, it is evident that Himiko's technique of onmyoji is somewhat flawed, as the methods of plunder are rather crude. Naoki Asakawa's method of cultivating external avatars can be regarded as the supreme upgraded version of the onmyoji technique. One need not devour others. Rather, one can commence the fusion of various bloodline limits directly at the cellular level, subsequently cultivating a soulless entity from these cells. In this manner, the amalgamation of bloodline limits is assuredly more potent than the technique of the Ghost Buds. After all, compared to the acquired bloodline limits fused through the Ghost Buds technique, the bloodline limits obtained from the external manifestation are inherently innate. With this thought, Asakawa Naoki felt a surge of excitement as he began to contemplate the bloodline limits he aspired to fuse. Naturally, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan and the chakra of the Senju clan were his primary considerations. The most exceptional materials for this fusion would undoubtedly be the cells of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. If Madara were unattainable, he could resort to a sample of Uchiha Makoto's cells. However, acquiring Hashirama's cells posed a challenge, as he was uncertain when Orochimaru and Danzo commenced their experiments with Hashirama's cells. Furthermore, he could seek to borrow some cells from Uzumaki Kushina, merging the formidable constitution of the Uzumaki clan, and perhaps even acquire cells from the Hyuga clan to integrate the Byakugan's bloodline limits. All of these resources could be procured within the confines of Konohagakure. Should the opportunity arise, Asakawa Naoki also wished to merge the Shikatsu Myaku, a powerful bloodline limit seemingly inherited from Kagaya Otsutsuki. It appeared that his external manifestation was destined to tread a path in the ninja realm that he himself could not. With a light chuckle, Asakawa Naoki felt this might remedy a lingering regret. Although the path of cultivation was undeniably formidable, the inability to become a ninja in this world left him with a tinge of disappointment. The power of the external manifestation genuinely delighted him. However, it also implied that only by possessing divine consciousness could he truly wield it. This meant that Asakawa Naoki must first ascend to the second stage of cultivation, wherein he transforms his spiritual energy into divine consciousness to genuinely utilize this magnificent technique. Yet, he found little cause for concern. It was merely disheartening to have such a powerful technique before him, yet remain unable to employ it. Ultimately, he lamented, "I am simply too weak." Nevertheless, it had only been a year. He had yet to graduate from elementary school, so there was no need for haste. Moreover, though he could not currently control the external manifestation, he could begin cultivating it within his dantian. It would not be too late to refine the external manifestation once he achieved the breakthrough to divine transformation. With that resolution, he commenced his training. As Asakawa Naoki sat upon the ground, under the guidance of the foundational chi cultivation technique and the true fire of samadhi, his body radiated warmth akin to a furnace, swiftly consuming the food within him, transforming it into rich essence, part of which converted into magical power, while the remainder nourished every cell of his being. Meanwhile, as Asakawa Naoki diligently practiced, tranquility had returned to the territory of the Uchiha clan. Following Uchiha Jun's betrayal, the already weaker factions led by the second and third elders were swiftly eradicated by the Uchiha clan leader and the elder, alongside the more moderate Uchiha members. Of course, as they were all members of the Uchiha clan, it was improbable that they would resort to extreme measures, directly executing the members of the Hawkish faction. Most of the Hawkish members were temporarily detained. Aside from the fanatical Hawks who would face prolonged imprisonment, the majority of ordinary members would only endure temporary confinement. After a period of persuasion, should they remain obstinate, they would continue to be held, while those who exhibited a gradual softening of attitude might eventually be released, depending on the circumstances. As for the two Uchiha elders of the Hawkish faction and the high-ranking members, although they had not met their demise, it was likely they would not be released in the foreseeable future. Thus, for the time being, there was no need to be concerned about the troubles within the Uchiha clan. However, this is merely a temporary state. Presently, the Uchiha clan is predominantly composed of moderates. Although Senju Tobarama harbors a poor disposition towards the Uchiha, his formidable strength and resolute leadership have managed to maintain order. Even after relinquishing the position of Hokage, the majority of the Uchiha still yearn for peace. Nonetheless, if future Hokage attempt to weaken the Uchiha clan without possessing sufficient strength or shrewdness, it is likely that the more militant faction of the Uchiha will gradually gain prominence, ultimately becoming the majority, reminiscent of the Hokage from Naoki Asakawa's previous life. While Konohagakure may dismiss the Uchiha, it simultaneously lacks the power to suppress them, which ultimately gives rise to the Uchiha clan's rebellious sentiments. However, at present, nothing has transpired. It is still rather premature to speak of it. Within a quaint abode in the Uchiha clan's territory, an elderly man, with silvery hair and of advanced years, sat across from a young girl of approximately 10, her raven locks framing her youthful face. I am already aware of today's events, the elder stated slowly. The boy named Akikawa Naoki is your classmate at the Ninja Academy, is he not? Bring him to our home tomorrow. I wish to express my gratitude. Of course, grandfather. Uchiha Makoto replied with a nod. After a moment of silence, the elder sighed. I am truly sorry, Makoto. It is my negligence that has led to all this. As the esteemed elder of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Kaki had once been a formidable ninja, renowned for his contributions to the clan and to Konoha. Hence, he held the prestigious position of elder, second only to the clan leader. Yet, the twilight of his life was marred by sorrow. His wife had succumbed to illness when he was in his 30s, and by the age of 50, both his son and daughter-in-law perished during a mission, leaving behind only a fragile granddaughter. He had hoped to spend his remaining years in the company of his last kin, but the burdens of his clan weighed heavily upon him. As the Uchiha elder, he was compelled to assist the clan leader in managing the family, lest ambitious figures like the second and third elders lead the clan to ruin. Due to the absence of familial companionship, Uchiha Makoto's emotions were rather muted. She seldom experienced anger or joy, devoid of aspirations or desires. Rest assured, the evidence is irrefutable. Both the second and third elders have been apprehended. Uchiha Kaki said with a slow smile. I intend to resign from my position as elder, so I can be by your side from now on. With the capture of the two hawkish leaders, the internal strife within the Uchiha clan had finally dissipated, allowing him to devote his remaining years to his beloved granddaughter. Uchiha Kaki anticipated that Makoto would smile, or at the very least, not reject his offer, yet her response took him aback. No need, grandfather. I have my own aspirations now, Uchiha Makoto said, shaking her head with a smile. It had been a long time since Uchiha Kaki had witnessed Makoto's smile, and he found himself momentarily stunned. I wish to become Hokage, Uchiha Makoto declared slowly, recalling Akikawa Naoki's words from earlier. I will become the man who is Hokage. A warmth flushing her cheeks. To think my Makoto has ambitions of her own, Uchiha Kaki chuckled heartily. Having aspirations is a commendable thing, even if the goal seems distant. It is far better than living without any aim. Clearly, Uchiha Kaki did not believe Makoto's ambition was attainable. With thousands of ninjas in Konoha, only one could become Hokage. The challenge was evident. Although the path to achieving your goal may be fraught with difficulty, I wholeheartedly support my dear Makoto, he added with a smile. As a grandfather, he could not extinguish the spark of her newfound ambition. Grandfather, I am not jesting, Uchiha Makoto asserted firmly, her eyes now transformed into a crimson hue, two black tomo swirling symmetrically around her pupils. The double tomo Sharingan was not rare among Uchiha ninjas, yet Uchiha Kaki was still taken aback. While many adult Uchiha ninjas awakened their double tomo Sharingan, Makoto was merely 10 years old. To unlock such power at her tender age was nothing short of extraordinary, even within the illustrious history of the Uchiha clan. Makoto, does anyone else know of your awakening of the double tomo Sharingan? Uchiha Kaki asked with a serious demeanor. Regardless of outsiders, even within the Uchiha clan, should word of Makoto's awakening at such a young age circulate, there could be those who would wish her harm. No. Uchiha Makoto shook her head, pausing before adding, only the clan member who attempted to capture me is aware. Prompted by Akikawa Naoki's reminder. She had closed her Sharingan prior to Sarutobi Hizashi's arrival. Only Akikawa Naoki and Uchiha Shana were privy to the information regarding her double tomo Sharingan. That is good to hear. From now on, unless you face life-threatening danger, refrain from using your Sharingan. Uchiha Kaki nodded solemnly. Makoto, you have endured much today. It would be wise to rest early. If you do not wish to attend the Ninja Academy tomorrow, I can arrange for some of our clan's young men to excuse you. No need, grandfather. I am fine. I will attend school tomorrow, Uchiha Makoto replied, shaking her head. Very well, then, rest well, Uchiha Kaki said with a smile. As he exited the room, a waiting Uchiha ninja immediately approached him. Elder, I have a task for you. Uchiha Kaki said slowly. Not long after, within the confines of the Uchiha clan's dungeon, Uchiha Shana, still in a state of unconsciousness and having not undergone interrogation, was forever lost to the embrace of slumber due to the administration of an unknown substance. Chapter 025. Kushina's lunch. The following day, Asakura Naoki attended school, as usual, seated beside Kushina in the back row. This had been their routine, yet today, Kushina appeared somewhat peculiar, though Naoki could not discern the source of her strangeness. It was not until the conclusion of the first year, second-class morning lessons that Kushina finally made a move as Naoki prepared to step out for lunch. Naoki, thank you for helping me yesterday. Please accept this bento, exclaimed Uzumaki Kushina, extracting 2 crimson lunchboxes from her backpack and offering the larger one to Asakura Naoki. Without hesitation, Naoki accepted the red box, opening it to reveal 5 rice balls, 3 small tomatoes, and 3 sausages adorned with playful expressions, accompanied by an assortment of vegetables. In Naoki's previous life, Japan held a deep fondness for bento, with middle school students typically enjoying breakfast at home and most lunches consisting of meals brought from home. The same was true in this world of ninjas. Children attending ninja schools generally brought their bentos for lunch. It was indeed rare for someone like Asakura Naoki to dine at restaurants outside the school every day. However, to speak candidly, Naoki Asakawa does not particularly relish the idea of consuming bento, that rather unappetizing cold fare. Even after transcending from his homeland to this realm, he remains unaccustomed to the notion of eating bento. Each day, he opts for dining outside, partly due to the inconvenience of preparing his own meals, but mostly because he has a distinct preference for warm, freshly cooked cuisine. However, since Kushina kindly prepared the bento, he certainly would not decline it. Thank you, Kushina. Asakura Naoki accepted the bento that Kushina handed over, and this bento was quite substantial, featuring a delightful array of both meat and vegetables, along with fruits. The portion was nearly sufficient for 2 children of this age. However, for Asakawa Naoki, this portion is somewhat insufficient. If he were to dine outside, he would require at least 4 servings to sustain his afternoon training. The flavor was delightful. After consuming a rice ball, Asakawa Naoki praised, of course, a cold bento cannot compare to a hot meal, yet this is Kushina's heartfelt intention. I am certainly not one to miss the subtlety of the moment. Furthermore, whether it is hot or cold, once consumed, it transforms into his magical energy. As long as it is delicious, I shall prepare more for you tomorrow. Upon receiving Asakawa Naoki's commendation, Kushina's demeanor brightened significantly. The nervousness that once graced her face was swiftly replaced by joy. Indeed, as Mito Obasan wisely stated, to win a person's heart, one must first capture their stomach. Reflecting on the teachings imparted by Uzumaki Mito upon her return home last night, Kushina felt a surge of confidence. It was a rare sight for Asakawa Naoki to witness this blend of happiness and shyness in Uzumaki Kushina. Such vulnerability was seldom displayed by this strong-willed girl. However, he could not accept Kushina's proposal. The weight of the bento would not only affect his afternoon training, but also instill a profound sense of guilt in him for having an 8-year-old girl rise early each day to prepare meals for him, which could significantly impact her as well. There is no need for that, Kushina. It must be quite exhausting to wake up early every day to make bentos. Naoki Asakawa remarked, shaking his head. It's not exhausting at all, and besides, I need to prepare my own bento as well, Kushina replied. Not exhausting? I noticed you seemed quite fatigued this morning. You must have risen at least an hour earlier, right? Naoki asked with a smile. Recalling that Kushina's bentos had not possessed such childlike charm before, it was evident they were not prepared by her. Her sudden decision to make bentos today surely stemmed from a desire to express her gratitude towards him. While he could accept such gratitude once or twice, the thought of having a girl wake up every day to prepare bentos for several years was rather daunting. Kushina offered an awkward yet polite smile, revealing that she had actually awakened 2 hours early this morning, as she also had to learn how to make bentos. We are at a crucial stage of growth. If we do not rest properly, we might not grow tall in the future, Naoki asserted, wielding his trump card. Not only boys fear falling short in height. Girls share this concern, particularly in the context of admiring taller boys. Kushina harbored such anxieties herself, recalling that when she had transferred last year, Naoki's height had barely exceeded hers. Is it not often said that girls grow faster than boys during their childhood? Why then, has the height disparity between Asakawa Naoki and himself only increased after a year? As Uzumaki Kushina contemplated her future hindered by insufficient sleep due to early morning bento preparations, she felt a pang of uncertainty. At that moment, Asakawa Naoki unveiled a compelling argument, stating, lack of sleep not only affects height, but also impacts chakra. A stunted growth means diminished chakra, ultimately precluding one from becoming a formidable ninja. Upon hearing Naoki's words, a flicker of fear crossed Kushina's eyes. The prospect of failing to become a ninja meant her future would be irrevocably altered. Such an outcome was unacceptable. Thus, she resolved to forego making bento. Kushina ultimately abandoned the idea of rising early to prepare bento for both herself and Asakawa Naoki, preferring instead to eat the bento made by her grandmother, Mito. The bento battle was declared a failure. Neither of them were picky eaters, and they nearly finished every morsel of their meal. Once they had completed their bento, Asakawa Naoki recalled his training involving the creation of a shadow clone and turned to his deskmate, Kushina, saying, Kushina, may I request a strand of your hair for my collection? Although it was somewhat presumptuous, Naoki boldly expressed his desire. While the essence of a shadow clone is derived from the cell structure of the practitioner, it can be enhanced by integrating cells from other gifted shinobi, thus granting the clone a chance to inherit unique abilities. Hair, being the most accessible form of bodily tissue, was Naoki's preferred choice. Acquiring other tissues would inevitably result in Kushina experiencing some harm. Do not underestimate hair, for it contains cells and genetic material. In fact, many of the paternity tests conducted on the past life of Naoki Asakawa were performed using hair samples. Do you not find my crimson locks unappealing? Kushina Uzumaki gazed at Naoki Asakawa with a blend of surprise and a hint of shyness. Faced with her hair, which had been subjected to prejudice, he not only felt no disdain, but rather expressed admiration. which left her feeling somewhat bashful. Upon hearing Kushina's words, Naozumi was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and replied, "Of course, I find your red hair quite beautiful." Naozumi spoke the truth. In the village of Konoha, hair colors were not limited to black alone. There were the white-haired members of the Hitaki clan, the golden-haired Yamanaka family, and even Minato Namikaze sported a head of golden locks. With such a variety of hair colors, he found it peculiar that those immature children continued to mock Kushina's red hair. After all, her crimson tresses were indeed lovely. "Thank you." Kushina smiled as she plucked the longest strand of her red hair and handed it to Naozumi, gazing at him with a twinkle in her eyes. Understanding her intent, Naozumi joyfully retrieved a strand of his black hair to offer her in return. "It would be impolite not to reciprocate. Allow me to gift you a strand of my hair." "Thank you, I will cherish it," Kushina replied, valuing the black hair that Naozumi had given her. Chapter 026. Returning home with Makoto, Naozumi never anticipated that acquiring a strand of Kushina's hair would be so effortless. She seemed genuinely pleased that he appreciated her hair. The afternoon classes at the Ninja Academy continued as usual, but having consumed only 2 portions of lunch, Naozumi did not exert himself fully in his training. By regulating the intensity of his practice, by the end of the school day, he had nearly converted all of the lunch he had eaten into vital energy. Most of it was refined into magical power, with the remainder absorbed by every cell in his body. Without the foundational chi refining technique, Naozumi would not have achieved such a level of proficiency. Ding ding ding. The bell rang, signaling the end of the second-year classes. "Shall we go?" Naozumi called out. And together with Kushina, they left the classroom. Over the past year, the two had not amassed many friends, and they continued to depart from school side by side. However, Uzumaki Kushina could be considered a diligent student, as she returned home with her backpack, ready to review the knowledge she had acquired that day. On the other hand, Asakawa Naoki did not carry anything back home. He intended to devote himself entirely to training, and even if he had brought his textbooks, it was unlikely he would study them diligently. What he thought would be an ordinary day took a turn when both Asakawa Naoki and Uzumaki Kushina spotted a young girl upon arriving at the school gates. On their way home, many second-year boys gazed at her with a hint of admiration. She was clad in black, her long, silky black hair cascading down her back. Her skin fair, her features delicate, and her demeanor gentle. Despite being only around 10 years old, the black-haired girl exuded an air of beauty, destined to blossom into an extraordinary beauty if fate allowed. Who was she? From a distance, for some inexplicable reason, Kushina felt a flicker of hostility towards her. Yet, this was her first encounter with the girl. Why, then, did she harbor such animosity? It was worth noting that even after confronting the group of bullies, Yamayama Taro and his friends, she had merely disliked them without any lingering hostility. Suddenly, Kushina understood the source of her unease. The black-haired girl was evidently seeking Asakawa Naoki. Her gaze towards him was anything but ordinary. Upon spotting him, her eyes brightened significantly, as if she had been waiting specifically for him, and their connection seemed profound. In that instant, Uzumaki Kushina felt a wave of anxiety. Could she be Naoki's sister? But she had never heard him mention any siblings. If not a sister, could she possibly be his girlfriend? It is incorrect to assume that Naoki Asakawa, being so young, could possibly have a girlfriend. A childhood friend would be more fitting. In that moment, Kushina Uzumaki was engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions. "Makoto, is there something you wish to discuss?" Naoki Asakawa inquired, casting a glance at Makoto Uchiha. Given that she was in a higher grade, it was expected that she would leave school later than him, which explained why he had seldom encountered her before. Now, her presence at the school gate waiting for him clearly indicated she had a purpose for being there. Makoto? Kushina pondered over Naoki's use of her first name, signifying a close bond between him and the girl before him. What exactly was their relationship? Unlike the observant Naoki, Kushina had not even seen Makoto in the Ninja Academy, making it entirely reasonable that she did not recognize her. Noticing the curiosity reflected in both their eyes, Naoki hastily introduced them. "This is Makoto Uchiha, a senior from our Ninja Academy, albeit several grades above us. And this is Kushina Uzumaki, a fellow student in class 1 of the second year." Kushina's understanding deepened as she realized Makoto was indeed a senior from the Uchiha clan, which explained her striking beauty. "I am Makoto Uchiha from class 1 of the 4th year. You may call me Makoto," she replied with a warm smile. With this, they had established a preliminary acquaintance, paving the way for further interaction. "Naoki, thank you for your assistance yesterday. My grandfather wishes for you to come to my house so he can express his gratitude personally," Makoto stated straightforwardly, avoiding any unnecessary delay. Upon hearing her words, Naoki's immediate instinct was to decline. It seemed too cumbersome, and he preferred to head home to continue his training. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement. If he chose not to visit, it would surely leave the other party in a state of unease. With Makoto Uchiha present, the esteemed elder of the Uchiha clan would likely not pose any threat to him. "Then let us part ways here. See you tomorrow." "Yes, see you tomorrow." Naoki Asakawa and Kushina Uzumaki waved goodbye and followed Makoto Uchiha in the direction of their respective homes. Kushina also headed home, yet today she felt inexplicably restless. despite regularly parting ways with Naoki at the school gates. Walking along the path with Makoto Uchiha, Naoki remained silent, as did Makoto, yet the atmosphere was far from awkward. Both were relishing the tranquility that enveloped them. It was only upon passing his own house that Naoki realized the Uchiha clan's residence lay in the same direction as his own. No wonder he had encountered Makoto Uchiha yesterday. It was on her route home that Shurisui Uchiha had cast his genjutsu. However, today, Naoki Asakawa distinctly sensed a gaze fixated on Makoto Uchiha, likely from an Uchiha ninja sent by her venerable grandfather to safeguard her. As they approached the Uchiha clan's territory, a thought suddenly struck Naoki. This was a perfect opportunity to acquire a strand of Makoto's hair. If he didn't seize this moment, it might become exceedingly difficult to meet her again in the future, given their differing academic years. Makoto, could you spare me a hair? Naoki inquired. Why does Naoki want a hair? Makoto asked, curiosity evident in her voice. As she spoke, Makoto plucked a long black hair, slightly longer than her arm, and handed it to Naoki. For keepsake purposes, Naoki chuckled. And just call me Naoki. All right, Naoki-kun, Makoto replied with a smile, surprised to learn of Naoki's interest in collecting hair. Let me give you one of mine as well, to make it even. With that, Naoki grinned and pulled a hair from his own head, presenting it to Makoto. Thank you, Naoki-kun. I shall treasure it well, Makoto said earnestly, placing the hair carefully into her backpack, her seriousness rivaling that of Kushina. Seeing her display such reverence made Naoki feel somewhat helpless. He knew he couldn't disclose that he intended to use the hair for training, so he opted for a temporary deception. In the future, given the opportunity, he would personally explain everything to both of them. All right, Naoki-kun, we've arrived. This is the residence of our Uchiha clan. Makoto gestured ahead, revealing a neatly arranged village. From a distance, one could see a variety of buildings, including a separate commercial street bustling with activity, where many clad in the Uchiha clan insignia moved about, purchasing goods in a self-sufficient manner. If Konoha was a large village, then the Uchiha territory was a well-structured small village, a village within a village. Chapter 027. A long-awaited warmth. Truly, one of the greatest clans in Konoha, Naoki expressed with admiration. Konoha was indeed home to many prestigious ninja clans. Yet only three could be deemed truly great: the Senju and Uchiha clans, the founders of Konoha, and the Hyuga clan, which joined later. These three prominent ninja families were already renowned in the Warring States period, and post-establishment of Konoha, their formidable legacies ensured they remained among the most powerful clans. In contrast, the Sarutobi and Shimura clans could not compare, though the combined Inazuka, Nara, and Yamanaka clans might barely stand alongside them. Observing Naoki's astonished expression, Makoto chuckled, haha. If you enjoy it here, Naoki-kun, feel free to visit me often. Perhaps next time, Naoki replied with a smile. Next time equals definitely coming again, Makoto stated. Let us go meet grandfather. She naturally took Naoki's hand and led him into the Uchiha village. Along the way, many Uchiha ninjas and civilians cast curious glances at Naoki. Having lived here all their lives, the Uchiha were familiar with one another, so seeing the granddaughter of the clan's elder accompanied by an outsider naturally sparked intrigue. In addition to curiosity, several nodded in acknowledgement of Naoki's appearance. The Uchiha clan, known for producing strikingly handsome and beautiful individuals due to their excellent genes, maintained high standards of attractiveness. Naoki, originally quite fair-featured, had further refined his physique towards that of a sage after traversing into this world and practicing foundational chi techniques in the Samadhi True Fire. Not only is his appearance strikingly handsome, but his demeanor also exudes an air of refined elegance, leaving a generally favorable first impression. Over there lies my home. Makoto Uchiha pointed towards a somewhat antiquated residence nestled deep within the Uchiha clan's territory. From a distance, it appeared indistinguishable from the other houses, rendering it nearly impossible to identify as the dwelling of an elder of the Uchiha clan. Grandfather, we have returned, Makoto announced as she gently knocked on the door upon their arrival. Coming came a somewhat aged voice from within, followed by the appearance of a kindly old man with white hair who opened the door. Makoto's grandfather, Uchiha Kaji, should not be underestimated merely due to his benevolent appearance. To do so would be a grave mistake. In this tumultuous world, it is not the gentle-hearted who occupy such esteemed positions. To subdue fierce and cunning adversaries, one must be even stronger and more astute than them. At present, Uchiha Kaki indeed wishes to graciously extend his gratitude to Asakawa Naoki for rescuing his granddaughter, Makoto. Please, do not be so formal, he said. I have longed to meet the little hero who saved my granddaughter. Please, come in and have a seat. Uchiha Kaki smiled warmly. Had it not been for Asakawa Naoki's timely intervention, not only could Makoto have experienced considerable fright or even physical harm, but he, representing the moderate faction of the clan, would have had to pay a hefty price to secure her return. In this regard, Asakawa Naoki has indeed rendered them a great favor. After exchanging pleasantries, Asakawa Naoki followed Makoto into her home and settled onto the sofa in the living room alongside her, while Uchiha Kaki took a seat on the opposite sofa. Do not fear my grandfather, Makoto whispered. Rest assured, I am no longer afraid. Asakawa Naoki replied with a light chuckle. Observing the two quietly plotting in his presence, Uchiha Kaki felt a pang of bittersweet emotion, mingling sorrow with happiness. Since the passing of Makoto's parents, he had been engrossed in clan affairs, unable to dedicate ample time to her. Now that Makoto had found a new friend and was no longer emotionally withdrawn, he realized he ought to rejoice rather than lament. Asakawa-kun is indeed quite the remarkable young man, adept at employing the body flicker technique at such a tender age, even managing to outwit a genuine ninja, Uchiha Kaki praised. Without a doubt, Asakawa-kun is destined to become a formidable ninja. Upon hearing the news of Makoto's rescue, he had initially presumed it was a passing ninja who had saved her, only to discover it was a classmate from the Ninja Academy, one even younger than Makoto. His compliments were devoid of insincerity. A person as bold and astute as Asakawa Naoki was truly born to be a ninja. Even without a powerful bloodline limit like their Sharingan, his future achievements would undoubtedly be significant. Thank you, I will do my best, Asakawa Naoki replied with a smile. Just as Uchiha Kaki was about to speak further, an untimely rumble emanated from Asakawa Naoki's stomach. The sudden noise caused a flush of embarrassment to bloom on his fair face. Although he had consumed a double portion of Kushina's bento for lunch and had moderated his training that afternoon, he had not anticipated Makoto would invite him to her home. Otherwise, he would have been indulging in a feast at a store in the commercial district. My apologies, Asakawa Naoki said, feeling awkward. No, we should be the ones apologizing. Please wait a moment, I shall prepare a meal, Uchiha Kaki replied cheerfully. Being able to eat is a blessing. It is perfectly normal for children to digest quickly as they grow. Uchiha Kaki rose from the sofa and proceeded to the kitchen. While Uchiha Makoto covered her mouth and smiled, her eyes sparkling with joy. However, Makoto Uchiha did not mock. Rather, she perceived a different facet of Naoki Asakawa, feeling an inexplicable closeness to him. Do not be reserved. Consider this place your home, she said with a smile. Yes, I understand, Naoki Asakawa replied, nodding an answer that was undoubtedly courteous. After all, to treat another's home as one's own upon first arrival would indeed be rather impolite. However, Naoki Asakawa couldn't shake the feeling that there might be a deeper meaning behind Makoto Uchiha's words. Come dine with us. In less than half an hour. Uchiha Kaki had prepared a sumptuous meal, featuring no less than 9 dishes, both meat and vegetarian, accompanied by 2 soups. It was evident that such a feast could not have been conjured in such a brief span. It was likely that the preparations had been made in advance. Please enjoy your meal, Uchiha Kaki said, serving 2 bowls of rice to his guests. As per the customary etiquette embedded in his memory, Asakawa Naoki uttered the phrase itadikamasu before diving into his meal. Given that Meichin's grandfather had gone to such lengths to prepare an array of dishes, it would be a disservice to let any go to waste. Having grown accustomed to independence without parental care in his previous life, Asakawa Naoki was not one to be shy. Rather, he found it quite easy to foster camaraderie. With their meal nearing completion, they would still have the evening to engage in their usual training, sparing them the need to venture out for additional sustenance. Thus, Asakawa Naoki focused intently on his food, while Uchiha Meichin savored her meal delicately, her eating style poised and elegant. Occasionally, she would cast a glance at Asakawa Naoki, her eyes devoid of disdain, instead brimming with satisfaction. If only Naoki-kun could stay home forever, Uchiha Meichin mused inwardly, envisioning a future where they could attend school together, return home together, and share meals together. Such a life would undoubtedly be splendid. Observing the two as they ate, Uchiha Kaki was unexpectedly enveloped in a sense of warmth that he had not felt in a long time. Ever since the passing of Meichin's parents, this solitary elder had relied solely on her companionship. Typically, both were rather reticent, rendering their home a place of quietude. It was only with Asakawa Naoki's arrival that a new sound had graced their abode, and it had been ages since he had seen Meichin so joyful. However, following that, Uchiha Kaki found himself in a bit of a quandary. Chapter 028, My Aspiration to Become Hokage. In the tumultuous world of shinobi, youthful affection is not regarded as a menace by guardians, unlike in the celestial realm of Go. In fact, early romantic endeavors are quite commonplace in this universe. Yet, affluent clans such as the Uchiha, which possess a bloodline limit, exhibit a pronounced emphasis on the purity of their lineage. To preserve this purity, thereby facilitating the optimal awakening of their descendants' bloodline limits, these prominent families typically engage in intermarriage within their ranks. The reason Naruto was able to wed Hinata is largely attributed to his status as a hero who rescued Konoha in the shinobi world, possessing unparalleled strength. Otherwise, the Hyuga clan might have been reluctant to allow Hinata to marry him. Conversely, clans like Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi, which lack bloodline limits and rely on distinctive secret techniques, tend to be more progressive. In the latter stages of Shippuden, the 3 clans ultimately married individuals from outside their lineage, as they need not fret over the purity of their bloodlines affecting the inheritance of their techniques. The Uchiha clan, akin to the Hyuga clan, leans towards preserving their bloodline due to the nature of their bloodline limits, compounded by their insular village. Even the commoners among the Uchiha engage in intraclan marriages, with few marrying outsiders. If Uchiha Makoto were a commoner or a regular shinobi who had not awakened the Sharingan, her grandfather, Uchiha Kaki, would strive to fulfill her wishes. However, as it stands, Uchiha Makoto awakened her double tomo Sharingan at the tender age of 10, marking her as an undeniable prodigy of the Uchiha clan. Even the clan leader's son, the talented shinobi Uchiha Fugaku, cannot compare to her in this regard. Such a genius would not be permitted by any clan member to marry someone from outside their bloodline. Under these circumstances, the pressure Makoto would face in her desire to marry Asakawa Naoki is palpable. Nevertheless, Uchiha Kaki thought to himself, let us not dwell on the future. Perhaps the infatuations of youth are merely fleeting whims, destined to wane with the passage of time. However, Uchiha Kiji understood that his beloved granddaughter was not a capricious girl, prone to changing her mind. In her approach to matters, Uchiha Makoto consistently displayed steadfastness. When it came to emotions, she too would likely not waver. Was her desire to become Hokage perhaps inspired by Asakawa-kun? Uchiha Kiji suddenly recalled Makoto's declaration from the previous night about her aspiration to become Hokage. If she were to attain that esteemed position, the pressure within the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly diminish significantly. After all, it was a rare occasion for the family to produce a Hokage. What more could be expected of the Hokage's partner? Upon this realization, Uchiha Kiji felt as though enlightenment had dawned upon him. This child truly possessed remarkable resolve, he mused. Lost in thought, Kiji noticed that by the time he had finished half a bowl of rice, Asakawa Naoki had already devoured 3 bowls. And the dishes on the table appeared to have been ravaged, nearly half consumed. Naoki certainly had a voracious appetite, yet as long as he was enjoying his meal, that was what mattered. Observing Asakawa Naoki's enthusiastic eating, a flicker of amusement danced in Makoto's eyes. It seemed he truly regarded this place as home. How wonderful it would be if this could indeed become their home in the future. After finishing another bowl of rice, Asakawa Naoki finally felt satiated, relieved from any concerns about the evening's training. It was at this moment that he noticed Makoto's grandfather sitting across from him, with an unfinished bowl of rice. His brow furrowed in apparent distress. Unable to contain his curiosity, Naoki inquired, "Grandfather, are you all right? Am I eating too much and causing you concern?" His use of grandfather was simply due to a lack of alternative terms, as he could only address Kiji in the same manner as Makoto did. However, this title indeed illuminated Makoto's eyes. It seemed that Naoki-kun had acknowledged her grandfather. No, being able to eat is a blessing. Your hearty appetite merely signifies that my culinary skills have not waned, Uchiha Kaki said with a relaxed smile, easing his furrowed brow. To my shame, I found myself lost in thought at the dining table when I should have been enjoying the meal, and my savior Makoto noticed. In truth, being in a high position, Uchiha Kaki should not have allowed his emotions to be so readily perceived. Yet, the warm atmosphere among the 3 of them made him lower his guard. Upon hearing Uchiha Kaki mention family matters, Naoki recalled the Uchiha ninja who sought to capture Makoto the previous day, along with the Hokage's faction's attitude towards the Uchiha clan. There was a threat of internal division, coupled with external pressure from the Hokage's faction. The Uchiha clan's situation in Konoha could indeed be described as beset by both internal and external troubles. Is it the clan members who attempted to seize Makoto yesterday? Naoki inquired. No need to worry. We have resolved the issues within the clan, Uchiha Kaki replied, shaking his head. At least during his lifetime, the hawkish elements of the Uchiha clan would find it difficult to resurface. However, regarding the pressure from within the clan concerning their union, both of them were still too young and possibly somewhat unclear about their feelings, making it difficult for Uchiha Kaki to articulate. If there are no internal troubles, then it must be external threats, Naoki mused. Due to Uchiha Kaki's lack of explicitness, Naoki misinterpreted his meaning. After all, as an elder of the Uchiha clan, there were indeed many considerations to take into account. So, is grandfather concerned about the Hokage's affairs? Naoki chuckled. No need to worry. Once I become Hokage, all will be well. If he were to become Hokage, he would never force the Uchiha clan into rebellion as the 3rd Hokage had done. The moment Naoki uttered his first sentence, Uchiha Kaki realized that he seemed to have misunderstood something. Yet he was still astonished by the boldness and confidence in Naoki's next statement. This young lad truly exudes confidence. However, the fact that this young lad was able to successfully rescue Makoto from Uchiha Shana at the tender age of 8 suggests that he might truly have the potential to become Hokage. Observing Makoto, who secretly admired Asakawa Naoki with a glimmer of reverence in her eyes, Uchiha Katsuji realized that his cherished granddaughter had been thoroughly captivated. Her aspiration of becoming Hokage likely stemmed from Asakawa Naoki's own dreams. However, on a deeper level, Uchiha Kakumi indeed felt a sense of satisfaction towards Asakawa Naoki. It's good that you possess this determination, Uchiha Kakumi remarked with a smile. In his heart, he thought, this lad is worthy of my cherished Makoto. After finishing their meal and engaging in further conversation, Asakawa Naoki prepared to return home. Asakawa-kun, I have a gift for you. I hear you excel in throwing techniques, and I trust you will glean valuable insights from this, Uchiha Kakumi said as he handed a black scroll to Asakawa Naoki before departing. He then cautioned, this is a closely guarded secret of the Uchiha clan. Please keep it confidential. Thank you, grandfather, Asakawa Naoki replied graciously, accepting the black scroll. If he was not mistaken, it likely contained the Uchiha clan's unique techniques for shuriken throwing. Uchiha Makoto only paused to bid farewell to Asakawa Naoki once they had exited the Uchiha clan grounds. Waving her hand as she called out, Naoki-kun, farewell. Asakawa Naoki waved back, responding, Makoto, goodbye. Chapter 029, sword techniques, and the cultivation of external avatars. Leaving the Uchiha clan territory, Asakawa Naoki hurried home, since school had ended and dinner was served earlier. The sun had yet to set. Taking advantage of the evening light, Asakawa and Naoki sprinted homeward. They have finally vanished. It must be that Makoto's grandfather sent someone to protect me, he mused, having sensed a subtle presence trailing behind him since departing the Uchiha clan grounds. However, this aura was strikingly similar to the one that had trailed behind Makoto upon their return, reflecting on the fact that he had rescued Makoto and consequently disrupted the plans of certain Uchiha clan members. Naoki Asakawa deduced that it must be a Uchiha ninja dispatched by Makoto's grandfather to protect him. Indeed, when he safely returned home, the concealed guardian ninja departed. At this moment, Naoki felt an urgent desire to expedite his breakthrough to the spirit refinement stage. Only by advancing to this level could he transform his mental energy into divine perception, enabling him to control his external manifestations. More importantly, divine perception represented the pinnacle of sensory ninjutsu. No matter where his opponent concealed themselves, a sweep of his divine perception would reveal all within Naoki's consciousness. Unfortunately, he was still in the mid-stage of refining essence into chi, having only trained for a year, and he was merely 8 years old. According to the introductory texts on the foundational chi refinement techniques, a practitioner with dual spiritual roots could achieve a breakthrough to the spirit refinement stage within a decade with diligent training. This implied that, at the latest, he could reach this milestone by the age of 18, though he still felt this pace was rather slow. Regrettably, he was the sole cultivator in this world. And aside from practicing the spells inscribed on scrolls, he could only rely on his own exploration. He decided to examine the scroll provided by Makoto's grandfather. Naoki closed the doors and windows, turned on the light, and, after sensing his surroundings to ensure he was alone, slowly unfurled the scroll. Uchiha-style throwing techniques and Uchiha-style swordsmanship. He was pleasantly surprised to discover this unexpected boon. Initially, he had presumed that only the Uchiha shuriken throwing techniques were included, but to his delight, he found swordsmanship as well. After all, Uchiha Kakashi had only mentioned Naoki's proficiency in shuriken tossing, without any indication of sword techniques, making this a delightful surprise. Naoki diligently reviewed both techniques, committing their essential points to memory. Truly, they were a clan renowned for their mastery of shuriken throwing. After studying the throwing techniques, he mused that Uchiha Kamen, with whom he had sparred, had yet to master the art, being overly enamored with flamboyance. Otherwise, he would not have been so easily defeated. Naoki, already adept in throwing techniques, absorbed much from the Uchiha-style throwing techniques, which sparked a wealth of new ideas in his mind. After school tomorrow, he would need to procure some steel wire. The Uchiha-style throwing techniques had a relatively straightforward entry point, and with his foundation, he could be said to have already grasped the basics. However, mastering the Uchiha-style throwing techniques to their fullest extent would necessitate learning to use steel wire to control the shuriken. Next, he turned his attention to the Uchiha-style swordsmanship. This was Naoki's first foray into swordsmanship. Unlike the throwing techniques, which did not require chakra, swordsmanship primarily revolved around techniques at the introductory level, yet mastery demanded chakra. He pondered whether he could validate this against the techniques of sage arts. Naoki retrieved the scroll on sage techniques from his bookshelf, recalling the Uchiha-style throwing techniques he had just memorized. Upon unrolling the scroll again, it still contained only the original sage techniques. It appeared that even the complex Uchiha-style throwing techniques could not validate sage arts. Naoki speculated, could it be that only ninjutsu which utilized chakra could validate sage arts? He rolled up the sage technique scroll and once more reflected on the Uchiha-style swordsmanship. When he unfurled the scroll again, new sage techniques finally materialized. Sword manipulation. A glimmer of joy sparkled in Naoki's eyes. He had finally acquired a second offensive sage technique, one that emphasized lethal prowess. Prior to obtaining sword manipulation, his only offensive spell had been the true fire of Samadhi, and he had yet to successfully cultivate its essence. Furthermore, his external manifestations and the technique of creating soldiers from beings were more functional sage arts. This was why he had felt so awkward when confronting Uchiha Shana. He could only resort to using an illusion of the third Hokage to deceive him, with his most formidable offensive means being self-detonation. Nonetheless, it seemed he needed to find a magical tool. Naoki contemplated that after mastering sword manipulation, he would be capable of commanding any object, even a chopstick, to strike down adversaries from miles away. However, to achieve mastery in sword manipulation, he would need to attain at least the spirit refinement stage. The magical power at the essence refinement stage was too weak. Lacking divine perception made control after separation difficult, necessitating a medium, namely a magical tool. While this world lacked magical tools, it did possess materials capable of harboring magical power. These included chakra metal, just like the two chakra-infused blades wielded by Asuma Saratobi, which easily absorb chakra. Many ninjas also acquire blades infused with chakra metal, enabling them to channel chakra through their weapons, even capable of extinguishing ninjutsu. Naoki Asakawa speculates that since chakra metal can harbor chakra, it should also be able to contain magical energy, making it a suitable material for magical artifacts. It appears that a visit to the commercial district is imperative tomorrow. Naoki has resolved to venture there after dining. For now, he will cultivate his external incarnation. Naoki retrieves 2 strands of hair he obtained today, one red and one black, specifically from Kushina Uzumaki and Makoto Uchiha. The external incarnation requires only the cellular material from the roots of the hair. After a moment's contemplation, Naoki employs his magical energy to sever the roots from the strands, carefully preserving the remaining portions. After all, as this is his own external incarnation, it must be cultivated using his own biological material. Naoki plucks a handful of hair and holds it in his palm, channeling his magical energy to extract the viable substances. Under the refinement of his magical energy, the dozens of black hairs in his palm swiftly vanish, leaving behind minuscule remnants of biological tissue, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, only detectable through his magical perception. He then directs this to his dantian, allowing the magical energy to flow through his meridians into that region, accompanied by the cellular material shrouded in his magical essence. Success. The next step is to refine the tissue cells from Kushina and Makoto. Naoki cautiously places the root of Kushina's red hair in his palm and meticulously refines it with his magical energy. He possesses a considerable quantity of his own cellular material and can easily afford to pluck more hair, but he only has these 2 strands from them, and he would feel uncomfortable asking for more if they were damaged. Fortunately, the process of refining the tissue cells is not overly complicated, and Naoki swiftly accomplishes it, merging their cellular material into his dantian. Now comes the most crucial part, to ascertain whether there will be any rejection reactions. Naoki calms his mind and uses his magical energy to introspectively observe his dantian, scrutinizing the integration of the cells. Should any anomalies arise during the fusion of the cells within his dantian, failure to cultivate would be the least of his worries. A disruption of his dantian could sever his path to ascension. After nearly an hour of observation, with no signs of conflict between the cells of Kushina and Makoto and his own, Naoki finally breathes a sigh of relief. Through the lens of his magical perception, the compatibility between their cells and his own appears remarkably harmonious, with hardly any rejection response. Could it be that the Uzumaki clan's lineage, belonging to the realm of yang release, harmonizes well with the Uchiha clan's lineage, associated with yin release? Naoki muses that this likelihood is considerable, otherwise, differing cells should exhibit some degree of rejection. It seems that in the future, if he wishes to integrate the Byakugan lineage of the Hyuga clan and the Senju clan's lineage, it would be most advantageous to merge them concurrently, ideally allowing the yin and yang releases to coexist within his external incarnation. Now, he can gradually nurture the cells of his external incarnation. And when he transcends to the level of refining chi into spirit, he can use his magical energy to spur its rapid growth outside his body. Chapter 030. 2 wealthy ladies. The following day, after completing his morning routine, Naoki Asakawa opens the door, intending to head to the commercial district for breakfast before going to the ninja academy, only to find a figure clad in black standing not far from his doorway. Makoto, what brings you here? Naoki inquires with curiosity. I just happened to pass by on my way to school and saw you leaving. What a coincidence. Makoto Uchiha smiles. This is a ruse. Makoto deliberately left home early to wait here for a while until Naoki emerged, since she and Naoki are not in the same class. Her school day ends later, and this is the only time they can walk to school together. Fortunately, they were headed the same way, making the encounter seem natural. Shall we go to school together? Naoki invites. Of course. Makoto replies cheerfully. The very purpose of her early arrival was to accompany Naoki to school. As they walk, nearing the commercial district, Naoki suddenly asks, Makoto, have you had breakfast yet? Makoto pauses momentarily, as she typically eats at home before heading to school. However, since she woke early to wait for someone, she has yet to eat. Not yet. Would you like to have breakfast together? She responds honestly. There's a noodle shop here that has decent food, Naoki suggests with a smile. Having traversed the ninja realm for a year, he has sampled nearly all the affordable eateries in the commercial district. He hasn't dined in the lavishly decorated, obviously expensive establishments, as his hearty appetite and limited savings render such indulgences unattainable at present, leading Makoto to a reasonably priced ramen shop with satisfactory fare. Naoki promptly orders 5 bowls of miso ramen. Makoto's eyes widen with surprise at the sight of the 5 bowls on the table. Naoki-kun, can we possibly eat all of this? Don't worry, you only need to eat 1 bowl, the rest I'll take care of, Naoki reassures her with a grin. Regrettably, he has no idea when Ichiraka ramen will open in Konoha, otherwise, he would certainly wish to savor its offerings. Before long. As Makoto nears the end of her bowl of ramen, Naoki has already polished off 4 bowls. Naoki-kun, your appetite is indeed impressive. Makoto exclaims. Your capacity for food at such a young age is astonishing. I wonder how it will be in the future. However, with the Uchiha clan's vast wealth, there is no need to worry about being impoverished by Naoki-kun. Haha, he is simply in the midst of growth, Asakawa Naoki remarked. Once he steps into the realm of chi refinement and divine transformation, he will be able to directly absorb the celestial energy from the surroundings to refine it into magical power, and at that point, he will not need to consume as much. As the two arrived at the ninja academy, the boy, with his refined and handsome features, and the girl, with her gentle and graceful demeanor, quickly became the center of attention among their peers. Meanwhile, a figure with crimson hair gazed in astonishment at the pair entering the academy together. Why were they attending school together? Could it be that Naoki stayed over at her house last night? Filled with curiosity, Uzumaki Kushina entered Class 2A and took a seat beside Ashikawa Naoki at the back. Kushina was a forthright girl, rarely harboring secrets. She typically expressed her thoughts candidly. Once settled, and before class commenced, Kushina directly inquired, Naoki, why did you and Makoto come to school together this morning? You saw it too, right? Our houses are in the same direction. And we just happened to meet on the way, Ashikawa Naoki explained. I see, Kushina responded, though she still found it somewhat peculiar that they had coincidentally crossed paths that day. However, she was not a girl prone to indecision. As the school bell rang, her thoughts dissipated like mist in the morning sun. When school was dismissed, Naoki Asakawa and Kushina Uzumaki parted ways at the school gate, as was their custom. By the way, why are you heading home so early this afternoon? Kushina suddenly inquired. Previously, she had never questioned Naoki about his life after school. Yet the emergence of Makoto Uchiha had stirred an uneasy tension within her, a fear of losing Naoki. Usually, I just grab a bite to eat on the street and then return home to train, Naoki replied candidly. But today, I need to purchase some ninja tools for my training. Then let us go together. Having company will provide me with more confidence, Kushina exclaimed. Her interest piqued by Naoki's intent to buy ninja supplies. All right, let's go take a look, Naoki nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at the bustling commercial street of Konoha, Kushina displayed the curiosity of a country girl newly arrived in the city, marveling at everything around her. From time to time, one glances this way and that. For the absence of war has indeed rendered Konohagakure one of the most prosperous cities of this era. However, it has been a year since Kushina arrived in Konoha, and she has yet to truly explore the village. This thought is indeed plausible, considering that the only remaining family member she has in Konoha is Uzumaki Mito. However, Mito is of an older generation, contemporaneous with Senju Hashirama, and naturally cannot accompany Kushina on her outings. In the Ninja Academy, due to her unusual hair, Kushina has struggled to gain acceptance from her peers, leaving her with only one friend. Unfortunately, Asakawa Naoki is also consumed by his training, and Kushina, after school each day, goes straight home to study, never mentioning her desire to explore. As a result, her life in Konoha has become a monotonous routine. Thus, Naoki, unhurried, slowly takes Kushina out for a stroll. They wander together for quite some time, ultimately purchasing just 2 small black hair accessories for her, though they are modest gifts. Receiving them brings Kushina genuine joy for a while. After having dinner, they finally arrive at a ninja tool shop. Konoha boasts many such shops, and Naoki recalls that the home of the legendary Konoha 1010 is also a ninja tools store, so they might find what they are looking for there. The owner of the first shop they visit is a warm-hearted middle-aged man, but his enthusiasm wanes upon realizing that his customers are 2 children. Little ones, are you here to buy training tools? He inquires. Most children from the Ninja Academy typically seek training tools, such as wooden shuriken used in combat lessons, which are inexpensive and yield little profit, hence his lack of enthusiasm. Excuse me, do you have short swords made of chakra metal? Naoki asks, gesturing with his fingers to indicate the desired length. What he requires is a flying sword for his sword technique, rather than a conventional katana or short sword. With his sword technique, the length of the flying sword need not be excessive. It should ideally resemble a concealed weapon. After all, this is the ninja world, a realm characterized by high offense and low defense, where a smaller weapon is advantageous. The chakra metal is indeed available, the shopkeeper reflects. But the purity of the metal varies. Which type are you looking for, young one? His lack of specification in purity levels suggests he doubts Naoki's ability to afford it. In truth, Naoki himself is uncertain if he can make the purchase. His budget for ninja tools is merely 100,000 ryo, and if he cannot afford it, he will have to downsize the flying sword further. Following the death of his parents, Naoki received a modest compensation of just over 100,000 ryo from Konoha, while his savings amount to over 300,000 ryo, totaling 500,000 ryo. For an ordinary person, such an amount would suffice for a frugal upbringing until adulthood. However, Naoki's situation is different. He must refine his chakra, consuming several times more food than his peers, and since arriving here, he has already spent a significant portion of his savings. Thus, allocating 100,000 ryo for a flying sword is quite a stretch, leaving him with little for sustenance. After all, while he can economize in many areas, his training must not be compromised. What is the cheapest option? Naoki asks, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. 300,000 ryo, the shopkeeper replies. 300,000 ryo. Naoki's eyes widen. This is the hallmark of a profiteering arms dealer, enough to feed him for 2 years. If he were to spend all his savings on a flying sword, he would likely be left with nothing for the next 2 years. Children, you are still young. Come back to purchase chakra-infused weapons once you become ninjas, the shopkeeper chuckles, his gaze indicating that he believes Naoki cannot afford it. Yet, the next moment, 2 voices echo simultaneously. I'll buy it. Naoki whips around, instantly recognizing both voices. One is the clear, straightforward tone of the girl standing beside him, Uzumaki Kushina. The other, a gentle yet cool voice, belongs to Uchiha Makoto, who has recently arrived and stands behind them. My goodness, why are you both so wealthy at such a young age? Naoki muses, 300,000 ryo is a significant sum for children. They are not just affluent but rather two young heiresses. Upon reflection, Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Makoto indeed appear to be two wealthy young women. Makoto, belonging to the Uchiha clan, which has persisted from the Warring States era to the present, boasts considerable family resources. Additionally, as the sole descendant of the Uchiha clan's elder, her standing among the younger generation is only second to the clan leader's son, Uchiha Fugaku. Hence, Makoto has access to substantial resources. The elder's private fortune accumulated from past missions would suffice for her entire lifetime, not to mention the Uchiha clan's foundation. However, in comparison to Kushina, Makoto might only be considered a minor heiress. Kushina's status as the last princess of the Land of Whirlpools, the sole surviving ninja of the Whirlpool village, is far more significant. Before the fall of the Land of Whirlpools, the village entrusted nearly all of its ninjutsu and remaining assets to Kushina to prevent them from falling into enemy hands. While much of it ended up in Konoha, these assets nominally belonged to Uzumaki Kushina. Should she wish to utilize her inheritance, Konoha has no authority to impede her. Furthermore, the late Hokage's wife and Konoha's current Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Mito, is among the higher echelons of Konoha's power structure. Before Mito's passing, Kushina was effectively treated as a lady of Konoha. It is unfortunate that despite such stature, Kushina has faced bullying at the Ninja Academy. It can only be said that she remains remarkably modest, not wanting to trouble her great-grandmother. Apart from Naoki, who knows her true identity, her classmates perceive her as an ordinary peer. Naoki-kun, if you are going to buy ninja tools, you should strive to acquire the best, Makoto gently advises. If you cannot find satisfactory tools, you might consider seeking suitable ones in the Land of Cats, where our clan has a contract. If money is an issue, I can lend you some, and you can pay me back gradually once you become a ninja. Of course, she thinks to herself that if he does not return it, that would be acceptable as well. Indeed, Naoki, it is best to avoid purchasing inferior tools. If you are to use them, opt for something of quality. A malfunction in battle could be dire, Kushina adds, though reluctant to draw on her family's legacy. She is even less inclined to see Naoki perish on the battlefield due to inadequate weaponry. Moreover, rather than leave her family's inheritance entirely to Konoha, she would prefer to gift Naoki something meaningful. She cares little for the unfamiliar village of Konoha. Her affections lie with Naoki. However, although these two dishes are quite delectable, Naoki Asakawa is certainly not a man who relies on the comforts of others. No need for that. Let us take some time to explore first, Asakawa said, shaking his head. Unless absolutely necessary, Naoki Asakawa is reluctant to rely on the financial resources of others. In his previous life, he never harbored the habit of spending in advance, and this remains unchanged after his transmigration. His demeanor has amused the owner of the ninja tool shop. A mere boy who has yet to graduate from ninja school is already the object of affection for two young women vying to support him. The lad possesses a rather handsome appearance. Had he been this striking in his youth, he might have enjoyed similar privileges. However, the proprietor seemingly did not take the words of Uchiha Makoto and Uzumaki Kushina seriously. After all, what could two seemingly 10-year-old girls possibly possess in their pockets? Yet, the truth was that both of them could easily purchase this ninja tool shop if they so desired. Truly, they were the epitome of youthful wealth. After perusing several more ninja tool shops and nearly exhausting the entire street dedicated to such wares, Asakawa Naoki still failed to procure the chakra metal flying sword he sought. Although there were shops with lower prices, the cheapest still exceeded 250,000 ryo. Asakawa Naoki tested a chakra metal sword priced at 250,000. While it could indeed conduct magical energy, its performance fell short of his expectations. Given the exorbitant prices for chakra metal of this caliber, he feared he would only be able to purchase some wire to practice the Uchiha-style throwing technique. Just then, his gaze fell upon a modest stall at the end of the street. In stark contrast to the established shops, this stall was exceedingly simple, with its goods displayed directly on the ground. Furthermore, while the other shops offered pristine tools, the wares at this little stall were predominantly damaged. Some blades were severely dulled. Others had missing handles, and some were even completely severed. Hey there, young one, care to take a look? These are high-end items that sell for hundreds of thousands at those shops, but here, you can have them for just a few tens of thousands. Called out the stall owner, a shrewd-looking middle-aged man with a somewhat aged appearance. As he noticed Asakawa Naoki and his companions, he raised his voice even further, adding, "All my weapons have been salvaged from the battlefield. They are all bloody tools of war. Though they may not look appealing, they are inexpensive and can be restored to their former glory with a little polishing. We should go check it out," Asakawa Naoki said as he approached the stall, eliciting worried glances from Kushina and Makoto, who feared he might choose subpar weapons due to a lack of funds. Even the closest shop owner to the stall kindly cautioned him, "Young lad, those items are not from the battlefield. They are mostly rejected training tools. Don't be fooled." Watching Asakawa Naoki continue towards the stall, the shop owner could only shake his head, resigned to the fact that the boy was determined to be deceived. In reality, Asakawa Naoki was not so naive. Having grown up without parents, his economic situation had been even more dire in his previous life. and he was well acquainted with such scams. The crux of the matter was that weapons infused with chakra metal were prohibitively expensive, and he genuinely could not afford them, leaving him no choice but to try his luck at the stall. Pick whatever you like. Everything here is no more than 90,000 ryo, the stall owner said, his eyes gleaming with cunning. With a young lamb wandering in, he felt no remorse. I'll take a look, Asakawa Naoki replied, examining each piece of equipment and infusing magical energy to test the weapon's conductivity. After assessing most of the items, his expression grew increasingly disappointed. The majority of the weapons were utterly mundane, lacking any infusion of chakra metal, rendering them incapable of conducting chakra or magical energy. Until he injected his magical energy into a large sword, penetrating its corroded metallic exterior, and to his surprise, his energy flowed freely within the core. A spark of joy ignited within Asakawa Naoki, though he maintained a facade of calm as he continued to scrutinize all the weapons at the stall. Holding the large sword in one hand, he picked up a battered katana with a nearly eroded blade and inquired, "How much for this large sword and this katana?" "Young lad, let me tell you, this katana is said to have belonged to the previous Hokage." The stall owner began weaving a fabricated tale to inflate the price, but Asakawa Naoki interrupted him directly. 90,000 ryo for both swords, if you won't sell them. I will leave. His tranquil words carried an undertone of determination, as if he would turn away the moment the owner refused. Naoki-kun, Kushina and Makoto attempted to offer their counsel, but the stall owner, eager to make a sale, quickly interjected with a grin. All right, it's a deal. 90,000 ryo it is. With a sense of triumph, Asakawa Naoki silently gathered the two swords and, after paying the 90,000 ryo, departed. Before leaving the street of ninja tools, he also purchased a roll of wire for practicing his throwing technique. Once he left the commercial district and found a secluded spot, the sun had yet to set on the horizon. Observing the confusion in Kushina and Makoto's eyes, Asakawa Naoki merely smiled. Grasping the defective katana in one hand and the battered longsword in the other, in the next moment, the two blades clashed together. He had expected the nearly dulled katana to be the most useless, but to his astonishment, the craftsmanship of the longsword was even worse, as it was severed cleanly by the defective katana, revealing a hidden metal core. This was chakra metal, and its purity was undeniably high. Uchiha Makoto, well versed in such matters, immediately recognized the concealed metal within the large sword. Although its size was modest, its purity suggested a market value of at least several million ryo, possibly even tens of millions. This time, Asakawa Naoki had indeed struck gold. As expected of Naoki-kun, Makoto marveled. Naoki is so impressive, Kushina felt a sense of admiration. Even though she was unaware of the metal's potential worth, she simply sensed Asakawa Naoki's remarkable abilities. All right, let me treat you both to a late-night meal, Asakawa Naoki said with a smile, as a few thousand ryo remained from his 10,000 ryo budget. Given that he had expended considerable magical energy earlier, a hearty meal was in order. Sure. The two young girls beamed with joy, genuinely happy for him rather than envious of his fortunate find. After enjoying their meal and returning home, Asakawa Naoki did not immediately commence his training. Instead, he first used the defective katana to remove the outer shell of the large sword, revealing the chakra metal contained within. Although it was not a substantial amount, it should suffice to forge two flying swords. He estimated that if the flying swords were fashioned entirely from chakra metal, each measuring 2 centimeters wide and 12 centimeters long, he could indeed create two. There was also the option to mix chakra metal with ordinary metal, which would enable him to produce dozens of flying swords without issue. However, the sword technique he intended to master was not designed for one-time use but rather for recoverable flying swords. In terms of power, flying swords crafted solely from chakra metal would undoubtedly be more potent than those infused with it. So why did Asakawa Naoki opt for diminished power? Was it merely for convenience? Nevertheless, the task of forging the flying swords would likely require Makoto's assistance. With chakra metal valued at millions of ryo, he felt uneasy in trusting the shop owner with the forging process. Having Uchiha Makoto approach a craftsman from the Uchiha clan would be far safer. At least he could trust that the work would not be subpar. Once the two flying swords were complete, he would inscribe them with array patterns and nurture them with magical energy for a period before utilizing his sword technique. Time to begin my training. Refine essence into energy. True fire of samadhi. Naoki Asakawa sat cross-legged, simultaneously channeling the foundational chi refining technique and the true fire of samadhi, as his dinner and late-night snacks swiftly transformed into vital energy. The following morning, as he opened the door, he fortuitously encountered Makoto Uchiha on her way to school, and casually mentioned his request for forging flying swords. To his delight, Makoto readily agreed. With the assistance of skilled artisans from the Uchiha clan, two flying swords, primarily composed of chakra metal and infused with a trace of other resilient metals, were expertly crafted. In the ensuing days, Naoki's life returned to a tranquil rhythm. He rose early each day to attend school with Makoto, practiced diligently at home after classes, and occasionally ventured out on weekends with Makoto and Kushina for leisure or shopping. This serene existence persisted for nearly 2 years, leading into March of the 37th year of Konoha. March in the ninja world should have been a time of vibrant life and burgeoning growth. However, Konoha, and indeed the entire ninja realm, was experiencing a palpable restlessness. 2 decades prior, the harrowing First Great Ninja War had left the 5 great nations bearing heavy burdens, compelling them to forge a truce. Since then, although skirmishes continued, the scale of conflict had not reached the magnitude of the First War, with most clashes being minor. Thus, a brief period of peace had settled over the ninja realm. Yet, as the second decade post-war unfolded, the economic disparities among the 5 nations began to widen. Fueled by these economic issues, militant factions within the nations began to rise, seizing control of both the countries and the ninja villages, advocating territorial expansion through force. In this climate, even Konoha, nestled in the heart of the Land of Fire, began to experience a growing tension. Ninjas, previously a rare sight on the streets, became increasingly common. Their movements marked by an unusual urgency as they returned from missions only to depart again shortly thereafter. The influx of ninjas being deployed to the front lines resulted in a significant reduction in their numbers within Konoha. Tasks that once required swift completion were now left unattended due to the scarcity of available ninjas. Amidst this backdrop, the graduation season at the Ninja Academy approached. Aside from the 6th grade students slated to graduate, many younger students sought early graduation. Naoki Asakawa and Kushina Uzumaki were no exceptions. Although they had just turned 10 and were expected to advance to the 4th grade in April, with 3 more years of study before graduation, Naoki, well-versed in the narratives of the Hokage, understood that the Second Great Ninja War loomed on the horizon. Realizing that delaying graduation could lead to being thrust into battle as the war escalated, he deemed it prudent to graduate early. This would afford him the opportunity to acclimatize to combat before the conflict reached its zenith. Furthermore, Naoki's savings had dwindled, and remaining at the academy might leave him unable to afford sustenance. He needed to graduate and become a ninja to earn a living, otherwise, his progress in refining chi would undoubtedly suffer. Moreover, after nearly 2 years of rigorous training, his internal energy had multiplied exponentially. Though he had yet to reach the pinnacle of chi refinement, he felt an imminent breakthrough was within reach. Tonight could be the moment. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat despondently at his desk, sensing the turbulent undercurrents of fate, his thoughts drifting back to that fateful night 2 decades prior. Within the borders of the Land of Lightning, a small team of ninjas was desperately fleeing. Comprising only 6 members, each was a renowned ninja of Konoha. At the forefront was the unmistakable leader, a towering figure with white hair, donning the Konoha forehead protector adorned with a mask, clad in blue armor. Despite his injuries, he maintained an impassive demeanor, none other than Tobirama Senju, the 2nd Hokage of Konoha. The remaining 5, all of similar age and comprising both clan prodigies and civilian geniuses, included Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, Hamura Mitokado, Kohari Udatane, and Akimichi Torif. Each was a disciple of Tobirama, members of the elite Senju class he had meticulously trained. However, in stark contrast to the impassive expression of Senju Tobirama, sorrow and a hint of despair flickered in the eyes of the 5. Originally, the Tobirama team comprised more than 5 members, yet the youngest, Uchiha Kagami, had eternally remained in the Land of Lightning while safeguarding their retreat. Their initial objective was to covertly enter the Land of Lightning to sign a peace treaty between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire with the 2nd Reikage. Yet somehow, this information had been leaked to the militant factions of Kumogakure. Just as the 2nd Reikage and the 2nd Hokage were poised to finalize the treaty, the leaders of the militant faction, Kin and Jin, stormed into the conference hall with a multitude of their ninja. Had it not been for Kin and Jin's accusations of treachery against the 2nd Reikage and their brutal assault upon him, they might have suspected a conspiracy between the Reikage and the 2 brothers to ensnare them. Nonetheless, despite the sacrifice of Uchiha Kagami, their situation remained dire. The strongest force and backbone of the Tobirama team, Senju Tobirama, not only suffered severe exhaustion while rescuing them but also sustained considerable injuries. In truth, if the 2nd Hokage wished to escape, it would not have been challenging, for he possessed the unparalleled speed of the Flying Thunder God technique. Although wounded, escape was not beyond his capabilities. The real challenge lay in ensuring the escape of all 5. Given the present circumstances, it seemed inevitable that one among them would need to remain behind to cover their retreat. The one left behind might not survive to return to Konohagakure, but the chances of survival for the one who stayed to provide cover were almost non-existent. Chapter 033, You are the new Hokage. Upon their induction as ninjas, they had been taught that the essence of a ninja is to obey orders, with missions taking precedence. Yet, the foundation of their identity as ninjas was that they were, above all, human. As humans, they possessed an inherent yearning for life and survival. Thus, although it was unspoken, none of them wished to perish here. In this light, Uchiha Kagami, who voluntarily chose to cover their retreat, emerged as the most self-sacrificing among them. However, if Senju Tobirama issued a command, they would not dare to oppose it. As ninjas, their duty is to obey orders, prioritizing their mission above all else. At present, they are tormented within. On one hand, they yearn to muster the courage to stay behind like Uchiha Kagami, protecting their comrades with unwavering resolve. Yet, on the other hand, A flicker of hope remains in their hearts. If they are not chosen by the Hokage, they might survive. Should they sacrifice themselves for their comrades in the Hokage? Or should they cling to the possibility of returning to Konoha as the fortunate ones? Any ninja would be riddled with hesitation when confronted with such weighty questions of life and death, duty and self-interest. After all, if they perish, everything will be lost. Just as the five of them grapple with their uncertainty, Senju Tobirama finally speaks. Sarutobi, Danzo, you two possess the greatest strength. One of you should remain behind. Tobirama's words fell like a gavel strike, momentarily alleviating the tension among the five members of Tobirama's team. Mito Minyan and Tsurugi Koharu felt a semblance of relief. Despite belonging to Tobirama's team, they were merely common ninjas, though they were close in age to Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Their lack of clan heritage rendered them inferior in strength. Previously, Mito and Tsurugi had felt resentment over their weakness, yet today, they found themselves fortunate to escape peril due to it. Akimichi Torif, the youngest among Tobirama's six, now stood as the youngest in the absence of Uchiha Kagami. Deep down, he admired Kagami's willingness to selflessly sacrifice for their comrades. However, as he was not chosen, he felt a pang of guilt for his relief. If Kagami could willingly sacrifice himself, what was he truly afraid of? Torif began to question his own ninja way, resolving that if he survived and returned to Konoha, he would prefer to retreat into his family and nurture the next generation rather than seek a position of power. In contrast to the three who were not chosen, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, selected by Tobirama, found their feelings more complex. Hiruzen felt a slight relief, having been chosen. He need not wrestle with the decision to sacrifice himself. However, Danzo found himself in a deeper quandary. Though his strength was comparable to Hiruzen's, he was evidently more self-serving. If one were to pinpoint the individual among the five most eager to survive, it would undoubtedly be Danzo. At merely 20-something years old, he had vibrant youth ahead of him. His dreams remained unfulfilled. He had yet to become Hokage or contribute to Konoha in the way he envisioned. He longed to live on and accomplish more for the village. Lowering his head, Danzo concealed his hesitation and fear from Tobirama. Yet, in that moment of doubt, he found himself closer to his dream of becoming Hokage than ever before. Hokage-sama, allow me to be the one to stay behind, Hiruzen declared with a smile. Upon hearing Hiruzen's words, the fear and hesitation in Danzo's eyes vanished, replaced by a flicker of relief deep within. Hiruzen, you, Danzo began, but was interrupted by Hiruzen. Danzo, I entrust everyone to you. Observing Hiruzen's demeanor, the usually stoic Senju Tobirama revealed a hint of a smile. Monkey, upon our return to Konoha, you shall be the new Hokage. Hokage-sama, this. Not only Sarutobi Hiruzen, but even Mito Gate-in and the others couldn't believe their eyes. However, the one who found it hardest to accept was Shimura Danzo. His dream was being snatched away by his dearest friend right before his eyes. It goes without saying, this is a test for you all. Senju Tobirama spoke slowly. I have grown old, and Konoha needs a younger Hokage. I will expend myself to clear all obstacles for your growth. But, Hokage-sama, I have no experience at all. Konoha needs you. Sarutobi Hiruzen urged. You have been by my side for many years, and I am not infallible. The future path of Konoha must be forged by you. Tobirama pressed on. Enough. We must leave quickly. The pursuers from the Cloud Village are closing in. If we delay, it will be too late. Remember, where Konoha thrives, the fire will burn eternally. The future is your era. I will transform into nourishment to cultivate stronger trees. With that, Senju Tobirama's figure vanished, employing the Flying Thunder God technique to draw the pursuers away. Let us go. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the soon-to-be third Hokage, shook off his sorrow and led Tobirama's group toward the Land of Fire. During their escape, Hiruzen noticed Danzo occasionally lost in thought and asked with concern, Danzo, are you all right? With Hokage-sama's strength, he will surely return to Konoha. We are now a burden to Hokage-sama. Only by leaving the Land of Lightning can we alleviate his pressure, Danzo responded with a nod. He was no child. He could not be easily deceived. Even though the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, was unparalleled in strength, he was not a match for the formidable foes they faced. The moment Tobirama departed, they understood that the second Hokage was indeed facing a perilous situation. Having spent so long with the second Hokage, it would be a lie to say there was no sorrow. However, Danzo's true reason for being lost in thought was that he felt he had brushed past his own dreams. When Sarutobi Hiruzen emerged from his reverie, he realized that nearly 2 decades had passed since his teacher, the second Hokage, had died. The First Shinobi World War had ended. But was the world on the brink of a second Shinobi World War? Where Konoha flourishes, the fire endures. Teacher, if you were still Hokage, what would you do? Hiruzen reflected on the unwavering Senju Tobirama, thinking that if the second Hokage were alive, Konoha would be in a better state than it is now. Even if I cannot measure up to you, I will do my utmost to protect Konoha. Chapter 034. Breaking through to the late stage and igniting the essence fire unaware of the events unfolding in the Shinobi world, Asakawa Naoki was facing a significant challenge. The weekend was upon him, a time free from school obligations. After enjoying a hearty lunch and purchasing provisions from the supermarket, he hurried home, securing his doors and windows in preparation for seclusion. Having traversed into this world for nearly 3 years, He had embarked on the path of cultivation after acquiring the foundational chi refinement technique. For various reasons, he learned several mystical arts, including the true fire of samadhi, the art of summoning soldiers from beings, and the sword control technique. Despite mastering numerous techniques, he had never neglected the foundational chi refinement technique, which led him to break through to the mid-stage of chi refinement 2 years ago. In this mid-stage, he had devoted nearly 2 years, practicing daily. Although he had not yet transcended to the late stage, the total amount of his spiritual energy now far surpassed what it was 2 years prior. Recently, he felt his dantian was brimming with energy, unable to accommodate anymore, indicating he had reached the pinnacle of the mid-stage of chi refinement. However, he did not rush to break through, but instead adjusted his state, waiting for the weekend. Today was the day for his breakthrough to the late stage. Once calm, Asakawa Naoki began to fully operate the foundational chi refinement technique, compressing his spiritual energy to enhance its purity while expanding the capacity of his dantian. Simultaneously, he activated the true fire of samadhi, transforming his body into a furnace, burning away impurities and refining the essence absorbed from his food. Fortunately, with the aid of the true fire of samadhi, his cultivation progressed rapidly. Initially, Asakawa believed the true fire was merely an offensive technique, but through continuous practice, he grew increasingly aware of its remarkable properties. Though he had not yet practiced the fire of chi or the divine fire, just the essence fire had significantly accelerated his process of refining chi. The true fire enabled him to swiftly digest his food and purify the essence, making it easier to convert into spiritual energy. It was as if the true fire was an auxiliary technique rather than merely an offensive one. No wonder the legend states that Sun Wukong cultivated an indestructible body using the true fire of samadhi. As his dantian became once again filled with rich spiritual energy, Asakawa Naoki cleared his mind, immersing himself in the synergy between his dantian and energy. Breakthrough, he commanded, channeling his mental energy to control the spiritual energy within his dantian. If the energy previously compressed in his dantian resembled a tranquil pond, the energy now controlled by his mental power was like a stormy lake. Under the tempest's influence, the pond's water level surged violently, battering against its edges, and the area of the dantian gradually expanded. Having previously experienced the transition from the early to mid-stage of chi refinement, Asakawa knew that while the total energy at that time paled in comparison to the present, his mental strength had vastly improved over the past 2 years. Under the control of his formidable mental power, the pond's area expanded steadily, yet the risk of overflow remained absent. Eventually, when the pond reached its maximum expansion, nearly double its previous size, Asakawa sensed that any further increase would lead to cracks in the pond, risking the integrity of his dantian, prompting him to cease. Finally, I have broken through to the late stage. Asakawa Naoki exhaled softly, a hint of joy glimmering in his eyes. A quick assessment revealed that his dantian could now hold several times more spiritual energy than in the mid-stage, and his total energy had increased by 30%. Coupled with the widening meridians from his breakthrough, the speed of his energy circulation had significantly accelerated. Roughly estimating, Asakawa Naoki in the late stage could defeat 2 versions of himself from yesterday, marking a 2-fold increase in strength. Now, before his dantian filled with energy, his power would continue to grow swiftly. With the foundational chi refinement technique, the measure of a cultivator in the chi refinement realm lies in their capacity and speed of energy circulation. The faster the circulation, the greater the potency of spells. The more abundant the energy, the stronger their endurance in battle. If the current Asakawa Naoki faced Uchiha Shursui, he would not need to resort to summoning soldiers from beings to deceive him, even against a seasoned Uchiha with the 3-tomo Sharingan. Asakawa felt confident in overcoming him in direct combat. Sword control technique. A subtle stir coursed through Naoki Asakawa's heart as 2 unhandled flying swords, slightly shorter than chopsticks and 2 fingers wide, emerged from his sleeve, gracefully circling around his body. Each side of the swords was intricately engraved with complex patterns that, under the infusion of magical energy, appeared to come alive with an enchanting vitality. Go. Under Naoki Asakawa's mental command, the 2 flying swords danced through the air with a fluidity reminiscent of fish gliding through water. However, should the enemy underestimate him due to the size of the flying sword, he is more than willing to demonstrate its lethal prowess from 100 meters away. With a deft maneuver, he lowered the flying sword to a mere half-meter above the ground, leaping onto it with both feet. After breaking through to the later stages, his total magical energy far surpassed that of the intermediate level. Soon, he would be one who could soar through the skies. Having successfully mastered the art of sword control, he had previously attempted to fly upon his sword. The conclusion he reached was that while it was indeed feasible, it came with considerable energy expenditure. Now that he had advanced to the later stages, his magical energy was finally sufficient to sustain such flight. In this world, flying ninjas are exceedingly rare. Aside from certain exceptional individuals, it seems only Naka's lightweight rock technique, Daidar's earth release secret techniques, and a select few summoning beasts possess the ability to fly. Thus, possessing the skill of sword flight, as long as Asakawa Naoki wished to evade, no one could claim his life provided, of course, that his magical energy was adequate. For some unknown reason, Naoki Asakawa found himself contemplating a phrase, with feet off the ground, death weeps. It remains uncertain whether the second Hokage, a genius ninja who developed numerous forbidden techniques, possesses the ability to fly in this world. Nevertheless, it seems I am contemplating matters too far afield. Although Akikawa Naoki, having achieved breakthroughs in the later stages, is confident in his ability to defeat Jonin, he lacks the assurance to confront a powerhouse of the caliber of the second Hokage, who stands at the level of a Kage or even beyond. However, the greatest advantage of Naoki Asakawa lies in his youth. He is merely 10 years old, with a long journey ahead of him. Moreover, the realm of refining essence into chi is but the first stage of the 4 realms of cultivation. Once he breaks through to the realm of transforming chi into spirit, he may very well possess the courage to confront the shadows of various villages and the host of tailed beasts. His internal essence has been somewhat depleted. It is prudent to consume some nourishment to replenish it. Naoki Asakawa stored his 2 flying swords in his sleeves and took out the pre-prepared food to begin eating. Earlier, in an effort to expand his dantian to its maximum capacity, he had expended a considerable amount of magical energy, which in turn converted a significant portion of his essence into magical power. After consuming enough food to sustain an ordinary person for several days, Naoki Asakawa finally felt a renewed sense of vitality. With a few cracking sounds as he stretched his bones, he gazed into the mirror at his tall, handsome reflection, feeling a touch of helplessness. When he first traversed into this realm, he felt fine. However, now that he attends the Ninja Academy, he is subjected to peculiar stares, leaving him quite uncomfortable. The reason is straightforward. He is exceptionally tall, due to his cultivation of the true fire of samadhi. Naoki Asakawa must consume vast quantities of food daily to refine enough essence. Although most of this essence is transformed into magical power through the foundational chi refining technique, a portion is absorbed by his body. Under the influence of this absorbed essence, Naoki Asakawa's growth rate is astonishing. At merely 10 years of age, he has already reached approximately 1.7 meters in height. In his previous life in the Celestial Empire, thanks to the nation's prosperity, the quality of food improved, allowing many elementary school students to reach heights of 1.7 meters. Yet, this is not a peaceful ninja world, even 26 years later. When Naruto graduates at the age of 12, he stands only around 1.5 meters tall. Moreover, it is the 37th year of Konoha, and living conditions are likely inferior to those of Naruto's future life. Normal 6th grade graduates from the Ninja Academy probably only measure about 1.5 meters in height. Consequently, Naoki Asakawa's presence at the academy truly makes him stand out, and this is no mere metaphor. If it were not for the astonished glances of his teachers and classmates at his rapid growth, they might even question his status as a student. This is one of the reasons Naoki Asakawa applied for early graduation. He truly finds it difficult to remain at the Ninja Academy. Nevertheless, he resolves to disregard the gazes of others. I am who I am, a unique firework. Naoki Asakawa chuckled. Growing taller is undeniably preferable to gaining weight, as he has no desire to resemble the Akimichi clan. Removing his upper garment, Naoki Asakawa once again examined his physique. Although his muscles do not appear exaggerated, they are harmoniously developed, resembling those of an ordinary person, perhaps even fairer than most. However, should a confrontation arise, he would demonstrate why flowers bloom so vibrantly. Under the influence of the true fire of samadhi, his physical strength had already reached that of an adult 2 years ago, and now it far exceeds that of an ordinary ninja. Do not underestimate the power of the physical body. When ninjas engage in close combat, certain ninjutsu that requires hand seals cannot be performed. At this juncture, as long as one's swordsmanship does not vastly exceed one's own, it is entirely feasible to overcome techniques with sheer strength. The opponent must either evade or face destruction. However, there lingers a sense that the limits of physical strength have been reached. Akagawa Naoki sighed softly. After all, the samadhi true fire merely refines one's vital energy. To further enhance physical prowess, it seems that one must delve into a body cultivation technique. Should the opportunity arise in the future, perhaps studying the 8 gates of Uchiha might yield insights into body refinement techniques. For now, let us first cultivate the samadhi true fire. For once the body reaches its limits, one should be on the verge of igniting the fire of essence, as the food within him is swiftly digested. Akagawa Naoki's body transforms once again into a great furnace. However, this time, Naoki Asakawa felt an unusual sensation. His body radiated an extraordinary heat, as if the very blood coursing through his veins were on the verge of boiling. The essence fire was about to ignite. Naoki Asakawa never anticipated that today he would not only transcend the late stage of refining essence into chi but also kindle the essence fire, truly a double blessing. However, he did not allow himself to be distracted by joy. Instead, he focused his attention even more intently, casting aside the fervent emotions that threatened to overwhelm him. Those who travel 100 miles must be mindful even in the final stretch. The closer one approaches the end, the greater the need for vigilance. After a while, had anyone been present, they might have witnessed Naoki Naoki's body flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a crab boiled to perfection, with steam rising from his crown as if he were on the verge of transcending to a higher realm. Yet, in truth, at that moment, Naoki's body was in a state of peril. A flame, a genuine fire, emerged from the dantian, coursing through his meridians. as the flame traversed. Many of the meridians suffered severe burns, yet under the immense vitality and magical energy, they swiftly mended. Endure. Naoki seemed to forget all his pain, his mental acuity sharper than ever, as he directed his magical energy and vitality to follow the flame, repairing the damaged meridians. The cultivation of the true fire had never mentioned that igniting the essence would harm the meridians, had he known of such peril. He might have hesitated to pursue this celestial art. However, it is too late to voice any further concerns. Naoki Asakawa could only muster his spirit, channeling his mana and vitality to mend his meridians. Should he succumb to unconsciousness at this moment, the flame of essence would irreparably damage his meridians, thus obliterating his future path of cultivation. Even if he were to escape the clutches of this inferno, he would still be destined to become a mere shell of a man, enduring the searing torment inflicted by the samadhi true fire upon his meridians. Asakawa bore witness to the flame scorching his pathways thrice before it finally descended into his heart. At last, it was over. Exhausted, Asakawa collapsed. But at least his meridians had been preserved. This ordeal had not only drained his mana and vitality significantly, but the depletion of his mental fortitude was the gravest concern. He would likely need to slumber for an extended period to restore his spirit. Chapter 035. Makoto's wish. Naoki Asakawa was unaware of how long he had slept. But upon awakening, the injuries wrought by the flame's burn had entirely vanished from within him. Not only had his injuries vanished, but he could also no longer feel the searing pain of the burns. The only sensation that remained was a warm feeling near his heart, a testament to the existence of the flame that had once scorched him. With his wounds completely healed, Naoki Asakawa decided to test the flow of his mana, only to discover that its operation was not only unimpeded, but had accelerated by nearly 50% compared to before. Was this due to that essence fire? Gradually, Naoki began to comprehend everything. He had not anticipated that after enduring the burning of the essence fire, his meridians would remain intact. Moreover, after scorching his meridians, the essence fire had repaired them using both essence and mana, resulting in not only a significant expansion of the meridians but also an enhancement of their resilience. Consequently, the mana could only flow through the reinforced meridians, making the increased speed of operation entirely reasonable. A wave of joy washed over Naoki's heart. The acceleration of mana flow felt akin to intensifying the pressure of a water gun, thereby augmenting the potency of his spellcasting. He had misjudged the samadhi true fire, which was indeed a remarkable creation inspired by the innate samadhi true fire, crafted by the adept practitioners of the cultivation realm. Although he was still uncertain of its full power, its assistance in his cultivation was undeniably significant. He ought to seek an opportunity to test the might of the essence fire in a more spacious environment. Now that Naoki had successfully ignited the essence fire, his offensive techniques, apart from the sword control technique, had finally gained an additional method, the samadhi true fire. However, what time was it now? Naoki pushed open the window, revealing the brilliant sunlight outside, and the morning air felt refreshingly crisp. Was it already morning? Was it Sunday morning or Monday morning? Naoki had entered seclusion on Saturday, initially believing that 2 days would suffice to break through to the latter stage of essence refinement. However, he had unexpectedly not only surpassed that stage, but had also successfully ignited the essence fire, albeit with considerable side effects that had led him to a deep slumber. While he was uncertain of the exact duration of his sleep, it must have been at least a day. Given that it was morning, it could not be Sunday. Moreover, despite having consumed a fair amount of essence, he did not feel the pangs of starvation, suggesting that his sleep had not exceeded 2 days. Thus, it was Monday morning. Hastily, Naoki tidied himself and stepped out. Under ordinary circumstances, being late would not be a concern. But today was the day of the graduation assessment for the Ninja Academy students. As he pushed the door open, Naoki beheld a striking young girl clad in black. Her long, sleek black hair cascading down to her waist, Uchiha Makoto. Compared to 2 years ago when Naoki first encountered her, Uchiha Makoto had grown considerably over the span of 2 years. Girls typically enter puberty 2 years earlier than boys, and during this phase, their growth accelerates rapidly. At 12 years old, Uchiha Makoto had reached a height of 1.50 m, placing her among the tallest in the Ninja Academy, second only to Naoki himself. Beyond her height, Uchiha Makoto's features had begun to shed their childishness, evolving towards the serene beauty of a blossoming young woman. It must be said that the Uchiha clan possesses remarkably favorable genes. At the tender age of 12, Makoto's future beauty is already evident, captivating a multitude of young admirers at the Ninja Academy. Upon encountering Asakawa Naoki, who had been waiting for a while, Uchiha Makoto cheerfully remarked, "Naoki-kun, I hope you haven't lost sleep over today's assessment. There's no need to be anxious. With your skills, you will undoubtedly breeze through the graduation exam." Seeing the familiar Uchiha Makoto, Asakawa Naoki shook his head and smiled. "Rest assured, I have never worried about the graduation assessment. I merely had a restless night yesterday. I apologize for keeping you waiting." Makoto waved her hand, indicating it was no trouble at all. "I just arrived, but we must hurry to school. We will be late." "Indeed." Asakawa Naoki nodded and bent down slightly, saying, "At this rate, we'll likely be late anyway. Allow me to carry you to school." For Asakawa Naoki, being late was inconsequential, but he could not bear the thought of Makoto being late due to him. "Are you sure it's all right for you to carry me?" Makoto asked, a hint of concern in her voice, yet she climbed onto Asakawa Naoki's back, wrapping her arms around his neck. She had never doubted his words. "Fear not," Asakawa Naoki proclaimed as he stood upright, adjusting his hold around her legs. Though Makoto stood at a height of 1.50 meters, she weighed barely over 70 pounds, rather slender. Indeed, in the next moment, as if propelled by the wind, Asakawa Naoki's figure appeared several dozen meters away in the blink of an eye. While his speed could not match the instantaneous technique fueled by chakra, it was nonetheless impressive for a normal pace. Bolstered by the enhancement of the Samadhi True Fire, Asakawa Naoki's velocity surpassed that of ordinary ninjas, showcasing the immense power of physical strength. The essence refined by the Samadhi True Fire did not merely amplify his strength. It invigorated every cell in his body, unlocking their latent potential. As his physical prowess grew, so too did his strength and speed. This was Asakawa Naoki's first time making such a swift journey, all the while mindful of Uchiha Makoto's comfort, adjusting his posture to ensure she felt at ease. In truth, Makoto, nestled on his back, felt not discomfort but rather a sense of enjoyment. Her thoughts drifted away with the surrounding rush of the wind. There was nothing to ponder. Nothing to do, only to remain comfortably behind Naoki-kun. If only the time at the Ninja Academy could linger a little longer. Uchiha Makoto mused. Having known Asakawa Naoki for nearly 2 years, with nearly every school day spent together, yet, she found herself yearning for this simple, serene yet subtly blissful time to extend indefinitely. Alas, such wishes were futile. She was on the verge of graduation. And Asakawa Naoki had also submitted an application for early graduation. It would be wonderful if they could be placed in the same group. "Makoto, have you had breakfast?" Asakawa Naoki suddenly inquired. "Not yet, but missing a meal now and then is not a problem," Makoto replied. From Naoki's hurried departure, she discerned that he had likely skipped breakfast. If she claimed to have eaten, he would surely not dine alone but would have intended to bring her along to the academy, attending the graduation assessment on an empty stomach. As expected, upon learning Makoto had not eaten, Asakawa Naoki altered his course, directing them to a nearby breakfast shop, exclaiming, "Skipping breakfast is unacceptable, especially with the assessment today." After a simple breakfast, Asakawa Naoki arrived at the Ninja Academy just in time for class, with Makoto still on his back. Upon parting ways at the school gate, he headed straight to class 1 of the 3rd year, taking a seat beside Uzumaki Kushina in the back row. Over the past 2 years, 10-year-old Kushina had grown considerably. Her vibrant red hair cascaded down her back, held in place by a small hairpin gifted by Asakawa Naoki. Perhaps due to her increased height combined with the adornments and hairstyle, Kushina's face appeared slimmer compared to when she first transferred 3 years ago, losing some of her baby fat and exuding a more youthful charm. While she had once resembled a small tomato with her round face and red hair, she had now transformed into a beauty admired by her classmates, seemingly unattainable. One could only say, girls mature rapidly, never underestimate the potential of a young girl. "Naoki, why did you arrive so late today?" "You almost made us late," Kushina queried. Although Asakawa Naoki typically did not arrive much earlier than necessary, it was rare for him to arrive at the last moment like today. "I had such a good night's sleep last night that I almost overslept this morning, haha." Asakawa Naoki chuckled. "I thought you might have been too anxious to sleep last night and hence didn't wake up today," Kushina replied, somewhat relieved. "If you had missed today's graduation assessment, you might not graduate until next year." "You know me, I would never lose sleep over a mere exam," Asakawa Naoki assured her. "Today was an exception. It won't happen again." "All right, just be sure to prepare in advance next time," Kushina nodded. "Now, let us get ready for today's assessment." No sooner had Kushina finished speaking than the school bell rang, and their homeroom teacher, Makamura Tomo, ascended the podium. However, today he did not commence the class directly. Instead, he cast a reflective glance at the students in the classroom. Although the class was rife with antics, the children, who had been together for 3 years, were now on the brink of graduation, poised to become ninjas. As their homeroom teacher, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of reluctance. However, he could only extend his blessings. From today onward, the other students would continue their regular classes, while those whom I called would gather on the playground, Yoshito Masaki announced. And the remaining students in the class immediately understood, casting envious glances at a few top-performing classmates. They realized that those students were likely to graduate today, no longer needing to endure the rigors of the Ninja Academy, and would soon become true ninjas. Uchiha Kimen, Hyuga Genkatsu, Nara Naikawa, and Saratobi Keiji were the 4 individuals, all hailing from esteemed ninja clans who had already mastered the foundational teachings of becoming a ninja within their families. Continuing their studies at the academy would yield little additional knowledge. It would be more advantageous for them to graduate early and step into the world as ninjas. Yet, the next 3 names surprised their peers: Namake's Minato, Asakawa Naoki, and Uzumaki Kushina. "Those whose names I have called may proceed to the playground for assembly. There will be a signpost awaiting you," Masaki instructed. Due to their understated nature, the classmates were unaware of Kushina's lineage. To them, these 3 appeared to be commoners who had not received any ninja education since childhood. Yet they were also on the verge of graduating early. Their presence incited not only astonishment, but also a sense of indignation among their peers. Why were they able to graduate early when others were bound to remain in the academy for another 3 years? Teacher, this isn't fair. I also wish to apply for early graduation. Teacher, count me in too. Observing the commotion below the podium, Masaki, who was already feeling contemplative, suddenly became incensed, slamming his hand on the podium to silence the uproar. What do you know? Do you think becoming a ninja is merely a game? Without sufficient strength, you wish to take on the mantle of a ninja. If you truly find yourselves on the battlefield, not only will you endanger yourselves, but you will also jeopardize your comrades. The classroom fell into a profound silence, as the raucous students had never witnessed their homeroom teacher, Yoshido Masaki, so irate. His words struck a chord, revealing that many of those desiring early graduation merely loathed the academic setting, viewing the life of a ninja as an amusing venture. Now, proceed to the playground, Masaki gestured, indicating for the 7 students slated for early graduation to make their way to the assessment. Among these 7, the true prodigies were not the 4 clan members, but rather 2 from the commoner trio, Namikaze Minato and Asakawa Naoki. As the homeroom teacher, Masaki did not casually approve their request for early graduation. When they applied, he conducted tests on them. The results indicated that the 4 from the ninja clans had indeed met the graduation standards for 6th grade students, qualifying them as competent genin. Uzumaki Kushina not only met the genin criteria, but her chakra reserves astonishingly surpassed even Masaki, a retired chunin. However, in comparison to Minato and Naoki, Kushina's impressive chakra levels appeared rather ordinary. Though only 10 years of age, Minato's reaction speed surpassed that of ordinary ninjas, coupled with his well-rounded abilities and extraordinary combat intelligence. In a real fight, Masaki, as a chunin, doubted he could best Minato. As for Asakawa Naoki, he was a mystery even to Masaki. Initially a timid first-year student, Naoki underwent a profound transformation following the loss of his parents, awakening a strength within him that propelled his rapid growth. Previously unnoticed and mild-mannered, Naoki, alongside Kushina, had decisively subdued Yamashita Taro and his companions on the first day of school for transfer students. Since then, he had excelled academically and triumphed in practical classes, defeating even the formidable Uchiha clan, his physical strength far exceeding that of his peers. Now, despite being nearly 10 years old, Masaki could not fathom the depths of Naoki's current abilities. In a genuine battle, Masaki would prefer to face Minato rather than Naoki. Engaging with Minato might yield an uncertain outcome, but his instincts warned him that a confrontation with Naoki would surely lead to his defeat. What extraordinary students I have! Masaki mused, astonished that his pupils had surpassed their teacher even before graduation. It was likely that among this year's 6th grade graduates, these exceptional students would shine brightly. Goodbye, teacher. The 7 bid farewell to Masaki in succession before departing the classroom. The moment they stepped through the door, they felt as though the world had expanded significantly. Assuming they encountered no unforeseen obstacles during their graduation assessments, they would no longer be mere students of the Ninja Academy, but rather true ninjas from this day forth. Yet, they remained unaware of the grim reality that awaited them, as many would not survive the 2nd and 3rd Shinobi World Wars. As Masaki had remarked, becoming a ninja was no trivial matter. At times, it demanded the ultimate sacrifice. Chapter 037. The 3 assessments. Upon reaching the playground, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement, as hundreds of Ninja Academy students gathered, with several teachers maintaining order. Which grade and class are you from? A young teacher in charge of the order inquired of the 7. We are from class 1, grade 3. Minato responded. The young teacher was taken aback by the number of commoners graduating early in grade 3 and gestured towards a direction, saying, "Over there is your area for grade 3. As the 7 turned to follow his indication, they noticed several students already present, presumably also early graduates from grade 3. Upon their arrival, a steady stream of students continued to fill the playground. After a while, when no new arrivals were in sight, Naoki took a moment to observe the gathering. The largest contingent was naturally the 6th grade graduates, as the other grades comprised students graduating early, while only the 6th grade was genuinely completing their studies. Even if they wished to delay graduation, the teachers would summon them to participate in the graduation assessments. Successful assessments would lead to becoming genin. Failure would result in either repeating the year or returning home to live as ordinary individuals. Among the hundreds of 6th grade students, Naoki Asakawa did not observe anyone of particularly tall stature, suggesting that even if some were held back, it was likely only for a year or 2. Among them, the keen-eyed Naoki noticed Makoto Uchiha, who also caught sight of him. When their gazes met, they exchanged a smile. Aside from the 6th graders, the largest group consisted of 5th graders, numbering over 30, which included not only students from the ninja clans, but also a considerable number of civilians. It was not uncommon for exceptionally gifted civilian students to opt for early graduation in the 5th grade. In comparison, the 4th grade had only 20 early graduates, all from ninja clans, identifiable by the clan insignia on their attire. The 3rd grade had merely 15 students, aside from Naoki, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina Uzumaki. All were from ninja clans. Nevertheless, the presence of 3 civilian students in the 3rd grade astonished many teachers. After all, civilian students were at a significant disadvantage compared to their ninja counterparts, who received extensive ninja training from a young age. Graduating early after only 3 years in the ninja school placed Naoki and his companions among the geniuses of civilian students in the eyes of these educators. Greetings. I am Uchiha Nakamura, the acting principal of the ninja school, an elderly ninja announced while standing before the playground. Due to the busy schedule of Lord Hokage, I will be presiding over this year's graduation assessment in his stead. Upon hearing this, a wave of discontent swept through the playground. The students had been eagerly anticipating the presence of the Hokage to oversee the graduation, and the sudden absence left them feeling somewhat disheartened. Children, Nakamura continued, unfazed by the murmurs of disapproval. Before we commence the graduation assessment, I must share a few words. Becoming a ninja is not a trivial pursuit. In truth, being a ninja is a mundane yet perilous profession. The majority of tasks assigned to ninjas are tedious, while some are exceedingly dangerous. Even if you pass the ninja assessment, should you find that this path is not suited for you, you may visit the Hokage's office to renounce your ninja status and pursue other endeavors. However, observing the impatience etched upon the faces of the numerous students on the playground, Uchiha Nakamura could only shake his head and continue. Very well. Since the majority of you have firmly established your convictions, allow me to elucidate the contents of the graduation assessment. Today's evaluation comprises 3 principal components. The first component is the physical fitness assessment, which entails completing 5 laps around the playground within 5 minutes. The track at the Ninja Academy measures 400 meters per lap, totaling 2,000 meters for 5 laps. Completing 2,000 meters in 5 minutes is a feat that even adults struggled to achieve in Naoki Asakawa's previous life, let alone children around the age of 12. In this realm of ninjas endowed with chakra, completing a distance of 2 kilometers within 5 minutes is not an unattainable feat with the aid of chakra. The majority of graduates from ninja academies can accomplish this task. The second assessment involves the art of throwing, where students must skillfully launch shuriken at a wooden post situated 20 meters away, with a requirement of hitting at least 7 out of 10 shuriken to pass. The throwing technique is taught from the 2nd grade, gradually increasing the distance from 10 meters to 12, 15, 18, and finally 20 meters. The standard for accuracy is not excessively demanding, requiring only a 70% hit rate, which most students can achieve. The third and final assessment is the ninjutsu examination. Nakamura Uchiha slowly articulated the prerequisite, the successful execution of the body replacement technique. During the instruction of this technique, the homeroom teacher, Masaki Tomo, had previously stated that it is an essential component of the graduation assessment. However, even so, some 6th grade students exhibit a degree of anxiety. Despite being categorized as a basic ninjutsu, there are still individuals who struggle to master it. In truth, many viewers of Naruto may perceive the body replacement technique as straightforward. Yet this is largely due to the prodigious talents of the Konoha 12. Even Naruto, hindered by the influence of the Nine-Tails chakra, found himself unable to learn the technique. In reality, numerous ordinary ninjas, even without the influence of the Nine-Tails chakra, experience a considerable delay in their mastery of ninjutsu. After all, the most populous ranks within this world consist of Jinin and Chunin. The majority of ninja confrontations employ kunai and shuriken, with only the most formidable ninjas excelling in ninjutsu combat. Now, let us proceed with the assessments. Upon concluding his remarks, Nakamura Uchiha was joined by numerous teachers, each holding a roster and scoring sheets. Group 1, follow me. Suzuki Sei, Sato Ichiro, Kobayashi Shunsuke, Yamada Shota. Group 2, follow me. Kato Takuya, Kuroda Jiryu, Hirakawa Hideki. In total, 10 instructors divided the graduating students into 10 groups, each comprising approximately 20 students. Asakura Naoki and his classmates from the 3rd grade were all assigned to Group 10, overseen by a stern-looking male instructor exuding an air of severity. However, when the stern teacher beheld Naoki Asakawa, who was of similar height, his seemingly expressionless face struggled to conceal an inkling of surprise. Is there a problem, teacher? Naoki Asakawa inquired with a curious gaze directed towards the assessing instructor. No issue, you must be Naoki Asakawa, correct? The teacher responded. Indeed. I am Naoki Asakawa from Class 1, Year 3, 10 years old, preparing for early graduation, Naoki replied, puzzled as he looked at the teacher. Is this really 10 years old? What on earth has he been consuming to grow so tall? The teacher mused silently, thankful for his stoic demeanor, which prevented any peculiar expressions from surfacing. Well, you have grown quite rapidly. Do prepare well for the examination, the instructor nodded affirmatively. While the other students anxiously confronted the impending tests, only Kushina was unable to suppress her laughter as she patted Naoki on the back. I am also quite curious about what you have been eating to achieve such height. Naoki shook his head and shrugged helplessly. Just eat more, exercise more, and sleep well. He had contemplated whether to teach Kushina and Makoto the ways of cultivation, but after considering the consequences, he felt it might be best to wait until he could conquer the ninja world before imparting such knowledge to those close to him. At present, he still felt too weak. Chapter 038, Selection due to inadequate equipment, the first event, running, and the second event, throwing techniques, could only be conducted in single groups. However, the shadow clone technique could be assessed on the spot, so aside from the first and second groups allocated to the track and wooden stakes, the other groups opted to commence with the shadow clone assessment, and naturally, Group 10, where Naoki and others were located, was no exception. Now, we shall begin the shadow clone assessment, the stern instructor announced. First up, Minato Namikaze. Teacher, I am here. Minato stepped forward, beginning to form seals. In a puff of smoke, another Minato Namikaze appeared, both versions greeting the instructor simultaneously. Good day, teacher. Hello. The teacher's expression remained unchanged. Yet a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Even he could not immediately discern which was the true form and which was the clone. Truly, a genius among common ninjas. Excelling in shadow clone techniques at year 3. Next, please perform the transformation and substitution techniques, the instructor instructed. Certainly, teacher. Minato dismissed his shadow clones and proceeded to demonstrate the transformation and substitution techniques. Although not as dazzling as the shadow clone technique, Minato's transformation and substitution were impressively executed, prompting the instructor to reflect. 100 points. The teacher recorded Minato's score on the assessment sheet. Next, Kushina Uzumaki. Teacher, I am here. Kushina stepped forward, following Minato's lead to execute the shadow clone technique. While she performed admirably, she could not quite match Minato's prowess. Your fundamentals are commendable. I will award you 95 points. The teacher noted Kushina's score. Next, Naoki Asakawa. Teacher, I'm present. Naoki mimicked Minato's seal formation, and as the smoke dissipated, 2 Naoki Asakawas appeared before the assembly. Another identical shadow clone technique. A glimmer of surprise illuminated the teacher's eyes. This Naoki Asakawa had not only grown rapidly, but his shadow clone technique was nearly on par with Minato's. Is my shadow clone technique acceptable, teacher? The instructor was momentarily stunned, as he seemed to hear 2 voices belonging to Naoki. Was it a unique vocal technique, or could it be? The teacher remained silent, scrutinizing the 2 Naoki Asakawas. When Minato executed his shadow clone technique, the instructor could not identify the clone immediately, but he soon discerned the truth. The ninja school's shadow clone technique utilized chakra to simulate a virtual clone, yet it was a sunny day, and under the sun's rays. The clones produced by the ninja school's technique cast no shadows. The teacher's gaze fixated on the 2 Naoki Asakawas. Remarkably, both possessed shadows. Thus, the students of the ninja school could use tangible shadow clones. This was a skill that most nin could not even master. The teacher felt as though he had wasted over a decade of his life. A child, still ungraduated from ninja school, could execute tangible shadow clones, while he, a nin for over a year, could not. Observing the twitch at the corner of the teacher's mouth, Naoki felt there might still be hope for this seemingly expressionless instructor. Your shadow clone technique is indeed satisfactory. Now please proceed with the transformation and substitution techniques. The teacher spoke with a hint of melancholy. Understood, teacher. Naoki acknowledged, and then controlled his spirit being cloned to form seals for transformation. As the smoke cleared, the 2 Naoki Asakawas merged into one, yet the assessing teacher transformed into 2. At that moment, the instructor's eyes widened as if gazing into a mirror at his own reflection. Standing before him, the spirit clone inquired, Teacher, is my transformation technique acceptable? Thankfully, the voice was distinguishable. The teacher felt a sense of relief wash over him. His previously stoic expression softened slightly. Had the transformed Naoki's voice been identical to his own, he would have been utterly disheartened. In truth, Naoki could have mimicked the teacher's voice through the spirit being's vocal cords, but he refrained, fearing the teacher might be startled. He felt a twinge of anxiety, worried that the spirit being clone might reveal a flaw. After all, he was not utilizing the shadow clone technique at all. He relied entirely on the spirit being clone. Your transformation technique is satisfactory, the teacher remarked. Now, please demonstrate the substitution technique. Certainly, teacher. Naoki began to utilize the spirit being clone to imitate Minato's substitution technique. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a nearby teaching building, dozens of ninjas observed the performances of these ninja school students. The quality of this year's students is lacking, a ninja clad in a green vest commented. With no wars for a long time, the students, unburdened by the fear of life and death, cannot possibly be strong, another ninja in white attire noted. When we graduated, it was during the First Ninja World War. The pressure was immense, and if we did not study diligently, we faced the battlefield unprepared. These youngsters only know how to play in ninja school. How could their abilities be formidable? If it weren't for the approaching war, the graduation standards would have been lowered, and many of them would likely fail to graduate. That cannot be entirely true. I have spotted a few promising talents, remarked another ninja wearing sunglasses. You know your own capabilities. As a nin, what promising talents can you truly select? You can only pick from the remaining subpar candidates. The ninja in white attire retorted. Sigh, I hope a few good students slip through to me. I do not wish to mentor students who lack strength and are disobedient. The green-vested ninja, who spoke first, let out a sigh. After that, the gaze of several individuals turned towards the 3 figures standing at the forefront of the rooftop. The training of ninjas in this era is not as lenient as it was during Naruto's time. instructors would never place a student like Naruto, who lagged behind, in a team with a prodigy like Sasuke. Although the structure remains that AJ Nin or CH Nin leads 3 freshly graduated genin, the students are chosen by the instructors themselves. The most formidable ninjas select the most promising candidates first, while the weakest can only choose from those who are less capable. Among the group of ninja instructors present, the 3 standing at the forefront were undoubtedly the most powerful: Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, all disciples of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. At this moment, despite being only in their 20s, Tsunade and her companions had already carved out a name for themselves in the ninja world. Their prowess unmatched among those preparing to select students. Clad in a black combat uniform, her golden hair cascading down to her waist, Tsunade, exuding a striking presence, inquired, "Hey, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, have you chosen your students yet?" Chapter 39. The choices of the 3 haha. I found an interesting little fellow, Jiraiya chuckled. His gaze directed towards a blonde-haired boy in the 10th examination group, reminiscent of his experiences in Mount Maiboku. The great sage Toad had once foretold that his disciple would be the prophesied child destined to change the world, possessing a pair of extraordinary eyes. Now, observing the azure eyes of Minato Namikaze, coupled with his outstanding examination results, Jiraiya felt an unexpected fondness for him. Could he be the prophesied child? I too have discovered a rather intriguing student. I wonder if he would be willing to follow me, Orochimaru remarked, his pale skin contrasting with the glimmer of interest in his eyes. If anyone were to follow Orochimaru's gaze, they would see that it, like Jiraiya's, was fixed upon the 10th examination group. However, unlike Jiraiya's focus on the golden-haired, azure-eyed Minato Namikaze, Orochimaru's attention was captivated by the dark-haired, ebony-eyed Naoki Asakawa. With your personal invitation, it is unlikely any student from the Ninja Academy would refuse, Jiraiya remarked skeptically. I hope so, Orochimaru replied with a smile. Tsunade, have you found any intriguing students? Jiraiya inquired. Not yet. Must I truly take on 3 disciples? Tsunade responded with a hint of weariness. Could I not simply accept Naoki as my sole pupil? Were it not for the insistence of both her teacher and the second Hokage, she would have preferred to forego the responsibility of mentoring altogether. Interestingly, among the trio of Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, it was Orochimaru who exhibited the strongest and most genuine desire to take on disciples. Jiraiya was primarily motivated by the quest to discover the prophesied child spoken of by the great Toad Sage, while Tsunade was largely disinterested in mentoring, merely wishing to observe her brother Naoki's graduation assessment. At that moment, the yet-to-be-corrupted Orochimaru sincerely yearned to cultivate a student. Tsunade, the second Hokage has established that the leading ninja cannot take their own relatives as disciples, Jiraiya kindly reminded her. Jiraiya's assertion was accurate. The second Hokage had indeed implemented regulations regarding the discipleship of ninjas, prohibiting them from taking their own kin as apprentices. The rationale behind this rule was quite evident. If ninjas prioritized their relatives when selecting disciples, it would inherently favor the clans, making it exceedingly difficult for talented civilians to find mentors. Consequently, the clan-based ninjas would grow increasingly powerful, while civilian ninjas would struggle to advance. This would lead to a fractious Konoha, making development exceedingly challenging. The second Hokage instituted this rule in hopes of bridging the divide between clans and civilians, allowing for a harmonious integration within Konoha. Why not let Naoki become my disciple? Jiraiya earnestly assured. I promised to guide him well. Jiraiya was certainly not lying. He would indeed mentor Naoki, though he harbored a personal agenda. If he could cultivate a good relationship with Naoki, the future brother-in-law, it would greatly enhance his chances of winning Tsunade's favor. Moreover, as Tsunade's brother, Naoki could not join her team, but there would be no issue with entering Jiraiya's. After all, he was not yet the brother-in-law. That was a future prospect. With only Minato confirmed as a candidate, 2 spots remained open. Jiraiya felt like a genius. While Jiraiya reveled in his delightful fantasies, Tsunade was equally contemplating this possibility. If she allowed Jiraiya to become Naoki's teacher, would he grow up to possess the same lecherous traits as Jiraiya? Tsunade envisioned a scenario where one day, just as she was preparing to visit a hot spring, she discovered someone peering at the female patrons. Upon confronting the intruder, she found it was none other than Jiraiya and her brother Naoki, an amusing yet disturbing thought. The mere notion of her dear brother Naoki becoming a voyeur made Tsunade hastily dismiss the horrifying idea. No, I absolutely cannot entrust Naoki to you, she resolutely declared. Why not, Tsunade? You must trust that I possess the strength to protect Naoki, Jiraiya responded in bewilderment. I believe in your strength, but not in your character, Tsunade retorted. However, Jiraiya's method served as a reminder for Tsunade. Although neither she nor Jiraiya could become S.H. Suk's teacher, Orochimaru certainly could. In contrast to the lascivious Jiraiya, the yet untainted Orochimaru could be regarded as a paragon of ninjutsu. Otherwise, he would not be a contender for the position of Hokage alongside Minato Namikaze. Orochimaru, do you still have room for a disciple? Might I request you to take S.H. Suk under your wing? Tsunade inquired, casting a glance at Orochimaru. No problem. I have only found one suitable disciple thus far, Orochimaru replied, nodding. He was quite familiar with that child, so assisting him would pose no issue. I truly appreciate it. Tsunade expressed her gratitude. It is but a trivial matter. You should also take this opportunity to seek out a fitting disciple. It is a task entrusted to us by our teacher before his departure, Orochimaru advised. Understood, Tsunade sighed. While selecting students, Tsunade suddenly caught sight of a flash of red hair. I cannot choose SH Suk as my disciple, but perhaps I could select Kushina. Our bloodlines must differ significantly. She mused, thereby determining her first disciple. As for the second disciple, she ultimately acquiesced to Sarutobi Hiruzen's request. On the training grounds, although Naoki Asakawa sensed a subtle scrutiny, he brushed it off. His towering height set him apart from others, and each time he entered the ninja academy, he was accustomed to such prying eyes. As long as they were devoid of overt malice. Over the past 3 years, he had gradually acclimatized to this attention. All right. It is time for our class to undergo the first physical fitness test, the stern-faced instructor announced as he led the 10th assessment group to the training field. Addressing all the members of the group, run well, do not contemplate cheating. I will be recording each student's laps. Understood, teacher. The students responded in unison. Then, let the physical fitness test commence. With a swift wave of the flag in his hand, the instructor signaled, and 20 students surged forward simultaneously. Though they were all lower-grade students, those who had graduated early were primarily from ninja clans, possessing physical capabilities comparable to many 6th-grade students. Remarkably, they ran faster than many other groups. However, the leaders were somewhat unexpected from many teachers, as they turned out to be 3 ordinary students. Indeed, at this moment, it was Asakawa Naoki, Uzumaki Kushina, and Namikaze Minato who were in the lead. The members of the ninja clan who had graduated early were left far behind by the trio, unable to catch up even until the final lap. Numerous ninjas positioned on the rooftop of the teaching building gazed expectantly at the trio. Who among them would not desire to accompany a prodigious civilian ninja? However, upon noticing that Jiraiya and his 2 companions were directing their attention towards Team 10, the ninjas fixated on Naoki Asakawa could only reluctantly abandon their intentions. Chapter 040. Rope Tree. Well then, the evaluation has concluded. In front of the training grounds wooden stakes. The 3 assessments of the 10th evaluation group have finally come to an end, yet the evaluators exhibited signs of trembling. The fact that all 20 members of Team 10 successfully passed the graduation examination signifies that these students have ascended to the rank of genin after merely 3 years of study at the Ninja Academy. It is noteworthy that even among the current graduating class, many students who have spent 6 years at the academy were unable to pass the graduation assessment to become ninjas. Nevertheless, what astonished the assessment instructor the most were the top 3 scores from Group 10, while he could comprehend the achievements of the other early graduates, all of whom were students from ninja families raised in the ways of the shinobi. The performance of the top 3 left him utterly perplexed. Despite their humble origins, they excelled among a sea of ninja academy candidates. Remarkably, both now Asakawa and Minato Namikaze achieved perfect scores, while Kushina Uzumaki only lost 5 points in the body substitution test, attaining 95 in the other 2 evaluations. You have all successfully passed the assessment and may now proceed to the playground to await your instructor, announced the typically stoic instructor, his voice softened, revealing a hint of warmth in his previously icy demeanor. Not only was he astonished, but more importantly, he sensed that within this group he was assessing, there was a significant possibility of encountering a future Hokage. It was only natural for him to adopt a more respectful tone when addressing these prodigious ninjas. Upon arriving at the center of the training ground, he observed that most of the assessment groups had already completed their evaluations and were now awaiting instructions from their instructors. However, at this moment, the total number of individuals had diminished compared to the initial count, evidently due to the elimination of a portion of them. Although the impending war necessitated a multitude of rudimentary tasks for the ninjas, the Ninja Academy had, to some extent, relaxed its graduation requirements. Yet, it was apparent that, despite this leniency, some students still failed to meet the graduation criteria, ultimately departing the training grounds in a state of dejection. Whether they would repeat the year in preparation for next year's graduation assessment or withdraw from the academy to seek alternative paths in life remained a matter of personal choice. Let us take a brief respite, spoke Uzumaki Kushina. After arriving at the training grounds, Asakura Naoki, Uzumaki Kushina, and Namikaze Minato settled on the grassy expanse to rest for a while. As for the ninjas from their class, they largely mingled with their kin from other classes, with the Uchiha clan students congregating together and the Hyuga clan students gathering in their own circle. However, this situation has its exceptions. Upon spotting a vibrant flash of red hair, a girl dressed in black with dark hair swiftly approached Asakawa Naoki. Naoki-kun, Kushina, and this classmate from the Namikaze clan. May I join you for a while? Uchiha Makoto smiled. Please do, Naoki nodded in agreement. Of course, Makoto, come and sit, Kushina added with a smile. Although they could only go out together during holidays, after 2 years of companionship, Kushina and Makoto had developed a strong friendship. For Kushina, who had few friends, Makoto was indeed a rare companion. Absolutely, Namikaze Minato chimed in, shifting slightly. Makoto took a seat beside Naoki, yet for some inexplicable reason, Naoki sensed a hint of sadness emanating from her. What's wrong? You seem a bit melancholic, he inquired. It's because we're graduating, don't you feel it? Naoki-kun? Makoto retorted. A little, I suppose, Naoki acknowledged, recalling the profound sense of melancholy he experienced after the college entrance examination in his past life. Having undergone a few such experiences previously, he found himself less affected by the impending graduation from the ninja academy. Don't worry, it's merely graduation from the academy. It doesn't mean we won't see each other again, Naoki reassured her. Exactly, Makoto. We might even end up in the same class, Kushina also comforted. Yet, Makoto perceived the unspoken reluctance in Kushina's eyes. She too was reluctant to part ways with Naoki. However, the likelihood of being assigned to the same ninja class was rather slim. The notion of being placed in the same class was merely a consolation. Well, even if we aren't in the same class, we can still gather frequently in the future, Naoki smiled. Life doesn't offer many eternities. In his past life, Naoki witnessed the departure of old classmates at every educational transition, and by the time he reached university, he found himself entirely alone. Nevertheless, he maintained contact with some classmates, occasionally gathering for meals. Compared to his previous life, the ninja world was considerably smaller. As long as they didn't meet with untimely demise, they would ultimately reside in Konoha. If he were to become Hokage, he could even invite Makoto to be his secretary. That didn't sound too bad. Makoto nodded. The group fell silent, savoring the tranquility before their impending separation. After a considerable time, this serene atmosphere was finally disrupted by a teacher holding a list, who stood in the center of the playground and announced loudly, Namikaze Minato, Office Building Room 11. Asakawa Naoki, Office Building Room 33. Uzumaki Kushina, Office Building Room 25. Uchiha Makoto, Office Building Room 25. As the instructor called out names, the summoned students proceeded to their respective offices, and a flicker of disappointment crossed Makoto and Kushina's eyes. Though they understood the slim chances of being assigned to the same class, there was still a glimmer of hope until the results were revealed. It would have been comforting for Makoto and Kushina to be in the same class, allowing them to look out for each other. All right, let us go, Naoki said. The quartet made their way to the office building, parting ways to find their respective classrooms. Upon entering room 33, Naoki had thought he would be the first to arrive, only to find a student already there. It was a boy, approximately 1.4 meters tall, with a mop of brown hair, resembling Naruto somewhat, and beaming with a smile. If all went as expected, he would be Naoki's teammate in the future. Hello, I'm Asakawa Naoki. Are you also a new graduate for room 33? Naoki inquired. Yes. I'm SH. 12 years old, a 6th grade graduate, the boy replied, his eyes sparkling with curiosity as he asked, Asakawa-kun. Are you a 6th-year repeat student from last year? How old are you? You're so tall, even taller than my sister. A barrage of questions erupted from SH, revealing his extroverted nature. With a name like SH, a semblance to Naruto in both appearance and demeanor, and the mention of an older sister, Naoki deduced that this boy was likely Tsunade's younger brother, SH, or perhaps Senju SH. Unexpectedly, he had not been assigned as a teammate with Kushina and Makoto, but rather with SH. I'm not a repeat student. Naoki shook his head and replied, I graduated from 3rd grade early. I'm 10 years old this year. What? You're 10? SH exclaimed incredulously. Despite being 2 years younger, Naoki stood significantly taller. Asakawa-kun, may I ask, what do you eat to grow so tall? SH eagerly inquired. Actually, it's nothing special. Just eat well, exercise, and ensure you get enough sleep, Naoki replied slowly. Really? Is it possible that I sleep too late or don't exercise enough? SH questioned, a hint of skepticism in his voice. By the way, why do you want to grow taller so much? Naoki asked curiously, while most would merely be intrigued by Naoki's height at such a young age. SH's earnest tone suggested a deep desire to grow taller. Of course, it's because I want to become Hokage, SH declared earnestly. This is the village my grandfather founded. I want to protect it. Your grandfather? Naoki feigned ignorance. Oh, my grandfather was also a powerful ninja. He helped establish Konoha alongside the first Hokage. Realizing he had nearly revealed too much, SH quickly backtracked, acutely aware of Tsunade's warnings against disclosing their identity to outsiders. Perhaps sensing that Naoki was not a threat, he had become comfortable enough to nearly let slip his lineage. Your grandfather must be a remarkable ninja, Naoki smiled. Though SH possessed a kind heart and lofty ideals, his mindset resembled that of an ordinary 12-year-old. It was likely his fervent desire to become Hokage that led him to act recklessly in battle, failing to notice explosive tags and ultimately meeting with disaster. However, becoming Hokage is not an overnight achievement. The most crucial aspect now is to grow safely and think about such ambitions in the future, Naoki advised gently. Yes, I'm still too young, SH conceded, momentarily disheartened, but soon regained his spirits, clenching his fists and exclaiming, but I want to give up on my dream of becoming Hokage. Haha, be careful. I also aspire to become Hokage. Naoki chuckled. Even if it's you. I want to back down. I have things I want to protect too. SH responded with a grin. If one were to ask these graduating students from the Ninja Academy about their dreams, it would likely be that the majority aspire to become Hokage. However, during their maturation, most ninjas gradually come to understand themselves and ultimately abandon their aspirations of becoming Hokage. By the time their third teammate arrives, Asakawa, Naoki, and Nawa have become quite familiar with one another. The third teammate is a boy, slightly taller than Nawa, possessing an unremarkable appearance and a relatively aloof demeanor. Hello, I am Masamura Oki, a 6th grade graduate this year. Age 12, Masamura introduced himself. Greetings, I am Nawa, also a 6th grade graduate. Age 12, Nawa mimicked his introduction. I am Asakawa Naoki, a 3rd grade graduate who has applied for early graduation. Age 10, Asakawa stated slowly. While Nawa was introducing himself, Masamura Oki had little reaction. It was quite normal for Nawa to conceal his surname, as many commoners in the ninja world possess only a given name. However, when Asakawa Naoki disclosed that he was a 3rd grade graduate, a flicker of disbelief crossed Masamura's eyes. At merely 10 years old, yet standing nearly as tall as an adult, was this boy a monster? However, due to the aloof nature of Yoshimura Omuki, he did not inquire further like Nagashi, merely nodding in acknowledgement of the two and standing silently in a corner of the office. Observing the indifferent Yoshimura, Nagashi felt a pang of helplessness, sensing that this teammate might be somewhat difficult to engage with. By the way, Nagashi, do you know who our teacher is? Asked Asakawa Naoki. Although the anime Naruto did not explicitly reveal Nagashi's teacher, many netizens had speculated that it was none other than Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. I have no idea, Nagashi replied, shaking his head. If it weren't for the regulations set by the 2nd Hokage, it was highly likely that his teacher would have been his sister. Fortunately, the 2nd Hokage had decreed that one could not choose a family member as a student, and Nagashi did not wish for his sister to be his instructor. It seems that you are all gathered here, a somewhat cold voice resonated. Before the figure appeared, Asakawa Naoki's keen hearing detected a hissing sound, further confirming his suspicions. The office door swung open, revealing a figure clad in black combat attire. Draped across the figure's shoulder was a gray, unidentified python, hissing as it sampled the surrounding scents with its flickering tongue. Greetings, I am Orochimaru, your teacher from this day forth, Orochimaru said with a smile. Indeed, it was Orochimaru. Asakawa Naoki felt a twinge of resignation, surprised to find himself assigned to Orochimaru's team. Teacher Orochimaru, Nagashi exclaimed with excitement, astonished at the prospect of becoming Orochimaru's disciple. As a fellow ninja, Orochimaru frequently collaborated with Tsunade and Jiraiya on missions, thus he was well acquainted with Nagashi. Nagashi, in turn, recognized Orochimaru's formidable prowess. Although he had not yet attained the title of Sannin, Orochimaru alongside Tsunade and Jiraiya had already become emblematic figures among the young ninjas of Konoha. Becoming Orochimaru's disciple naturally brought Nagashi one step closer to his dream of becoming Hokage, leaving him elated. Nagashi, I shall be your teacher from now on, Orochimaru said, affectionately tousling Nagashi's hair, mindful to take good care of Tsunade's younger brother. Witnessing this scene, a flicker of surprise crossed Yoshimura Omuki's eyes. He had not anticipated that the seemingly ordinary Nagashi was acquainted with their instructor. After reassuring Nagashi, Orochimaru turned his gaze towards Asakawa Naoki, his eyes glinting with intrigue. It seems you were quite frightened of me just now, Orochimaru remarked softly. Teacher Orochimaru, I have a slight fear of snakes, Asakawa Naoki admitted with resignation. At that moment, he acknowledged his trepidation upon seeing Orochimaru, fearing that the latter might uncover his secret and subject him to dissection for research. However, Naoki Asakawa soon realized that these fears were merely a consequence of the memories from his past life. In truth, the Second Shinobi World War had yet to commence. At this juncture, Orochimaru could still be regarded as a good person or a noble ninja. A gentleman judges by actions rather than intentions, and in matters of the heart. No one in this world is flawless. Regardless of whether Orochimaru's heart has begun to twist, as long as he has not yet succumbed to darkness, Naoki Asakawa, as a ninja of Konoha, need not overly concern himself about potential harm from Orochimaru. As for the future, if Orochimaru dares to set his sights on him after a few more years of growth, he shall meet with a decisive blow. Oh, my snake seems to take quite a liking to you, Orochimaru remarked, as the gray python coiling on his shoulder shifted slightly, rising up to gently brush its tongue against Naoki's cheek. It said, your scent is delightful. Chapter 42, The Bell Snatching Well, that's fortunate, Naoki replied with resignation. In his previous life, he harbored quite an aversion to snakes. However, after traversing into this world, he found himself less affected. Perhaps it was due to the tales of mortal peril he had heard in his former existence, where poisonous snakes claimed lives, which had instilled a deep-seated fear. Yet, in this realm, it was different. After embarking on the path of cultivation, these serpents appeared no more threatening than swine or dogs in Naoki's eyes. Such was the confidence born of strength. Why should the powerful fear the weak? Observing Naoki's newfound composure, Orochimaru ceased his playful antics and instead produced 3 forehead protectors adorned with the emblem of Konoha, bound with blue fabric. The moment the protectors materialized, the gazes of Naoki and his companions were drawn to them, particularly SH Jews, whose eyes sparkled with fervor. With these protectors, they would become true Konoha genin. Once you don this forehead protector, you shall be recognized as ninjas of Konoha, Orochimaru said slowly. Thank you, Orochimaru-sensei, SHU exclaimed, eagerly donning the protector. A foolish grin spreading across his face as he envisioned a future as Hokage. Thank you, Orochimaru-sensei, Naoki and Daiki also expressed as they donned their protectors. Indeed, it was only after wearing them that they truly felt they had become genuine ninjas. With still some time before noon, Orochimaru declared, "Let me impart to you your first lesson." He beckoned, "Follow me." With that, he strode ahead, exiting the office, and Naoki and his companions hastily followed. Without a moment's pause, Orochimaru dashed out of the ninja academy, heading towards the nearest training ground. How swift! As they watched Orochimaru's figure nearly vanish, Naoki and his companions quickened their pace, even surpassing their earlier speed during the physical assessments. Naoki, confident in his ability to keep pace, ensured that he remained with his teammates. SHU, although lacking the unique physique of the Senju clan, possessed commendable physical prowess and managed to keep up, while Daiki gritted his teeth, resolute in his determination not to lag behind. Shortly after departing the academy, the surroundings grew increasingly desolate, with buildings becoming sparse and forests proliferating. Are we nearing the training ground? Is it time for the traditional bell-snatching exercise? Naoki surmised, recognizing that this task was a rite of passage instilled by the Hokage lineage. The legendary Sarutobi Hiruzen had utilized this method when instructing the legendary Sannin, and Minato Namikaze had done the same during his tutelage of Kakashi and his teammates. As expected, when Orochimaru noticed Daiki's stamina waning and his speed diminishing, he finally came to a halt. Today, your task is to seize this bell from my possession, Orochimaru said, slowly retrieving a small bell and attaching it to his waist. After a moment's thought, he produced a scroll, which he opened to summon 3 ninja tool pouches, tossing them to the trio. Feel free to act. Do not worry about injuring me, nor should you fear my retaliation, Orochimaru reassured them. Understood, sensei, the 3 nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall give you 10 minutes to devise a strategy. The exercise will commence thereafter. With that, Orochimaru retreated behind a nearby tree, indicating he would not eavesdrop on their plans. Have you formulated any strategies? Naoki inquired, glancing at SHU and Daiki, both of whom shook their heads in response. What ninjutsu do you excel at? He probed once more, only to receive the same negative reply. Aside from basic transformation techniques and throwing techniques, they possess little else in their arsenal. This, in fact, epitomized the reality of commoner ninjas. Typically, they graduated with merely taijutsu, transformation techniques, and throwing techniques under their belts, as these were the only skills assessed during their graduation examinations. Consequently, most students focus solely on mastering these 3 abilities. On the other hand, many commoner ninjas lacked access to advanced ninjutsu prior to graduation. Naoki's previous incarnation was fortunate. His ninja parents had bequeathed him a scroll containing the Great Fireball technique, a significant advantage for a commoner ninja family. Daiki represented the archetype of a commoner ninja, while SHU was encouraged by Tsunade to build a solid foundation in the academy, with the intention of learning ninjutsu post-graduation. Thus he too was limited to the aforementioned techniques. Given this situation, shall we adhere to my proposed strategy? Naoki suggested with a smile. Being the most formidable among the trio, and with SHU and Daiki lacking any better ideas, they readily acquiesced to Naoki's plan. First, who among you is proficient in transformation techniques? Naoki inquired. As those familiar with Naruto know, the essence of the bell-snatching exercise lies in fostering cooperation among the 3 ninjas of the team. To snatch the bell from the already formidable Orochimaru solely through individual prowess would necessitate the revelation of Naoki's true capabilities. Allow me. SHU volunteered eagerly. Then our course of action shall be as follows. Naoki assigned tasks to his companions, ensuring SHU had sufficient time to practice his transformation techniques twice, and discreetly plucking a strand of SHU's hair during the process. Thus, he acquired a Senju hair sample. As for a Hyuga hair, he had discreetly taken one from a classmate prior to graduation. After a brief interlude, when Orochimaru re-emerged into the clearing, he found Naoki and his companions conspicuously absent. Have they concealed themselves? Before he could make a move, the sound of shuriken slicing through the air filled his ears. Are they attempting to seize the bell with shuriken? Orochimaru initially assumed only one would throw shuriken to mask the other 2's offensive maneuvers. However, in the next instant, he discerned the sound of shuriken from 2 additional directions, making it challenging for him to evade the barrage. 3 individuals throwing shuriken simultaneously? Their technique was commendable, yet what would they do once their shuriken were depleted? The trio's simultaneous assault was as relentless as a tempest, yet Orochimaru danced through the onslaught like a leaf in a storm, evading each projectile that sought to strike him. They must be nearing the end of their shuriken supply, he mused, estimating that the tool pouches contained fewer than 30 shuriken and kunai. As the last shuriken whizzed past him, Orochimaru anticipated the next phase of the trio's strategy. But, unexpectedly, one shuriken brushed against him, and a hand leaped forth to seize the bell from his waist, transforming amidst the mist into SHU's form. Orochimaru-sensei, we have triumphed, SHU exclaimed joyfully. At that moment, Naoki and Daiki emerged from the thicket. Naoki's throwing technique is impressive, and your coordination was quite commendable, Orochimaru acknowledged. Orochimaru applauded and remarked, Asakawa skillfully threw shurikens from 2 directions, creating the illusion that all 3 of you were launching shurikens simultaneously, thereby diminishing my vigilance. Then, he transformed Shju into a shuriken, seizing the opportunity to revert to his original form and snatch the bell while I evaded. It appears you have begun to grasp the essence of a ninja team, which is unity and cooperation. Of course, the fundamental reason the 3 succeeded in obtaining the bell is that I was not entirely earnest. Had I applied sensory ninjutsu to discern the positions of Asakawa Naoki and Shju, your tactics would have crumbled effortlessly. Let us linger here for a while before we dine together, Orochimaru stated. Chapter 043, The calm before the storm. Before long, 4 figures materialized not far from Orochimaru's team. The leader, a robust man with white hair, bore 2 elongated shadows beneath his eyes. Ah, Orochimaru, your team has also successfully acquired the bell, the white-haired leader chuckled. Behind him, the striking figure of Minato Namikaze, adorned with golden hair and a cheerful demeanor, shone brightly, overshadowing the 2 others. The newcomers were none other than Jiraiya and the trio he led. Having witnessed Minato's prowess during the bell-snatching exercise, Jiraiya became increasingly convinced that Minato was indeed the prophesied child spoken of by the great sage of the Toads. As for the other 2 apprentices, they seemed merely to be those he had randomly selected based on a fleeting affinity. Naoki, I didn't expect to see you again so soon, Minato smiled at Asakawa Naoki. Indeed, Asakawa Naoki replied, somewhat moved. He had anticipated that Jiraiya would take Minato as a disciple but had not foreseen Orochimaru choosing him. Your team succeeded as well? Orochimaru inquired, surprised. He had indeed been somewhat negligent due to Asakawa Naoki's strategy, allowing Shju to seize the bell. Could it be that Jiraiya had been as careless as he? Absolutely. Let me tell you, this time we struck gold. Jiraiya exclaimed joyfully. If he nurtured Minato with all his might, perhaps he could one day usher in peace for the entire ninja world. Haha. Orochimaru laughed silently, fully aware that Jiraiya still believed in that so-called prophecy. In contrast to the elusive prophesied savior, Orochimaru placed greater faith in himself. Let us await Tsunade here. Compared to my disciple, hers will likely take some time to complete the bell-snatching exercise, Jiraiya chuckled. It was evident he was genuinely delighted to have Minato as his disciple. Jiraiya, my disciple is no less remarkable than yours. As Jiraiya spoke, 4 slender figures emerged from the forest, and leading them was a somewhat familiar golden-haired beauty, Tsunade. However, Naoki Asakawa's gaze did not linger on Tsunade. Rather, it traversed past her to behold 2 familiar figures behind her. Kushina, Makoto, is it truly you here? Naoki Asakawa exclaimed with a hint of delight. I never imagined that your teacher, Naoki-kun, would be friends with Lady Tsunade, Makoto Uchiha remarked with a light chuckle. Indeed. Lady Tsunade is extraordinarily formidable, Kushina Izumaki stated joyfully. Due to the somewhat convoluted nature of their generational titles, Kushina typically referred to Tsunade as sister, though in a professional context she would certainly address her as teacher, although she could not formally study under a single mentor. The prospect of their instructor being friends with Tsunade promised numerous opportunities for collaboration in future missions. Naoki Asakawa, however, was taken aback to learn that Tsunade had accepted both of them as her disciples. It was one thing for Kushina, given her familial ties to Tsunade through Mito Uzumaki, but it was quite another for Tsunade to take in Makoto Uchiha as a pupil. After all, Tsunade belonged to the Senju clan, while Makoto hailed from the Uchiha clan. Though both clans jointly established the Hidden Leaf Village, the deep-seated enmity between them could not be so easily forgotten. Not to mention, Tsunade's grandfather, Hashirama Senju, had met an untimely demise due to Madara Uchiha. The underlying reason for Tsunade's acceptance of Makoto as a disciple stemmed from a particular request made by her teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Tsunade, I hope you will take Makoto Uchiha under your wing. Though Tsunade was unaware that Hiruzen intended to use Makoto and Naoki to bridge the divide within the Uchiha clan, she ultimately chose to trust her mentor. This was the true motivation behind Tsunade's decision. Now that everyone is here, shall we proceed to dine? Jiraiya suggested with a smile. Given that the training objectives had been met, the 3 guiding Jonin felt no urgency and leisurely made their way toward the hidden leaf. Behind them, the 9 students engaged in conversation, becoming increasingly acquainted with one another. Naoki Asakawa also learned of Tsunade's other female disciple named Kisaragi Sirai, while Jiraiya's 2 male pupils were introduced as Kobayashi Daishur and Inoue Shigeru. As the group arrived at a barbecue restaurant, an Umbu ninja clad in black attire and donning a cat-faced mask suddenly appeared before Jiraiya and his companions. Lord Orochimaru, the Hokage has urgent matters to discuss. The Hokage has returned? Tsunade smiled, knowing that despite the stern demeanor of the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi was genuinely concerned for them. However, recently, the old man has been exceedingly busy, even lacking the time to preside over the graduation ceremony, leaving one to wonder what he is preoccupied with. An Umbu ninja hesitated before finally stating, there have been some changes in circumstances. Please proceed to the Hokage's office. Lord Orochimaru. Changes in circumstances? Tsunade sensed some significance in this and inquired of the Umbu ninja, can Jiraiya and I accompany you? Yes. It would be best if Lady Tsunade and Lord Jiraiya went together, the Umbu ninja nodded. Clearly, something significant was afoot. Orochimaru turned to his 9 disciples and handed a stack of money to Naoki Asakawa, saying, you all go eat first. We may have a mission on our end. If all goes well, we will gather here tomorrow morning to begin our tasks. Understood, Sensei. The group replied in unison. Let us depart, Orochimaru concluded. And the three of them, along with the Umbu ninja, vanished from sight, reappearing 100 meters away in the blink of an eye. The body flicker technique is indeed swift, Asakawa mused, pondering when he might acquire a scroll for that technique. All right, let us go dine, Asakawa said as he entered the barbecue restaurant with the money given by Orochimaru. Although 3 teachers were absent, the atmosphere among the 9 students remained quite harmonious. Meanwhile, Tsunade and the others had already arrived at the Hokage's office. Upon opening the door, they found Sarutobi Hiruzen seated in the Hokage's chair, his face etched with fatigue. At this moment, Hiruzen was in his prime, typically appearing spirited, but of late, the overwhelming amount of affairs he had to manage had left him somewhat worn and haggard. Teacher, did you summon us for something urgent? Orochimaru inquired. Indeed, Hiruzen nodded. To make a long story short, I need you to swiftly proceed to the border between the land of fire and the land of rain. Has Hanzo made any unusual movements again? Orochimaru asked curiously. Aside from the 5 great nations, the land of rain possesses formidable strength. However, its geographical position is quite precarious, nestled among 3 major nations, which means it can only grow stronger by defeating them. The current leader of the land of rain, Hanzo the Salamander, is a powerful and assertive ninja who is reluctant to submit to the 3 great nations, resulting in frequent unrest within the land of rain. Precisely. And this time it may be serious, Hiruzen sighed. I have already dispatched additional manpower to guard against potential threats from the land of wind and the land of lightning. The most likely flashpoint for conflict now rests upon your shoulders. Understood, Hokage-sama. The 3 responded in unison. Chapter 044, Journey to the Land of Rain the following morning. When Asakawa, Naoki, and the others arrived at the designated meeting spot, they found that Orochimaru and the others had long been waiting. Gather your belongings. We must head to the border of the land of fire for a mission that may require an extended stay, Orochimaru instructed Asakawa and the others. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and Tsunade were notifying their disciples about the journey to the land of rain. Once the announcements were made, the 9 students scattered like birds, returning home to prepare their supplies. Upon reaching home, Asakawa realized he had little to pack. After some contemplation, he ultimately decided to take the Sage Technique scroll with him. The duration of their stay in the land of rain was uncertain, and leaving the scroll at home felt unsafe. Carrying the vital Sage Technique scroll, Asakawa then grabbed the ninja tool bag that Orochimaru had given them the previous day, which contained over 20 finely crafted shurikens and kunai, an expensive collection if he had to purchase it himself. Finally, he picked up the slightly defective katana he had acquired 2 years ago. Now, after some careful honing during his leisure, the blade gleamed brilliantly. Imbued with a small amount of chakra metal scraps, albeit inferior to the 2 flying swords he possessed, which were entirely forged from chakra metal, nevertheless, it was adequate for a chunin. Seated in the carriage, Asakawa reflected on his journey. He had just graduated and had yet to undertake a single mission. Yet now he was set to travel to the land of rain the very next day. Due to Hiruzen's withholding of information, they remained unaware of the critical situation at the front lines of the land of fire. With Hiruzen unable to personally venture to the land of rain and dispatching elite ninjas from Konoha to safeguard against threats from the land of wind and the land of lightning, he had no choice but to send his 3 disciples to maintain order in the land of rain. The decision of whether to bring Asakawa and the other students along had been a topic of discussion among Orochimaru and his companions. Jiraiya was the first to advocate for taking them to the land of rain, believing that only through facing adversity could they grow rapidly. The experiences in the land of rain would serve as a crucible for the prophesied child, Minato Namikaze. Tsunade, however, held a contrary view. She was concerned for the safety of these recently graduated students, especially with Shigeru among them. Ultimately, the decision fell upon Orochimaru. After careful consideration, given the tense situation in the ninja world, all ninjas were preoccupied, and they could not entrust their students to others temporarily. Furthermore, even if they kept the students close, allowing them to assist with logistical tasks in the rear, the presence of the 3 at the front should mitigate any significant issues. Thus, Orochimaru cast his vote in favor. And with a 2-to-1 decision, Tsunade reluctantly acquiesced, permitting all 3 students to accompany them to the land of rain. Having resolved the journey to the land of rain, it was only natural that they would not go empty-handed. They also undertook a protective mission, traveling with supplies destined for the land of rain. A total of 10 carriages were prepared, with Orochimaru's disciples, Asakawa and his peers, seated at the forefront of the convoy, while Jiraiya's students, Minato Namikaze and his companions, took the rear, and Tsunade's students, Kushina Izumaki and her team, occupied the middle. This arrangement ensured that should any issues arise, as long as they could hold their ground momentarily, the others would be able to respond in time. As for Orochimaru and Tsunade, after briefing them on their tasks, they set off ahead towards the border of the land of rain and the land of fire. In truth, only Orochimaru and Tsunade proceeded. Jiraiya remained behind to ensure their safety. However, in order to hone their abilities, Jiraiya chose not to accompany the merchant convoy to the land of rain. Instead, he maintained a discreet distance, concealing himself behind the convoy, unbeknownst to them. This approach ensured that with Orochimaru and Tsunade present, there would be little concern for safety along the borders of the Land of Fire, allowing his disciples to accumulate valuable experience through their tasks, a strategy that yielded multiple benefits. One must not underestimate the task of transporting supplies, which is classified as a C-rank mission, given the current tumultuous state of the ninja world. Delivering supplies to the front lines poses a constant risk of encountering enemies, thereby elevating the task's classification to a B-rank mission, one that only a nin could undertake. Generally speaking, such a level of mission would be far beyond the reach of freshly graduated genin, were it not for the assurances provided by Orochimaru and others. The merchants would never have permitted them to accept this task. Nevertheless, the merchant leader at the forefront cast a dubious glance at Naoki Asakawa and his companions, filling SHJU's heart with frustration. All right, let us focus on our training, Naoki Asakawa murmured. Didn't Orochimaru's sensei instruct you to study ninjutsu? With that, SHJU's irritation gradually dissipated, and he gazed at the scroll in his hands, feeling a surge of excitement. At long last, he could learn ninjutsu. This scroll had been entrusted to them by Orochimaru before his departure, granting them the opportunity to study, despite his noble lineage. SHJU had been unable to delve into ninjutsu due to Tsunade's influence, and the techniques bestowed by Orochimaru represented his first foray into ninjutsu beyond the basic transformation technique. F-ton, great breakthrough. Their other teammate, Daiki Seishin, was also engrossed in studying his scroll. It appeared that both SHJU and Daiki possessed wind release chakra, prompting Orochimaru to provide them with the same technique, F-ton, great breakthrough, to prevent them from overextending themselves. Naoki Asakawa, too, possessed a scroll. Though it was not of wind release, rather, it contained a C-rank lightning release technique, Right-on, lightning rod. After all, he was dual-natured with lightning and fire affinities. Having already mastered one fire technique, he thus sought a lightning technique from Orochimaru. However, he merely flipped through the pages briefly, committing the contents to memory, intending to seek a secluded place later to verify the techniques he could cultivate using the mystical scroll. Unable to practice ninjutsu in the carriage, Akiko and Naoki remained vigilant to the slightest rustle of the surroundings while concentrating on the foundational chi refinement technique. He sensed the food consumed in the morning being swiftly digested and absorbed, transforming into a continuous flow of vital energy, which was subsequently refined into magical power. A sense of satisfaction filled Akiko and Naoki's heart. Ever since he successfully ignited the flame of essence, he had discovered the marvels of the true fire of samadhi. Once the flame of essence was lit, he found that it operated autonomously without requiring his conscious effort, residing near his heart, aiding him in refining the vital energy, effectively allowing him to cultivate ceaselessly. Not only does he no longer feel the intense heat and redness that characterized his previous practice of the samadhi true fire, but the speed at which he refines his vital energy has accelerated remarkably. Consequently, what initially may have required several years to accumulate sufficient mana to transcend from refining energy to spiritual transformation can now be confidently reduced by more than half. However, the only awkward predicament is that Asakawa Naoki finds himself becoming hungrier much more quickly, necessitating a restraint on the speed of his energy refinement to prevent the incessant growling of his stomach. In Chapter 045, Military Rations and Night Watch, he reassures himself that once he reaches the stage of spiritual transformation, sustenance will no longer be a concern. The first stage of cultivation, refining essence into energy, necessitates a substantial intake of food, extracting vital energy from nourishment and subsequently refining it into mana. In contrast, the second stage, transitioning from energy to spirit, shifts from an internal pursuit to an external one, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for mana refinement. According to the foundational refining techniques, the requirement for food diminishes significantly upon breaking through to the second stage. Achieving mastery may even allow practitioners to subsist solely on the spiritual energy of the universe, rendering ordinary food unnecessary for sustaining life. However, it seems that there exists a substance in the ninja world that can serve as a substitute for food. A sudden realization strikes Asakawa Naoki, the military ration pills. In the earlier phases of Naruto, these pills are regarded as a crucial item, not only capable of replenishing a ninja's chakra but also temporarily enhancing their chakra capacity. For instance, Inuzuka Kiba consumed military ration pills alongside Akamaru to defeat Naruto, while Kabuto did the same to bolster his power against Tsunade. In the later stages of Naruto, due to potential balance issues, these pills seem to have vanished from the narrative. Nevertheless, they undeniably exist in the authentic realm of ninjas. However, the miraculous effects of the military food pill are not as extraordinary as one might think. It is simply impossible to significantly increase one's chakra capacity. As for restoring a ninja's chakra, one can only say it is somewhat effective, albeit minimally. Ultimately, the military food pill is akin to a type of compressed biscuit, small in size, high in energy, and easily absorbed. In the context of the past, it could be likened to a quintessential carbohydrate bomb. Therefore, the effect of the military food pill in replenishing a ninja's chakra is fundamentally a restoration of physical strength derived from the food consumed. This recovery is painstakingly slow, akin to regular meals, and due to its unpalatable taste, ninjas generally prefer not to consume military food pills if they have the option of a proper meal. Nevertheless, In a world rife with warfare and strife, the military food pill is indispensable. There are times when the urgency of battle leaves no opportunity for a proper meal. And consuming a couple of these pills is just sufficient to stave off hunger. Prior to igniting his vital energy, Asakawa Naoki had never contemplated the necessity of military food pills, as his energy refinement was limited and he could meet his daily training requirements with slightly larger meals. However, the situation has changed. After igniting his vital energy, his body is in a constant state of cultivation, and during missions, he cannot afford frequent meals. The convenience and substantial energy content of military food pills make them particularly appealing. Reflecting on this, Asakawa Naoki glanced at the two individuals seated opposite him. Engrossed in their ninjutsu studies, SHU, Masamura, do you have any military food pills? He casually inquired. If you do, that would be splendid. If not, it's no matter, as they will surely be available at the front lines. I do not, Masamura replied with a shake of his head. What do you need those for? SHU asked curiously, producing a packet of pills from his garment and handing it to Asakawa Naoki. This is what my sister prepared for me. Although they stave off hunger quite well, they are exceedingly unpalatable. No one would choose these over regular rations. Thank you. I merely wish to sample the flavor of the military food pill, Asakawa Naoki said, as he retrieved one from his possession. The military food pill in his hand was roughly the size of marbles he played with during his childhood. A packet contained several dozen. Its exterior appeared dark and uninviting. And while it was not bitter, it possessed an odd flavor, the ingredients of which were a mystery. Unable to discern any particular quality, Asakawa Naoki decided to consume one. The texture was utterly lacking. It was somewhat hard, and the taste was peculiar, like an amalgamation of various delicious flavors that ultimately culminated in a rather unpleasant experience. It was reminiscent of how bananas and red dates are delightful individually, yet their combination can yield an off-putting odor. It is no wonder that ninjas are reluctant to consume military food pills unless absolutely necessary. However, Naoki Asakawa did not dwell on the significance of the matter. He simply chewed a few times before swallowing and took several sips of water. The military ration quickly alleviated Asakawa's hunger, proving to be quite filling. He reflected that the energy derived from a single ration was nearly equivalent to that of a bowl of ramen, which explained why many ninjas could sustain themselves on just 2 rations per meal. If you enjoy it, consider it a gift, SHU remarked nonchalantly. Only to recall something and add, by the way, my sister advised me that one should not consume too many of these. Generally, one should limit themselves to 2 per meal. Overindulgence can be detrimental to one's health. Understood. I shall repay you with my mission rewards once we reach the front lines. Asakawa replied. While SHU was indifferent to the monetary aspect, Asakawa could not afford to be so dismissive. Regrettably, his savings had dwindled significantly. But he still had some rewards from this mission. If those fell short, he would have to repay slowly over time. I told you, there's no need for formality. SHU retorted with a hint of exasperation. During the first day, due to their proximity to Konohagakure, the caravan felt relatively secure, with few foolish enough to brazenly attack the convoy within the village's vicinity. As dusk approached, the caravan leader identified a flat area to set up camp. After feeding the horses, several members began erecting tents under his direction. According to what Asakawa and his companions had learned at the Ninja Academy, the campsite should ideally be situated at a higher elevation for better visibility. However, the caravan leader's dismissive attitude meant that he had not consulted them when choosing the location. After some contemplation, Asakawa and his team ultimately refrained from voicing their objections, while the caravan set up their tents. Half of Asakawa's group stood guard while the other half assisted in the camp's establishment. After lighting a bonfire and consuming their rations, the caravan members retreated to their tents for rest, yet Asakawa and his companions could not afford such early slumber. Let us take turns keeping watch tonight, Asakawa proposed. Agreed. Minato Namikaze replied. We have 3 teams. How about we rotate nightly? I concur, Makoto Uchiha nodded. Although none of the 3 teams had an overt leader. Through their bell-stealing test, Asakawa, Namikaze, and Uchiha had subtly emerged as the de facto leaders, and their plan met with no objections from the others. Then our team shall take the first watch tonight, Asakawa declared. Tomorrow, it will be our team's turn, Namikaze stated. And the day after, it will be ours, Uchiha agreed. You two may rest for now, Asakawa continued, casting a glance at SHU and Masamura. I will take the first half of the night watch. The latter half can be entrusted to both of you. Understood. SHU and Ki replied in unison. However, observing SHU's excited demeanor, Naoki Asakawa harbored some doubts about his ability to slumber through the night. Chapter 46, Lightning in the Palm. As the merchant caravan settled for the night, the members gathered their tents together. In their role as protectors of the caravan, Naoki Asakawa and his 3 squads each erected a tent, with 3 individuals residing in each, forming a triangular perimeter around the caravan's members. This arrangement ensured that, regardless of the direction from which an attack might emerge, at least one of the 3 ninja squads would be poised to respond swiftly, while the others could provide timely support. Watching as everyone returned to their respective tents, Naoki Asakawa swallowed 2 military rations and drank a bit of water to aid in digestion. The campsite chosen by the caravan was remarkably flat, devoid of any trees for cover, necessitating that Naoki Asakawa remain vigilant by the campfire throughout the night, feeling the inner fire of his essence burning. He noted how the recently consumed rations quickly transformed into refined energy within him. The somewhat unpalatable taste of the rations no longer seemed a significant drawback. It was time to explore what techniques lightning release might unveil. First, however, he needed to ascertain if any enemies lurked nearby. Concentrating, Naoki Asakawa attuned himself to the surroundings. Although his mental energy had yet to evolve into true consciousness, rendering him incapable of learning sensing techniques, his perceptive abilities were remarkably acute, especially since his recent breakthrough. Every rustle of grass or whisper of wind within 100 meters fell within his awareness. From Naoki Asakawa's perception, the majority of the caravan members had succumbed to sleep, and most of his comrades were also resting. Only Ju and Masamura Ki remained awake. Ki's breath was steady, suggesting he had entered slumber, while Ju tossed and turned, likely unable to find rest due to the excitement of his first mission. That figure, it must be one of Orochimaru's associates. Near the edge of Naoki Asakawa's perception, a silhouette lay upon the trunk of a large tree. Though he made no move, the aura of his formidable strength was palpable. Since the caravan's departure, Naoki Asakawa had sensed this figure trailing them at a steady distance. Given the individual's immense power yet lack of malice towards them, it was easy to deduce his identity. Although Orochimaru and his companions claimed they were hastening to the front lines, it was unlikely they would send this group of freshly graduated genin out of the village for a protective mission. Thus, two would advance to the front, while one remained to guard the caravan, a most prudent arrangement. With two individuals at the front stabilizing the situation, the last could accompany the newly graduated students perfectly. Tsunade and Orochimaru were better suited for commanding the battlefield, making it highly probable that the individual was Jiraiya. Sensing Jiraiya resting, and noting that the other members of the camp were similarly at ease, Naoki Asakawa cautiously retrieved the scroll of sage techniques. What sage technique might be revealed? Grasping the scroll, he mentally revisited the training method for lightning release, lightning needle that he had diligently noted on the card, then unfurled the scroll. Indeed, a new technique presented itself, one that Naoki Asakawa recognized from his past life, a lightning-based jutsu, lightning in the palm. In contrast to the grand technique of the three mystical flames, the caliber of lightning in the palm was decidedly lesser. However, at times, possessing a lower rank can indeed bear its advantages. In Naruto, low-level ninjutsu not only presents a reduced difficulty in learning, but also requires less chakra and does not necessitate an extensive duration for hand seals. During most battles, there is seldom sufficient time for a ninja to perform the seals required for advanced ninjutsu. This is precisely why techniques such as the Rasengan, which is a ninjutsu devoid of hand seals, are so formidable, particularly when combined with the Flying Thunder God technique. Similarly, while the power of the Palm Thunder cannot possibly rival that of the Samadhi True Fire, the learning curve and speed of execution are not comparable. Naoki Asakawa spent 3 years successfully igniting the Essence Fire, and it remains uncertain how long it will take to master the subsequent Chi Fire and Divine Fire. According to the description of Palm Thunder, practitioners with a lightning affinity can easily grasp the fundamentals, most only require a few days to learn it. After meticulously noting the cultivation method for Palm Thunder, Naoki Asakawa tucked the senjutsu scroll into his robe and commenced his training. Is this truly Palm Thunder? As Naoki gazed at the quivering blue lightning in his hand, a sense of delight welled up within him. Do not underestimate this faint lightning. When it truly strikes a person, it is not merely a tingling sensation. Moreover, according to the description of the Palm Thunder, if one cultivates it to perfection, they can unleash the might of the heavens and earth with a mere gesture. However, at this moment, Naoki Asakawa exerted all his strength into the lightning palm, estimating that it would be comparable to the Chidori. He was prepared to continue his training when, amidst the night, a figure approached slowly. Shinju, it's not even midnight yet. Why have you come to change shifts so early? Naoki extinguished the lightning in his hand and turned to see the slightly embarrassed Shinju. I'm sorry, Asakawa. I was too excited on my first mission and couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd join you for the night watch, Shinju replied with a hint of helplessness. No need to apologize. It's quite normal for a first mission. Naoki shook his head. Since you can't sleep, let us keep watch together, and later, I'll wake up Masamura. All right, Shinju nodded. Naoki consumed a soldier's ration pill and took a few sips of water. With Shinju present, he couldn't train the lightning palm, so he decided to refine his vital energy to enhance his magical power. You can really eat a lot, Shinju laughed. You can stomach such unpalatable food? What can I say? My digestion is just too fast, Naoki shrugged, then curiously asked, by the way, why do you want to become Hokage? Of course, I want to protect Konoha like my grandfather. Shinju's eyes sparkled as he spoke. And why do you wish to become Hokage? Shinju countered. Naoki recalled the moments when he first traversed into this world and glanced at the tent where Kushina resided. It was likely only when he witnessed Kushina being bullied and felt compelled to intervene that he truly integrated into this realm. The world of Hokage from his past life memories became a reality, since he was aware of the conspiracies and tragedies that lay ahead. Possessing the power to change the world, he naturally intended to alter it. I want to change this world, Naoki said slowly. Haha. Then let us strive together. Shinju chuckled. Indeed, Naoki nodded. Just then, he heard footsteps approaching from afar. The sound was not loud and lacked the lightness of a ninja. It seemed to belong to an ordinary person. At that moment, a branch snapped underfoot, and Shinju also sensed the presence of someone. Someone's coming. Shinju immediately became alert. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, lying on a nearby branch, was equally attentive to the unfolding situation. How will these two youngsters choose? Jiraiya wondered curiously. Don't worry too much. It's just one person. Likely an ordinary individual, Naoki remarked. An ordinary person? Upon hearing Naoki's explanation, Shinju relaxed slightly. They now faced a simple dilemma. Should they wake everyone up or investigate alone? If this were a horror film, their decision to investigate alone would likely lead to dire consequences. However, if the individual was merely an ordinary person drawn by the campfire, it seemed excessive to disturb everyone's rest over such a matter. Let us remain still and wait for him to come closer, Naoki suggested calmly. All right, Shinju agreed. After a while, aided by the glow of the campfire, they could finally discern the figure before them. Not far ahead, a gaunt middle-aged man, appearing to be a refugee, approached the fire slowly. Halt. Who are you? Why are you coming near us? Naoki called out. Shinju, observing the man's pitiful condition, felt a surge of sympathy. Children. Do you have anything to eat? The middle-aged man inquired. We do. It might be a bit bitter, but please have some, Shinju replied, gesturing for Naoki to give the man 2 soldiers' ration pills. Very well, Naoki acquiesced, retrieving 2 ration pills and a bottle of water to hand to the middle-aged man. Accepting the ration pills, the man consumed the unpalatable food with apparent delight, revealing a serene expression afterward. Shinju, please wake everyone up, Naoki instructed. Okay. Shinju nodded and hurried toward the tents. In truth, several lower-ranked ninjas had already noticed the conversation between Naoki and the middle-aged man and had begun to wake up. Gathering around the campfire, while the members of the merchant caravan remained undisturbed in their sleep. After Shinju roused everyone, the caravan leader approached, visibly annoyed. And Shinju appeared slightly indignant, likely having received a reprimand. What is the matter? The caravan leader shot a discontented glance at Naoki, ignoring the leader's gaze. Naoki summarized the middle-aged man's remarks. The man's identity was not complex. He was merely a victim of marauding bandits, losing everything. According to him, he had not eaten for several days due to those bandits and was nearing his physical limits, explaining his eagerness to consume the ration pills. Sir, could you allow me to accompany the caravan to another village? I can work in exchange for just a little food, the middle-aged man pleaded. Our caravan does not require additional hands, the caravan leader replied coldly. You can either leave now, or I will kill you on the spot. Mr. Zemyu, you are being too harsh, Shinju interjected. At that moment, Shinju resembled a passionate youth freshly entered into society, instinctively standing against social injustice. You ninjas are hired by me. I am the employer. Zemyu Kai smirked derisively. If it weren't for your teacher's assurances, do you think I would employ a bunch of freshly graduated ninjas? Dream on. At that moment, Zemyu Kai's frustrations erupted. Although they had not faced any dangers thus far, and their camping methods appeared quite professional, Zemyu Kai still felt displeased. As if he had overpaid for subpar goods. Had it not been for concerns about conducting business in Konoha, he would have outright declined when those high-ranking ninjas requested his cooperation. He likely remained unaware that Orochimaru's guarantee of their safety stemmed from Jiraiya's vigilant watch. With a powerful Jonin trailing the caravan, this mission was virtually foolproof. Zemyu Kai had indeed benefited from this escort task. Yet, at this moment, Zemyu Kai perceived it differently. Feeling irritated that these ninjas had interrupted his rest. Just kill this lowly scum. Why inform me? He thought that an experienced ninja would have driven the man away long ago. I undoubtedly should not have hired such unprofessional ninjas. Zemyu Kai rebuked. Mr. Zemyu. He is a citizen of the Land of Fire. How can you be so cruel? Shinju exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Cruel? He is merely a refugee now. Zemyu Kai said, now, you can either drive him away or kill him where he stands. Don't forget, I am the employer. Mr. Zemyu. I recommend allowing him to stay with us. Naoki Asakawa remarked, and Minato Namikaze along with Makoto Uchiha nodded in agreement, differing somewhat from SHJu's perspective. This refugee might indeed be a genuine refugee, yet there exists another possibility that he could be a meat reconnaissance operative sent by the Ronin. Asakawa had once perused his parents' notes, which mentioned that some rootless Ronin often trained such operatives, leveraging their kin as leverage. Upon locating a merchant caravan, these scouts would infiltrate it to gather intelligence. If the scout failed to return, it would indicate that the caravan's protective shinobi were formidable and merciless, having dispatched the scout. Conversely, if the scout returned, they could ascertain the strength of the protective shinobi based on his account. Should there be powerful shinobi guarding the caravan, they would naturally refrain from attacking. However, if the guardians were as weak as they were at present, the Ronin would launch an all-out assault. Presently, with their numbers considerable and the true nature of the middle-aged man uncertain, whether he was a genuine refugee or one coerced, they found it improbable to execute him on the spot. The most prudent course of action would be to take him along, assigning a shinobi to keep watch over him. Yet, Kei Ichizamuki clearly harbored a different opinion, leaning towards the notion that Asakawa dared to challenge his authority. You are merely a freshly graduated genin, he scoffed. If you choose not to act, I shall take it upon myself to eliminate him. A glint of ferocity flickered in Zamuki's eyes. This world has never truly known peace. Refugees abound. and the deaths of a few outside the city would hardly garner attention. If you proceed in that direction, you should reach Konoha within a day. SHU indicated the path they had come from, handing the middle-aged man 5 soldier pills. This should suffice for a day's sustenance. I regret that we cannot offer you shelter, he added, his eyes reddening. The palpable frustration of being unable to assist someone in need weighed heavily on the passionate young man. Thank you, young one. The middle-aged man expressed gratitude as he accepted the soldier pills, though a barely perceptible resentment lingered in his gaze. Since you refused to take me in, await the consequences. After the man departed, Asakawa sighed, foreseeing trouble that night. Chapter 048, The Ronin's Assault. Humph. Must I handle such trivial matters myself? Keiichi Izumoki muttered under his breath. What a bunch of inept shinobi. Though his voice was low, the stillness of the night allowed those present, all possessing chakra, to hear his disdainful remarks. You insolent fool. The forthright Kushina Izumaki clenched her fists, only to be restrained by Makoto Uchiha. Kushina, as a shinobi, one must exercise restraint, Makoto advised, shaking her head. Witnessing Kushina's urge to retaliate, Izumoki ultimately retreated in silence to the central tent of the caravan. All right, everyone return to your rest. Should anything arise, I will promptly inform you, Asakawa declared. With matters momentarily settled, the others returned to their tents to catch up on sleep. Yet, Minato Namikaze, Makoto Uchiha, and Kushina Izumaki lingered, joined by Asakawa and SHU, forming a circle around the campfire in silence. That guy is utterly outrageous, Kushina quietly remarked, breaking the tranquility. He shows no regard for the refugees as human beings. SHU added, indignantly, were it not for the risk of losing my shinobi status for harming an employer, I would have relished the opportunity to teach him a lesson. Despite SHU's youth, Keiichi Izumoki's corpulence was evident, revealing a lack of physical activity. Even a newly graduated genin like SHU would be capable of besting him. Such is the fate of a shinobi, Asakawa mused. In essence, a shinobi serves merely as a tool employed by merchants and commissioned by shinobi villages. The world remains oblivious to when true peace may be achieved. The status of shinobi in this realm is not as exalted as many presume. They resemble bodyguards, perhaps earning higher wages, yet facing grave dangers. In times of peace, shinobi protect wealthy employers, while in wartime, they are thrust to the front lines to battle against other shinobi. However, if we consider everyone, the status of ninjas should still be relatively high, especially given the numerous refugees displaced by war in this world. The position of these refugees is evident from the merchant's earlier attitude towards them. Is this the reason you aspire to become Hokage? SHU inquired of Asakawa Naoki. I suppose so. I yearn to transform this world, replied Asakawa Naoki. Ninjas ought not to be mere instruments of slaughter. I seek a pathway to peace. Your ambition is indeed grand, SHU remarked. I wish to become Hokage solely to protect Konoha. Upon hearing SHU's words, Namikaze Minato and the others cast surprised glances at Asakawa Naoki, astonished that his desire to become Hokage stemmed from a wish to change the world. Reflecting on it, Namikaze Minato's reason for becoming Hokage is quite similar to SHU's. He too wishes to safeguard the village of Konoha. Dreams do not adhere to notions of vastness or narrowness. The more grounded a dream is, the easier it is to realize. Asakawa Naoki chuckled. I currently find myself at a loss regarding how to achieve my dream. Despite possessing the knowledge acquired from my previous life and a physique capable of cultivating sage arts, the endeavor to alter the world remains exceedingly arduous. Uchiha Obito's descent into darkness, in a certain sense, was not merely a result of witnessing Rin's demise at Kakashi's hands, but rather an awakening to the true nature of the ninja world. The essence of this world has not altered with the establishment of the ninja villages. Ninjas continue to take the lives of their loved ones and friends in pursuit of their missions. However, Naoki Asakawa would not succumb to darkness like Obito. For while he perceives the shadowy aspects of the ninja world, he shall never forget the warmth and light that exist within it. The world is multifaceted and cannot be reduced to mere generalizations. At present, his perspective remains somewhat limited and his strength insufficient, which hinders his ability to discover a means to transform the world. Yet, he firmly believes that one day he shall uncover the true essence of peace. I am confident that Naoki's aspirations will surely come to fruition, remarked Makoto Uchiha with a smile, her eyes brimming with trust. I shall assist you as well, added Kushina Izumaki cheerfully. Thank you, Naoki replied with a smile, relishing the comforting sensation of being believed in. Naoki, while I hold great admiration for your dream, Minato Namikaze said with a light chuckle, I shall not waver, for becoming Hokage is my dream too. Me too, SHU exclaimed with fervor. I also wish to become Hokage, Makoto chimed in. I will not concede, Kushina declared, clenching her fists. Why has the atmosphere suddenly become so spirited? Naoki chuckled. Let us all strive together, advancing towards our dreams. Though nightfall is typically a time for weariness, the five of them found themselves engrossed in conversation, oblivious to the desire for sleep. In their youth, they were brimming with energy, and barring unforeseen circumstances, they could likely chat until dawn. However, distant footsteps began to resonate. Subdued yet deliberate, suggesting the presence of someone who had lowered their voice intentionally. As they drew closer, a glimmer of steel could be discerned, indicating an impending ambush. SHU, go awaken everyone, Naoki cautioned. We may be in trouble tonight. Understood, SHU replied, lowering his posture as he stealthily approached the tents. The assailants remained unaware that their movements had already been detected by Naoki and his companions, who were poised to counterattack. Once SHU roused the others and the caravan members, the assailants had entered the range of Naoki's group. Enemy attack! Naoki shouted, momentarily stunning the assailants. The next sound they heard was the whistling of shuriken slicing through the air, the last sound they would ever hear, as the shuriken severed their throats. The pungent scent of blood erupted forth, and 4 assailants collapsed, their eyes wide with shock in their final moments. They could scarcely fathom how they had been discovered. According to the refugees' account, the ninjas in this area were merely fresh graduates, with the leading ninja being a child who had only recently completed his training. Unbeknownst to them, Naoki, whose stature was akin to that of an adult, had been mistaken for the leading ninja by the refugee. "Naoki, your shuriken throwing is indeed impressive," Minato remarked, reflecting on their preparation prior to the assault. Each had been assigned a target. And although all 4 had achieved perfect scores in shuriken throwing at the Ninja Academy, this was their first real combat, to ensure a decisive strike. Minato opted to throw an additional 2 shuriken. Not only he, but also Uchiha Makoto and Uzumaki Kushina each threw 2 shuriken. Only Asakawa Naoki wielded a single shuriken. Yet it was equally lethal. This was not merely a testament to his exceptional throwing skills, but more significantly, it reflected Asakawa Naoki's unwavering confidence in his technique. "I simply trust my shuriken more," Asakawa Naoki remarked with a smile. Chapter 49, The Shield. Asakawa, have the enemies been dealt with? Asked Masamura Oki, along with 3 other teammates, as they hurried over. For the moment, yes. However, these rogues are likely just the vanguard. We must remain vigilant, Asakawa Naoki cautioned. Meanwhile, after the ninjas had assembled, the caravan leader, Sawamura, finally arrived, albeit belatedly. Having been roused from slumber twice in one night, Sawamura was brimming with resentment. If these ninjas failed to provide him with a satisfactory explanation, he vowed to file a complaint once the mission was complete. However, upon witnessing the lifeless bodies of 4 armed ronin, Kawakami Koichi's once furious mind abruptly cleared, not only awakening his intellect but also sending a shiver through his body. "May I inquire as to the identity of these corpses?" he asked cautiously, his voice stripped of its previous arrogance and disdain. The fact that these ninjas had silently dispatched 4 armed adults made it evident that if they desired his demise, it would be but a swift stroke of a blade. In that moment, he came to realize that although these ninjas were merely children, freshly graduated from the Ninja Academy, his very life depended on them. As several ronin attempted a stealthy assault, Asakawa Naoki refrained from lengthy discourse, commanding, "You must gather the members of the merchant caravan, otherwise we cannot protect such a large number." "Understood," Koichi replied, compelled to comply. In the absence of threats, he would have orchestrated the caravan's arrangements. But with the emergence of adversaries, he was left with no choice but to heed Asakawa's directives. Once Koichi had assembled the caravan members in carts, Asakawa Naoki positioned 3 small teams of 9 lower-ranking ninjas in a triangular formation around the caravan, ensuring that any potential enemy attack from any direction could be effectively countered. Though Asakawa was unaware of the strengths of his other comrades, he held unwavering faith in the capabilities of Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Makoto, and Uzumaki Kushina. With their presence, at least 2 of the flanks would be fortified against sudden losses, and with Asakawa leading, their side would stand as an impenetrable bastion. The prowess of the 3 teams was relatively balanced, alleviating concerns about any particular weakness. "Asakawa, what shall we do now?" Shobun inquired. "We can only wait," Asakawa replied. In the current circumstances, the enemy lurked in the shadows while they remained in the light, the initiative held by an unknown foe. Should they recklessly act under the cover of night, they would likely fall into the enemy's snare. The only viable strategy was to await the enemy's assault or to depart swiftly at dawn. If he were the attacking enemy, how would he proceed? Pondering this, Asakawa realized that after the silent demise of the 4 ronin, the adversary would surely recognize the tenacity of their opponents. Faced with such formidable foes, he would not engage directly but rather seek to wear down their patience. The optimal moment for an attack would not be now, but rather when the enemy, having endured a long night, would be at their most vulnerable, just before the break of dawn. Yet, the crux of the matter is that immersing oneself in the enemy's mindset is not infallible, for each individual's thought processes are distinct. One cannot hastily assume that the enemy's reasoning mirrors their own. Perhaps the enemy is simply a reckless brute, lacking in strategy. However, considering that the enemy first eliminated the refugee, who served as a human scout, and then dealt with the 4 rogue ninjas in a surprise attack, Naoki Asakawa tentatively deduced that the adversary possessed some level of intelligence. "Everyone," he addressed the other 2 squads, "I estimate the enemy might launch their assault at dawn. We have nearly 4 hours until then. Each squad should assign 2 members to rest for 1 hour while one remains vigilant, aiming for each person to achieve 2 hours of sleep before dawn." The teams led by Minato Namikaze and Makoto Uchiha ultimately concurred with Asakawa's suggestion, allowing one member to stay alert while the others seized the opportunity to rest. Naoki Asakawa too commenced his brief respite, designating SHU and Muramasamune to maintain vigilance for 2 hours. Although termed as rest, it was more akin to a brief nap. This marked their inaugural mission, and given the imminent combat, it was likely that none would find true slumber. The intention behind this break was merely to ease the tautness within their hearts, preventing excessive tension and anxiety when the time for battle arrived. In the distance, under the dim glow of the moonlight, Jiraiya, perched upon a branch, observed everything with keen interest, feeling a sense of admiration swell within him. Even though these young ones had allowed the scout to escape, their subsequent responses had been commendable. Achieving such a level of competence on their first mission, these youths exhibited the potential of exceptional ninjas. As dawn approached, during the darkest hour of the night, the exceptionally perceptive Naoki Asakawa detected faint rustlings and promptly alerted, awake. Enemy attack. His voice resonated loudly, rousing not only the members of the merchant convoy but also alerting the rogues lurking several dozen meters away, preparing for their ambush. However, soon the dawn would break. And even if they were discovered, their fate was sealed. Kill. Eliminate them, and all the provisions and weapons shall belong to us. The leader of the Ronin brandished his long blade, rallying his comrades, and a dozen armed Ronin charged towards the merchant convoy, heading directly towards the position of Naoki Asakawa's team. While a larger force could launch a multifaceted assault, a small number attempting the same would only lead to their own demise. Clearly, the strategists behind this operation possessed some intellect. Alas, they had chosen the wrong direction, inadvertently targeting Naoki Asakawa's group. As they approached the attack range, Naoki reminded his two companions to utilize shurikens. Understood. S.H. Ju and Masamura nodded, though S.H. Ju's hands trembled slightly. Prior to this mission, S.H. Ju had never taken a life, let alone that of a human being, so such a reaction was entirely understandable. However, growth is an inevitable part of life, and this marks their first lesson in maturation. As a group of rogue ninjas approached their attack range, Uchiha Makoto and Minato Namikaze led their teams to flank Akatsukawa Naoki's squad, alleviating some of the pressure. Strike. As Akatsukawa Naoki's voice echoed, the prepared ninjas unleashed their assault, hurling dozens of shurikens simultaneously. Due to the nature of the attack, the armed rogues managed to deflect some of the shurikens. Yet, how could these ordinary individuals, devoid of chakra, evade the deftly thrown shurikens from Akatsukawa Naoki and Uchiha Makoto? With the second volley of shurikens launched, the band of rogues fell one after another. However, the incoming rogues ignited a fiery wrath within the kind-hearted and passionate boy. S.H. Ju, dissipating his earlier guilt over taking lives. These despicable scoundrels. They dare to use villagers as shields. In the dim light of dawn, 7 rogues held ragged villagers before them as human shields, advancing with malicious intent. Clearly, these rogues were aware of the lethal force of the shurikens and shamelessly employed innocent villagers as cover. Chapter 050, The Wandering Ninjas. These civilians were pressed against by the blades of the rogues, forced to shuffle forward, their eyes pleading for mercy as they gazed at Akatsukawa Naoki and his companions. Please, don't kill me. I want to live. Hearing the desperate pleas of the villagers turned into human shields. Even a seasoned ninja like Minato Namikaze felt a surge of emotion, let alone S.H. Ju, a naturally kind-hearted and passionate youth. You bastards. Have the guts to not use these villagers as shields. One rogue scoffed. Huh, little brat? Haven't you heard that all's fair in war? Another rogue taunted. Aren't your shurikens supposed to be formidable? Go on, throw them. You just killed so many of us. Why stop now? Come on. Let us see if your shurikens hit us first, or if they take out the villagers. The rogues shook the villagers in their grip, inciting anger. Yet, despite the provocation, none of the 9 ninjas moved. Though they had passed their Ninja Academy assessments with a 70% accuracy rate at 20 meters, and had just eliminated several rogues, the current situation was different. The enemies were now shielded by civilians, and should they miss their targets, it would be the villagers who would suffer injury or death. In such circumstances, even Minato Namikaze, a prodigious ninja, found himself hesitating to act. Though naturally gifted, he struggled with the moral implications of sacrifice. As the band of rogues entered range, their audacity increased, and they became increasingly cautious, attempting to conceal their forms behind the civilians. Damn it. S.H. Ju and the others prepared to charge forward with their swords, ready to confront the rogues head-on, while the others harbored similar thoughts. If shurikens were not an option, they would engage in close combat, using their blades to slay the rogues. These youths were still too inexperienced, lacking the necessary wisdom. Jiraiya, observing from a branch, stood ready to intervene. Encountering rogues on their first mission, without the guidance of experienced ninjas, indeed surpassed their capabilities. For freshly graduated genin, achieving this level of performance was commendable. It was best to avoid any real casualties. However, before Xingtong and his companions could take action, they were halted by the intervention of Asakawa Naoki. Jiraiya, who was poised to make a move, also paused, choosing to observe the unfolding events for the time being. Leave it to us, he declared. This was their first mission, and he was unwilling to witness the loss of his comrades fighting alongside him. Mei-chin. Asakawa Naoki cast a knowing glance at Uchiha Mei-chin, who immediately grasped his intentions and responded with a subtle nod of agreement. At that moment, the Ronin had already advanced, using the unsuspecting civilians as shields, closing the distance to within 10 meters of Asakawa and the others. In mere seconds, they would be upon them, ready to impart a harsh lesson about the significance of combat experience to these freshly graduated young ninjas. However, Naoki Asakawa and Makoto Uchiha had already reached into the ninja tool pouches at their waists. within the unseen confines of these pouches. Their nimble fingers deftly coiled slender steel wires around themselves, one end entwined around their fingers while the other was affixed to the sharp shuriken. In the next moment, Naoki Asakawa and Makoto Uchiha simultaneously launched 2 shuriken from their hands, totaling 8 projectiles aimed at the 7 Ronin. As the shuriken sliced through the air, the Ronin hastily concealed themselves behind the civilians, who, in turn, shut their eyes, resigned to fate. To their astonishment, these youngsters were indeed capable of action. A sense of unease gripped the Ronin. Despite the youth's mediocre combat experience, their accuracy with the shuriken was commendable, as evidenced by the Ronin who had previously fallen to their blades. However, as the shuriken grazed past them, the Ronin felt a surge of joy. To their astonishment, these young ones had misfired. In the next moment, as Naoki Asakawa and his companion drew back their fingers, the seemingly misguided shuriken abruptly reversed direction, severing the necks of the Ronin who were still reeling from their unexpected delight. This was the legendary shuriken throwing technique of the Uchiha clan. Among the 8 shuriken, the unfortunate Ronin at the center was the most grievously affected, struck simultaneously by the shuriken of Naoki Asakawa and Makoto Uchiha, falling without so much as a cry. The civilians, splattered with the blood of the fallen Ronin, surged towards Naoki Asakawa and his companions, their eyes alight with a mix of terror and gratitude for their salvation. Advance any further, and you shall meet your demise, Naoki Asakawa declared coldly, his voice laced with lethal intent that silenced the frightened civilians. Asakawa, you, Roshu, who was preparing to reassure the civilians, found himself at a loss, bewildered by Naoki Asakawa's uncharacteristic harshness. Roshu, Masamura, and Kazuki, guard these people closely, Naoki instructed the trio. Be wary of spies concealed among them. Naoki Asakawa harbored reservations about these civilians, who were being used as shields, even in the absence of spies. Their presence could easily disrupt their formation, thus it was prudent to keep a watchful eye. Understood, Roshu nodded, reflecting that he had perhaps acted too impulsively and should learn to maintain composure from Asakawa. The 3 took the 7 civilians aside to keep watch, while Naoki Asakawa's expression grew increasingly solemn. With the Ronin now eliminated, the mastermind behind the scenes was finally making an appearance. In Naoki Asakawa's perception, 2 figures emerged slowly from the darkness before dawn. No, to be precise, it should be described as one individual dragging another slowly towards them. Be cautious. It is a rogue ninja, Naoki Asakawa warned. Within his perception, he sensed the presence of chakra within the approaching figure. Upon hearing Asakawa's words, Minato Namikaze and the others immediately heightened their vigilance. The reason they could easily defeat those older rogues was precisely due to their possession of chakra. Yet, when faced with a rogue ninja who also wielded chakra, even an ordinary nin or genin could pose a significant challenge to these freshly graduated students from the Ninja Academy. Moreover, the ability to organize such a multitude of rogues likely exceeded the mere capabilities of a lowly genin. Who would have thought that a group of recent academy graduates could annihilate my meticulously assembled band of rogues? I have underestimated you. The voice of the rogue ninja was somewhat gruff, suggesting he was not without age and had endured his share of hardship. As the faint light of dawn illuminated the scene, Asakawa and his companions finally discerned the identities of the approaching figures and the one being dragged. The rogue ninja was robust and menacing in appearance, while the person being pulled along seemed oddly familiar to them. It's you, exclaimed the guard of the civilians. Key, unable to contain his surprise, not at the rogue ninja, but rather at the half-conscious individual being towed. This person was indeed the refugee who had previously implored them for shelter. Chapter 051. Fierce battle with the rogue ninja. Help me, moaned the refugee, who was being held in the rogue ninja's grasp, suffering in agony. Asakawa and his companions were not mistaken. This refugee was indeed a human reconnaissance operative sent by the rogues. At the outset, had the caravan leader been willing to take him in, he would have gladly forsaken his family, who were held captive by the Ronin as leverage against him, in exchange for a humble existence alongside the caravan. Regrettably, Yamuki-Kei had no intention of allowing him to stay. In his resentment, he divulged all the intelligence he had gathered about the caravan to the Ronin, particularly focusing on the group of freshly graduated ninjas led by Asakawa Naoki. Initially, the true leader of the Ronin, the very wandering ninja before him, had no intention of assaulting the caravan upon learning that it was guarded by 9 ninjas. However, the aggrieved refugee incited the situation, revealing not only Yamuki-Kei's reprimands directed at Asakawa Naoki and his comrades, but also embellishing the innocent and unsuspecting behavior of Nagashi. Consequently, the wandering ninjas came to understand why a caravan of such modest size was accompanied by 9 ninjas. They were merely newly minted genin fresh from the academy. After a brief contemplation, the wandering ninja reached a decision. Dealing with 9 inexperienced and freshly graduated genin would be far simpler than confronting a nin or even a nin from Konoha. To err on the side of caution, the wandering ninja ultimately dispatched his subordinate Ronin to engage first, lest a nin lie hidden among the carts. However, the outcome was unexpected, as dozens of Ronin fell victim to the shuriken of these novice genin. Moreover, with the absence of any guiding ninja from the opposing side, the wandering ninja finally lowered his guard and resolved to take matters into his own hands. However, before taking action, He resolved to punish the scoundrel who had misrepresented the military situation. That wretched fellow, had it not been for your incitement, would I have lost so many subordinates? The wandering ninja approached Naoki Asakawa and his companions, swinging his fist at the refugee he held. His blows were heavy, and the refugee, after enduring several strikes, found it increasingly difficult to breathe. In truth, had it been 9 ordinary genin fresh from the ninja academy, without the guidance of a jonin, they might have truly floundered against the sudden attack of a rogue ninja. Yet, with Naoki Asakawa, Minato Namikaze, and others present, it was impossible for the rogue, devoid of chakra, to succeed in his assault. You are a wandering ninja, are you not? Why do you attack us? Minato Namikaze inquired, gazing at the man before him. In the faint light of dawn, the wandering ninja cast aside the refugee as if he were a tattered sack, his murky eyes fixating on Naoki Asakawa and the others. Once, he too had harbored fervent aspirations, dreaming of becoming a formidable ninja, much like these youths. Yet, at some point, his dreams were gradually eroded by the harshness of reality. Due to his lack of talent, he was doomed to remain a mere chunin, never ascending to the rank of jonin or even special jonin. Ultimately, prior to a mission that promised certain death, he fled from Konoha. Perhaps it was due to his exceptional transformation techniques that, despite being wanted by Konoha, he had managed to evade capture. Instead, seizing the opportunity presented by the tense situation in the ninja world over the past few years, he gathered a handful of homeless youths as his subordinates, robbing nearby caravans. There is nothing to discuss. Leave behind the supplies you are escorting, and I might spare your lives, the wandering ninja declared. Impossible. Naoki Asakawa shook his head resolutely. Let us see what your subordinates can truly do. You little brat. The wandering ninja cursed, swiftly forming hand seals. Shoot. Excluding the 3 guarding the civilians. The other 6 quickly hurled shuriken at the wandering ninja. As long as a ninja's strength had not reached a certain level, their physical body remained their greatest vulnerability. Even the village leader would perish if pierced by shuriken. Just as the shuriken from Naoki Asakawa and his companions were about to strike, the wandering ninja completed his hand seals. Earth release, hardening technique. In an instant, the skin of the wandering ninja transformed into a rocky brown hue. And the sharp shuriken merely left faint marks upon his body, not even breaking the skin, aside from other parts of his body. The shuriken aimed at his eyes had already been anticipated, and he protected them with his arms. The defense provided by the hardening technique on his arms appeared even stronger. The shuriken struck his arm without leaving a single mark. Useless. The wandering ninja flung his arms aside, preparing to charge at the genin, only to be met with a colossal orange fireball. Fire release, great fireball technique. In the presence of a true ninja, Naoki Asakawa and his companions naturally did not believe that a simple volley of shuriken would suffice. Thus, as the wandering ninja formed his seals, Makoto Uchiha opted not to use shuriken. Instead, she employed the Uchiha clan's signature technique, the great fireball technique. Is this truly a mere child fresh from the academy? A freshly graduated child can use C-rank ninjutsu? The wandering ninja was astonished. After all, the body flicker technique was merely the most rudimentary E-rank ninjutsu. A ninja capable of mastering C-rank ninjutsu during academy days was indeed a prodigy. The wandering ninja, despite his shock, was seasoned in battle and instinctively rolled aside to evade the attack. While the hardening technique could withstand weapons like kunai and shuriken, its defensive capabilities diminished significantly against ninjutsu assaults such as the Great Fireball. I cannot believe there is an Uchiha among these children. Fortunately, she has not activated her Sharingan. The wandering ninja felt a flicker of relief, unaware that Makoto Uchiha had already activated her double Tomo Sharingan. She simply deemed it unnecessary to use it against him. Nevertheless, the existence of such a talented ninja ignited within him a desire to eliminate her personally. His own lackluster ninja aptitude fostered an innate malice towards prodigious ninjas. He was eager to extinguish the flames of talent in their infancy. Die. The wandering ninja lunged at Makoto Uchiha, kunai in hand, as she was still forming her seals. However, just as the kunai was about to pierce her, he caught sight of a faint smile lingering on her face. Why doesn't she evade? The wandering ninja pondered. Perplexed, has this Uchiha girl been rendered foolish by fear? His thoughts were abruptly interrupted as an incredibly swift figure delivered a powerful kick to his waist, sending him tumbling sideways. In that fleeting moment, the wandering ninja recognized his assailant as Naoki Asakawa, the tallest among the group of ninjas. He finally understood why Makoto Uchiha had not dodged. It was a testament to her unwavering trust in her comrades. However, he no longer had the luxury of contemplating. For swiftly approaching was Uchiha Makoto's second great fireball. In a moment of peril, the airborne rogue ninja hastily formed hand seals, and as he descended, he pressed his palms against the ground. Earth release, earth wall. A slender earthen barrier rose from the earth, shielding the rogue ninja from harm. In the next instant, the wall was obliterated by the colossal fireball, yet the rogue ninja seized this fleeting opportunity to escape from the flames. Chapter 052. The might of the palm thunder. This boy's taijutsu is remarkably strong. The rogue ninja cast a glance at Asakawa Naoki, feeling a dull ache in the spot where he had just been kicked. Even without removing his clothing to inspect the area, he sensed that a bruise was likely forming. This fellow's strength is somewhat absurd. Even with my hardening technique significantly enhancing my defense, engaging him head-on is unwise. Furthermore, There is that Uchiha girl who wields fire ninjutsu. These adversaries are indeed formidable. The rogue ninja felt a pang of regret, harboring deep resentment towards the refugee who had misrepresented the situation. Had it not been for that individual claiming these youngsters were merely freshly graduated academy students, devoid of combat experience and possessing simple natures, he would not have targeted this merchant convoy. Regretting at this moment is futile. The wandering ninja decisively evaded the formidable opponents, Asakawa Naoki and Uchiha Makoto, opting instead for the nearby blonde-haired ninja. It is you. The only course of action is to swiftly defeat one individual and then leverage that victory to intimidate the others, creating a chance for escape. With a hostage in hand, even if things went awry, he could use them to instill fear in their comrades and carve out an opportunity for flight. In the heat of battle, he always considered the possibility of defeat before victory, a principle that had allowed him to survive as a wandering ninja until now. From the very outset of conflict, he believed it crucial to contemplate how to flee in the event of failure. This insight had become his most vital lesson since defecting from Konoha. At this moment, he executed this life philosophy with thoroughness. Kill. The wandering ninja charged at Asakawa Naoki but suddenly shifted his focus to Nameki's Minato. Empowered by the earth release, hardening technique, he unleashed a powerful strike. If he could land a blow on this blonde lad, he was confident he could inflict severe injury and use him as leverage to turn the tide. His plan was splendid in theory, yet reality proved harsh. He had chosen the wrong target. As he raised his hand, Nameki's Minato had already sensed the impending danger. Just as the mighty blow was about to land, Minato, relying on his keen instincts, deftly dodged and swiftly distanced himself by stepping on the wandering ninja's robust arm. Damn, this kid's reflexes are astonishing. It should be noted that he had long been a seasoned nin, and to call him an elite among nin would not be an exaggeration. Under normal circumstances, with his battle experience, he wouldn't have required such effort to deal with a few freshly graduated genin. After all, the age gap was significant. As an adult, he possessed strength and speed that far surpassed these mere children of about 12 years. His chakra reserves and mastery of ninjutsu were also overwhelming. Moreover, his years of combat experience could not be dismissed. These newly graduated genin had likely never faced true combat. Yet now, while Uchiha Makoto wielded C-rank fire release techniques, Asakawa Naoki's taijutsu was even more formidable than his own when using the hardening technique. The kick he had received earlier still throbbed painfully. The blonde genin he had selected as a hostage, though he had not displayed any formidable ninjutsu or taijutsu, demonstrated reflexes that were second to none, successfully evading the carefully planned ambush. You have no escape. Surrender. Asakawa Naoki, Uchiha Makoto, and Nameki's Minato subtly encircled the wandering ninja from 3 directions. A short distance away, Uzumaki Kushina and Minato's 2 teammates stood ready to provide support. Surrender is never an option. The wandering ninja laughed maniacally. Although he had never served in the interrogation department, he was aware of certain grim rumors that circulated among ninjas. Never allow oneself to be captured alive by the enemy's ninja village. For being captured signified a true descent into hell. Interrogation techniques not only extract information from a ninja's mind, but also inflict excruciating physical and psychological torment. While he was not a ninja from an enemy village, as a rogue ninja from Konoha, being recaptured would undoubtedly lead to a fate worse than death. Let me die here. Asakawa Naoki drew forth the remade, imperfect katana, which glinted sharply in the dawn's light, measuring merely a meter in length. With this group of feeble genin, you cannot kill me. The wandering ninja formed hand seals and struck the ground, expending more chakra as towering rock walls rose around him, fortifying his defenses. Earth release, rock wall. Meanwhile, Uchiha Makoto completed her hand seals, unleashing a third great fireball towards the wandering ninja, while Asakawa Naoki charged forward, katana in hand, flanking the wandering ninja with Makoto's fireball. Futile. The wandering ninja scoffed. Before his defection from Konoha, he had specialized in defensive ninjutsu, particularly earth release. While he might not excel in offense, which hindered his ability to swiftly defeat Asakawa Naoki and the others, his defenses were formidable. With earth release, hardening technique, he was unafraid of shuriken or kunai attacks, and having mastered earth release, rock wall, he could defend against ranged ninjutsu attacks, resembling a turtle in his defenses. Among nin, his defensive capabilities were undoubtedly among the strongest. As the rock wall rose, Uchiha Makoto's great fireball struck it, the searing heat causing the wandering ninja to sweat profusely. However, the fireball failed to demolish the rock wall, inflicting merely a temporary rise in temperature. If even a great fireball cannot destroy my rock wall, does this taijutsu expert intend to cleave it with a blade? Without the rock wall, my earth release, hardening technique is least vulnerable to blade attacks. A mocking expression crossed the wandering ninja's face as he continued forming hand seals, intending to escape underground beneath the protection of the rock wall. But in the next moment, the derisive expression on the wandering ninja's face remained, though the brilliance in his eyes began to fade under the influence of lightning. Behind him, Asakawa Naoki's katana, entwined with blue lightning, pierced the rock wall, shattering the earth release, hardening technique that enveloped the wandering ninja's body, puncturing his heart in one fell swoop. Under the influence of the lightning-infused katana, both the earth release, rock wall and earth release, hardening technique were sliced through as if they were mere tofu. Little did he anticipate that the lightning release would so effectively counter Earth Release ninjutsu. Upon recognizing the Wandering Ninja's proficiency in Earth Release, Asakawa Naoki had contemplated employing the newly learned Lightning Palm. After all, in the world of ninjas, elemental affinities are quite apparent. Lightning Release counters Earth Release. He sought to determine whether his Lightning Palm could also counter Earth Release. The outcome was somewhat expected. The Lightning Palm not only countered Earth Release techniques but appeared to do so with remarkable efficacy. Rather than directly employing the Lightning Palm, he chose to imbue it upon his katana. He had thought that piercing the rock wall would present some resistance, necessitating his immense physical strength to break through. However, to his astonishment, the rock wall yielded to the lightning-imbued katana as easily as tofu. Chapter 053, Bounty. Asakawa Naoki withdrew the katana, now stained with blood. And with the lightning palm still attached, he effortlessly sliced through the surrounding rock walls. With the barriers removed, everyone could finally discern the appearance of the Wandering Ninja. Having been pierced through the heart, the Wandering Ninja was undeniably dead. This fellow, Uzumaki Kushina, gazed at the lifeless form of the Wandering Ninja with surprise. Although he remained the same person, even the mocking expression on his face had not changed. His appearance was now entirely different, leaner, more cunning, and devoid of his former brutishness. Moreover, the once formidable figure of the Wandering Ninja had diminished significantly. Not only had he lost stature, but he had also become quite slender. This was truly his authentic appearance, mused Naoki Asakawa. The Wandering Ninja exhibited an extraordinary level of caution, maintaining a disguise akin to a transformation technique even amidst the fiercest of battles. Little did he realize that the one he deemed most adept in taijutsu, Naoki Asakawa, possessed lightning-based techniques that could counter his earth-style jutsu. I believe I have seen this man before in the bounty notices from Konoha, remarked Minato Namikaze. After contemplating the true identity of the Wandering Ninja, his name is Kenichi Morinoki, a former nin from Konoha, who betrayed his comrades and fled the village to evade a perilous mission. Due to the brutality of his treasonous actions and his formidable strength, he has been classified as a B-rank target, with a recommendation for a deployment of no fewer than 3 nin or AJ nin. The bounty stands at 200,000 ryo. Ah, a rogue ninja from Konoha, employing a guise even during combat. It's no wonder he has evaded capture, nodded Makoto Uchiha. Listening to Minato's words, Naoki Asakawa felt a surge of delight. Who would have thought that executing a C-rank escort mission would yield such unexpected rewards? A bounty of 200,000 ryo would provide ample funds for his sustenance. Furthermore, the emergence of the Wandering Ninja attacking the merchant convoy would likely elevate the C-rank escort mission to a B-rank, promising even more financial gain. Haha. You all have done remarkably well. A figure with white hair finally leapt down from the branches. He had been poised to intervene when the rogue ninjas had taken the villagers hostage. Yet he was taken aback by Naoki Asakawa's prowess in utilizing the Uchiha clan shuriken jutsu, successfully resolving the crisis alongside Makoto Uchiha. When the rogue ninja Kenichi Morinoki appeared, Jiraiya was also on high alert, prepared to prevent any casualties. However, he was astonished that these freshly graduated genin could contend with a rogue nin like Morinoki. While witnessing Makoto Uchiha employ the great fireball technique, Jiraiya was not particularly surprised. It was only natural for a 12-year-old scion of the Uchiha clan to master their ancestral jutsu. Yet, when he saw Naoki Asakawa wield the blade of writhing lightning, he was left in awe. During his review of the documents in the Ninja Academy, he had come across Naoki's profile, well aware that he was a commoner ninja. Much like Minato. Earlier that day, Jiraiya had personally witnessed Orochimaru hand Naoki a scroll containing lightning techniques, and he was astounded to see that Naoki had already learned to utilize it effectively during combat. Mastering a C-rank jutsu in a single day and employing it with such agility, this young man was indeed a genius. If Orochimaru had not already chosen him, I might have considered taking him on as my disciple. Jiraiya's sudden appearance instantly heightened the vigilance of the group, who had only just begun to relax following the demise of the Wandering Ninja. However, upon catching sight of Jiraiya's figure, the tension in everyone's hearts finally eased. Master Jiraiya! Exclaimed Minato Namikaze and his two companions, their faces lighting up with joy. Although the night had been fraught with danger, it had also left them utterly exhausted and filled with apprehension. Now, with Jiraiya leading the way, they could finally set forth without worry. You have all done remarkably well. Now that I am here, you need not fret any longer, Jiraiya said, affectionately ruffling Minato's hair before turning to his other disciples. Let us first clear the area. At Jiraiya's command, Naoki Asakawa and the others gathered the bodies of the rogue ninjas and piled them together. Then, under the auspices of Uchiha Makoto's great fireball technique, the remains were reduced to ashes. As for the body of the rogue ninja, or rather the Konoha traitor Kenichi Morinoki, Jiraiya sealed it in a scroll to take along. Only by obtaining the corpse could they collect their bounty at Konoha's mission office. These rogues are truly impoverished, Jiraiya mused, noting that only Kenichi Morinoki possessed a mere 40,000 ryo. After thoroughly searching all the bodies, Naoki discovered that only Morinoki had a bit of money. This paltry sum, of course, was beneath Jiraiya's notice. The 9 of them each received over 4,000 ryo. What shall we do about these innocent civilians? Inquired Minato. Let us take them along. We will allow them to depart once we reach a safe town, Jiraiya contemplated. Yes, Lord Ninja, replied the caravan leader, Kuchi with newfound humility, shedding his previous arrogance. In truth, even without Jiraiya, Kuchi would have acted differently. Previously, he had bullied Naoki and the others simply because he viewed them as newly graduated genin, weak and inexperienced, harboring a grudge for what he perceived as a chance to acquire cheap labor. However, after witnessing Naoki and his companions effortlessly dispatch numerous attacking rogues, as well as slaying the rogue ninja leader, Kuchi had become much more submissive. He likely would not dare to suggest a different route even without Jiraiya's presence. These genin were not mere recent graduates, they were cold-blooded killers. Kuchi now regretted his previous disdain, wishing to slap himself for underestimating these ninjas. Now, he could only strive to minimize his presence, hoping that Naoki and the others would overlook him. By the way, the appearance of rogue ninjas during this escort mission should elevate the task's rank from C to B, Jiraiya casually remarked. Indeed, you are correct, Lord Ninja, Kuchi agreed, though internally lamenting the loss of potential bounty. If a monetary resolution is possible, it is better than risking lives. Once we reach our destination, I will upgrade the task to B rank, increasing the bounty to 200,000 Ryo. How does that sound to you, Lord Ninja? Let it be as you propose. Jiraiya nodded. With a bounty of 200,000 Ryo for the escort mission, combined with the bounty for the Konoha trader Kenichi Morimaki, the 9 of them stood to gain a substantial reward. The prospect of earning such a bounty on their first mission delighted Naoki, who even found himself hoping for additional rogue attacks along the way. If that were to happen, he would not lack for resources to fuel his future cultivation. Chapter 054. The fault lies with this world. After reorganizing their equipment and setting off once more, it remained uncertain whether their fortunate streak was due to sheer luck or Jiraiya's presence, but no further miscreants dared to assault their caravan. Though the journey was peaceful, Naoki's aspirations for extra earnings were dashed. With Jiraiya's involvement, the positions of Minato's team and Naoki's team were swapped. Minato and his companions perched atop the foremost cart, while Naoki and his comrades occupied the rear, with Uchiha Makoto and the civilians situated in the middle. This arrangement worked well for Naoki and SHU, as they were not particularly inclined to engage with Kuchi's Zemu. Although Kuchi's demeanor had become obsequious, they had not forgotten his previous condescending attitude. Sitting atop the cart, Naoki consumed 2 soldier pills, and under the impetus of the fire of his heart, an abundant flow of energy swiftly transformed into chakra. However, he soon discerned that the individual seated beside him, SHU, appeared somewhat disheartened, even exhibiting a lack of enthusiasm towards their study of ninjutsu. SHU, what troubles you? Is it possible that you are struggling to acclimatize after taking a life? Naoki Asakawa inquired. The third companion, Mura Masamura, who was sitting nearby, also turned his gaze towards SHU. If Naoki could sense SHU's unease, it was evident that Mura could as well. However, in contrast to Naoki Asakawa's conjecture, he speculated that Shinji was troubled by the evident disparity in strength between himself and Naoki Asakawa, as well as Makoto Uchiha. After all, when he witnessed Naoki Asakawa and the others battling the rogue ninja Kenichi Morimaki, he felt a profound sense of despair. Despite being younger than him, their prowess in physical combat far surpassed his own. Even though they received the scroll from their teacher Orochimaru on the same day, Naoki Asakawa was able to master it the very next day, while he had yet to even touch the threshold of entry. He could only lament that the chasm between genius and the ordinary was as vast as a deep abyss. However, Shinshu shook his head, indicating that both their speculations were incorrect. With a deep sigh, he slowly remarked, I am merely somewhat powerless. Powerless? Junsu and Damo inquired in confusion. Did we not eliminate those attacking rogue ninjas and wandering ninjas? The bodies of the wandering ninjas still lie in Jiraiya-sensei's possession. I am reflecting on that commoner we first encountered, Shinshu said, glancing towards the front of the carriage where the leader, Zemu Keiichi, was situated. I could sense that when that commoner pleaded for us to let him stay, he was sincere. Yet, we turned him away, extinguishing his hope. Unexpectedly, that individual, a human scout, leaked our information, and Shinshu felt guilt over his demise. Akiko and Naoki pondered silently, realizing that even he, a moral individual who had traversed from a peaceful realm to this world, did not bear guilt for the commoner's death. It was surprising that Shinshu, born and raised in this harsh world of shinobi, felt remorse over his passing. No wonder, having watched Naruto in his previous life, Tsunade found parallels between Naruto and her brother, Shinshu. They were not only similar in appearance but also shared a kind-hearted disposition. Shinshu, you provided that fellow with so many food pills, yet he betrayed us, Junsu and Damo bluntly stated. Such an ungrateful character does not deserve our sympathy. Junsu and Damo was correct. Having accepted Shinshu's food pills, that commoner could have fabricated information to exaggerate their strength and avert the rogue ninja's assaults. Instead, he disclosed their information, which had been belittled by the caravan leader, to the rogue ninjas. Even if that commoner had not perished at the hands of the rogue ninja, Junsu and Damo felt compelled to teach him a lesson. After all, whatever suffering that commoner endured had no bearing on them. Rather, it was Shinshu's generosity that had been betrayed. Yet, Shinshu hesitated, unable to articulate his thoughts, his mood further dampened. Clearly, the compassionate Shinshu did not believe that the commoner deserved his fate. Shinshu, do you understand why that commoner died? Akiko and Naoki inquired, as Junsu and Dama also turned to Shinshu, curious about his response. Was it because Mr. Zemu refused to take him in? Shinshu answered uncertainly. If Mr. Zemu had not stood by, he would not have had to leave. Akiko and Naoki shook his head, prompting Shinshu to reflect further and respond. Was it because of us? If we had been more assertive, Mr. Zemu might have considered taking him in. Akiko and Naoki shook his head once more, encouraging Shinshu to think deeper. After contemplating for a moment, Shinshu seemed to grasp the true reason and replied with conviction. It was because of that rogue ninja and those wandering ninjas. If not for them, that commoner would not have suffered such a fate. Correct, but not entirely. Akiko and Naoki nodded, then shook his head, continuing, the rogue ninja from Konoha was indeed the direct cause of his death. But have you considered why there are rogue ninjas and why so many families are torn apart? Why does all this occur? Akiko and Naoki's words left Shinshu and Jansu and Dama momentarily stunned. They had assumed the blame lay solely with the rogue ninja and the wandering ninjas, never contemplating the deeper issues at play. Faced with the question of the true cause, both were at a loss for words, turning to Akiko and Naoki, eagerly awaiting his insights. Because it is the fault of this world. Akiko and Naoki slowly proclaimed, ninja villages wage war against one another, nations stand in opposition, and conflict never ceases. Thus, we witness the emergence of so many rogue ninjas and destructive enemies. So that's it. Shinshu and Junsu and Dama gazed at Akiko and Naoki with newfound respect. They had been focused on the immediate causes, while Akiko and Naoki had already discerned the root of the problem. Indeed, the shinobi world is a realm marred by war and deformity. The fault lies with this world. But how can we change it? Junsu and Dama asked, mirroring Shinshu's anticipation for Akiko and Naoki's response. Honestly, I have yet to find the answer, Akiko and Naoki admitted helplessly. Even in his previous life, in a world of advanced civilization, true peace remained unattainable. In this distorted shinobi world, the chasm between ninjas and ordinary people is vast, making the pursuit of peace all the more challenging. Yet I shall exert every effort to discover a means to transform this world, guiding it toward peace, Akiko and Naoki declared resolutely. Previously, at the Ninja Academy, he merely wished to avert the tragedies he had witnessed in Naruto. Now, his desire for peace had grown immensely stronger. Akiko, my dreams pale in comparison to yours. Shinshu expressed sincerely, having been profoundly impressed by Akiko and Naoki, not for his formidable power, but for his unwavering spirit. At that moment, Shinshu finally understood why Akiko and Naoki yearned to alter the world. Everyone has the right to dream, and I have yet to find my way. Akiko and Naoki chuckled lightly. Thus, it is essential to train diligently. Do not wait until you discover the means to fulfill your dreams only to realize your strength falls short. Understood. Shinshu and Junsu and Dama replied with admiration, their attitudes towards learning ninjutsu becoming more earnest. Chapter 055. Arrival at the frontline. Akiko and Naoki had not anticipated that he possessed a knack for persuasive dialogue. Observing the two diligently practicing ninjutsu, he consumed 2 more food pills and began to circulate the foundational chi refining technique. As for Akiko and Naoki's remarkable appetite, Shinshu and Junsu and Dama were no longer surprised and devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the training of wind release. Great breakthrough. Not only did Akiko and Naoki's team experience the battle before dawn, but the members of the other 2 teams present also became acutely aware of the disparities in their respective strengths, despite all having recently graduated from the Ninja Academy. And even with Akiko and Naoki and his 2 companions having graduated early, they were younger than their peers. At this moment, with Jiraiya present, they could dedicate themselves to rigorous training, whether it involved refining chakra or mastering the ninjutsu scrolls provided by their teacher. All were fervently engaged in their studies. Atop the cart, Uzumaki Kushina unfurled a crimson scroll. It was time to learn the art of sealing. During her time at the Ninja Academy, Kushina's great-grandmother, Uzumaki Mito, had refrained from allowing her to study ninjutsu before she had established a solid foundation. Now, though she had graduated early and possessed a robust grasp of physical techniques, throwing techniques, and the body flicker technique, as well as an abundance of chakra surpassing that of her peers, ninjutsu remained her most significant weakness. During the battle at dawn, witnessing Uchiha Makoto employing the great fireball technique to assist Akiko and Naoki in subduing a rogue ninja, Kushina felt an undeniable pang of envy when she realized she could not contribute. Though reluctant to admit it, she resolved within herself, if I can master these sealing techniques, I too can aid Naoki. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, seated at the front, observed the diligent training of these children with a sense of nostalgia. They represented the future hope of Konohagakure. Throughout their journey, with Jiraiya at their helm, this escort mission had finally reflected the true difficulty appropriate for a C-rank task. Akiko and Naoki and his companions encountered few obstacles and arrived smoothly at the front lines of the Land of Fire, near the border with the Land of Rain. In stark contrast to Konoha, the conditions at the front were exceedingly rudimentary, with scant architecture and primarily makeshift large tents. Fortunately, all the essential features befitting a ninja are present here, including a task center for handing over missions, a store for crafting or purchasing ninja tools, and numerous dining establishments and entertainment venues. It is understandable as ninjas, though not of noble birth, receive substantial rewards for their missions and possess considerable purchasing power. In the front lines, where death looms almost daily, the pressure on ninjas is immense. Even the most ordinary entertainment establishments can easily profit from these stressed individuals. Consequently, the administrators on the front lines turn a blind eye to these entertainment venues that alleviate the burdens of the ninjas, tacitly acknowledging their legitimacy. However, should the intensity of the war escalate and the frontline collapse, these merchants engaged in trade would have no choice but to resign themselves to fate. After submitting the escort mission and the corpse of the rogue ninja, Morikawa Kinji, 2 additional B-rank missions appeared in their mission records. Jiraiya handed over the bounty of 400,000 Ryo to Asakawa Naoki and the others. Typically, ordinary ninjas are required to take nearly half of the bounty when mentoring their apprentices on missions, but Jiraiya chuckled. This time, I exerted almost no effort. The entire bounty shall be yours. I will seek out Orochimaru and Tsunade. You are free to explore today, but do remember to set up your tents there by nightfall. Thank you, Sensei. The group joyfully replied. The bounty of 400,000 Ryo may seem modest in the eyes of esteemed clan ninjas such as Rope Tree, Uzumaki Kushina, and Uchiha Makoto, yet for the other civilian ninjas, it represented a considerable fortune. In truth, even for Uchiha Makoto and Uzumaki Kushina, this sum was indeed remarkable. This was the first substantial earnings they had acquired through their own merits. How should we divide it? Rope Tree inquired. Splitting it equally was out of the question. If they all shared the bounty equally, who would strive to improve their skills in the future? Even within a 3-member team. The distribution of mission rewards is typically based on the level of contribution and the extent of injury sustained. Furthermore, should they opt for an even distribution? Even if Asakawa Naoki and Uchiha Makoto, who contributed the most, had no objections, the others receiving the bounty might feel undeserving. Let us distribute according to merit. Proposed Namake's Minato. Agreed, the others echoed in unison. Initially, in the 2 missions, the primary contributors were Asakawa Naoki and Uchiha Makoto, each receiving 100,000 Ryo, while the other 7 would receive 28,500 Ryo each. How does that sound? Namake's Minato suggested. That is perfect. No objections. The group naturally agreed to this distribution. The rogue ninja from Konoha was primarily dispatched by Asakawa Naoki and Uchiha Makoto, who had collaborated to eliminate him, while those rogue ninjas who used villagers as shields were also vanquished by the duo with shurikens. It could be said that they had indeed exerted the most effort during these missions. If calculated meticulously, 100,000 Ryo might even be considered insufficient. As for the others, while Namake's Minato and Uzumaki Kushina were also adept with shurikens and contributed significantly, there was no need to delve into such intricate details. Nearly 30,000 Ryo was already sufficient to excite these freshly graduated young ninjas for quite some time. Rope Tree, this is for the soldier's food pills. Asakawa Naoki said, taking 10,000 Ryo from his share to give to Rope Tree. Upon arriving at the front line, Asakawa Naoki had inquired about the pricing of soldier's food pills at the specialty shop. The prices varied based on quality and taste, with ordinary pills costing around several tens of Ryo each. The pills prepared for Rope Tree by Tsunade were of the highest quality, priced at nearly 100 Ryo each. The bag of pills Rope Tree had received contained over 100, amounting to approximately 10,000 Ryo. Asakawa, I've told you not to be so polite. Rope Tree replied with a hint of exasperation. I was planning to eat those things anyway. You should keep it. Asakawa Naoki chuckled, then turned to the others, saying, we still have time. Would anyone like to explore the shops at the front line? Yes, let us go together, Uzumaki Kushina said, looking at Asakawa Naoki with anticipation. Being newcomers, the others certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity to familiarize themselves with the front line and readily agreed. The group began to wander through the front line, ultimately discovering that although the place was rudimentary, it was indeed well equipped for its size. Perhaps because it was a location where one could truly earn a living. The basic facilities were supplemented by various forms of entertainment common in Konoha. The ninjas at the front line likely experienced significant pressure, resulting in the prevalent entertainment being predominantly gambling-related activities that were unsuitable for individuals of Asakawa Naoki's age. However, they unexpectedly encountered a familiar face here. Chapter 056. Why is Tsunade here? Tsunade, what brings you here? Exclaimed Kushina Uzumaki in astonishment. In contrast, SHJ, who was well acquainted with Tsunade, covered his face and said helplessly, Sister, you haven't lost everything again, have you? Oh. You all made it here rather quickly, Tsunade remarked cheerfully, still donning her ninja attire as she emerged from the casino, preparing to leave. So, how is it? That unreliable fellow Jiraiya should be somewhat dependable, right? Noticing that everyone appeared intact and unharmed, Tsunade felt a surge of trust towards Jiraiya. Sensei Jiraiya has been following us closely, protecting us from the shadows, Minato Namikaze stated. That's good to hear, Tsunade nodded. I've already lost the bounty for today's mission. It's time to head back. However, Tsunade suddenly had a thought, her eyes sparkling as she looked at everyone. You have submitted your mission, haven't you? Why not lend me the reward for a little wager before you go off to have some fun? Tsunade spoke with an alluring tone. If I win, the money will be yours entirely. If I lose, I shall return your share from my next mission's bounty, untouched. Sister, I will not allow you to gamble away my companion's mission rewards. SHJ declared, arms outstretched, resolutely standing between Tsunade and the others. As Tsunade's younger brother, SHJ understood her luck all too well. If an ordinary person is doomed to lose 9 out of 10 bets, Tsunade is destined to lose every single time. She has never won at the gambling table, save for their late grandfather, Hashirama Senju. Handing over the mission rewards to Tsunade would be tantamount to throwing money away. Although she promised to compensate them with the bounty from her next mission should she lose, they were merely out for a stroll at that moment. If all their money were lost, they would truly be left with nothing but a window shopping experience. Alright, SHU, I won't gamble anymore. Tsunade conceded with a sigh. Despite her inner desire to indulge, she valued her only brother greatly and was willing to temper her impulses in his presence. However, Tsunade decided against gambling, while Asakawa Naoki was eager to make some money. Tsunade-sensei, may I borrow the bounty from my mission? Asakawa Naoki said with a smile. But I hope you will let me witness how you gamble. You little rascal, Tsunade replied, her eyes gleaming with a strange light. Surprised to find someone among Orochimaru's students who was akin to her. Asakawa, what on earth are you doing? SHU said, looking at Asakawa with confusion. You may not know, but my sister is known as the Great Cash Cow of Konoha. Handing money over to her means you won't see it again today. SHU. Tsunade retorted sharply, is that how you speak of your sister in front of others? She often wins when betting with Grandpa. Well, in any case, Asakawa, trust me. My sister truly loses every time she gambles, SHU said helplessly. Don't worry, SHU, Asakawa Naoki replied, handing over his remaining 90,000 ryo to Tsunade. With him present, it would be difficult for Tsunade to lose. I didn't expect you to have quite a bit of money. Tsunade mused as she took the 90,000 ryo. While this amount might not seem significant to a ninja, it was considerable for freshly graduated Asakawa Naoki and his peers. Tsunade-sensei, let me borrow my mission bounty as well. Uchiha Makoto chimed in with a smile, presenting 100,000 ryo. And I too, Uzumaki Kushina added. Revealing 30,000 ryo. The herd mentality was indeed severe. Asakawa Naoki had not anticipated that ultimately. All 9 of them would lend their bounty from this escort mission and the reward for eliminating the rogue ninja to Tsunade. Watching his companions place their trust in his generous sister, even SHU ended up lending his mission bounty to Tsunade. You lot have quite a fortune, Tsunade remarked. Feeling a sense of guilt for the first time as she held the 400,000 ryo in her hands. Although this sum was not substantial for someone of Tsunade's distinguished lineage, it represented the first earnings of these young individuals from their missions. The trust placed in her with their initial earnings sparked a sudden doubt within Tsunade. Yet, soon, her desire to win overshadowed her guilt. And she stepped forward into the casino. We will win, Tsunade declared as she entered, with Asakawa Naoki and the others preparing to follow. Only to be halted by the casino staff. Apologies, but only Lady Tsunade may enter. The staff member stated. It's fine. I'll go in with Lady Tsunade to observe. Asakawa Naoki replied with a smile. Naoki, it's futile. You do not understand my sister. SHU shook his head in resignation. Rest assured, I do understand. Asakawa Naoki smiled back. In truth, among them, he comprehended Tsunade the best, for while SHU had spent merely a decade with her, Asakawa Naoki was privy to Tsunade's future and knew that without his presence, she would ascend to become the 5th Hokage. Ultimately, Tsunade and Asakawa Naoki entered the venue, while the others had to wait outside momentarily. Little rascal, just watch how I win back the money, Tsunade said to Asakawa Naoki with a smile. Understood, Tsunade-sensei. Asakawa Naoki nodded. After today, he would no longer need to worry about food expenses, due to its location at the front line of the Land of Fire. Most of those gambling here were ninjas from Konoha, including numerous jonin. Given Tsunade's status and prowess, the Konoha ninjas here were generally familiar with her, especially since Orochimaru had recently taken over command at the front line, having been her teammate. Although Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya had yet to earn the title of the legendary 3 ninjas, they were already widely recognized figures among the Konoha ninjas at the front line. Fortunately, everyone understood Tsunade's character and knew she was a rule-abiding gambler. Otherwise, they might hesitate to win against her. Lady Tsunade, weren't you just about to leave? A familiar ninja inquired with curiosity. My student just borrowed a little money, intending to win back what I previously lost, Tsunade declared boldly. Then I wish you the best of luck, Lady Tsunade, the ninja replied with a smile. Naturally, Tsunade beamed. Throughout her journey, not only ninjas recognized Tsunade, but even ordinary patrons at the casino greeted her with smiles. After all, who wouldn't appreciate a gambler like Tsunade, famed for her luckless streak? No matter how unfortunate one's luck may be, as long as one bets against Tsunade, victory is assured. Such is the allure of the great fat sheep. Lady Tsunade, do come and visit my table. A ninja chuckled. No, great fat sheep. Another ordinary person nearly let slip, hastily adding, Lady Tsunade, please join us at my table. Chapter 057, The Wolf in Sheep's Clothing. As Naoki Asakawa observed the throng of gamblers vying for Tsunade's attention, he finally grasped the terrifying allure of the legendary great fat sheep. However, today, the legendary fat sheep is destined to transform into a wolf in sheep's clothing. Tsunade, let us engage in that game. Naoki Asakawa gestured towards a cup of dice on the table, the simplest yet most classic game of chance. Very well. Let us partake in that today. Tsunade nodded. After all, it is the student's money. The choice of game shall be left to Naoki Asakawa, for she has experienced them all. Lady Tsunade, I did not anticipate your return, greeted the charming dealer who would be rolling the dice at the table. Let us play a couple more rounds. Tsunade replied with a smile, I intend to reclaim all that I have lost. Then let us commence. I eagerly await the moment when Lady Tsunade shall recover her losses. The dealer replied with a grin. Lady Tsunade is over there. Allow me. Let me wager with Lady Tsunade. Naoki Asakawa was aware of Tsunade's popularity in the casino, yet he perhaps underestimated the allure this legendary fat sheep held for the gamblers. Soon, the table for the game of chance became crowded, with a multitude of individuals jostling for space, and even Naoki found himself pressed against Tsunade, unable to move. It was his first encounter in such proximity to a stunning beauty. He could almost catch a whiff of her refreshing fragrance. Under other circumstances, the atmosphere might have been somewhat enchanting. However, within the casino, Naoki had no leisure to appreciate the scene, for it concerned his future sustenance. Now, let us begin, proclaimed the casino dealer as she placed 3 dice into the cup, shaking it left 3 times and right 3 times before slamming it onto the table. All right. Numbers 10 and below are small, 11 and above are large. Once you place your bets, there is no turning back. As the dealer's words echoed, the throng of gamblers hesitated, turning their gazes towards Tsunade, seemingly awaiting her wager first. I bet large, 200,000. Tsunade boldly tossed 20 bills onto the table. Excellent. Since Lady Tsunade bets large, I shall bet small. 50,000. I too shall bet small. 100,000. Count me in. 100,000 as well. The majority of the gamblers opted to bid against Tsunade, seemingly confident in her misfortune. However, Naoki Asakawa discerned a subtle trick through the game of dice. When Tsunade opted for a larger bet, the dice within the shaker appeared to shift ever so slightly. This was undoubtedly not a mere stroke of luck on Tsunade's part that forced the dice to display a smaller number. Rather, the attendant had employed some method to ensure that the total on the upper faces of the internal dice amounted to a large value. After all, a casino's primary objective is to generate profit, which inherently involves siphoning funds from the gamblers. Should Tsunade experience a losing streak, not only would she be disinclined to continue wagering, but other gamblers would likely lose interest as well. Hence, the attendant manipulated the values of the dice, allowing Tsunade to win a round and savor a taste of victory. Was this truly fair? Naoki Asakawa inquired of the attendant. Before the casino staff could respond, the surrounding gamblers had already answered for him. My friend, you must be new here. The material of the shaker is quite exceptional. It can block chakra, rendering even the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan incapable of discerning the number of dice within, let alone ordinary ninjas. Tsunade also turned to Naoki Asakawa and smiled. Rest assured, this casino has a commendable reputation, and even my chakra cannot influence this shaker. Ah, I see. Naoki Asakawa nodded in understanding. Since everyone has placed their bets, it is time to reveal the outcome. The attendant lifted the shaker and declared 2, 4, 6, totaling 12, large. Congratulations, Lady Tsunade. Due to Tsunade's legendary status, almost no one had bet alongside her. Instead, they wagered against her, which enabled Tsunade to secure a significant victory. She won a staggering 650,000 ryo in one go. What a thrill! Tsunade exclaimed joyfully. Perhaps she remained unaware of the attendant's manipulation, which had allowed her to taste success. Naoki Asakawa sighed inwardly. However, it is now my turn to take action. The legendary big fish. Today I shall don the guise of a wolf in sheep's clothing. Amidst the lamentations of the gamblers, the attendant commenced the second round, maintaining the same rules. Yet now some were contemplating betting alongside Tsunade. Everyone, lock in your bets. Still large, 500,000 ryo. Tsunade boldly wagered half of her fortune. I bet large alongside Lady Tsunade. 20,000 ryo. I bet small. 50,000 ryo. Small. 30,000 ryo. As the throng of gamblers placed their bets, Naoki Asakawa utilized his magical prowess to manipulate the 3 dice within the shaker. Indeed, the shaker was adept at blocking chakra, but it was less effective against magical energy, allowing Naoki's power to penetrate effortlessly. With this in mind, he realized that controlling the dice would be manageable. The essence of the sword manipulation technique is, after all, the manipulation of objects. Although there were no chakra-conducting metals within the dice that would allow Naoki to handle them as fluidly as a flying sword, the size and weight of the dice permitted him to exert control without excessive effort. Enlarging the dice, under Naoki Asakawa's command, the original faces displaying 1, 2, and 4 transformed into 3, 4, and 4. The attendant then unveiled the shaker, announcing the result. 3, 4, 4, totaling 11, large. Congratulations to the friends who bet large. Yes, another win. Tsunade exclaimed, her fists clenched in excitement. Despite her long history with gambling, she had not experienced such a remarkable streak in quite some time. What a delight. I never anticipated Lady Tsunade would enjoy such fortune today. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. Lady Tsunade is renowned as the legendary big fish. How can she win again? While some rejoiced, others lamented their losses. The attendant remained exasperated. The first round had been manipulated to ensure Tsunade's win, while the second round was genuinely a result of her luck. It seems I am finally poised to reclaim all that I lost previously, Tsunade proclaimed confidently. Let the next round commence. Very well, Lady Tsunade. The attendant responded with a smile. Regardless of the outcomes, the casino, as the house, would never incur losses. These fervent gamblers may remain oblivious to the fact that there are no real winners among them. Their money silently slips into the pockets of the house. Thus, the third round begins. The attendant shook the shaker, the sound of the dice colliding stirring the hearts of the eager gamblers. With a resounding thud as the shaker hit the table, the gamblers erupted in frenzy. Bets are locked in. I bet large. 50,000 Rio. Small. 100,000 Rio. Large. 30,000 Rio. Ninjas, true to their affluent nature, rarely wagered below 10,000 Rio. Following Tsunade's consecutive victories, the gamblers began to cast aside their belief in the fabled big fish's luck and started relying on their instincts. Tsunade, undeterred, placed a hefty bet on small, wagering half of her cash. I bet small. 700,000 Rio. Observing Tsunade's extravagant wager, the other gamblers were left astonished. And those yet to place their bets hastily opted for large, hoping to win back some of Tsunade's fortune. Those who had already bet on small could only wish for a reversal of Tsunade's luck. Meanwhile, Naoki Asakawa, silently manipulating the faces of the dice, reflected on Tsunade's unfortunate streak. 3 successive miscalculations, once manipulated by the attendant, once adjusted by his own technique, had led to yet another error. It was no wonder she was referred to as the legendary Big Fish, as her presence at the casino seemed like an invitation for others to profit at her expense. As anticipation built among the gamblers, the attendant gradually unveiled the shaker, revealing the outcome. 1, 3, 5, totaling 9 points. Congratulations to those who bet small. I won again. Tsunade exclaimed, her excitement bordering on disbelief. She had indeed triumphed 3 times in succession. Is this real? Lady Tsunade has won again? Next time, I shall bet alongside her. A shift began to occur in the minds of numerous gamblers, as the once docile fabled Big Fish now displayed a fierce tenacity akin to a ravenous wolf in disguise. When Tsunade had entered the casino, she possessed only 400,000 Rio. After merely 3 rounds, her cash had exceeded 2 million Rio. This is precisely why gambling can be so intoxicating. The rapid pace of winning and losing heightens one's thrill threshold. Among the gamblers, those who had won began to feel euphoric, eager to amass more, while those who had lost became increasingly fervent, desperate to recover their losses. Some ninjas, having exhausted their funds, would resort to accepting missions to replenish their bounty before returning to gamble. This is also why casinos are permitted to operate in the field. They effectively alleviate some of the mental strain on ninjas. Let us proceed to the next round. I'm ready to bet alongside Lady Tsunade. Hurry. As the new round commenced, Tsunade furrowed her brow, contemplating whether to bet on high or low. Yet, her choice was inconsequential, with Naoki Asakawa present. Her selection would inevitably lead to victory. After considerable contemplation, Tsunade arrived at her final decision, boldly placing a wager of 1 million Rio. This time, she opted for low, 1 million Rio. I too followed Lady Tsunade's lead and wagered on low. Due to Tsunade's consecutive 3 successful bets, many gamblers chose to follow her lead. Only Naoki Asakawa shook his head silently, aware that Tsunade had erred once more, marking her 4th consecutive misjudgment. Had he not been there, Tsunade would likely have squandered their entire mission reward. With his presence, the act of rolling dice transforms, as the legendary Tsunade becomes the revered goddess of gambling in Konoha. 2, 2, 4, totaling 8 points. Congratulations to those who wagered on the small. The dealer collects the house's share as stipulated by the casino's rules, subsequently pushing nearly half of the cash on the table towards Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, this is your winnings. Haha. Who would have thought that today I would finally turn the tide? Tsunade, brimming with excitement, embraced Naoki Asakawa beside her. Lady Tsunade, please ease up a bit. Naoki, struggling to extricate himself from her grasp, felt as though he might perish in her embrace. Indeed, she is a woman capable of overpowering the 4th Hokage in an arm wrestling contest. In terms of sheer physical strength, Naoki Asakawa pales in comparison to Tsunade. At this moment, Tsunade became aware of her actions and promptly apologized to Naoki Asakawa. I am truly sorry. I got a bit too carried away in my excitement. It's quite all right. Lady Tsunade, just be a little more mindful next time. Naoki Asakawa replied with a hint of resignation. Shall we continue, Lady Tsunade? The attendant inquired. Absolutely. Let us go again. In less than half an hour, Tsunade emerged from the casino with a radiant smile and an expression of utter contentment, closely followed by Naoki Asakawa. As they exited, numerous despondent gamblers, having lost all their fortunes, trickled out one after another. Following this day, Tsunade's title may very well undergo a transformation. The legendary Big Fish is no more. As a new star, the gambling deity of Konoha begins to rise. However, the title of the gambling deity of Konoha is only applicable until Tsunade next ventures to the casino alone. After all, given Tsunade's luck, if Asakawa Naoki is not present during her next visit, the only outcome may likely be total loss. Lady Tsunade, you are back so soon? Exclaimed Uzumaki Kushina in astonishment. Hasn't it been less than half an hour? Could it be that Lady Tsunade has already squandered all their bounty? Observing the radiant smile on Tsunade's face, it seems she must have won. Yet, as the adage goes, a gambler typically departs the casino swiftly only after losing everything, if victorious. One might linger for an entire day. Others, equally curious, turned their attention to Tsunade, while SHG wore an expression of disbelief. Sister, did he actually win at the casino? All right, Let us return to my tent. Tsunade led the group to a large tent situated at the center. As a cornerstone of the Fire Nation's front line, Tsunade's tent was among the largest, spacious enough for 9 individuals without feeling cramped. As per our agreement, I shall distribute my winnings among you, Tsunade declared as she produced a scroll, unfurling it to reveal 20 stacks of money. This is the 20 million Ryo I won from an initial investment of 400,000. Tsunade beamed. Lady Tsunade, this is far too much. They protested. We merely lent you 400,000. We only wish to reclaim our principal. The sight of the 20 stacks of silver bills, each denoting a value of 10,000 Ryo, was enough to dazzle their eyes, as each stack represented a million Ryo. Nearly half an hour ago, they had lent Tsunade for 100,000, and now, astonishingly, it had multiplied 50-fold. Rest assured, I keep my promises. All these winnings are yours. Tsunade reassured them nonchalantly. Her excursions to the casino were not driven by a need for wealth. As a princess of the Senju clan and a descendant of the first Hokage, she was not in want of money. Rather, her love for gambling stemmed from a passion for the thrill it brought. Asakawa, please take charge of distributing this money. I must seek out Orochimaru, Tsunade said to Asakawa Naoki, acknowledging that her fortune was largely attributed to his presence. Unbeknownst to her, Asakawa relied not on luck, but on skill. Understood, Lady Tsunade, he nodded, aware that while she was financially secure, he was not. Exercise discretion. Be cautious outside, Tsunade advised before departing the tent, leaving the others behind. Chapter 059, Special Grade Soldier Food Pills. Let us divide this money according to our initial investment ratios, Asakawa suggested. Agreed, the others concurred with nods. Based on their contributions, each person's principal had effectively multiplied 50-fold. Uchiha Makoto's 100,000 Ryo had ultimately grown to 500,000 Ryo, while Asakawa's 90,000 Ryo had escalated to 450,000 Ryo, with the remainder receiving 150,000 Ryo each. Though 20 million Ryo may not seem substantial, it was indeed a considerable sum. It is worth noting that Sarutobi Asuma, a former protector of the Fire Lord, a formidable Leaf Jonin, and the son of the Hokage, commanded a bounty of merely 35 million Ryo in the black market. This equated to Tsunade winning more than half of Asuma's bounty at the casino. Had the money-obsessed factions learned of Asakawa's swordsmanship, they would undoubtedly have sought to abduct him, compelling him to gamble daily. Clutching the silver bills, excitement filled the eyes of those present, tinged with a sense of relief. Thank goodness we entrusted the mission bounty to Lady Tsunade. For the shinobi, several million Ryo might be trivial, yet for these freshly graduated civilian ninjas, 150,000 Ryo could represent half of their family's wealth. Only SHJ gazed at Asakawa with a hint of skepticism, fully aware of his sister's luck. It was implausible for Tsunade to return from the casino unscathed. To have transformed an initial investment of 400,000 Ryo into 20 million was certainly a feat attributed to Asakawa's influence. However, with so many people around, asking about the rope tree would be unwise. They could only hold on to their money and wait for a moment of solitude to inquire. Everyone remember what Lady Tsunade said? One must not display their wealth, Ashikawa Naoki reminded. Understood. The group promptly concealed their money in their pockets or backpacks, making it impossible to discern that they were hiding substantial amounts when they left the tent. All right, everyone, let's take a stroll for now. When it gets dark, we'll come back together to set up the tents, Minato Namikaze cheerfully suggested. Despite his maturity, Minato was still merely a 10-year-old boy. Who wouldn't be delighted to suddenly receive a large sum of money? Yes. The crowd responded in unison. The front line's commerce was rudimentary, and prices were relatively high. Yet they had the essentials. Now that everyone had money, and most were lively children, they tended to purchase anything they fancied on the spot. Ashikawa Naoki, who previously lacked funds and spent all his money on food, now found himself with ample resources but saw nothing that piqued his interest. Out of the corner of his eye, Naoki spotted a ninja tool shop and proceeded towards it. Boss, how much for the soldier food pill? Naoki inquired. He didn't intend to buy swords or knives. His 2 flying swords were sufficient for formidable foes, and he could manage ordinary enemies with a subpar katana. What caught his attention was the soldier food pills sold in the shop. Having consumed the hundreds he had packed for the journey from Konoha to the borders of the Land of Fire, he sought to replenish his stock. What kind do you wish to purchase? The shopkeeper asked. Regular soldier food pills are 70 Ryo each, but if you buy a whole pack, it's 6,000 Ryo for 100. The premium ones are 130 Ryo each, and a pack of 100 costs 12,000 Ryo. Naoki observed that the premium soldier food pills appeared identical to those he had received from the rope tree, while the inferior ones seemed likely to have a less palatable taste. Although he could tolerate the inferior taste, he was concerned about the energy they provided, which might be lesser. Naoki-kun, are you buying soldier food pills? Uchiha Makoto approached with curiosity. Boss, why are the soldier food pills here so much more expensive than in Konoha? Uzumaki Kushina also stepped closer and asked directly. In Konoha, regular soldier food pills were typically 50 Ryo each, while premium ones only cost 100, with discounts for bulk purchases. Here, the prices were inflated by 30 to 40%. Little ones, you must be freshly graduated ninjas, the shopkeeper chuckled as he explained. This isn't Konoha. This is a place where war can erupt at any moment. It's quite dangerous. I risk my life to conduct business here. Naturally, I need to earn more. Adding only 40% is already quite fair. Kushina pondered for a moment and realized the shopkeeper had a point. Higher prices in such perilous conditions seemed reasonable. I'll take 10 packs of premium soldier food pills, Naoki declared, producing 12 1,000 Ryo notes. He had become accustomed to such price hikes from his experiences in Tianqiao, where snacks in tourist spots could cost 4 to 5 times their usual price. In comparison, the shopkeeper's modest 40% increase seemed quite reasonable given the danger of the area. Very well, customer. The shopkeeper beamed as he accepted the notes. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to Naoki and said, since you're buying so many soldier food pills, do you require a higher grade? Is there something beyond premium? Naoki inquired, intrigued. Indeed. The shopkeeper nodded. That would be the special grade soldier food pill, tailor-made for the Akimichi clan by the Naruto clan. The ingredients used to create these special pills include various herbs cultivated by the Naruto clan, making their effects remarkably potent, even for ninjas. One pill can suffice for a full meal and can accelerate chakra recovery. Due to the high production rate, besides supplying the Akimichi clan, there are many left over. I happen to have a collaboration with the Naruto clan, which is how I acquired these special pills. However, due to the use of premium herbs, the price is quite elevated. Oh, this piques my interest, Naoki responded. How much for one? Can I try one to see how effective it is? 1,000 Ryo each. But if you buy in bulk, you can get a 10% discount. The shopkeeper smiled as he produced a package more exquisitely wrapped than the premium soldier food pills. He opened it to reveal pills that, while identical in size to the regular ones, were a striking red in color. Upon opening, the shopkeeper generously handed one to Naoki. Although the special grade soldier food pill was highly effective, its price made it less popular, and they had been sitting in his shop for quite some time. If he could sell them now, he wouldn't mind earning a little less profit. Naoki accepted the pill and consumed it whole. Aside from a slight medicinal taste, it resembled the regular soldier food pills. However, upon swallowing, the immense energy contained within the special grade pill surged forth, rapidly transforming into vitality and subsequently into magical energy under the refinement of his essence fire. The energy contained in this one special soldier food pill was equivalent to more than 3 premium pills. Chapter 060. It rains. After refining the energy from the special soldier food pill, a glimmer of delight appeared in Naoki's eyes. The difference between the special and premium soldier food pills was akin to a bowl of beef versus a bowl of rice. Both could satiate hunger. Yet the beef provided significantly more energy. Truly, the Naruto clan's addition of various herbs has resulted in an extraordinary special soldier food pill, tailored for the Akimichi clan. Naoki mused internally. If an ordinary person or a typical ninja were to use these special soldier food pills as a substitute for daily meals, it wouldn't be long before they gained weight. The energy contained within was far too abundant for an ordinary ninja to expend. However, for Naoki Asakawa, such concerns were non-existent. His essence flame would refine all excess energy into vital chi, which was subsequently transformed into magical energy through the foundational chi refinement technique. The true constraint on Naoki Asakawa's rate of magical energy growth was, in fact, his satiety. There was a limit to the quantity of military rations he could consume in a day. Yet, if he were to exchange the advanced military rations for the superior grade, maintaining the same daily intake, Naoki could potentially garner approximately 3 times the amount of vital chi, significantly accelerating his growth in magical energy. What do you think? Would the esteemed guest like to make a purchase? The proprietor inquired with a cheerful smile. Observing Naoki Asakawa's expression, the proprietor discerned that this transaction was likely to be secured. At that moment, he felt a twinge of regret for having set the price too early. He should have allowed Naoki to sample the rations first before quoting a price, thereby maximizing his profit. However, if I could acquire Naoki Asakawa as a customer at this price, it would indeed be beneficial. Most ninjas harbor a disdain for military rations, even when purchasing. They typically opt for the high-grade variety, while the exorbitantly priced premium military rations are seldom bought. After all, although ninjas may possess wealth, they are not easily swindled. At this moment, the proprietor resolved that once this batch of premium military rations was sold, he would cease to stock them, as they proved difficult to sell. How many would you like? Asakawa inquired, nodding, as he no longer minded the price with a substantial amount of money in hand. After all, at just 900 Ryo each, 100 would amount to 90,000 Ryo. There are 10 packs in total. How many would the customer like? The owner asked with a smile. I'll take them all, Asakawa replied, and I hope you can procure some more for me. 10 packs of specialized military rations may seem considerable for an ordinary person. After all, even if a ninja were to consume military rations for every meal, 10 packs would suffice for a year. Yet, for Asakawa, he could consume nearly 20 rations a day, thus, 10 packs would only last him just over a month. The customer certainly has quite the appetite, the proprietor chuckled. 10 packs of specialized military rations total 90,000 Ryo. When you return to Konoha, I will assist you in ordering another 10 packs. Thank you, esteemed proprietor, Asakawa said as he produced a stack of silver notes, counting out 90 for the owner. Not at all, the owner replied with a smile. The combined order of 2 types of military rations reached over 1,000,000 Ryo, a significant sum indeed, naturally. Such a customer was one to be retained. Naoki-kun, do you truly enjoy military rations? Uchiha Makoto inquired curiously after they exited the ninja supply store. The taste of military rations leaves much to be desired, unless in times of dire conflict when cooking is impractical, no ninja would willingly consume them. Asakawa's 10 packs of high-grade and 10 packs of premium military rations could sustain an ordinary ninja for 2 years. There is no helping it. My digestion is remarkably rapid. Perhaps it will improve in the future, Asakawa chuckled. It's nearly evening. Shouldn't we return to set up camp? Uzumaki Kushina remarked after glancing at the weather. Let us wait a bit. They have yet to finish shopping, Asakawa replied, glancing at the still browsing rope tree and Namikaze's Minato. By the way, aren't you going to buy some clothes? Asakawa suddenly inquired. Typically, girls have a penchant for clothing, yet the two he knew best, Makoto and Kushina, seemed to wear rather plain attire. Uchiha Makoto always donned black, while Uzumaki Kushina wore a ninja undersuit paired with a yellow coat, though both looked quite presentable. Shouldn't it be you buying clothes? Uzumaki Kushina said with a hint of exasperation, due to past poverty and spending all his money on food. Asakawa possessed very few outfits. His black attire was nearly faded from washing. However, this is also because Naoki Asakawa does not place much importance on his appearance. For him, comfort in clothing is paramount. Indeed, Naoki-kun should consider acquiring a few well-fitted garments, Makoto Uchiha remarked with a gentle smile. Come on, Makoto. Let us take Naoki shopping for some clothes. Kushina Uzumaki exclaimed, firmly grasping one of Asakawa's hands. Certainly, Makoto Uchiha said, taking hold of his other hand. Her voice soft yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Now, Naoki Asakawa has finally come to understand the sensation of being led by two female friends in the pursuit of selecting attire. However, one cannot help but marvel at how much sharper the discernment of Kushina and Makoto is compared to that of Naoki Asakawa. When departing, Asakawa remained clad in his dark attire, with the Leaf Village forehead protector still adorning his forehead, yet he appeared entirely transformed from the moment he entered the shop. Asakawa, you've changed remarkably, Ju mused upon seeing him again. He was already quite handsome, but after changing his outfit, he seemed to transcend comparison, even stunning Kisaragi Sirii, another female teammate of Kushina and Makoto. Indeed, Naoki looked significantly better after his change of clothes, agreed Minato Namikaze. Asakawa possessed excellent attributes, tall stature, graceful physique, and a strikingly handsome visage, which had merely been overshadowed by his previous attire. Of course, Kushina replied with a hint of pride, while Makoto smiled silently beside her, acknowledging their good taste. All right, let's set up the tents, Naoki suggested with a smile. After a flurry of activity as the sun began to set, the 9 tents were finally erected. Unlike the makeshift tent for the previous trio, everyone here at the front lines of the Land of Fire would likely stay for an extended period. Thus they opted for individual tents that provided a degree of personal space. The tents of the group were situated closely together, allowing them to assist one another in times of need. After finishing their meal, the group returned to their tents, where they began their training. Asakura Naoki consumed a special-grade soldier pill, igniting the flame of vitality within him with increasing intensity. He retrieved a specially crafted small pouch containing a strand of black hair and a strand of brown hair, remnants of his former classmate Hinata Kenkazu and his current teammate SHJ. From the pocket of an old garment, he also produced a golden lock of hair, which he had plucked from Tsunade in a moment of excitement during a gambling win. Had he not acquired Tsunade's hair, Asakura would certainly have chosen SHJ. However, with Tsunade's hair in hand, he naturally opted for the one that embodied the Senju lineage more profoundly. Contemplating this, Asakura put away SHJ's brown hair and extracted the roots of Tsunade's and Hinata's hair, commencing the second catalysis of his external manifestation. Perhaps due to the fusion of yin and yang, Asakura's second amalgamation proceeded remarkably smoothly. Shortly after the fusion was complete, he sensed a figure outside the tent, wavering as if torn between entering and hesitating. Is something the matter, SHJ? Asakura inquired, opening the tent flap to reveal SHJ, who was wrestling with whether to ask how Asakura had managed to help Tsunade when at gambling. Asakura, SHJ stammered, uncertain whether he should voice his question. At that moment, Asakura felt a sudden chill as raindrops began to fall. It had been a clear day, so the onset of rain was unexpected, and with his keen perception, Asakura sensed something ominous within the rain. This is trouble. Chapter 061, The Rain Ninja Strikes Asakura. What did you say? SHJ, perplexed by Asakura's sudden seriousness, had yet to state his purpose for approaching. Before Asakura could respond, a deafening alarm rang out from the front lines. Enemy attack. The Konoha ninjas stationed at the front dashed from their tents, only to collapse after inhaling the raindrops. The rain is toxic. Where are the wind-release ninjas? We need to disperse this rain. As Asakura detected the poison within the rain, he held his breath and swiftly roused Kushina and the others. Fortunately, having just finished their meal, they were not yet asleep and quickly exited their tents, on high alert. Naoki, what is happening? Minato inquired. The rain ninjas have attacked. The rain is poisonous, Asakura warned. Stay close to me and do not move. As he spoke, the flame of vitality at the center of his being began to blaze fiercely, and the air around them grew intensely warm. The rainwater evaporated into white mist before it could reach them, while the toxins within the rain were rendered inactive by the heat. In the midst of the Konoha front lines, three figures surged forth. Two of them, upon confirming that Asakura and the others were unharmed, hastened towards the forefront without looking back. The last figure, clad in a black combat uniform and wearing a Konoha headband, with a pallid complexion, stood atop a tent. It was Orochimaru, assessing the rain droplets imbued with poison. Orochimaru's expression darkened as he organized the remaining capable ninjas around him and began to form hand seals. The rain is toxic. Minimize your breathing. Wind-release ninjas, gather around me. After assembling a dozen wind-release ninjas, Orochimaru completed his hand seals. Using a combined wind-release technique, we will disperse these rain clouds. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Wind-release, great breakthrough. With a powerful gust, Orochimaru unleashed a tempest, and the other Konoha wind-release ninjas joined in. Wind-release, gale force. Wind-release, great breakthrough. The combined might of numerous ninjas' wind-release techniques created a typhoon-like effect at the Konoha front lines. The toxic rain clouds from the Rain Ninja Village were forcefully blown away. Yet the situation at the front remained dire. The sudden assault by the Rain Ninjas had caught the vigilant ninjas off guard, leaving many Konoha ninjas incapacitated by the poison before any alarm could be sounded. Although Jiraiya and Tsunade rushed to provide support, they were still overwhelmed by the greater numbers of Rain Ninjas. Be careful, Orochimaru instructed Asakura and the others, before turning to the remaining Konoha ninjas with intact combat capabilities. Those still able to fight, follow me to repel the Rain Ninjas. With that, Orochimaru charged ahead towards the front line where Jiraiya and Tsunade were engaged, followed closely by many Konoha ninjas who had not succumbed to the poison or were only slightly affected. What should we do? SHJ asked, excitement lacing his voice. Although they had recently battled against rogue ninjas, this was a genuine war. Observing the surrounding Konoha ninjas rushing to the front lines, SHJ was eager to join them. If he could distinguish himself in this battle against the Rain Ninjas, he believed he could quickly rise to the status of a Konoha hero and eventually become Hokage. Such aspirations were not uncommon among these novice ninjas. Their previous encounter with rogue ninjas had been too effortless, and the adrenaline of the current situation clouded their judgment. Fortunately, there are still those who can maintain their composure. We have barely mastered a few ninjutsu techniques. It is best for us to remain here without drawing the attention of Lord Orochimaru, Naoki Asakawa remarked. If it were only him, he could rely on his swordsmanship to escape, even if he could not prevail. However, others like Makoto Uchiha and Minato Namikaze may possess the strength of a nin. While SHJ and the others are merely Jinin, lacking proficiency in any jutsu aside from the basic transformation technique. Such Jinin, in the midst of this war, hardly qualify even as cannon fodder. Indeed, what we can do now is to safeguard ourselves, Minato Namikaze nodded. Naoki is correct. Our abilities are still too feeble. Protecting ourselves and allowing Lady Tsunade and the others to fight without worry is our duty, Makoto Uchiha concurred. Very well, we understand. SHJ responded after regaining a semblance of calm. Let us first find a place to conceal ourselves, Naoki Asakawa suggested. However, just as the group was preparing to find a place to hide, a team of 10 ninjas clad in black cloaks and straw hats swiftly pursued them from behind. Why didn't they go to the front lines? SHJ questioned with some confusion. Didn't Orochimaru just say that all those with combat capability had to go to the front? With keen eyesight, Asakawa Naoki discerned the 4 vertical lines on their forehead protectors and remarked, they are Rain Ninjas. What? The eyes of Moriki filled with shock and fear as he stammered. How did they bypass the front? Have the ninjas there already collapsed? Impossible. The front must still be holding out. They must have come from another direction, Minato Namikaze stated. If the front had fallen, many leaf ninjas would have fled this way. What should we do now? Kushina Izumaki inquired, her gaze shifting towards Asakawa Naoki, with the others following suit. Among the 3 teams, Asakawa Naoki stood the tallest and was the strongest, gradually becoming the de facto leader. After their encounter with the wandering ninjas, the group instinctively thought of Naoki when faced with danger. We should flee forward, Asakawa Naoki declared as he led the group. Who among you can use wind release techniques? I can, Minato exclaimed as he ran. So can I, Kushina added, her dark pupils gleaming with excitement. She had not anticipated that the wind release techniques she had been learning in recent days would finally come into play, allowing her to assist Asakawa Naoki. Good. Coordinate with my technique shortly, Asakawa Naoki instructed. Makoto, you lead them forward. Although he was uncertain about the strength of this team of Rain Ninjas, Asakawa Naoki, possessing swordsmanship, felt no fear. His primary concern was for his teammates. Facing a squad of 10 Rain Ninjas, even the strongest, Uchiha Makoto and Minato, might not escape unscathed, let alone Kushina and SHJ. As time passed, the distance between the Rain Ninja team and them continued to diminish, and Asakawa Naoki calculated their proximity. At some moment, the gap finally closed to an extreme limit. Chapter 62, The Might of the 3 Flames. You leaf brats, your end is nigh. The leading Rain Ninja proclaimed as he drew several shurikens from his ninja tool pouch and hurled them towards Asakawa Naoki and the others. Though he didn't quite understand why these freshly graduated leaf ninjas had ventured to the battlefield, any leaf ninja was a target to eliminate. Kushina, Minato, understood. As Asakawa Naoki signaled, the others continued fleeing forward. Only he, Minato, and Kushina halted, swiftly turning to form hand seals. Oh, not only are they not fleeing, but they dare to attack us? The rain ninja smirked derisively, thinking that if they were not on a mission, he would enjoy playing with these newly graduated leaf ninjas. Hurry up and finish them. Water release, water chaos, water release, water cannon technique. The three rain ninjas immediately executed their hand seals, their speed surpassing that of Minato and Kushina, who had only recently learned wind release techniques. Before Kushina and Minato could complete their seals, the rain ninjas had already unleashed their techniques. 2 columns of water and a water cannon surged towards the trio. Do not underestimate the power of water release. It is akin to a high-pressure water cutter. Being struck by these water columns or water bullets could prove fatal. As the 3 water release techniques bore down on them and Kushina and Minato were still unprepared, Asakawa and Naoki had no choice but to unleash a burst of orange flames. 3 flames, essence of fire. Seeing the orange flames erupt from Asakawa and Naoki, the rain ninjas could not help but scoff. Haha, facing our water release. He chooses to use fire release techniques, which are countered by water, instead of utilizing earth release. They were situated on the border of the land of rain, where abundant rainfall significantly amplified the power of water release. In such a place, daring to employ fire release was foolish. The rain ninjas imagined the 3 flames would be extinguished by the water, leading to their defeat. However, when the 3 flames met the 3 water release techniques, the anticipated scene of flames being extinguished did not occur. Instead, the terrifying temperature of the 3 flames evaporated the water release, creating a thick mist that obscured the vision of the rain ninjas. Not good. This kid's fire release is unusual. Quickly, evade. The rain ninjas finally realized that Asakawa and Naoki's 3 flames were not typical fire release techniques, but by then, it was too late. Kushina and Minato completed their wind release techniques just in time. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, gale palm. On either side of Asakawa and Naoki, the 2 unleashed their wind release techniques simultaneously. In an instant, the flames borrowed the wind's momentum, and the wind bolstered the flames' might. With the force of their wind release techniques, the terrifying power of the 3 flames erupted, transforming into a raging inferno that engulfed the unprepared rain ninjas. The screams faded almost instantly, as 5 rain ninjas were reduced to ashes in the flames. Damn, what kind of fire release is this? One rain ninja, though he managed to escape, felt a burning sensation from sparks that had landed on his back, only to realize his strength was rapidly waning. Quickly, extinguish the flames. Water release, water chaos. Another rain ninja attempted to help douse the 3 flames with water release, directing the impact of water chaos at his back. Yet, instead of extinguishing the flames, the 3 flames blazed more fiercely under the force of the water. Within seconds, the rain ninja engulfed in the flames met the same fate as his comrades, reduced to cinders. Be cautious. This kid's fire release is abnormal. The rain ninja team leader warned, his eyes filled with cold fear. A flame that even water release cannot extinguish. What on earth is this kid? Had they known that Asakawa and Naoki's flames were not the complete 3 flames, but merely the essence of fire, they would have been even more astounded. In a sense, the essence of fire bore similarities to the mightiest fire release, Amaterasu. Amaterasu does not extinguish until its target is completely consumed, while the essence of fire burns using the life force of the human body as fuel. When ignited on other materials, such as clothing or buildings, the essence of fire can be relatively easily extinguished. However, if it ignites a person and the burning area is not promptly severed, it will burn uncontrollably, fueled by their life force. Not only does it rapidly deplete the strength of the human body, but it is also nearly impossible to extinguish. Observing the might of the essence fire, Naoki Asakawa yearned even more for the energy fire and the divine fire. If the essence fire is already so potent, igniting the energy fire and the divine fire, thereby merging the 3 into the true samadhi fire, would yield unimaginable power. Leave this fellow to me. The rain ninja team leader cast a glance at Naoki Asakawa, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Such a prodigy from Konoha, if not extinguished in the cradle, would pose a danger to the future of the rain village. Quickly deal with the others and come assist me. With the team leader's command, the remaining 3 rain ninjas felt a twinge of relief at not having to face the monstrous Naoki Asakawa. Understood. The 3 swiftly charged towards Minato Namikaze and Kushina Izumaki. Though the trio of rain ninjas were not exceptionally strong, they each possessed the strength of a nin. Against the freshly graduated Minato and Kushina, they posed a significant threat. Just as Naoki Asakawa intended to swiftly eliminate one, a sharp glint of danger pierced from behind. Sensing this perilous aura, Naoki could only draw his inferior katana and parry the surprise attack from the rain ninja captain with a horizontal slash. Your opponent is me. The rain ninja captain's gaze was resolute as he faced Naoki Asakawa. Even the likes of Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade, the 3 pillars of the Konoha frontline, seemed less perilous in his eyes than the young Naoki before him. Understanding the might of the rain ninja leader, Hanzo of the Salamander, the captain was acutely aware that even with the combined strength of Jiraiya and the others, they could not defeat Hanzo. Yet, if this young boy were allowed the time to grow, the future of the rain village would be at stake. Naoki Asakawa remained silent, pondering why the rain ninjas, who had come to ambush him, spoke with such resolute conviction, casting him as the villain. Die. Aware of the terrifying potential of Asakawa's fire release technique, the captain wasted no time, engaging him in fierce close combat with his sword. Chapter 063. Swift growth. This fellow possesses immense strength. The Rain Ninja captain, nearing 30, was in his prime, at the peak of his physical prowess and chakra reserves. Yet, even in this prime state, he felt his palms grow numb while clashing blades with Naoki Asakawa. His strength paled in comparison. What in the world is this? The captain pondered, bewildered. This boy appears to be merely in his teens, mingling with those fresh graduates from the ninja academy, initially perceived as a lowly genin. However, not only did he annihilate the majority of the squad with a single fire release technique, but his prowess in close combat was also formidable. Such talent must be eradicated. The captain's resolve intensified. Thankfully, despite Asakawa's formidable fire release and astonishing physical abilities, he lacked combat experience, which gave the captain a glimmer of hope in defeating this Konoha anomaly. Yet, the truth was that Naoki's considerable focus was diverted by the safety of Kushina and Minato. On a nearby battlefield, faced with the onslaught of three Rain ninjas, Kushina and Minato struggled to maintain their ground, appearing on the brink of defeat. Even though Minato's combat instincts surpassed those of ordinary ninjas, and Kushina, possessing the Uzumaki clan's bloodline, boasted chakra far exceeding that of the three Rain ninjas, they were still merely freshly graduated genin, having only encountered one battle against rogue ninjas, lacking the experience of fighting against seasoned ninjas. To endure against 3ch nin was already a remarkable feat. I can't wait any longer. Naoki Asakawa glanced at the two, the sword hidden in his sleeve trembling, ready to spring forth as a massive fireball surged towards the three Rain ninjas assaulting Kushina and Minato. Makoto. Upon seeing the returning Makoto Uchiha, Naoki's anxious heart finally settled, and the sword poised in his sleeve calmed. The sword control technique was his trump card. He preferred not to use it unless absolutely necessary. After all, information is paramount for a ninja. It would be difficult to explain if Konoha were to learn about his sword control technique. The Samadhi fire could be attributed to the fire release, great fireball technique passed down from his parents, but the sword control technique would be entirely unexplainable. Makoto's strength, even without activating her Sharingan, was sufficient to contend with a ch nin level Rain ninja. Should she activate her double Tomo Sharingan, Makoto could swiftly overpower a Rain ninja, showcasing the power of the Sharingan. With Makoto's arrival, the pressure on Kushina and Minato significantly lessened. Although the three were still being pressed by the trio of Rain ninjas, the situation had improved considerably. They could at least hold out for a while. And that was precisely the time Naoki required. Damn it, one of his teammates has returned. Seeing that Makoto stabilized the situation, the Rain ninja captain's blade became even sharper, launching relentless attacks from various angles towards Naoki Asakawa. No need to rush. Take your time. With the situation regarding Kushina finally under control, Naoki could now devote his full attention to the Rain ninja captain. Rather than aiming for a decisive blow against this nin level captain, Naoki intended to use him as a honing stone. Gradually, although the captain maintained the upper hand in their swordplay, Naoki felt something amiss. Despite relying on extensive battle experience to dominate Naoki, forcing him to rely solely on his overwhelming power and rapid reflexes to barely keep up, and even preventing him from unleashing that peculiar fire release technique. The captain noticed that Naoki's strikes seemed to be growing weaker, and his reaction speed was diminishing. Could it be that this fellow is fatigued? The captain felt a flicker of hope. However, he soon realized that despite the diminishing power and slowing reactions, Naoki continued to fend off his assaults with remarkable resilience. This boy is using me to sharpen his skills. Upon this realization, a chill ran through the captain's heart. In close combat, the two crucial metrics are strength and skill. Strength encompasses one's inherent power, speed, and reflexes, while skill embodies combat experience and technique. Initially, due to his lack of experience, Naoki had to exert maximum strength, relying on his formidable power and heightened reflexes to counter the captain's attacks, achieving a brute force approach. Now, however, Naoki was reducing his exertion, lowering his power and speed, yet still managing to counter the captain with progressively enhanced skill. Once Naoki could match the captain's strength and speed, yet still withstand his attacks, it would signify that Naoki's skill had reached the captain's level. At this moment, Naoki's exertion was approaching that of the captain, indicating that his combat experience in close quarters swordplay was nearing that of the Rain ninja captains. You're using me to accumulate combat experience? The captain exclaimed, incredulous. Realizing it only now? Naoki Asakawa chuckled. Damn it. Captain Yunin swiftly distanced himself from Asakawa Naoki. This individual was far too terrifying. If he could not swiftly subdue this young adversary, all his attacks would merely serve as fodder for Asakawa Naoki's burgeoning combat experience. At that moment, despite his reluctance to confront Asakawa's peculiar fire-based ninjutsu, he had no other choice. While creating distance, Captain Yunin hastily formed hand seals, despite his rapid pace. It took nearly 10 seconds to complete the sequence. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. The moment the jutsu was activated, moisture in the air rapidly coalesced, manifesting a ferocious water dragon that lunged directly at Asakawa Naoki. Free flames of true fire. In response to the water dragon, Asakawa Naoki unleashed a stream of orange flames. The power of the water dragon, conjured by a high-ranking ninja, far surpassed the water jutsu of 3 mid-ranking ninjas. When water and fire clashed, they neutralized each other, generating a vast volume of white mist. Damn it, my chakra is disrupted. In the midst of the watery haze, Captain Yunin, who should have thrived in such conditions, found himself unable to sense anything, as the mist obscured his vision. Just as he prepared to escape the fog, he caught sight of a figure, its height and build identical to that of Asakawa Naoki. Utilizing the cover of the mist, Captain Yunin expelled a rapid water bullet. The water bullet pierced through the figure without obstruction, but in that fleeting moment, Captain Yunin's instincts, honed from countless battles, sensed a life-threatening danger. Behind you. Chapter 064, Devastating Loss. Trusting his instincts, Captain Yunin raised his blade defensively behind him. However, the next instant, a crisp sound of clashing weapons echoed as his sword was severed cleanly. In the face of Asakawa Naoki's lightning-infused blade, Captain Yunin's weapon proved pitifully fragile. You are no longer of any use. With a wave of pain and numbness washing over him, darkness enveloped Captain Yunin's vision. Thus, a Rain Ninja elite fell upon the battlefield. After a moment's contemplation, Asakawa Naoki retrieved a scroll of ninjutsu from Captain Yunin's person, along with 50,000 ryo in cash. He then snapped his fingers, causing a spark to land on Captain Yunin's body. The moment the spark made contact with the skin, it ignited ferociously, reducing his corpse to ashes in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, after Uchiha Makoto's arrival, the pressure on Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato significantly lessened. Upon witnessing Captain Yunin's suppression of Asakawa Naoki, Uchiha Makoto wasted no time in activating her double Tomo Sharingan. She needed to swiftly eliminate the Rain Ninja before assisting Asakawa Naoki. The Sharingan. You are of the Uchiha clan. The Rain Ninja exclaimed in shock as he faced Uchiha Makoto. You have realized too late. Empowered by the Sharingan, Uchiha Makoto's strength surged, and every movement of the Rain Ninja was meticulously observed. Water release, water chaos waves. The Rain Ninja distanced himself, taking the opportunity to form hand seals for his jutsu. But Uchiha Makoto was prepared. Fire release, great fireball technique. Uchiha Makoto swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed an orange fireball, quickly reaching into her ninja tool pouch. The water column collided with the fireball. Although Uchiha Makoto's fireball was not as potent as Asakawa Naoki's 3 flames of true fire, the Rain Ninja's water chaos waves were not the same as the water dragon bullet of a high-ranking ninja. Due to elemental interactions, the Rain Ninja's water release should have been stronger, yet the hurried hand seals resulted in mutual cancellation, with neither able to overpower the other. Before the mist generated by their collision could fully manifest, Uchiha Makoto hurled several shuriken at the unprepared Rain Ninja. Clang, clang. The Rain Ninja, armed with kunai, deflected the shuriken one by one. Just as he intended to locate Uchiha Makoto's figure amidst the mist, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck. Warm blood gushing from his severed carotid artery. Behind him, a shuriken he had deflected was being drawn back by a fine wire, the true assailant being this very shuriken. Is this the Uchiha clan's throwing technique? The light in the Rain Ninja's eyes gradually faded, while Uchiha Makoto wasted no time in rushing toward Uzumaki Kushina. Among the trio, bolstered by the double Tomo Sharingan, Uchiha Makoto exhibited the greatest combat prowess, followed by Namikaze Minato, with Uzumaki Kushina possessing the most chakra yet being the weakest in terms of overall strength. In the midst of the Rain Ninja's relentless assault, Uzumaki Kushina could only rely on her decent taijutsu to evade and defend, appearing quite beleaguered. Fortunately, Uchiha Makoto's speed in resolving combat was remarkably swift. After her entry into the battlefield, the second Rain Ninja was quickly subdued by their combined efforts. The pressure on the last Rain Ninja battling Namikaze Minato intensified significantly. Even amidst the fight, his eyes constantly darted toward Asakawa Naoki and Captain Yunin's location. As long as their captain could secure victory, even the combined efforts of Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Makoto, and the blonde-haired boy fighting him would not suffice to contend with their captain. After all, their captain was a high-ranking ninja from the Rain Village. The disparity in power between high-ranking and mid-ranking ninjas vastly exceeded that between mid-ranking and low-ranking ninjas. Even the blonde youth entangled with him, along with the Uchiha ninja who had activated his Sharingan, would not last long against their captain's prowess. Yet, as the final Rain Ninja placed all his hopes on Captain Yunin, the white mist generated from the collision of the 3 flames of true fire and the water dragon bullet began to dissipate. When he beheld not his captain emerging from the mist, but Asakawa Naoki, disbelief filled the Rain Ninja's eyes. How is this possible? What an opportunity! Exposing a flaw in the heat of battle was the gravest of errors. In the moment of the Rain Ninja's mental lapse, the kunai in Namikaze Minato's hand pierced directly into his heart, before swiftly retracting to avoid the ninja's dying retaliation. In his final moments, this Rain Ninja, or rather, the entire Rain Ninja team, could not comprehend why a group of newly graduated low-ranking ninjas possessed such strength. Is this the might of Konoha's low-ranking ninjas? Do we in the Land of Rain still hold any hope? With a mix of reluctance and dread, the last member of the Rain Ninja team breathed his last. Are you all alright? Asakawa Naoki inquired, his gaze filled with concern for the trio. Externally, they appeared uninjured, yet many wounds could not be seen. We're fine. But what about you? Uchiha Makoto asked with evident worry. The three had faced rain ninjas of mid-ranking strength. Even the most burdened, Uchiha Makoto, had only experienced significant chakra depletion. Uzumaki Kushina and Namake's Minato primarily suffered from fatigue, their arms aching from deflecting several rain ninja attacks. Meanwhile, in their line of sight, the captain of the rain ninjas posed a threat far beyond that of the others. Setting aside his fierce swordsmanship, the terrifying water dragon bullet technique was something that even high-ranking ninjas in Konoha seldom employed. Uchiha Makoto had witnessed Captain Yunen's prowess firsthand, which prompted her immediate activation of the double Tomo Sharingan, preparing to defeat the three rain ninjas before aiding Asakawa Naoki. However, they had not fully resolved their battle when Asakawa Naoki concluded his fight even more swiftly. Rest assured, I am unharmed, Asakawa Naoki replied, shaking his head. Let us regroup with SH and the others. Agreed. The trio of Kukinai nodded in agreement. Although the expenditure was considerable, the current battlefield situation remained unclear, and Shinshu and his companions were devoid of combat capability. They needed to rendezvous with them, and then seek a secure place to hide. Pursuing the direction in which Shinshu and the others had fled, Asakawa Naoki and his companions, thanks to their exceptional martial prowess and the relatively brief duration of the battle, quickly located Shinshu and his group. Asakawa, are you all right? Shinshu inquired with a hint of guilt in his voice. Despite being graduates of the same ninja academy, Asakawa Naoki and his companions were younger than him, yet they stood alongside Makoto in defending against the enemy, while he could only escape under their protection. At that moment, Shinshu's yearning for strength reached its zenith. Do not worry, we are unharmed, Asakawa Naoki replied with a smile. We have dealt with the pursuers. Let us find a safer place to take refuge. With a nod of agreement, the group concurred with Asakawa Naoki's plan. As the dawn gradually broke, the front line of Konoha ninjas began their retreat to the rear. However, among these Leaf Village ninjas, the proportion of the injured is exceedingly high, with many missing limbs and bearing wounds inflicted by explosive tags and shurikens. Even those Leaf ninjas who remain unscathed wear expressions of deep sorrow and coldness, their brows furrowed in distress. The sudden assault by the rain ninjas has undoubtedly resulted in significant losses for the Leaf Village, mused Naozumi Asakawa. Chapter 065. Interrogation. As Asakawa and his companions beheld the injured ninjas, the wounded Leaf ninjas, upon noticing the unscathed group, briefly focused their gazes on the leaf headbands adorning their foreheads before their expressions turned icy. Cowardly little brats. A voice, tinged with resentment, quietly muttered an unkind remark, and the other ninjas did not intervene, seemingly acquiescing to the sentiment. You, of all people, should know that Asakawa and his team also took down a squad of rain ninjas. Ju retorted angrily. He could tolerate being insulted, for he indeed had done nothing. Faced with the attacking rain ninjas, he could only flee. However, he would not stand idly by as others disparaged Asakawa and his companions for their perceived cowardice. It was clear that Asakawa and his comrades were sacrificing their lives to delay the enemy, and they were far from being fearful. You're just a coward. You came to the front lines and did nothing. A wounded Leaf ninja slowly asserted, his right shoulder now a mere void. If fate had not intervened, this ninja, having lost his right arm, would find his future path irrevocably severed. It was no wonder he harbored resentment upon seeing Ju and the others, unscathed and uninjured. Many of the injured Leaf ninjas likely shared his sentiments. I did nothing, but Asakawa and the others. Ju wished to explain further. Yet, the injured ninja, evidently driven to madness by his wounds and the bleakness of his future, raised his remaining left hand as if to strike Ju. Observing this, Asakawa was poised to intervene, but upon sensing a certain presence, he hesitated. Enough. A figure appeared before them with a swift body flicker. A cold voice that instilled fear in the surrounding Leaf ninjas, Orochimaru. The moment he materialized, the surrounding air thickened with the scent of blood. Though most of his injuries appeared to have been inflicted by the attacking rain ninjas, it was I who ordered them to remain here. Do you have an issue with that? Orochimaru addressed the one-armed ninja coldly. And no, I don't, the wounded ninja stammered, his tone shifting remarkably. He truly dared not retort against Orochimaru, who was not only the highest commander at the front, but also possessed unparalleled strength. Had Orochimaru and his companions not arrived in time to alleviate the pressure, the front lines of the Land of Fire might have been overrun by the rain ninjas. If the front were indeed breached, their casualties would have been catastrophic, and upon returning to Konoha, they would undoubtedly be held accountable. He is my brother, and they are our students, fresh graduates from the Ninja Academy, who came to the front lines. Do you have an issue with that? Two more figures materialized through body flicker, Jiraiya and Tsunade, whose face was stern, having fought through the night at the front lines. They were taken aback to find an injured comrade bullying Orochimaru's younger brother upon their return. Tsunade's temper was notorious, and that she refrained from delivering a punch to the wounded ninja was a testament to her restraint. I apologized, Tsunade-sama. I did not realize he was your brother. The one-armed ninja sincerely apologized. This misunderstanding was typical among many ninjas. Had Ju been an ordinary, unremarkable ninja without any backing, His failure to engage in battle on the front lines would have indeed branded him a coward. However, Ju's identity as Tsunade's brother and the future heir of the Senju clan bestowed upon him a noble status. It was already a commendable feat for someone of his lineage to venture into such perilous territory alone, unlike the Hyuga clan's heir, who would typically be accompanied by a retinue of branch family ninjas for protection. Yet, Ju himself bore no airs of a privileged heir and interacted with Asakawa and the others as if he were an earnest, common ninja. No, the one who should apologize is not me. I truly did nothing, Ju spoke slowly, unable to accept the wounded ninja's apology. You should apologize to my teammates. They genuinely fought against the rain ninjas. My apologies, everyone. I was too impulsive, the wounded ninja murmured, though in his heart, he did not truly believe they had engaged in battle with the rain ninjas. Orochimaru-sama, we have discovered 3 bodies of rain ninjas. A reporting ninja suddenly announced. Where? Orochimaru inquired, his brow furrowing. Right behind our camp, the reporting ninja replied. Could it be that they had indeed taken down a squad of rain ninjas? The one-armed ninja found it hard to believe. Yet, the absurdity of the situation was undeniable, on one hand. He doubted that freshly graduated genin like Asakawa and Ju possessed the strength to eliminate rain ninjas, but on the other hand, he resented them for not engaging in battle and hiding in the rear. Perhaps only by witnessing Asakawa and Ju perish on the battlefield could he find some semblance of balance in his heart, having lost his arm and his future. Enough. You all should tend to your injuries. Asakawa, Ju, follow me, Orochimaru commanded, leading Jiraiya and Tsunade toward the central tent. Asakawa, Ju, and the others obediently followed him into the tent. Upon entering, away from the prying eyes of the leaf ninjas, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade finally relaxed, their expressions revealing the fatigue they had concealed. In the presence of the leaf ninjas, as frontline commanders and pillars of strength, they had to present themselves in the best possible light to maintain morale. It was only in the privacy of their own space that they could reveal their true state. Once inside the tent, Orochimaru began to report the situation on the scroll. The rain ninjas' ambush had been exceptionally cunning, hiding the venom of the mountain pepper fish within the rain clouds, allowing it to drift toward the leaf camp. By the time the leaf ninjas realized what was happening, most had already been poisoned, severely diminishing their combat effectiveness. Coupled with the overwhelming number of attacking rain ninjas, it was no wonder that the battle had been so arduous. However, this is also related to the negligence exhibited by the ninjas on the front lines of Konoha, as the reconnaissance ninjas failed to detect the toxins concealed within the rain clouds. Orochimaru and his companions arrived rather too late, lacking the opportunity to rectify the discipline among the frontline ninjas before facing the surprise assault from the village hidden in the rain. However, their arrival was quite timely. Had it not been for their combined efforts, the situation at the Konoha front would have indeed been perilous. Orochimaru meticulously recorded the battle conditions onto a scroll, which would soon find its way to the desk of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. One wonders how many frontline commanding ninjas will be held accountable as a result. Shungshu, do share what transpired here after our departure, Tsunade inquired, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity. Jiraiya also gazed with interest at Naoki Asakawa and the others. According to the reporting ninja, 3 rain ninjas' corpses had been discovered in the rear. Could it be that Minato and his team had managed to defeat Chunin? Truly, they are the ones foretold by the great sage frog to change the world. Chapter 066. The outbreak of the Second Ninja World War after you left. We were just about to find a safe place to hide. Shengshu recalled the previous night's events in detail. However, it wasn't too long before we encountered a squad of rain ninjas that had appeared behind us. Building upon Shengshu's account, Minato Namikaze added further details about the battle, painting a complete picture of the previous night's events. Asakawa can even perform the great fireball technique? Orochimaru remarked with a hint of surprise. During the use of the Samadhi True Fire, Naoki Asakawa had indeed formed the hand seals for the great fireball technique. Although Minato found the power of the Samadhi True Fire somewhat puzzling, he dismissed it, attributing its strength to the enhanced combination of wind release and fire release ninjutsu. Indeed, Orochimaru-sensei, it is a relic left to me by my parents, Naoki Asakawa affirmed with a nod. Ah, I understand, Orochimaru replied, this time. You successfully eradicated a squad of rain ninjas. I shall record it as an A-rank mission. Eradicating 10 rain ninjas certainly qualifies as an A-rank mission. However, had Orochimaru known that the captain of the rain ninjas was a Jonin, he would have deemed this mission not merely A-rank, but S-rank. The disparity between Jonin and Chunin is immense, and Orochimaru had never considered that Naoki and the others had defeated a squad led by a Jonin. You all have done remarkably well, Jiraiya remarked, observing his disciples with pride, as the fatigue of the battlefield seemed to dissipate. Having recently graduated from the Ninja Academy, they not only mastered the ninjutsu taught to them, but also coordinated their wind release and fire release techniques with their teammates. Even in the eyes of Orochimaru and his companions, they had performed admirably. You have all done wonderfully, Tsunade praised, adding, of course, Shengshu, do not be disheartened. It was clear that Tsunade recognized Shengshu's frustration at being unable to assist and only having to flee. She continued to reassure him. It is precisely because we wish to protect others that we aspire to grow stronger. As long as you hold on to this conviction, Shengshu, you too shall become a powerful ninja in the future. Thank you, sister. Shengshu beamed, his desire to grow stronger intensifying within him. All right. You have all gone without sleep for the night. It is best you rest now, as we may still require your assistance later. Orochimaru smiled. We also need to prepare for the aftermath. Although the battle with the rain ninjas had concluded, the aftermath had yet to begin, and much work awaited them. Naoki Asakawa and the others retreated to their tents, while Jiraiya and Tsunade exited the command tent, each heading in opposite directions. Jiraiya needed to stand guard at the front lines to prevent a second ambush by the rain ninjas, while Tsunade was required at the medical unit, where her healing ninjutsu was unparalleled in Konoha. Only Orochimaru remained, having completed the report for the third Hokage, still situated in the central command tent. In contrast to Jiraiya and Tsunade, Orochimaru possessed a broader perspective. Nearly all matters at the front required his oversight, as he was the true commander of the front line, necessitating his presence at the center. Yet, even the so-called immortal Orochimaru, in this moment, could not conceal the weariness etched upon his pale visage. The second shinobi world war is upon us. Orochimaru lamented, I wonder how many ninjas will perish this time. The situation in the ninja world had already been exceedingly tense, with the forces of the Rain Village and Konoha facing off on the front lines of the Land of Rain and the Land of Fire. Now, with the Rain ninjas striking first, a single thread pulled could unravel the entire tapestry of peace in the ninja realm. Indeed, 3 days later, upon receiving Orochimaru's report, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, swiftly convened a high-level meeting in Konoha. During this assembly, following extensive deliberation, the leaders of Konoha and numerous clan heads unanimously agreed to initiate war against the Land of Rain. In truth, Konoha had no choice but to engage in battle with the Rain ninjas, not merely for the sake of avenging the Rain shinobi, but more significantly, to serve as a warning to other great powers. In the recent ambush on the Rain village, Konoha suffered a slight setback, a fact that the other 4 great ninja villages are likely aware of. Should there be no thunderous retaliation against the Rain village and the Land of Rain, it would be exceedingly difficult to suppress the prying eyes of the other 4 great villages upon Konoha. As Konoha sends a substantial number of ninjas to the front lines of the Land of Rain, the scale of the conflict with the Rain village intensifies, prompting the neighboring lands of Earth and Wind to mobilize as well. The geographical position of the Land of Rain is of paramount importance. Situated as it is between the Land of Wind, the Land of Fire, and the Land of Earth, sharing borders with all 3 nations. Such a location has historically been a contested battleground. Even if the Land of Rain cannot be conquered and claimed as its own, the other 2 great powers would never permit Konoha to gain dominion over it. Furthermore, the Rain village and the Land of Rain have long sought to seize this opportunity, leveraging their strength, which ranks just below the 5 great nations, to establish themselves as the 6th great nation. Amidst economic disparities and the rise of militaristic factions, a power struggle has begun between the great and small nations, heralding the onset of the Second Shinobi World War. However, those matters are secondary. The ambush by the Rain Shinobi village merely served as a catalyst. In contrast to the concerned Orochimaru, Naoki Asakawa remained remarkably composed. Having witnessed the events of Naruto, he was acutely aware that the Second Shinobi World War was inevitable. At present, his focus lay solely on enhancing his abilities to safeguard himself and those dear to him. It was time to examine the spoils of this encounter. Asakawa retrieved the scroll he had obtained from the captain of the Rain Shinobi. Regrettably, it contained nothing but water release techniques. A sense of disappointment washed over Asakawa. Although it was not the least useful intelligence scroll, he lacked the water release affinity. Even if the scroll of sage techniques could transmute the water release techniques into water-style sage techniques, he would still be unable to cultivate them. However, upon reaching the final section of the scroll, Naoki Asakawa was suddenly overtaken by a smile upon encountering a particular ninjutsu. The technique of interrogation ninjutsu, life and death deprivation? Naoki had not anticipated that this Nin from the Rain village would possess such a method. He was curious about the kind of senjutsu that could be validated through this interrogation technique, stirring a sense of eager anticipation within him. The so-called interrogation ninjutsu lacked a definitive attribute. If one were to be precise, it leaned towards in-release. Ninjutsu devoid of explicit attributes could potentially lead to the acquisition of senjutsu, and since Naoki had already mastered techniques such as Soldier of Beans, body duplication, and swordsmanship, it was highly probable that he could also learn the interrogation ninjutsu. According to the scroll's description, interrogation ninjutsu involved tormenting the mental will of a ninja, waiting for their spirit to weaken or even collapse, before forcefully invading their psyche with one's own formidable mental strength to extract information from their mind. Most interrogation ninjutsu required the practitioner to possess a stronger mental force than their opponent to successfully penetrate their consciousness. Otherwise, the practitioner could easily be repelled. This necessity for mental torment explained why many ninjas would rather embrace death than fall into the hands of enemy ninjas. Death was but a fleeting moment, whereas interrogation was a harrowing ordeal, a fate worse than death itself. Chapter 067. The cruelty of war, let us commence. Naoki Asakawa retrieved the senjutsu scroll and revisited the concept of interrogation ninjutsu within his mind. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled the training methods for water-release ninjutsu, as learned by the captain of the Rain Ninja team. Although the foundational chi refinement technique indicated that one could not cultivate water-based jutsu without a water affinity, he was nonetheless inclined to attempt it. Upon reopening the senjutsu scroll, he discovered two additional techniques, soul-searching technique and primordial heavy water. The soul-searching technique was quite similar to interrogation ninjutsu, both relying on the invasion of the opponent's mental force to retrieve their memories. However, unlike the interrogation technique, the soul-searching technique, when mastered, allows the practitioner to exert control over individuals whose mental strength is inferior, effectively merging the elements of interrogation and illusion techniques. On the other hand, the 1 yuan heavy water is a form of water-based celestial art that, upon successful cultivation, can condense thousands of pounds of water into a single drop, transforming it into a drop of 1 yuan heavy water. Even with minimal description, Naoki Asakawa could discern the formidable nature of this celestial art. He decided to practice for a while. With some time on his hands, he consumed 2 special soldier ration pills and commenced his training in both the soul-searching technique and 1 yuan heavy water. The former he quickly grasped, but he struggled to comprehend the latter. It seemed that either the learning curve for 1 yuan heavy water was particularly steep, or perhaps he had yet to fully awaken his water spiritual root, hindering his progress. Naoki mused on this matter. Nonetheless, given that his offensive capability with the 3 mystical true flames was already sufficient, he resolved to wait until he achieved the breakthrough from chi refinement to spirit transformation, thereby completing his spiritual roots before pursuing the 1 yuan heavy water further. For now, the priority remained to enhance his cultivation. Immersed in his training, Naoki was roused from his meditative state by Shiboku around midday. After lunch, Naoki and his companions were dispatched by Orochimaru to assist the medical team overseen by Tsunade. As for Jiraiya, remaining on the front line was deemed too perilous. These freshly graduated genin would not only be unable to provide meaningful aid, but could potentially complicate matters further. Conversely, the medical team was in dire need of additional hands. Although Naoki and his team lacked medical ninjutsu expertise, they could at least lend a hand to alleviate the burden on the medical ninjas and witness the brutal realities of war. After all, ninjas inevitably mature. While freshly graduated genin may not initially face the front line, they would ultimately find themselves there after some time as they advance to the rank of chunin. The medical team is stationed here, and my sister is there too. Let us assist. Shiboku's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, reflecting the feeling of being needed. Many members of the 3 teams wore similar expressions of eagerness. During the Rain Ninja assault, they had been powerless to intervene, but now they could finally contribute to Konoha's cause. Yet, upon entering the medical team's encampment, their smiles faded into silence. The recent Rain Ninja attack had been exceedingly abrupt, and Konoha's lack of preparedness had resulted in an overwhelming number of casualties. Under ordinary circumstances, the number of medical ninjas at the front line would suffice. But in the face of such a sudden crisis, the medical team was utterly overwhelmed. With limited medical resources, the team could only prioritize the treatment of critically injured ninjas, leaving those with lighter wounds to endure their suffering for the time being. The air within the medical tent was thick with the acrid scents of blood and antiseptic. But far more terrifying were the grievous injuries of the patients. In the chaos of war, the diversity of wounds was harrowing. Some ninjas were bleeding profusely from explosive tags. Others had skin blistered from fire techniques, while still others suffered from severed limbs and relentless bleeding due to water techniques. There were also those who had been pierced by kunai and shuriken, with their internal organs spilling forth, not to mention the most severe cases of poisoning. The graphic scenes assaulted the senses of these freshly graduated genin. Even Naoki, who had lived 2 lives, felt a twinge of fear and compassion at the sight of the injured, let alone his companions who had never set foot outside of Konoha and had never witnessed war. Silence enveloped the team, punctuated only by the agonized moans of the patients and the commanding voices of the medical ninjas. As the primary medical ninja, Tsunade, was stitching the wounds of a ninja who had been eviscerated, she noticed the newcomers without turning her head, her hands deftly continuing their work. "Shiboku, what brings you here?" she inquired. "Orochimaru-sensei sent us to assist," Naoki replied. "Perfect timing. We are quite short on hands. Please help us with the transport of the injured to alleviate the workload of the medical ninjas. Every bit of chakra they possess must be conserved for critical tasks." Tsunade instructed. "Understood, Tsunade-sensei," the group responded. After assigning tasks, Tsunade resumed her focus on treatment, while Naoki and his companions began assisting with the labor-intensive undertakings. The medical team was extraordinarily busy. From the moment they finished lunch until sunset, they were engaged in their strenuous efforts. Only in the dead of night did Tsunade finally announce that all critically endangered ninjas had been treated, slightly easing the pressure on the medical team. Moving forward, their focus would shift to treating severely injured yet stable patients, significantly increasing their workload, but at least the situation was no longer as dire. Once Naoki and his team had transferred the severely injured ninjas to designated recovery areas, they could finally take a moment to rest. Upon returning to their tent, Kiyori, Tsunade's disciple, suddenly retched, expelling the contents of her stomach. Are you alright, Kiyori? Makoto Uchiha and Kushina Uzumaki inquired with concern, while Naoki and the others shared worried glances. I'm fine, Kiyori quickly waved off their concern. I feel much better after throwing up. Among the 9 disciples of Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, only Tsunade had taken in 3 female disciples. Kushina had endured the tragic destruction of the land of whirlpools from a young age and faced isolation and bullying upon entering the Konoha Ninja Academy, thus developing a psychological resilience that surpassed many adults. Makoto had always exhibited remarkable emotional stability, and while she found the scenes in the medical tent somewhat nauseating, she managed to maintain her composure. In contrast, Kiyori was merely an ordinary civilian ninja, and encountering such sights for the first time was understandably overwhelming. In fact, it was commendable that she had managed to hold off her nausea until after their work was complete. Kiyori's retching seemed to act as a catalyst. Upon witnessing her distress, teammates of Minato Namake's and Naoki's companions also began to vomit. Ugh, Shiboka heaved violently, tears brimming in his eyes as he cried out, Naoki, is this why you wish to change the ninja world? Chapter 068. Danzo pretty much, Naoki replied quietly. Even with Tsunade's medical ninjutsu, many critically injured ninjas remained beyond saving. Meanwhile, at the front line, numerous ninjas were dying, leaving behind shattered families in their wake. This is the brutal reality of war. This was merely the first skirmish between the Rain Ninja and Konoha, and many more battles lay ahead. Let us not dwell on it. Everyone should rest up. We need to assist the medical team again tomorrow, Minato advised. Yes, I should feel much better after this, Kiyori agreed. Naoki Asakawa nodded in agreement. For Ju and the others, encountering such a scene for the first time would soon lead to desensitization with repeated exposure. Upon returning to their respective tents, Asakawa consumed 2 premium rations and promptly fell asleep. Although not as overwhelmed as Ju and his companions, Asakawa still felt a certain unease within the medical team, a discomfort of the mind rather than the body. At that moment, he wished for nothing more than to empty his thoughts and find tranquility. The following day unfolded similarly to the first, with Asakawa and his companions once again assigned to assist the medical team. However, on the following day, none of the critically injured patients succumbed to their wounds, which brought them a measure of relief. By the 3rd day, reinforcements from Konoha finally arrived at the front lines, greatly alleviating the pressure on the medical ninjas. Many medical ninjas, who had been tirelessly working for 3 consecutive days, were finally able to rest, and Tsunade could momentarily set aside the heavy burden of commanding the medical unit to take a breather. In light of the Rain Country's surprise attack, Konoha was resolutely determined to seek revenge, and a large contingent of Konoha ninjas began to march towards the front lines. Simultaneously, the Rain Country was equally prepared to defeat Konoha on the battlefield, aspiring to become the 6th great nation, and began dispatching troops to the front lines incessantly. Meanwhile, the command of the Rain Ninjas at the front underwent a significant change with the arrival of a certain individual. Orochimaru, due to your ineffectiveness, Konoha has suffered heavy casualties, and you have now been relieved of your position as the chief commander at the Konoha front. I have come to take your place. The newcomer, clad in black attire and appearing to be in his 40s, bore an unremarkable appearance yet exuded an air of darkness due to his indifferent demeanor, making him seem rather unapproachable. Tans, without the Hokage's appointment, I cannot hand over command to you, Orochimaru said slowly, glancing at Tans, whose shoulder was accompanied by a vigilant python, as if warning Orochimaru of the imminent danger posed by the man before him. Haha, do you truly believe I would come here without your teacher's appointment? Tans retorted with a cold smile, casually producing a scroll bearing the Hokage's seal and handing it to Orochimaru. Upon opening the scroll, Orochimaru discovered that it contained the directive from the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, appointing Tans to replace him in commanding the front lines. The scroll also stipulated that Orochimaru and his companions must cooperate with Tans's actions. I can hardly believe that my teacher would truly send you to command the front lines, Orochimaru remarked with a furrowed brow. This was the consensus reached by all. Tans replied with a smile. If you disagree, you may return to Konoha and protest. Since this is the village's decision, I shall not defy orders, Orochimaru conceded, though he felt somewhat stifled within. The substantial losses Konoha faced were largely due to the toxins hidden within the clouds summoned by the Rain Ninjas. The reconnaissance ninjas had failed to detect the anomaly in the clouds in time, resulting in numerous Konoha ninjas being poisoned during the surprise attack, significantly diminishing their combat effectiveness. It could be said that the Konoha ninjas responsible for reconnaissance at the front were the primary cause of this devastating loss, with the secondary reason being the previous commander's deployment arrangements. Had it not been for the combined efforts of Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, the Konoha front might have been overrun by the Rain Ninjas. Unfortunately, the former commander had already been reassigned back to Konoha, and most of the reconnaissance ninjas had perished, ultimately leaving the blame for Konoha's heavy losses to fall upon the newly appointed Orochimaru. In that case, you may take your leave. I and the Umbu will take over everything here, Tans stated with satisfaction. Understood, Lord Tans, Orochimaru replied, slowly exiting the main tent. Within the vast tent, only Tans remained in the main seat, reflecting with a hint of melancholy. Hiruzen, I never expected you to so easily abandon your own disciple. One day, you will regret it. I am the Hokage. Meanwhile, Naoki Asakawa and the others, who were still assisting in the medical unit, were unaware that Orochimaru's position had been stripped from him, and that Tanz had now become the new chief commander at the Konoha front. Under Tanz's management, a significant number of ninjas were continually dispatched from Konoha to the front lines. Although Konoha and the Rain ninjas had yet to engage in battle, it was evident to all that war was imminent, with both sides biding their time for the right opportunity. In a grove at the front lines, Orochimaru addressed his 9 disciples. Today, I shall teach you how to climb trees and walk on water. After learning of Orochimaru's demotion, both Jiraiya and Tsunade were perplexed as to why their teacher would choose to do such a thing. They wished to confront Orochimaru about it, but ultimately were dissuaded by him. In his words, having finally acquired a moment of respite, he wished to impart knowledge to his disciples. Since teaching 3 disciples is akin to teaching 9, Tsunade and Jiraiya decided to entrust their own students to Orochimaru. After all, neither of them had been demoted. Tsunade remained in the medical unit, responsible for healing patients, while Jiraiya was stationed at the front lines, leaving them both with little time to mentor their students. Orochimaru graciously accepted their request. In order to learn to climb trees and walk on water, you must first master chakra control, Orochimaru explained as he demonstrated. Walking along the trunk of a tree, his body parallel to the ground yet remarkably stable, showing no signs of falling. When climbing trees, it is essential to concentrate chakra at your feet to adhere your body to the tree. If you fail to control your chakra properly, you will either slide down or cause the tree trunk beneath you to explode. Theory is perpetually abstract. Only through practice can one truly learn, Orochimaru remarked, casting his gaze upon the group. The remainder of the time is yours. Once you master tree climbing, I shall teach you how to walk on water. Understood, sensei. The group responded, each selecting a tree and attempting to mimic Orochimaru's technique. Orochimaru's gaze swept across his 9 disciples, landing on Minato Namikaze, who had already reached the top of his tree. Jiraiya certainly chose well, Orochimaru mused inwardly. As a commoner ninja, Minato's talent surpassed that of most clan ninjas, and his successful tree climbing indicated his exceptional chakra control. However, my own disciples are not to be underestimated. Orochimaru smiled as he looked towards Naoki Asakawa, who had also reached the treetop. It seems the future of Konoha may very well belong to our disciples. Chapter 069. Urgent Mission. It became evident that the disciples of Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade possessed considerable talent. Within a single morning, the 9 genin had essentially mastered the essential skill of tree climbing. All right, let us take a break for lunch. In the afternoon, I will teach you how to walk on water. Orochimaru led the group to a small riverbank, which would serve as their practice location for water walking, barring any unforeseen circumstances. However, just as they were about to enjoy their rations, a masked Umbu ninja, donning a dog-faced mask, appeared before them, more specifically, before Orochimaru. What is the matter? Orochimaru inquired with a furrowed brow. Having been demoted for several days, he had been awaiting a mission and was finally prepared to instruct his disciples, only to be interrupted by Tanz with yet another task. Lord Tanz has an urgent mission. Please proceed to the command center at once. Lord Orochimaru, the Umbu ninja replied. Understood. You may leave. Orochimaru gestured dismissively. Very well, Lord Orochimaru. The Umbu ninja then vanished in a puff of smoke. It seems I will not be able to continue teaching you for the time being, Orochimaru lamented, glancing helplessly at his disciples. Don't worry, sensei. We will strive to improve on our own. Ki reassured him with a smile. If you find yourselves in danger, seek out Tsunade in the medical unit, Orochimaru advised, affectionately ruffling Ki's hair. He addressed the group. For a ninja, the essence lies in patience and composure. In the face of the weak, maintaining calm ensures one is not overcome by the weaker adversary, while in confronting the strong, only through calm can one identify and exploit their weaknesses. I must take my leave now. Do make haste back to the front lines, he instructed. We are aware, Orochimaru. The group nodded as they hurried towards the front lines. After watching them advance, Orochimaru utilized the body flicker technique to vanish from his original position. Upon entering the central tent, he discovered that he was not alone. Jiraiya and Tsunade were also present. Orochimaru, you have arrived as well? Jiraiya greeted with a smile. Tuka, it is acceptable for Jiraiya and me to be summoned. But why has Tsunade also been called to undertake this mission? The medical team still requires her, Orochimaru inquired, directing his gaze towards the seated Danzo. I have already dispatched personnel to the medical team. Many of the critically injured shinobi have been transferred to Konohagakure, so there is no need for concern, Danzo replied. As for the 2 of you, I require your assistance on a perilous urgent mission. Due to the gravity of the task, it necessitates the collaboration of all 3 of you. What is the mission? Tsunade asked, her gaze fixed on Danzo. Though Danzo was a disciple of Tsunade's grandfather, Hashirama Senju, she had always harbored a certain disdain for him, sensing a malevolent cunning beneath his demeanor. I need you to confront Hanzo, Danzo stated slowly, which immediately rendered the trio serious. Hanzo, also known as Hanzo the Salamander, was the supreme leader of Amigakure and one of the most formidable shinobi in the current ninja world. If the enemy was indeed Hanzo, Danzo's directive was understandable. He was a worthy opponent for all three of them to face together. Moreover, unless the third Hokage personally arrived at the front lines in Amigakure, they were the only ones capable of contending with Hanzo. The last attack from Amigakure inflicted significant losses on Konoha. We must retaliate fiercely against Amigakure and the Land of Rain, demonstrating the strength of Konoha to the ninja world, Danzo proclaimed. The main forces of Konoha's shinobi have gathered, and an offensive against Amigakure will commence in the coming days. Other Amigakure shinobi are no match for us, but if Hanzo intervenes, it will be up to you three to intercept him. We understand. The trio nodded in agreement. Very well, prepare yourselves. Danzo gestured for them to leave. After they exited, Danzo retrieved an intelligence scroll. Had Orochimaru and his companions seen the contents of the scroll, their expressions would have shifted from calm to alarmed. For it contained intelligence on their respective disciples. Tsunade's disciple, Kiyori Kisaragi, was an ordinary civilian ninja with decent talent, but not of great concern. Kushina Izumaki, a survivor from Uchiha, was a perfect vessel for the Nine Tails. Her survival in this war was paramount. Then there was Makoto Uchiha, a surprising choice for Tsunade to take as an apprentice. To safeguard the future Nine Tails host, it would be wise to assign Tsunade's team to assist in the medical division. Having reviewed Tsunade's team, Danzo then turned his attention to the disciples of Orochimaru and Jiraiya. He was taken aback to find that both had selected ordinary civilian ninjas as their apprentices. Danzo's gaze swept over Daiki Kobayashi, Shigeru Inoue, and Daiki Kobayashi, lingering not a moment longer. These three were merely slightly more talented civilians. Even under the tutelage of Orochimaru and Jiraiya, their survival in the war was uncertain, let alone becoming formidable shinobi. Not every civilian ninja could rise to prominence like Orochimaru and Jiraiya, becoming leaders among Konoha's youthful warriors. Moreover, there was Naoki Asakawa and Minato Namikaze. Danzo perused their records, which detailed their educational experiences at the Ninja Academy, their performance in graduation assessments, and their encounters with rogue ninjas and Amigakure teams. Had Asakawa been present, he might have felt a chill, as the scroll contained exceedingly detailed accounts of his life, commencing from his early childhood to his graduation tests and engagements with rogue ninjas and Amigakure teams. Such comprehensive records were typically reserved for the Hokage overseeing the Umbu. Yet here they were in Danzo's possession, suggesting a deeper significance. Minato Namikaze and Naoki Asakawa were truly gifted civilian ninjas, exhibiting rapid proficiency in ninjutsu and commendable combat awareness. Managing to triumph over Amigakure's Chunin shortly after graduation, Danzo mused, what a pity, they are merely civilian ninjas. It is not that Danzo looks down upon commoner ninjas, but rather that commoner ninjas are inherently regarded as inferior to clan ninjas. Danzo, hailing from the Shimura clan, is acutely aware of this reality. The existing major ninja clans have thrived for centuries, their legacies originating from the brutal Warring States period, forming formidable families of ninjas. Countless powerful ninjas have bequeathed techniques and even bloodline limits that are nearly unattainable for commoner ninjas. For a C rank or even a B rank jutsu, commoner ninjas must toil tirelessly, completing missions to accumulate contributions in exchange, while clan ninjas can freely access such techniques from their families. The disparity in training and cultivation resources places them at an innate disadvantage. Thus, even if Naoki Asakawa and Minato Namikaze are exceptionally talented, Danzo does not regard them with much significance. Within the infamous roots of Danzo, which are notably devoid of commoner ninjas, one finds only those with bloodline limits or elite ninjas from clans possessing secret techniques. The composition of the roots itself reflects Danzo's disdain for commoner ninjas. In Danzo's perspective, Naoki Asakawa is merely someone who has developed physically at a quicker pace, and Minato Namikaze simply has a faster reaction time. Had they belonged to a ninja clan, Danzo might have considered recruiting them from Orochimaru and Jiraiya. However, their commoner backgrounds significantly diminished Danzo's interest. Lacking bloodline limits and clan secret techniques, their future achievements, in Danzo's eyes, are destined to be limited and unworthy of his recruitment into the roots. Perhaps I should consider enlisting some talented ninjas from the Leaf Village clans to expand the roots, Danzo muses, his gaze resting on the last individual mentioned in the intelligence scroll. Compared to the others, the last person's strength is not particularly formidable, yet their identity is exceptionally unique, with a wealth of information described, surpassing that of Naoki and the other 8. The final individual is none other than Rope Tree, or rather, Senju Rope Tree. Danzo does not pay much attention to the profiles of Naoki Asakawa and others, merely glancing over them. In contrast, he scrutinizes Rope Tree's profile thoroughly, as the individual's identity is indeed quite extraordinary and pivotal to Danzo's plans, necessitating careful consideration. Decades after the passing of Hashirama and Tobarama Senju, the once mighty Senju clan has rapidly declined, with many children unaware of its existence, only knowing that the foremost clan in Konoha is the Uchiha clan. Nevertheless, among ninjas, the Senju clan remains a distinct entity, with 2 Hokages from one clan and the monumental achievements of the Senju clan in establishing Konoha. This family continues to hold a prominent place in the hearts of many ninjas. In this context, even with the decline of the Senju clan and the lack of strong ninjas aside from Tsunade, its prestige in Konoha remains unparalleled. As a good teammate of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo is aware that Hiruzen once contemplated returning the Hokage position to the Senju clan, provided Rope Tree's abilities are not lacking, with the prestige of being the Senju heir. If Hiruzen were to pass the title of 4th Hokage to Rope Tree, most ninjas in Konoha would undoubtedly agree. Furthermore, Rope Tree harbors dreams of becoming Hokage. It can be said that as long as Rope Tree lives well and becomes a beloved Jonin, his ascent to Hokage is almost guaranteed. Conversely, should Rope Tree unexpectedly fall in battle, even Tsunade, a stronger heir of the Senju clan, would face greater challenges in attaining the Hokage title due to her identity as a female ninja. Apologies, sensei. Danzo recalls the moment from 20 years prior when Tobirama bequeathed the position of 3rd Hokage to Hiruzen, a fire igniting within him. If the sensei would not pass the title to him, then he shall seize it for himself. The position of 4th Hokage is mine. Meanwhile, after departing from the central tent, Orochimaru and his companions take the opportunity to visit their disciples before the counteroffensive by Konoha commences. We may not have time to instruct you in the near future, Orochimaru states, withholding any mention of their mission to intercept Hanzo. Revealing such information would not only contravene the ninja code, but would also only serve to worry the disciples. Rope Tree, Masamune, Orochimaru addresses the two. If you have anything to say, please do, Orochimaru-sensei, Rope Tree responds. I will be straightforward, Orochimaru nods. Your abilities are relatively weak, and your temperaments are not sufficiently composed. If you encounter danger, I hope you will heed Asakawa's arrangements. Rest assured, Orochimaru-sensei. Both Rope Tree and Masamune affirm simultaneously. Asakawa, should unforeseen circumstances arise, I hope you can unite and overcome the challenges together, Orochimaru continues, looking at Naoki Asakawa. If truly faced with insurmountable circumstances, you alone. His words are interrupted as Naoki Asakawa anticipates Orochimaru's intent, refusing to allow such a situation to occur. Fear not, Orochimaru-sensei, nothing will happen. It is good that you maintain such confidence, Orochimaru replies with a light smile. For the past few days, he has felt an ominous premonition, though he cannot discern its source. The preparations for Konoha's counteroffensive against the Rain Ninjas are remarkably thorough, and even if that demigod were to arrive, they are confident in their ability to thwart them, rendering a repeat of the previous incident where Rain Ninjas infiltrated their camp nearly impossible. Given this, it should be safe for Rope Tree and the others to remain at the frontline camp. By the way, Asakawa, take this. Orochimaru hands Naoki Asakawa a scroll. Previously, I refrained from teaching you too many jutsu, fearing you might become overwhelmed with knowledge. However, your learning pace is impressive, and I believe you are now qualified to learn. Once Rope Tree and Masamune have mastered Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, you may pass the scroll to them for study. Understood, Orochimaru-sensei. Naoki Asakawa nods as he receives the scroll. Observing the scroll in Naoki's hands, Rope Tree and Masamune are filled with envy. Yet they recognize that they have only recently grasped Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, and are not yet adept at utilizing it. At this time, acquiring new jutsu would be less beneficial than solidifying their foundations and becoming proficient in the Great Breakthrough. The essence of ninjutsu lies not in quantity but in its flexible application. At this moment, the untainted Orochimaru can indeed be regarded as an excellent teacher, treating Naoki, Rope Tree, and Masamune as his own, while sincerely engaging with Jiraiya and Tsunade. No wonder that in the future, upon learning of Orochimaru's assassination of the 3rd Hokage, Jiraiya still wishes to reclaim him. In a certain sense, the current Orochimaru bears a resemblance to Sasuke, both exhibiting a cold demeanor yet warm hearts. Elsewhere, Jiraiya and Tsunade have concluded their casual conversation with Minato Namikaze. By the way, Rope Tree, I have something for you. Tsunade suddenly removes a familiar necklace from around her neck, causing Naoki Asakawa to raise an eyebrow. This is one of the most ominous items within the Naruto universe. If one's fate is not resilient enough, whoever wears it meets death. In the story, Rope Tree donned this necklace and subsequently perished in an explosive tag trap, and later, Kato Dan also wore the necklace, meeting a gruesome fate on the battlefield, his innards hollowed out. Among the wearers of this necklace, only Tsunade and Naruto have emerged unscathed. Yet they too have faced their share of calamities. Asakawa, are you alright? Konoha's renowned Tsunade cast a curious glance at Asakawa Naoki, having grown quite familiar with him following their escapade at the casino. I am quite well, Lady Tsunade, Naoki responded, shaking his head. It is mere superstition. It is entirely normal for war to claim lives. The deaths of Shinji and Kat were simply the result of unfortunate luck coupled with inadequate strength, he mused internally. If both had possessed the power of a Hokage, even adorned with dozens of talismans, they would have been unscathed. Ultimately, it was their lack of strength that led to their demise. Naoki began to suspect he may be afflicted with a fear of inadequacy, believing that if one's strength was ample, all would be well. Chapter 071. A rank mission. This necklace is a cherished relic from my grandfather. You, too, shall undoubtedly become a great ninja like him, Tsunade said with a smile, placing the necklace around Shin's neck. Of course, my dream is to become Hokage and protect Konoha. Just like grandfather, Shinji exclaimed, a spark of excitement in his eyes. You will certainly achieve it. Tsunade replied, affectionately ruffling Shinji's hair. Lady Tsunade, we must commence our mission. Jiraiya reminded her. I understand, Jiraiya, Tsunade replied with a hint of resignation. After Orochimaru and his companions departed, Naoki and the others returned to the medical unit, ready to assist as per their usual routine. However, a medical ninja informed them, we are grateful for your assistance over the past few days. But with the arrival of reinforcements in Konoha, we now have sufficient personnel. Gentlemen, please proceed to the mission hall to accept new tasks, while the three ladies may remain to assist. Upon hearing the medical ninja's words, Uchiha Makoto furrowed her brow. Although aiding in the medical unit posed minimal risk, she was quite eager to undertake missions alongside Asakawa Naoki. Makoto glanced at Uzumaki Kushina and Kisaragi Sirin. Kushina bore a discontented expression, clearly wishing to accompany Naoki. While concern flickered in Sirin's eyes, the instinct to band together is inherent to humanity. No one would voluntarily forsake the opportunity to work alongside their comrades, especially not Sirin, who possessed a gentle disposition and lacked overwhelming strength. Very well, we wish to undertake missions with our friends, Makoto declared resolutely. Since the medical unit was sufficiently staffed, she resolved to join Naoki and the others on different missions. Kushina and Sirin readily supported this notion, their previously furrowed brows now relaxing. They shared similar sentiments but had been apprehensive about their other two teammates' potential objections. Makoto's declaration perfectly aligned with their desires. I regret to inform you, the medical ninja stated with a tone that brooked no argument, that the front lines are currently in a state of war and ninjas cannot freely choose their missions. According to the directives, Uchiha Makoto, Uzumaki Kushina, and Kisaragi Sirin are assigned to assist in the medical unit henceforth. As the medical ninja's words settled, Naoki and the others felt their brows furrow further, unable to contest the directive. Under normal circumstances, tasks within the ninja village operated akin to a market economy. The greater the difficulty and danger, the higher the remuneration. Tasks that were low risk, time efficient, and well paid were hotly contested among ninjas, while those that were perilous, time consuming, and poorly compensated attracted little interest. Typically, clients would determine remuneration based on task difficulty and duration. Excessive pay would disadvantage the client, while insufficient pay would deter ninjas from accepting. However, during peacetime, the system transformed into a planned economy during times of war. In such instances, it was no longer a matter of ninjas selecting their missions. Rather, the village's higher-ups allocated tasks. Most assignments were distributed according to a ninja's capabilities, and refusal to execute assigned missions would result in repercussions. The rogue ninja Morimaki-ken, whom Naoki's group encountered, had been compelled to betray Konoha after being assigned an excessively dangerous task he was unwilling to undertake, fearing punishment. Currently, Naoki and his companions faced this very dilemma. Following the Rain Ninja's assault, the state of Konoha's front lines shifted from peace to war, and they could no longer select their missions. Assignments were now directly distributed by the higher-ups. Prior to Danzo's arrival, Orochimaru held command over the front lines, thus assigning tasks to Naoki and his companions. However, after Danzo's arrival, all assignments were under his purview. Should they resist the higher-ups' directives, Makoto and her friends would face corresponding penalties. After a moment's contemplation, Naoki gently reassured, Makoto, you three should remain here to assist. It is quite safe, and we shall investigate the mission hall. Very well, Makoto replied with a resigned nod. Do take care, Kushina said, her gaze filled with concern for Naoki. Rest assured. Naoki waved his hand dismissively. Upon arriving at the mission hall with Namikaze Minato and the others, a ninja responsible for task allocation appeared to have been awaiting them, presenting 2 mission scrolls as soon as they entered. You are disciples of Orochimaru and Jiraiya, are you not? These are the tasks assigned to you. How do you know us? Naoki squinted suspiciously, sensing that this ninja had been anticipating their arrival. Despite the numerous ninjas present to accept tasks, this individual recognized them immediately. Because you are the only 3 teams of freshly graduated genin at the front lines, these tasks are assigned to you, the ninja explained. We are to undertake A-rank missions? Minato inquired, frowning as he examined the scrolls. A-rank missions were typically reserved for jonin and above, given their heightened danger and the potential for encountering enemies of CH Nin rank or higher. They were but freshly graduated genin, having completed merely a B-rank and an A-rank mission through sheer luck. Had it not been for Naoki's intervention during their encounter with the Rain Ninja team, they would have suffered catastrophic losses. There are no lower-tier tasks available. All other assignments have been distributed, the ninja responsible for task allocation replied. Surely you are aware? During wartime, while the remuneration remains unchanged, task levels are elevated by 1 rank, so this is essentially a B-rank mission. There are no lower tasks available on the front lines. During wartime, the elevation of mission levels serves as a means to galvanize the resolve of the ninjas. After all, the peril associated with wartime tasks far exceeds that of ordinary missions. Yet the remuneration remains unchanged. By raising the mission levels, the experience gained by the ninjas can markedly increase, significantly aiding their advancement. In essence, as long as one survives the war, ascending to the rank of jonin is considerably more attainable than during peacetime. For instance, while 10 S-rank missions might typically be required for promotion to Jonin, during wartime, completing merely 10 A-rank missions may suffice, provided one can endure the ordeal. It is crucial to note that the danger posed by A-rank missions in wartime is incomparable to that of their peacetime counterparts. Even the most formidable and seasoned Jonin may find themselves reduced to mere statistics amidst the chaos of war. Similarly, the A-rank mission undertaken by Naoki Asakawa and his comrades, despite its original classification as a B-rank task, harbors dangers far beyond those of a standard B-rank mission. Chapter 072, The Painful Stratagem. Is there truly no safer logistical task available? Minato Namikaze inquired, his brow furrowed. The assignments had all been allocated, and even logistical tasks could potentially encounter rain ninjas. The ninja responsible for task allocation shook his head, stating, the missions assigned to you are considered relatively safe. Are you not afraid that we, being disciples of Orochimaru, will lodge a complaint with our master regarding such perilous assignments? Naoki Asakawa shot a piercing glance at the task allocator, recognizing that sometimes, leveraging one's connections is a form of wisdom. Under normal circumstances, invoking Orochimaru's name would elicit at least a modicum of respect from the task allocator, even if he was unconcerned about Orochimaru or the third Hokage behind him. Yet, currently, Orochimaru and his associates had been summoned away by Danzo and were unable to intervene. His actions were clearly dictated by Danzo's influence, whose power loomed large as the shadowy figure known as the Dark Lord of Shinobi. In pursuit of Danzo's designs, he would not yield an inch. Regardless of whether one is a disciple of Orochimaru or Jiraiya, the ninja responsible for task allocation spoke with resolute determination, exuding an air of righteousness. Even if you are a disciple of the Hokage, the assigned missions remain unchanged. Regardless of status or strength, every Konoha ninja must bear their responsibilities. Well said, exclaimed other ninjas, who had come to accept assignments, their ignorance of the situation giving way to admiration for the task allocator, as if they were witnessing a hero unbowed by power and status. In contrast, their gazes toward Naoki Asakawa and his peers carried a tinge of disdain, reminiscent of the noble ninjas of yore who, due to their status, would snatch easier tasks while disdainfully rejecting the more arduous ones. Quite adept at manipulating public sentiment. Naoki Asakawa mused inwardly with a cold smirk. The task allocator was clearly exploiting the latent resentment of the uninformed ninjas, attempting to harness the power of public opinion to sway others to his side and exert pressure. This method of leveraging public sentiment felt oddly familiar to Asakawa. He recalled how the legendary Konoha White Fang had been driven to despair by the very pressures of public opinion. Could this be orchestrated by Danzo? Asakawa pondered the enigmatic figure known as the king of the shinobi world. Whenever there are schemes afoot in the ninja realm, it is almost certain that the blame will be shifted onto Danzo, while a fraction of the responsibility may rest with Kaguya. Although Asakawa was not easily intimidated by public sentiment, he recognized its formidable impact, particularly against those ninjas who were concerned with their reputations. However, public opinion must be shattered before it solidifies. We have only just graduated as Genin, and yet you assign us an A-rank mission. Do you intend to assign us an S-rank mission upon our completion of this A-rank task? Ashikawa Naoki exclaimed loudly, striving to ensure that the surrounding ninjas could hear him. Is this chaotic distribution of missions not a plot to send everyone to their demise? As Naoki's words resonated, the other ninjas around him began to murmur in agitation. Surely, they cannot expect freshly graduated Genin to undertake an A-rank mission. It is tantamount to sending them to their deaths. I suspected as much. These youngsters are so short. They must have just graduated. To be thrust into the front lines so soon, Lord Orochimaru truly possesses audacity. It seems that the command at the front lines has been taken over by Lord Danzo. Has there been a rift between him and Lord Orochimaru? How could he assign A-rank missions to Lord Orochimaru's disciples? I too sense that the task assigned by Lord Danzo is rather daunting. Even I, a Chunin, have been allocated an A-rank mission. Indeed, I agree. Lord Orochimaru's prior assignments were far more reasonable. Why has the third Hokage changed the command? The previous deployments at the front were not even arranged by Lord Orochimaru. Listening to the hushed discussions of the surrounding ninjas, the responsible ninja for task allocation, who had initially appeared dignified, began to grow uneasy. He cared little for his reputation or the potential disgrace. What truly concerned him was the impact on Lord Danzo's reputation. Just as the ninja pondered how to extricate himself from this predicament, a figure clad in black approached him like a glimmer of hope. Lord Danzo. Dressed entirely in black with a chilling demeanor, Danzo slowly emerged, and the ninjas in the crowd instinctively parted, scarcely daring to meet his gaze. Is this how you handle task distribution? Danzo delivered a resounding slap to the ninja's face, the force of which sent him sprawling to the ground. One side of his face swelling immediately. Yet, instead of resisting, the struck ninja knelt submissively. Why assign them such a challenging task? Are you not aware that they are freshly graduated Genin? Danzo coldly reprimanded. I apologize, Lord Danzo. The beaten ninja pleaded. I merely observed that they had completed a B rank and an A rank mission shortly after their graduation, and I presumed they possessed the capability to handle an A rank task. With personnel in short supply and other tasks already assigned, I allocated this A rank mission to them. Still making excuses. Danzo kicked the kneeling ninja, sending him tumbling. I am sorry, Lord Danzo. I was simply envious of their talent. The fallen ninja explained, I was jealous of their abilities, which is why I assigned them an A-rank mission. Upon hearing this, the surrounding ninjas suddenly grasped the true reason behind the allocation. So this is the genuine motive. No wonder he assigned me an A-rank mission. It was born of jealousy. You should reconsider. Being in your 30s without attaining Jonin rank is hardly something to be envious of. The explanation from the ninja responsible for task allocation was met with understanding from nearly all present. No wonder A-rank missions were given to a group of genin. It stemmed from jealousy. Even the likes of Ju accepted this rationale. It is all too common for ordinary individuals to envy the gifted in this world. Only Asakawa Naoki held a differing perspective. Though Danzo and the tasked ninja's performance of a charade was quite convincing, Naoki recognized from the moment Danzo appeared that he was undoubtedly behind this affair. The current act of pretense was merely a performance of good cop and bad cop. The ninja took all the blame upon himself solely to exonerate Danzo. Naoki could not fathom what charm Danzo possessed that inspired such unwavering loyalty from the root ninjas. Nor could he understand why this severely beaten ninja harbored no resentment and was wholeheartedly assisting Danzo in deflecting blame. Could it be that the ninjas in this world possess a rather extreme disposition, making them easily manipulated? Chapter 073. Reconnaissance Mission. The front lines do not require ninjas like you, who allow personal emotions to cloud their judgment. Danzo's gaze toward the ninja was frigid, and he continued, Are there any missions suitable for them? The ninja in charge of task allocation, now devoid of bravado, quickly nodded. Yes, there are. The fallen ninja hastily regained his footing, rifling through the mission scrolls until he finally produced 2 ordinary task scrolls, which he presented to Asakawa Naoki and Namikaze Minato. I apologize, esteemed sirs. I am truly sorry. Please forgive me. The ninja responsible for task allocation clung to their legs, tears and snot streaming down his face as he implored for their forgiveness. However, recalling the previous resolute demeanor of this ninja, the multitude of ninjas present could not help but applaud in approval. Assigning a mission that far exceeded one's capabilities was a matter that concerned the interests of every ninja present. The kind-hearted Ju wished to voice his thoughts, but was halted by Asakawa Naoki. Ju, do you remember the injuries sustained by those ninjas in the medical team? Asakawa Naoki spoke softly. Even if we have not been harmed due to his jealousy, it is likely that more ninjas will suffer in the future because of him. Ju reflected on the ninjas in the medical team whose futures were irrevocably shattered or even lost due to severe injuries, and his once tender heart hardened once again. We have no right to forgive on behalf of others, nodded Minato Namikaze, observing the surrounding ninjas watching with cold indifference. And seeing that neither Asakawa Naoki nor Minato Namikaze exhibited any intention of forgiveness, Danzo sighed inwardly. The mission center was directly managed by the Hokage and fell within the domain of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo had painstakingly inserted one of his own ninjas, but was now faced with the prospect of losing him here. Unable to secure the forgiveness of those directly involved, Danzo found himself unable to continue protecting him, lest he attract trouble to himself. After making his decision, Danzo immediately severed ties with the ninjas of the mission center. I hereby announce the revocation of Kamikawa Toku's position and ninja identity, Danzo declared slowly. Lord Danzo. Kamikawa Toku gazed at Danzo in disbelief, while the surrounding ninjas were astonished by his decision. Revoking a ninja's identity was one of the gravest punishments, signifying that this ninja would no longer be recognized by Konoha, unable to accept high bounty missions, and reduced to the status of an ordinary person. This was far more severe than a mere fine or imprisonment. With Danzo's verdict, the surrounding ninjas could not help but feel a heightened respect for him, recognizing him as the dark ninja of Konoha, showing no leniency towards evil. Only Asakawa Naoki, possessing memories of his past life, gained a deeper understanding of Danzo's cunning. On the surface, revoking Kamikawa Toku's ninja identity was meant to appease the ninjas present, earning him a measure of reputation. Behind the scenes, however, it was due to Kamikawa Toku's identity becoming obsolete, relegating him from a visible ninja to a nameless assassin in the shadows. Had Asakawa Naoki and the others chosen to forgive Kamikawa Toku, Danzo likely would not have so easily relinquished his identity. At most, he would have deducted some bounty and allowed him to remain within the important institution of the mission center. I will temporarily assign new ninjas to the relevant positions. You may continue to accept missions, Danzo addressed the gathered ninjas. The favor of the people was something Danzo would never disdain. Taking advantage of Danzo's momentary distraction, Asakawa Naoki and Minato Namikaze led their 2 teams away from the scene. Naoki, what do you think of Lord Danzo? Minato Namikaze inquired of Asakawa Naoki. I think he is quite formidable, Asakawa Naoki replied vaguely. In a certain sense, this old schemer was indeed impressive. Not only could he endure, but he also possessed an extraordinary capacity for endurance, resembling Orochimaru more than a serpent. I find Lord Danzo rather dangerous, Minato Namikaze remarked with a smile. Regardless of whether Asakawa Naoki had discerned Danzo's true nature and continued to caution, we must remain cautious when encountering Lord Danzo in the future. This new mission, While a B-rank task, an elevation from C rank, still requires vigilance. Understood, Asakawa Naoki nodded. He was aware of Danzo's darkness due to his past life memories, yet was surprised that Minato Namikaze had subtly guessed Danzo's true nature. It was no wonder, given Minato's keen insight. Asakawa, Namikaze, what are you discussing? The curious SHU asked from behind. Nothing much, just a reminder to prioritize safety during missions, Asakawa Naoki replied. This time, our two teams will be conducting separate missions, so we need to be extra cautious. Got it, SHU and the others nodded in agreement. Let us head to the tent and prepare. The mission begins tonight, Minato Namikaze suggested. Before the change of mission, both teams had been assigned an A-rank task to scout the movements of the rain ninjas at the front lines, where failure to retreat in the event of an invasion could lead to certain death. After the mission was altered, although it remained a reconnaissance task, its rank was downgraded to B rank, and its location was relatively closer to Konoha. In the event of a rain ninja invasion, the scouts at the front would signal first, making their task considerably safer. However, there is no absolute safety on the battlefield, and since Danzo has made his appearance, although Naoki Asakawa is unaware of his intentions, he has a subtle feeling that Danzo will not easily relinquish his pursuits. How he wishes that Orochimaru and the others were present. Asakawa reflects internally, but in an instant, he contemplates a crucial thought. Could it be that Orochimaru and his companions were deliberately reassigned by Danzo? As the frontline commander, Danzo indeed possesses the authority to mobilize Orochimaru and his team. Coincidentally, at the very moment when Orochimaru and his companions were reassigned, Asakawa and his comrades received a perilous and challenging mission. If it were someone else, Asakawa might believe it to be mere coincidence. But with the notorious Danzo in the vicinity, it becomes increasingly difficult to accept such a notion. If this is not a coincidence, even if the mission has been downgraded to a simpler task, there remains the possibility of danger lurking at night. Yet, Asakawa and his team cannot abandon their mission, as doing so might inadvertently play into Danzo's hands, allowing him to achieve his objectives through the public discourse surrounding a ninja's abandonment of duty. For now, they can only respond to the challenges as they arise. Asakawa sighs inwardly. With time still on their side, he decides to examine the scroll given by Orochimaru. He retrieves the scroll that Orochimaru left for them before departing. Upon unrolling it, he discovers a record of a ninjutsu, accompanied by numerous annotations and insights penned by Orochimaru himself. To his surprise, Asakawa muses, Orochimaru has such faith in me. He had never anticipated that Orochimaru would impart this technique to him while he was still a mere genin. Yet, you have indeed placed your trust in the right individual. Chapter 074, Body Flicker Technique and the Art of Instantaneous Movement. Naoki Asakawa diligently studies the scroll provided by Orochimaru and subsequently takes out the Sage Art Scroll. Before long, the ninjutsu bestowed by Orochimaru had been confirmed as a form of Sage Art that Naoki Asakawa could cultivate. Upon unrolling the scroll of Sage Techniques, a new form of Sage Art emerged, the Art of Instantaneous Movement. It was quite reasonable for the Body Flicker Technique to evolve into this technique. Indeed, the scroll left by Orochimaru contained the very essence of the Body Flicker Technique. Naoki reflected on the knowledge he had acquired at the Ninja Academy. In the ninja world, the term Body Flicker Technique serves merely as a collective designation. Various methods achieving rapid movement may be classified under this umbrella. For instance, in the realm of the Hokage, Hanzo the Salamander transformed into water, instantly relocating himself to evade Pain's Chakra Dragon Strike, exemplifying the Water Body Flicker Technique. The fourth Raikage, employing Lightning Release Chakra Mode, elevated his speed to its utmost limit, thereby embodying the Lightning Body Flicker Technique. Uchiha Shursui earned the moniker of Shursui of the Body Flicker due to his mastery of the illusionary Body Flicker technique through his ocular abilities. Similarly, the Flying Thunder God technique utilized by Minato Namikaze and Tobirama Senju also falls under the category of Body Flicker techniques, specifically a form of space-time body flicker. Almost all formidable ninjas possess the Body Flicker technique, as it epitomizes a ninja's speed. In this high-damage, low-defense ninja world, lacking the Body Flicker technique makes it exceedingly difficult to escape the onslaught of widespread area of effect ninjutsu. However, the arduous nature of mastering this technique dictates that only the most powerful J-nin can attain it. In essence, mastering the Body Flicker technique signifies eligibility for J-nin status. In truth, Orochimaru did not anticipate that Naoki would swiftly master the Body Flicker technique. He merely intended to provide him with a means of defense or evasion, as Naoki already possessed offensive capabilities through lightning and fire release ninjutsu. To address this shortcoming, Orochimaru imparted the Body Flicker technique to Naoki in advance, not necessarily expecting him to master it, but rather to lay a foundational understanding. Little did Orochimaru foresee that Naoki would choose to bypass the training of the Body Flicker technique entirely and instead delve directly into the cultivation of Sage Arts. The Body Flicker technique provided by Orochimaru was a rudimentary version, enabling a temporary surge in speed through the explosive release of chakra. In contrast to the space-time Body Flicker technique, Orochimaru's version was decidedly more commonplace. while it lacked the swiftness of the flying thunder god technique. Its learning curve was also less steep, allowing Naoki to master it sufficiently to teach his teammates, Ju and Masamura. However, the art of spatial contraction, known as shikuchi, is evidently not a mere technique of explosive speed. With this mastery, one can traverse 1,000 miles in a single step. Although the description is simple, Naoki Asakawa discerned the unique qualities of shikuchi. In the realm of ninjas, this would undoubtedly be a pronounced space-time jutsu, right? Even the swiftest forms of taijutsu, such as the lightning release chakra mode and the nine-tails chakra mode, cannot achieve a distance of 1 kilometer in a single stride, let alone 1,000 miles. He decided to practice it first. Throughout the afternoon, Naoki Asakawa devoted himself to mastering shikuchi. As evening approached and the sun began to set, amidst the forest surrounding their camp, he executed the technique. Shikuchi. With a single step, his figure vanished from its original position, reappearing on a tree 10 meters away. A distance of 10 meters in a single step was quite commendable. Naoki felt no dissatisfaction. Achieving proficiency in such a technique in a short span was already impressive, and covering 10 meters was sufficient to evade most area attacks. Asakawa, we need to prepare for our mission, Ju reminded him from nearby. Understood, Naoki replied. Consuming 2 special soldier food pills. The use of ninjutsu significantly drained his chakra, so he was grateful for the pills that could swiftly replenish it. He yearned to break through to the stage of chi refinement and spirit transformation, which would eliminate the need for so many soldier pills, allowing him to directly extract chakra from natural energy. Although he could swallow the soldier pills, he still preferred more delectable sustenance. After organizing his ninja tools and checking the 2 flying swords concealed in his sleeves, he finally slung his katana across his back. To the untrained eye, Naoki Asakawa appeared to be the quintessential Konoha ninja. You all have eaten, right? He asked, glancing at Ju and Masamura. Our reconnaissance mission is set to last until dawn, and the consumption of stamina will be considerable. Don't worry, we've had dinner and brought some soldier pills. Ju assured him with a nod. Then let us depart, Naoki declared, leading Ju and Masamura towards the designated coordinates at the front line. We're on our way too, Minato Namikaze announced, accompanied by 2 teammates heading in another direction. Despite the similarity of their missions, their locations were not the same. Within the central tent, Danzo scrutinized the map of the front lines between Konoha and the Rain Ninjas. It should be starting soon, he mused, casting his gaze in the direction of Naoki and his companions. War is merely a continuation of politics, and politics is often murky. Due to the proximity of their mission location to the Konoha encampment, Naoki and his 2 companions swiftly arrived and exchanged duties with another team of ninjas. Their assignment was labeled as reconnaissance, but it was more akin to a watch duty. If they detected any signs of the enemy, they were to signal the Konoha camp behind them. The team they exchanged tasks with had been on the day shift, while they were now on the night watch. Generally, such rear-guard duties posed little danger. After all, there were numerous scouts in the front lines. For the Rain Ninjas to encroach upon this area, they would first need to eliminate the scouts ahead. Otherwise, they would be detected long before reaching them. If the forward scouts were so incompetent that the Rain Ninjas could infiltrate undetected, Konoha would have already fallen. It was understandable that such a task would fall to them. However, Naoki felt a sense of unease. If Danzo had not appeared, he would have considered this task quite ordinary. Yet, ever since Danzo's arrival, he sensed an instinctive danger. Although he could not precisely discern what Danzo was after, his presence mandated utmost caution. Here will suffice, Naoki decided, swiftly climbing the trunk of a towering tree. Then directing Ju and Masamura towards 2 trees behind him. Once positioned, the trio formed a triangle, allowing each member to maintain clear sight of the others, facilitating support while minimizing blind spots. Let us be careful tonight, Naoki cautioned. Understood, Ju and Masamura nodded. Quickly climbing up the trees Naoki had indicated using the tree climbing technique they had recently learned. As night enveloped the sky, aided by the faint moonlight, the 3 could see one another clearly, as well as the entirety of the forest beneath them. Chapter 075. The Rain Ninja Ambu. Due to the confrontation between Konoha and the Rain Ninjas, the woods between the 2 armies were eerily devoid of wildlife. The nighttime forest was steeped in silence, and even seasoned ninjas grew restless and impatient in such stillness. Although other scouting ninjas were stationed ahead, theoretically making it impossible for the Rain Ninjas to approach unnoticed, Naoki remained vigilant. Perhaps even Danzo was unaware that his presence heightened Naoki's alertness to its peak. After consuming 2 more special soldier pills, the hunger that had settled within him was alleviated, rapidly transforming into a rich essence of energy. Feeling the abundant energy within, Naoki refrained from practicing the basic chi refinement technique, instead remaining fully alert to any potential threats in the surroundings. On the neighboring trees, Ju and Masamura also endured the oppressive silence, their gazes scanning the moonlit forest, striving not to overlook any potential anomalies. At one moment, as a dark cloud obscured the moonlight and plunged the forest back into darkness, Naoki casually turned to glance at Ju and Masamura. In his line of sight, 2 indistinct shadows emerged from the blind spot of the 2 scouts, stealthily drawing closer behind them. their short blades poised to strike at any given moment. Simultaneously, unbeknownst to Naoki, a shadow had also crept up the tree he occupied, advancing silently. Enemy attack. Naoki's eyes widened, and his body vanished from sight. Shikuchi. The moment the enemy realized their target had disappeared, the Rain Ninja understood the gravity of the situation. In the next instant, the vanishing Naoki reappeared behind Masamura, his katana unsheathed and poised against the back of Masamura's neck. As the katana clashed with the short blade, a crisp sound of metal resonated, causing Ju to widen his eyes in shock. What just happened? The Rain Ninjas are attacking, Ju exclaimed, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. As Naoki had been perfectly fine just moments before, and now he was standing beside Masamura. However, the instincts of a ninja alerted Nagashi to the chill behind him, a sign of the Rain Ninjas' special assassination unit, known for their silent killing techniques. Indeed, the three ninjas were all members of the Rain Ninja's covert division. Following the establishment of the Konoha Anbu by Senju Tobarama, various ninja villages began to emulate Senju Hashirama, creating their own Anbu divisions to cultivate elite ninjas for executing highly classified missions. The Rain Village, aspiring to be the sixth great ninja village, was no exception. Moreover, the members of the Rain Village's Anbu were almost universally skilled in a particular ninjutsu, a stealth technique that utilized water release and the principles of light refraction. With this stealth technique, the Rain Anbu had nearly eliminated the sentries ahead of Konoha, allowing them to approach Asakura and Naoki undetected. As the Konoha ninjas stationed there had been silently dispatched before they could signal an enemy attack. Initially, they believed that Asakura and Naoki, a newly graduated Konoha genin, would be easily overwhelmed. However, the moon was obscured by clouds, preventing its light from illuminating the battlefield, thus momentarily disrupting their invisibility. It was this fleeting moment that Naoki seized upon as a weakness. I feel as though I am about to die. Nagashi desperately attempted to evade the dagger of the Rain Anbu, but his speed was insufficient against the formidable strength of the elite ninja. As he glanced at Asakura Naoki, who was locked in combat with a Rain Anbu, he felt no resentment towards Naoki for prioritizing the rescue of Umura. Instead, he felt a pang of nostalgia. Despite their brief acquaintance, less than 2 months since their graduation from the Ninja Academy, Nagashi had come to deeply respect Naoki. In terms of strength, character, and ideals, Naoki was undeniably admirable. At times, Nagashi even questioned whether he was truly the grandson of his grandfather, pondering why he was so weak while Naoki and Minato Namikaze possessed such remarkable abilities. Yet, in the face of Naoki's unwavering support, he felt no jealousy. Naoki, you must survive. If you return alive, please inherit my dream and become Hokage. Nagashi reflected on the time since graduating from the academy. Despite not having undertaken any proper missions as a ninja, he had been thrust into the brutal reality of war on the front lines, which had even made him nauseous. Nonetheless, these 2 months had been profoundly enriching for him, making him feel less like the heir of the Senju clan and more like a ninja with bonds. He had made friends and had 2 teammates who cared for him. If I were to perish here, my sister would surely be heartbroken. In a fleeting moment of life and death, Nagashi recalled the time when he, along with his sister and Naoki, had won big at the casino upon their arrival at the front lines. The smile on Tsunade's face at that moment was a rare sight for Nagashi throughout his life. If only Tsunade and Naoki were together, what future would that hold for her? Naoki, I entrust my sister to your care. As Nagashi's mind continued to race with memories, the dagger poised to sever his neck was suddenly deflected by a flash of silver, embedding itself into a nearby tree, snapping him back to the present. What is this? A special shuriken? Or an extraordinary ninja tool? The Rain Anbu, poised to eliminate Nagashi, quickly drew back his dagger, astonished by the silver light that had disrupted his assault. But he did not falter in his intent. He lunged at Nagashi, who was still reeling from his brush with death. You all escaped towards Konoha. As he saw Nagashi frozen in shock and Umura, who was eager to assist, Asakura and Naoki shouted, urging them on, while simultaneously using his flying sword to block the Rain Anbu's strike aimed at Nagashi. The strength of the 3 Rain Ninjas was equivalent to that of the Rain Ninja squad leader he had previously dispatched, implying they were all Jounin-level opponents. The presence of such powerful foes rendered Nagashi and Umura's assistance futile and would only hinder Naoki's abilities. Understood, Umura replied, tears welling in his eyes as he fled towards Konoha, fully aware of his own limitations. Remaining would only serve to burden Naoki. On Umura's side, Naoki managed to shield him from the Anbu ninja, but Nagashi was not so fortunate. Under Naoki's control, the flying sword relentlessly intercepted the Rain Anbu's blades. Yet they continued their relentless pursuit of Nagashi, leaving him unable to escape the fray. The most perilous threat, however, was the 3rd Rain Anbu, who had yet to engage. Chapter 76, Bloodstained Flying Sword. What in the world is this bizarre object? The Rain Anbu, intent on eliminating Nagashi, was increasingly startled by the flying sword that continually obstructed his path. The sword was not long, merely around 10 centimeters, shorter than a kunai, yet it accurately intercepted the trajectory of his dagger, thwarting his attacks. Initially, The Rain Umbu suspected that the flying sword was wielded by a ninja employing stealth techniques, as it was visible while its master remained hidden. After all, he had never encountered a sword that could autonomously attack in midair. However, the sword lacked a hilt, and despite his attempts to strike at its edges, his dagger never made contact with anything tangible. Could it be a ninja from the Uchiha clan? The Rain Umbu recalled the Uchiha, renowned for their prowess in throwing techniques, even capable of manipulating shuriken through wires. No, that is not possible. Even the Uchiha could not achieve such mastery. The Rain Umbu dismissed his theory. Even if an Uchiha ninja had perfected their throwing techniques, it would only allow them to guide shuriken's trajectory through wires. The flying sword before him appeared to be devoid of any such control, resembling a living weapon. The third Rain Umbu, who had yet to act, shared this sentiment. Unable to locate the hidden ninja controlling the flying sword, he remained on high alert, ready to intercept the unseen puppeteer. This hesitation, however, provided an opportunity for Asakura Naoki. Open up. Naoki swung his blade with tremendous force, pushing back the Rain Umbu he had been clashing with. While the Umbu was distracted, Naoki stealthily hurled the flying sword behind him. Don't you dare escape. The Rain Umbu charged at Naoki once more, only to be met with a burst of orange flames. Amaterasu. Naoki unleashed a technique without hand signs. The Rain Umbu was taken aback. Ordinary ninjas required hand signs to perform ninjutsu, and only those with extraordinary mastery could execute techniques without them. How could someone as young as Naoki wield such skill? Unbeknownst to him, Naoki Asakawa practiced a form of celestial arts. Although it similarly required time to harness magical energy, it lacked the cumbersome hand-sealing motions. Confronted with the blazing samadhi true fire, the Rain Ninja operative had no time for contemplation. As the orange flames surged towards him, he rolled to the side in a desperate attempt to evade. Regrettably, while he narrowly escaped the flames, a few embers clung to one of his arms. What kind of fire is this? The moment the embers touched him, the operative felt his internal strength rapidly diminish, as if the flames were voraciously consuming him. In comparison, the searing pain of the flames became secondary. Despite several attempts to extinguish the fire by rubbing his arm against the ground, the flames continued their advance towards his shoulder. Resolutely, he severed the afflicted arm at the root with a short blade. Even amidst the agony of being burned and the self-inflicted amputation, the operative remained silent. Unlike the past Rain Ninja who had succumbed to the Samadhi true fire, this operative exhibited a greater capacity for endurance and a keener observational acuity. Though he was unaware of the specific properties of Asakawa's Samadhi true fire, he discerned from the information gleaned through his body that the flames were nearly impossible to extinguish. Thus, he decisively severed his arm in a bid for survival. Upon witnessing his comrade's sacrifice, the third Rain Ninja operative finally abandoned the pursuit of the hidden controller of the flying sword and chose to assist his injured companion. This was the moment Naoki Asakawa had been awaiting. Go. As the third operative rushed to provide support, the one who had been chasing SH Ju relinquished his pursuit, allowing SH Ju to escape, and instead prepared to bring down the flying sword. After distancing himself from the sword, the Rain Ninja operative swiftly formed hand seals, and in an instant, unleashed a rapid jet of water from his mouth. Water release, water chaos wave. The water chaos wave is arguably one of the most fundamental techniques of water release, notable for its swift hand sealing and its power, which can be adjusted according to the chakra expended. Previously, during combat with the Rain Ninja squad, two other operatives had employed the water chaos wave. However, those two were clearly not of the same caliber as the current operative. Even their combined water chaos waves paled in comparison to his formidable prowess. It is not solely a disparity in chakra levels, but also a matter of familiarity with ninjutsu. It must be said that these three members of the Rain Ninja Umbu can indeed be regarded as elite ninjas, regardless of their prowess or combat acumen. The three individuals were not inferior to the Umbu of Konohagakure. Otherwise, they would not have been able to silently eliminate so many of the vigilant shinobi. Unfortunately, they were severely lacking in intelligence, with almost no understanding of Naoki Asakawa. As they witnessed the diminutive flying sword gradually losing its speed under the impact of the water column, its silver luminescence beginning to extinguish, the hearts of the Rain Umbu filled with elation. Just as they prepared to amplify their chakra output, intending to shatter the sword with the formidable force of the water, a second flying sword pierced through the back of one's head, the resilient skull offering no resistance whatsoever. The brilliance in the eyes of the Rain shinobi faded, and even in that moment, he could not comprehend why such a powerful sword was accompanied by a second. As they beheld their comrade meet his demise, the remaining Rain shinobi felt a chill in their hearts. Not far away, a crimson flare ascended into the sky, its resounding commotion likely detectable throughout the entire Konoha encampment. Whether it is the recently escaped rope tree or the signal flares released by the great wooden figure of Shinsuin, the Umbu of Rain understands that their mission has failed and that a retreat is in order. Once the signal flares are launched, Konoha will be alerted, and it will not be long before a multitude of Konoha ninjas descends upon this place. Although the Umbu ninjas excel in assassination, they face certain death against the overwhelming force of Konoha's shinobi. However, at this moment, it was too late for the two to escape. Despite having lost only one comrade, the Rain Ninja's Umbu still possessed the formidable strength of a complete half-ninja. Yet, having witnessed the swordsmanship and the true fire of Samadhi, Naoki Asakawa would not permit them to return or be captured and interrogated by the Leaf Ninja. In his still fragile state, Asakawa felt it prudent to maintain an edge and intelligence. It would be best for the two to remain. Asakawa whispered softly, his fingers lightly tapping, positioning two flying swords to block the retreat of the Rain Ninja's Umbu. To his surprise, the ninja controlling the flying swords turned out to be you, remarked the unharmed Rain Ninja with a hint of incredulity. Had he known from the outset that there was no hidden controller, he would have launched an assault alongside his comrade from the beginning. In the world of ninjas, cooperation between two can yield results far exceeding mere arithmetic. It is a case where 1 + 1 is significantly greater than 2. Even if one ninja refrains from engaging, their mere presence can impose tremendous pressure on the opponent, as evidenced when Uchiha Obito observed Sasuke battling Danzo. Regrettably, events transpired too swiftly. One of the Umbu comrades was rendered armless by the true fire of Samadhi, while the other fell victim to the flying swords. In an instant, the Rain Ninja's Umbu had lost 1.5 units of complete combat strength. Chapter 077, Soul-Searching Technique. Do not underestimate us. The Rain Ninja's Umbu. The two Rain Ninjas charged simultaneously towards Naoki Asakawa. The unharmed one forming hand seals as he ran, while the one-armed ninja, his movements hindered, abandoned forming seals altogether and lunged at Asakawa with his short blade. You have no chance left, Asakawa declared, gripping his katana in one hand and a kunai in the other, pressing forward against the one-armed Rain Ninja. Meanwhile, the two flying swords, under his command, circled around the seal-forming ninja like two venomous serpents poised to strike. Water release, water barrier. The Rain Ninja completed his seals, unleashing a swirling vortex of water to shield himself from the assault of the flying swords. Go. In the eyes of the Rain Ninja, Asakawa merely gestured, and the two swords, akin to fish, darted into the water barrier, their speed largely unaffected. Damn it. Realizing that the water barrier could not thwart the flying swords, the ninja within it dispelled the barrier, seeking to evade the relentless pursuit of the swords. Who exactly is this leaf brat? Such an unusual ninjutsu. Why have I never heard of his name before? The Rain Ninja pondered tactics while evading the flying swords. Utilizing water release techniques seemed futile to bring down the swords. The key lay with the leaf brat controlling them. They needed a strategy to eliminate him. Support from the leaf would arrive shortly. Our time is limited. Meanwhile, Asakawa, pressing the one-armed Rain Ninja, contemplated how to resolve the situation. Had the signal flare not been dispatched, he would have had more time to maneuver. However, with the flare sent, and given the proximity to the leaf, it was likely that leaf ninjas would soon arrive to investigate. If he wished to keep his strength concealed, his time was running out. In the heat of battle, Asakawa momentarily lost focus, causing his katana to be knocked from his hand by the one-armed Rain Ninja's short blade, forcing him to block with the kunai in his other hand, leaving his back wide open. What an opportunity! The one-armed Rain Ninja's eyes gleamed with excitement, and as he dodged the flying swords, his comrade, sharing a bond forged through years of joint missions, instinctively understood the situation. They would not let this chance slip away. The one-armed ninja swung his short blade with all his might, aiming to draw Asakawa's full attention towards himself. Meanwhile, the other Rain Ninja swiftly formed seals, transforming into a pool of water and reappearing behind Asakawa, his short blade aimed at the back of Asakawa's neck. Water release, water body technique. Die, leaf brat. The Rain Ninja's eyes gleamed with a cruel satisfaction, believing that this leaf brat, who had slain his comrade, would finally perish at his hands. Yet, Asakawa merely turned with a smile, as if whispering, "You fell for my trick." In the next moment, the blade intended to sever his neck was intercepted by a flying sword, while the one-armed Rain Ninja, locked in combat with Asakawa, was pierced through the heart by another sword, disbelief filling his eyes in his final moments. Damn it! The last Rain Ninja abandoned the assassination attempt, quickly distancing himself from Asakawa while swiftly forming seals. Water release, water body technique. Transforming once more into a puddle, he prepared to escape towards the Rain Village, only to see two flying swords darting towards him. Futile. The water body technique cannot be disrupted by physical attacks. Once I return to the Rain Village, I must report this leaf brat's intelligence to Lord Hanzo. He must understand the threat this brat poses. This leaf brat's ninjutsu is exceedingly peculiar. Should he be allowed to grow, he may become an adversary of Hokage caliber. The Rain Ninja contemplated the implications of such flying sword techniques being disseminated in the leaf. They would have no means to resist. Yet in the next instant, the two swords pierced through the puddle created by the Rain Ninja, causing no harm but rendering him paralyzed, forcibly reverting him from his water body state back into human form. What is happening? The Rain Ninja's consciousness blurred as he was stunned. Is this lightning release ninjutsu? Another formless technique? This leaf brat is indeed my village's formidable enemy. Regrettably, I can no longer eliminate him from my village. Gazing at the flying sword, imbued with his palm's lightning, that had stunned the Rain Ninja, Asakawa felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although this battle appeared lengthy, from the moment he encountered the three Rain Ninjas Umbu to the 2 deaths and 1 incapacitation, it had taken less than 3 minutes. In the realm of ninjas, combat unfolds with astonishing swiftness. Since the signal flare was released, it had barely been 2 minutes. They still had a brief respite before the leaf ninjas would arrive. Let us try the soul-searching technique. Asakawa approached the incapacitated rain ninja, placing his palm upon his head. As the soul-searching technique activated, it was as if he were watching a documentary. In an instant, Asakawa witnessed the entire life of the rain ninja. Of course, the soul-searching technique could only extract clear memories from the mind of its target. For those memories, he could not even recall, such as what he had for breakfast last month. The technique might yield results in the future, but for now, as a novice practitioner, Asakawa would be unable to retrieve such trivialities. Asakawa employed the soul-searching technique not only to test it on an enemy, but also to seek out any potentially useful ninjutsu. To his surprise, he stumbled upon unexpected gains. The rain ninjas Umbu learned techniques, primarily consisting of water-style jutsu that were mostly ineffective against Naoki Asakawa. However, he did acquire a piece of information from the memories of the rain ninja. It was not exactly classified intel, but rather the awareness that these 3 rain Umbu were already cognizant of the positions of their Konoha counterparts. Armed with this foreknowledge and their stealth techniques, the trio of rain Umbu managed to effortlessly eliminate the Konoha sentries stationed ahead. Yet, according to the memories of this rain Umbu, none among them possessed sensory abilities. This implied that the rain ninja had received intelligence in advance. If it were not for Danzo's involvement, Asakawa would lean towards the notion that the rain ninja had obtained this information through espionage. However, with Danzo's emergence, Asakawa was 90% certain that Danzo had intentionally leaked the information. After divulging the intel, he even dispatched their squad to surveil the area. Was Danzo attempting to orchestrate their demise? Confused, Asakawa pondered. Even Orochimaru had not detected his anomaly, and this was Danzo's first encounter with him. If it were not him, then whom was Danzo targeting? Asakawa shifted his perspective in a quest for clarity. It was improbable that Masamura Oki was the target. His origins were too ordinary, lacking any bloodline limits or secret techniques, with only average capabilities. Could it be SHJU? A spark of realization flickered in Asakawa's mind, as he felt he had stumbled upon the truth. Chapter 078. To navigate the world, one must have influence in comparison to the commoner origins of Asakawa and Masamura Oki. SHJU's talents were not particularly remarkable. He lacked the terrifying abilities of his grandfather, Hashirama Senju, and even fell short of his sister, Tsunade's prowess. However, SHJU's lineage was notably distinguished. Although he often presented himself as an unassuming common ninja, he was, in fact, the direct grandson of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and had enjoyed considerable renown since birth. Moreover, SHJU's aspiration had always been to become Hokage. Had he not met an untimely demise, there was a possibility that he might have indeed risen to that esteemed position in the future. After all, in the ninja world, strength alone was insufficient. To thrive, one required power, connections, and an esteemed background. If one lacked the ability to challenge an entire nation single-handedly, then sheer strength held little value. Just like Kakashi's father, the Konoha White Fang, whose formidable skills ultimately led to his demise due to public scrutiny after he forsook a mission to protect his comrades, an epitome of the consequences of lacking influence and support. The reason Minato Namikaze became Hokage was largely attributed to his mentor, Jiraiya, whose own teacher was the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. It could be said that none of Konoha's 7 Hokage hailed from genuinely common backgrounds. They were either born into Hokage families or were the apprentices of previous Hokage, or even the disciples of those apprentices. To ascend to the position of Hokage, one's background often eclipsed their raw strength. Konoha's ruthless tactics that led to the downfall of the White Fang. Would they dare employ such means against SHJU? Certainly not. Although the Senju clan had waned, as the direct descendant of Hashirama, SHJU was the heir to the Senju legacy, and who would dare threaten him? Thus, had SHJU not succumbed so early, with a normal development trajectory, even if he lacked the strength of Minato, he would have been far more likely to attain the title of Hokage. The prestige of the Senju clan was simply too formidable. Therefore, SHJU could not meet his end through underhanded schemes. He was destined to die honorably on the battlefield. Asakawa could hardly believe that Danzo, a man in his 40s, would resort to such machinations against a mere 12-year-old SHJU. Yet, if it were Danzo, it did not seem implausible. His obsession with the Hokage position was exceedingly profound. Anyone who stood in his way would be ruthlessly eliminated. Even if SHJU were merely the grandson of Tobarama Senju rather than Hashirama, Danzo would likely show no mercy. The future plans for Konoha's collapse and the death of Hiruzen Sarutobi surely involved Danzo's machinations. Shaking his head, Asakawa searched the bodies of the 3 rain Umbu, flicked his fingers, and a few sparks of Samadhi true fire fell upon them, watching as their corpses turned to ash. After wiping his flying sword, he tucked it back into his sleeve and swiftly departed the scene. Moments later, Asakawa located the fleeing SHJU and Masamura Oki. Asakawa, I'm so relieved you're safe, SHJU exclaimed, tears mingling with snot, while Masamura Oki appeared somewhat better, yet not much improved. Their previous encounter with the Rain Ninja had been perilous, but it paled in comparison to this near brush with death. This time, Ju and Masamura Oki had genuinely come close to dying. Rest assured, I managed to escape as well after you did, Asakawa replied with a smile. Was that signal flare released by you? Yes, I activated it after I managed to escape, Ju nodded, while Masamura Oki appeared a bit sheepish. Having been so startled by the rain Umbu that he had forgotten to signal for help. You both did well, Asakawa commended. Konoha's reinforcements will arrive shortly. Before long, silhouettes began weaving through the trees, wearing the Konoha headbands, many of whom Asakawa recognized from their camp. Did you release the signal flare? The lead Konoha ninja inquired. Indeed. Asakawa affirmed, continuing, the Rain Ninja have launched an attack. All the sentinels ahead have been eliminated, and the Rain Army will likely be arriving here shortly. Through his soul-searching technique, Asakawa had discerned the Rain Ninja's plan to silently eliminate Konoha's sentinels through the Rain Umbu, followed by a full-scale assault that would catch Konoha completely off guard. However, it is only natural that Asakawa Naoki cannot divulge the specifics of the plan. He can only provide a general outline. The leading Konoha ninja continued to ponder the credibility of Asakawa Naoki's words, but the commotion ahead demanded his immediate attention. Disperse. The Rain Ninjas are attacking. Prepare to defend. In the next moment, countless Rain Ninjas surged forth from the thicket, unleashing torrents of water and blades, accompanied by a multitude of thrown shuriken and explosive tags aimed at the Konoha ninjas. Be careful, Asakawa Naoki, gripping the rope tree with one hand and the resolute Oki Masamune with the other, sprang forward, and the three of them found themselves behind the ranks of Konoha's ninja. Asakawa, what should we do? The cacophony of explosions and anguished cries filled the air, and the heartbeats of the rope tree and Oki Masamune quickened as they turned to Asakawa Naoki, who had unwittingly assumed the role of their leader. Our mission has been accomplished. Now we must await further developments, Asakawa Naoki replied. If you wish to assist, you may throw a few shuriken. Our strength is insufficient. Even a slight advance could lead to our demise. Asakawa Naoki's assessment was accurate. Their task was to remain vigilant, alerting the Konoha ninjas to the Rain Ninjas' assault, which constituted a perfect fulfillment of their mission. The two lower-ranked ninjas, Rope Tree and Oki Masamune, would be of little assistance in such a battlefield, and it was perhaps wiser to refrain from engaging in combat. If Rope Tree were to narrowly escape from the clutches of the Rain Umbu, only to fall victim to an explosive tag trap as in the original narrative, it would indeed be a case of unintended consequences, leaving even Danzo amused. All right, we will heed your counsel, the two nodded in agreement. Although they yearned to lend a hand, they were acutely aware of their own limitations. As the battle raged on, the situation began to unfold in a manner that took Asakawa Naoki by surprise. Despite their timely warnings to the frontline Konoha ninjas, which had thwarted the Rain's initial ambush, the current state of affairs showed Konoha struggling against the Rain ninjas. How could this be? Asakawa Naoki found himself perplexed. Where were Konoha's formidable fighters? If they could not hold their ground against the Rain ninjas, Konoha was truly in dire straits. Rope Tree and Oki Masamune appeared as anxious as ants on a hot skillet. They too discerned that Konoha was being pressed by the Rain ninjas. Yet their own inadequate strength prevented them from intervening. Could it be? Asakawa Naoki scrutinized the number of Konoha ninjas present and gradually began to uncover the truth. Chapter 079. The tumor of Konoha among the Konoha ranks. Asakawa Naoki recognized several familiar faces, but he also noted the absence of others he had expected to see. Not only was the total number of Konoha ninjas significantly reduced, but more critically, the number of elites had also dwindled considerably. Most of the Konoha ninjas present were chunin and special jonin, with very few jonin among them. Could it be that Danzo had deemed these ninjas mere bait? The realization struck Asakawa Naoki with disbelief. He was well aware of Danzo's dark heart, but he never anticipated the depths of that darkness. Those tasked with vigilance had become the first line of bait, with Danzo directly handing over their positional intelligence to the Rain ninjas. As a result, the Rain Umbu could effortlessly eliminate Konoha's sentinels, allowing the Rain army to approach Konoha's front lines with ease. The Konoha ninjas currently engaged were the second layer of bait, either having received missions during the day and resting at the Konoha camp by night, or sustaining minor injuries and recuperating. Unbeknownst to them, these Konoha ninjas had unwittingly become discarded pawns in Danzo's scheme. Their lives were being leveraged to stall the Rain ninjas, paving the way for the next phase of the plan, wherein Konoha's elite ninjas would emerge. Had Asakawa Naoki and his companions not intervened in a timely manner, those elite ninjas would likely have been attacked in their slumber by the Rain ninjas. At that juncture, the battlefield would not have showcased the Rain ninjas gaining the upper hand against Konoha, but rather a one-sided massacre. If my deductions are correct, Danzo's contingency plan should be forthcoming. If he seeks to claim the greatest military achievement, then Konoha's elite ninjas ought to launch an attack from the rear of the Rain forces. Encircling the Rain ninjas from both sides would result in their complete annihilation. Asakawa Naoki gazed toward the rear of the Rain forces, and indeed, chaos began to ensue. It is our Konoha ninjas, Rope Tree exclaimed, pointing excitedly toward the rear of the Rain ninjas, while Oki Masamune's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. The two had yet to realize that they were mere pawns in a grander scheme. Only Asakawa Naoki felt a chill in his heart. He had not anticipated that Danzo would disregard the fates of so many Konoha ninjas, using them as bait. It was likely that those steadfastly maintaining their watchful vigil at the front believed they were contributing to the defense of Konoha. Little did they know. They were simply discarded pawns, mere bait in Danzo's machinations. Surely, Danzo's heart had become irreparably corrupted. In pursuit of the Hokage title, it appeared that anyone could be reduced to a mere tool for the realization of his ambition. Under the assault of Konoha's elite from the rear, the once high-spirited Rain ninjas began to falter. This battle raged on until the break of dawn before gradually subsiding. The outcome of the conflict was clear. Konoha emerged victorious. Despite the significant losses suffered by the ninjas stationed at the front line during their initial confrontation with the Rain ninjas, the Rain army had been nearly obliterated, with only a handful managing to escape, thus rendering it a resounding triumph. However, until the conclusion of the war, only a handful of Konoha ninjas became aware of Danzo's schemes. The majority of ninjas, including those who perished in the conflict, tragically remained oblivious to the disheartening reality that they were mere pawns. Within the central tent of Konoha, Danzo listened with satisfaction to the reports of his subordinate Umbu ninjas, feeling quite pleased. Truly, the outcome of the battle is a testament to my meticulous planning, he remarked, realizing that no other ninjas were present around him. He then turned his gaze towards his trusted Umbu confidant. Is he unharmed? Danzo refrained from uttering the name, yet the Umbu ninja, being aware of Danzo's intentions, responded. Report to Lord Danzo, their team is unscathed, and it seems they were the ones who detected the movements of the Rain ninjas. As Danzo absorbed this information, a shadow of discontent briefly clouded his previously elated demeanor, though he quickly masked it. Those Rain Umbu truly are inept. They received the location intelligence yet failed to eliminate him. Of course, such sentiments remained unspoken as he silently cursed them, contemplating how to orchestrate Shinosuke's demise now that he had survived. Meanwhile, deep within the land of Rain, in the high-ranking council chamber of the Rain ninja village, the atmosphere was wholly different as intelligence from the Konoha front arrived. A chilling ambience enveloped the chamber, where a middle-aged man donned a breathing mask, his expression obscured yet radiating an aura of thunderous fury. That despicable Danzo. We shall never trust him again, Hanzo the salamander exclaimed, breaking the tension and allowing the atmosphere to ease slightly. Indeed, we placed far too much faith in that scoundrel. Absolutely, it is all Danzo's fault. That cursed Danzo. We must make him pay. As the high-ranking officials vehemently condemned Danzo, Hanzo, sitting at the head of the table, appeared to regain some composure. He recalled that a month prior, upon Orochimaru's arrival at the front lines and assuming command, Danzo had provided him with intelligence concerning Konoha's defensive positions and barrier strategies. The attack by the Rain ninjas had proceeded remarkably smoothly, culminating in a victory against Konoha. Following that, Orochimaru was relieved of his position due to the failures against the Rain, and command was transferred to Danzo. Just days ago, Danzo had once again contacted Hanzo, proposing a trade. He presented detailed layouts of Konoha's front lines, hoping Hanzo would assist in eliminating disobedient ninjas. In the fractured world of ninjas, such dealings were commonplace. Each ninja village harbored individuals who resisted authority, and Konoha was no exception. Employing the enemy's hand to eradicate dissenters was a common tactic. Typically, troublesome ninjas were assigned perilous missions, which they might survive once or twice, but in time, those who resisted authority would meet their demise in the field. Yet, this could not be overtly apparent. After all, ninjas were aware of the risks associated with missions. Thus, bribing the enemy to assist in eliminating comrades became a fitting strategy. Hanzo acquiesced to Danzo's request. The preliminary stages of this operation unfolded seamlessly, resulting in the deaths of numerous Konoha ninjas. Had they not been discovered, they might have even infiltrated Konoha's main camp. However, Hanzo was taken aback when Danzo had a backup plan, using the Konoha ninjas as bait to capture the main forces of the Rain. This single battle inflicted devastating losses upon the Rain, making future victories against Konoha seem increasingly implausible. Should we assassinate Danzo? Proposed a high-ranking Rain ninja. No, Danzo, that heartless, power-hungry individual, is a malignant tumor. Let him remain to play Konoha. Hanzo replied slowly. However, we must never trust Danzo again. If Asakawa Naoki were present, he might have been compelled to acknowledge Hanzo's keen judgment. Danzo, the Scourge, had indeed caused significant suffering to many of Konoha's talented ninjas, from White Fang's suicide to the separation of the legendary three, Orochimaru's defection, Tsunade, and Jiraiya's departure, and the tragic demise of Uchiha Shursui and his clan. All these events bore Danzo's fingerprints. Sometimes, one cannot excel adequately and must resort to eliminating adversaries. In pursuit of his own ambition for the Hokage position, Danzo not only failed to fortify Konoha, but rather contributed to its decline, earning the title of Konoha's malignant tumor. Chapter 80. S-rank missions and CH9 promotions. As dawn broke, the conflict between Konoha and the Rain ninjas finally came to a close. With the surge in casualties, the pressure on the medical teams began to escalate. Seizing a moment of respite, Kushina, Uzumaki, and Makoto Uchiha hurried to the tents of the wounded, having gleaned information from the front lines. Naoki, are you unharmed? Kushina inquired, concern evident in her beautiful eyes. Naoki-kun, I heard that the reconnaissance ninjas suffered severe casualties. Are you alright? Makoto spoke softly, her calm eyes betraying a hint of turmoil. It is not merely severe casualties. Nearly all the reconnaissance ninjas in Asakawa Naoki's group have been eliminated by those 3 rain umbu. Virtually no one was injured, for they were all dead. However, he would certainly not voice such concerns, leaving Kushina and Makoto in a state of worry. Rest assured, we are all fine, Naoki Asakawa chuckled lightly, continuing to draft the task report. Asakawa is quite remarkable. Had he not detected the ambush by the rain shinobi, we frontline leaf ninjas would have been in grave danger. Ju expressed with admiration. Indeed, Asakawa will undoubtedly become a formidable ninja in the future. Okamura nodded in agreement. It is prudent to prioritize safety during missions. Makoto Uchiha remarked with a hint of concern. Having assisted in the medical team for several days, she feared that Naoki might one day find himself bedridden, or worse, perish without a trace like many other ninjas. I understand, Naoki replied earnestly, acknowledging the importance of safeguarding not only his own life, but also the well-being of those who cared for him. Feeling the warmth of Kushina and Makoto's concern, Naoki's heart swelled with gratitude. It's good to know you understand, Naoki-kun, Makoto said, her tone imbued with a touch of joy, relieved that he grasped her intentions. Naoki, I no longer wish to assist in the medical team. I want to join you on missions, Kushina declared with a sense of reluctance. Having previously found solace in assisting alongside Naoki, she now felt a pang of loneliness with only her class remaining in the medical unit. We have no choice but to comply with the directives from above, Naoki sighed. After TZ intervened, he finally comprehended why only the 3 from Tsunade's team were tasked with assisting in the medical unit, while Orochimaru's and Jiraiya's teams were dispatched on missions. With Kushina and Tsunade's team, TZ would not dare to send her into peril, regardless of his ambitions to exploit Konoha's talents. After all, Kushina was destined to become the next Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, poised to inherit the beast when Uzumaki Mito could no longer contain it. In TZ's eyes, the future Jinchuriki was a valuable asset and one of his strongest weapons as Hokage. He would not relinquish such formidable combat power easily. At that moment, Minato Namikaze and his 2 companions approached. Naoki, I heard your team was ambushed by the rain shinobi? Minato inquired. Is your squad unharmed? Rest assured, we are all fine. Naoki replied, shaking his head before asking, have you completed your reconnaissance mission? Minato's team had a similar objective, tracking the movements of the rain shinobi from a different direction, thus avoiding disaster. At just 10 years old, if Minato had confronted the 3 hidden rain shinobi umbu, he would have likely found himself in grave danger, let alone his 2 teammates. We finished. We encountered no rain shinobi, Minato confirmed with a nod. Have you submitted your mission report? Shall we submit our tasks together? Naoki inquired, having completed his report. Not yet. Let's go submit them together, Minato agreed. Typically, if a reconnaissance mission went smoothly like Minato's team, there would be no need to write a report. However, since Naoki's team had discovered the rain shinobi and ignited a signal flare, they were required to document the mission details, including how they detected the ambush and evaded capture. As the one responsible for the report, Naoki detailed how they uncovered the rain shinobi's presence and provided cover for Okamura and Ju to escape, subsequently rewriting the ensuing battle as an escape from the rain shinobi. Given that the actual participants, the 3 rain shinobi umbu, were deceased and the battlefield rendered indistinguishable due to subsequent conflict, he had little concern about leaking sensitive information. Furthermore, as Okamura and Ju had primarily focused on their escape, they had scarcely witnessed Naoki's confrontation with the rain shinobi, even if called to testify later. He felt no trepidation. I'm sorry, but our break is over. We must take our leave, Kushina said reluctantly. Please be cautious on your missions, Makoto reminded them. Go ahead. There's no need to worry about us. Naoki waved goodbye as he bid farewell to Kushina and Makoto, who were heading back to assist in the medical unit. Naoki, it seems that Kushina and Makoto have a special regard for you, Minato teased. Haha, perhaps it's because we share a good rapport, Naoki replied with a smile. Though his resolve only strengthened within, his own abilities felt woefully inadequate. How could he possibly protect them? The 2 teams fell silent as they arrived at the task submission hall. Due to the previous night's skirmish, the hall was bustling with ninjas, most of whom were there to submit their missions, with only a handful accepting new tasks. After a considerable wait, they finally reached the front. The ninja overseeing the task hall was no longer the familiar figure of Uchiha, but rather an unfamiliar black-haired woman, tall and of average appearance. Presumably a new addition to Konoha's ranks. Hello, we are here to submit our missions, Naoki and Minato stated, presenting their ninja identification and task numbers, with Naoki also submitting a scroll detailing the mission report. Alright, the black-haired woman accepted the report and began verifying their mission records. You must be Minato Namikaze, the disciple of Lord Jiraiya, she said, looking at Minato. You successfully completed a B-rank reconnaissance mission. A new entry will be added to your mission records. Thank you. Minato responded, a flicker of joy evident in his eyes, while his teammates beamed with pride. Successfully completing a B-rank mission as a genin was no small feat. Upon returning to Konoha, he would likely become a role model among his peers. Of course, that was contingent on their safe return. The black-haired woman then turned her attention to Naoki and his companions, her expression shifting to one of surprise. While it was impressive for Minato's Genin team to complete a B-rank mission, Naoki's team was altogether astonishing. "You are Naoki Asakawa, correct?" she inquired. "Indeed, I am," Naoki confirmed. "You have remarkably completed a B-rank reconnaissance mission," she continued. "Your early detection of the range shinobi's ambush alerted the frontline ninjas of Konoha, significantly reducing casualties. Given the increased danger of the task and your substantial contribution to Konoha, the mission has been elevated to S-rank." S-rank mission? The black-haired woman's declaration stunned not only Minato's team, but also the surrounding Leaf ninjas submitting their tasks. A newly graduated Genin team had accomplished an S-rank mission. However, the black-haired woman was not finished. She added, "Furthermore, due to your team's exceptional contributions, congratulations on your early promotion to CH Nin." Chapter 081. The Wrath of Tsunade in the World of Shinobi. S-rank missions represent the pinnacle of tasks, often involving matters of national secrecy. Typically reserved for only the most powerful Nin. Thanks to the warnings from Naoki Asakawa and his companions, the casualties in Konoha were significantly reduced. Furthermore, with all the reconnaissance ninjas in their direction having perished, the danger level of what was initially a B-rank mission escalated to S-rank, a transition that was quite reasonable. It was also understandable that Naoki and his team were promoted directly from Genin to Chunin due to their contributions. After all, Chunin are not as rare or formidable as Nin. Most Genin can ascend to Chunin with age and a bit of training in ninjutsu and taijutsu. Their early promotion merely spared them from the Chunin exams. "Asakawa, we VE become Chunin," exclaimed SH and Masamura Ki, their excitement palpable. Achieving Chunin status at such a young age promised a bright future as Nin. "Congratulations on your promotion to Chunin, Naoki, SH and Masamura," smiled Minato Namikaze, unable to hide the envy in the eyes of his two teammates. "Strength is of utmost importance. Without it, there is little distinction between a Chunin and a Genin." Naoki replied, shaking his head. He felt little elation at their promotion. In the Hokage's ranks, the distinctions between Genin, Chunin, and Nin are not strictly defined. They are merely tiers. Elevation in rank without corresponding strength is not advantageous. In terms of power, Naoki had proven his ability by defeating 3 Nin-level Umbu from the Rain Village single-handedly, clearly demonstrating his prowess. However, SH and Masamura had only recently graduated from the academy, and while they might be competent among Genin, they fell short when compared to their Chunin peers. Naoki even speculated whether Danzo had deliberately promoted them to Chunin, ostensibly to assign them more perilous missions, potentially leading to SH's demise on the battlefield. SH, being rather perceptive, was quickly sobered by Naoki's words. Turning to Masamura, he said, "Naoki is right. Your promotion to Chunin is well-deserved. Yet we still have much ground to cover to truly earn that title." Masamura nodded in agreement. "Then let us practice our ninjutsu," Naoki suggested with a smile. Not allowing themselves to be blinded by honor, both SH and Masamura quickly regained their focus. "We should also train in ninjutsu," Minato said, glancing back at his teammates, who agreed with a nod. Although they hadn't achieved the same rapid promotion as Naoki's team, they were undeterred. Naoki is correct, strength is paramount. After all, what good is being a Nin if one lacks the ability to survive dangerous missions? The S-rank mission accomplished and their unusual promotions were but a brief interlude in the ongoing conflict. S-rank missions during wartime were not uncommon. What astonished others was that a team of Genin, now Chunin, could successfully complete such a formidable task. They might toast to the brilliance of talented ninjas. Yet the shinobi world has never been devoid of prodigies. Only those who grow and mature into their potential can truly be deemed geniuses. As countless youthful talents meet untimely ends, having just completed their mission, both teams enjoyed a day of respite. Upon returning to camp, SH and Masamura eagerly set off to practice their ninjutsu in the nearby woods, striving to attain the strength of true Chunin. Naoki, too, remained industrious, reflecting on the lessons learned from the recent battle. First and foremost was the undeniable importance of intelligence. In shinobi combat, information holds significant weight, of course. If one possesses overwhelming strength, like Uchiha Madara or Senju Hashirama, intelligence may be less critical. However, during the early to mid-eras of the Hokage, before the power balance had been disrupted, intelligence was vital. If two opposing ninjas are roughly equal in strength, the one with superior information is likely to emerge victorious. In truth, the strength of the 3 Rain ninjas was not vastly different from Naoki's, yet they were severely lacking in knowledge about him. His mastery of swordsmanship and the unique techniques of the 3-dimensional fire jutsu had caught them off guard. Moreover, due to his limited experience, having only participated in a few skirmishes, Naoki recognized his own need for growth. Initially, he had used his swordsmanship to protect SH, but its effectiveness was not as he had anticipated. Against the Rain ninjas, he had expected it to be decisive, but his focus was divided. Compared to his battle-hardened opponents, His lack of experience was evident. He resolved to take on more missions in the future. For now, however, he turned his attention to the rewards of the soul-searching jutsu. Retrieving the Sage Scroll, he utilized it to acquire a wealth of ninjutsu learned by the Rain Ninjas, most of which were water-style techniques, yet several proved beneficial to him, including the summoning technique. Indeed, one of the Rain Ninjas had possessed this skill, though the summoned beasts lacked significant combat prowess and had not been called forth. He pondered what kind of sage techniques might be validated through summoning. Meanwhile, as Naoki and his companions immersed themselves in training, 3 figures burst into the central tent of the Konoha frontline, confronting Danzo directly. 2 men and a woman, all clad in black combat attire, exuded an imposing presence. They were Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. Having returned from their mission to thwart Hanzo, the trio regarded Danzo with a dangerous glint in their eyes, particularly Tsunade, whose gaze bore a chilling intent. Is the mission complete? Danzo inquired nonchalantly. Tsunade questioned sharply. You reassigned us just to assign perilous tasks to our students. A dangerous task? It was merely a B-rank mission, Danzo replied coolly. Lord Danzo, we are fully aware of everything, Orochimaru stated icily. He had not anticipated that during their absence, Danzo would send Naoki Asakawa and Minato Namikaze to the front line without a guiding teacher. Moreover, initially, the mission board had intended to assign them an A-rank mission. Do not trivialize the A-rank missions during wartime as mere upgraded B-rank tasks to placate Orochimaru and his cohorts. They are acutely aware that A-rank missions in such perilous times are far more treacherous than their usual counterparts. Moreover, it has been subsequently evidenced that all members of the Reconnaissance Ninja Squad assigned A-rank missions ahead of Naruto Asakawa and his companions met their demise. It is crucial to note that these squads were comprised of at least Chunin, with some even led by Jonin. Chapter 082. Revenge as an elder sister. Is anyone here? Danzo inquired, his expression darkened. Clearly, despite being dispatched on missions, an abundance of intelligence had reached him, indicating that frontline ninjas had relayed this information to Orochimaru. Indeed. Lord Danzo, Orochimaru replied, arms crossed. Initially, the catastrophic defeat of Konoha, resulting from the annihilation of the reconnaissance squad, had sown seeds of doubt in Orochimaru's mind. The recent heavy losses suffered by Konoha's reconnaissance ninjas further fueled his suspicion that Danzo had manipulated events from behind the scenes. After all, even the most adept of the Rain Ninjas' ambush techniques could not easily outmatch Konoha's sensory ninjas. Should it be the case that Danzo deliberately leaked critical information, then everything would fall into place. Thus, before departing the front line to confront Hanzo, Orochimaru had taken precautions, instructing a trusted ninja to remain on the front lines to monitor any unusual activities. This was the very reason for their swift return. Danzo, your actions have gone too far. Those fallen reconnaissance ninjas were nothing more than bait you intentionally released. Jiraiya's gaze toward Danzo was filled with disdain. Upon receiving Orochimaru's intelligence, Jiraiya could hardly believe it. How could Danzo, who was a close friend of their teacher Hiruzen Sarutobi, be so callous? They were all ninjas of Konoha. Yet Danzo had chosen to utilize their lives as mere pawns. Bait, do you possess any evidence? Danzo retorted. The spy responsible for conveying intelligence to the Rain Ninjas' higher echelons had been preemptively eliminated by Danzo. The body was incinerated, leaving no witnesses to counter him. Even if the Rain Ninja village attempted to testify, he remained unperturbed. Furthermore, was the ultimate outcome not favorable? Konoha had achieved a resounding victory against the Rain Ninja, with the cost being merely the sacrifice of a few ninjas. Danzo declared, these are merely the necessary sacrifices for victory. A ninja should be aware of their fate from the moment they choose this path. Merely a few sacrificed ninjas? Jiraiya could no longer tolerate Danzo's twisted reasoning, his voice rising in anger. Do you truly see those ninjas as mere tools at your disposal? Everything I do is for Konoha, Danzo proclaimed, his tone resolute and unyielding. For Konoha, all sacrifices are justified. You scoundrel. Tsunade could no longer contain her indignation, exclaiming, what of Rope Tree? What of our disciples? In the absence of our guiding Jonin, you dare send 2 teams of genin on perilous missions. I have but one brother. He is the heir of the Senju clan. At merely 12 years of age, Naruto Asakawa and Minato Namikaze are only 10. Do you wish to doom their futures? If Rope Tree were to perish, how could you face your teacher? Upon Tsunade invoking the name of Tobarama Senju, Danzo's heart tightened. As memories of 20 years prior flooded back, the moment Tobarama passed the title of 3rd Hokage to Hiruzen Sarutobi. In times of crisis, every ninja must take to the battlefield. Danzo stated impassively, even the children of my teacher, I would send to the front lines. Protecting Konoha is the duty of every ninja, regardless of status or identity. All ninjas of Konoha are equal before me, Danzo. Had Naruto Asakawa been present, he might have been unable to suppress a laugh. Danzo, the cunning old fox, relished utilizing public opinion as a weapon, a favored tactic among political manipulators. They often hold others to rigorous standards while excusing their own actions. In this recent victory, my nephew Yusuke Shimura, the son of the next head of the Shimura clan, also undertook a reconnaissance mission, only to fall at the hands of the Rain Ninja. Danzo's words darkened the expressions of Orochimaru and his companions further. They had not anticipated that Danzo would be so merciless even to his own kin. Yusuke Shimura was the grandson of Danzo's late brother, and he held a certain status within the Shimura clan. It was shocking that Danzo had placed him in such a perilous role. Thus, on a larger moral scale, Orochimaru and his companions struggled to condemn Danzo's self-serving nature. For he indeed treated his own kind as mere bait. This was the brilliance of Danzo's strategy. He had sacrificed his own kin as bait, ensuring that, should Rope Tree perish on the battlefield, no one could accuse him of selfishness. The only possible reproach would be his excessive coldness. Yet this very trait garnered him support from more common ninjas, for indifference could be seen as a form of fairness. However, at present, Rope Tree remained unharmed. While Danzo's own nephew had perished, costing him dearly. And what of you? When the time comes, would you sacrifice yourself for Konoha? Tsunade asked abruptly. To sacrifice myself for Konoha? Listening to Tsunade's words, Danzo fell into a reverie. Recalling the moment when the second Hokage had asked him and Hiruzen Sarutobi who was willing to stay behind. Yet this time, Danzo hesitated. In truth, when one's heart is in turmoil, the answer is often already known. For Danzo, every other ninja could be sacrificed, but not himself. He needed to survive to become Hokage, to lead Konoha to supremacy. I would, of course, sacrifice myself, Danzo eventually replied, uttering words that rang false. Scoundrel! Tsunade slammed her fist onto the desk before Danzo, shattering it into splinters, the residual force resonating through the ground like a small tremor, a testament to her formidable strength. Perhaps what you did was indeed justified, but this is merely my retribution. Tsunade gazed at Danzo, stating, should there be a next time, my fist will land squarely upon your face. This is not merely retribution as a Konoha ninja against a superior, but vengeance as a sister. Danzo remained silent. Having no retort, Tsunade's implications were unmistakable. While she was a Konoha ninja, she was also a devoted sister. Danzo, we shall report your disregard for ninja lives on the front line to the Hokage. Your days of comfort are numbered, Jiraiya spoke slowly. Very well, then await the outcome. Will your teacher believe in the authenticity of my achievements, or the fabricated tales you concoct? Danzo chuckled. He had spent far more time in the company of Hiruzen Sarutobi than the latter had with his 3 disciples. How could he not understand Hiruzen? Hiruzen Sarutobi and Shimura Danzo represented the light and shadow of Konoha. They were, in essence, one and the same. Without the tacit approval of Hiruzen Sarutobi, how could Danzo Shimura have acted with such audacity? Regrettably, in the eyes of both the shinobi of Konoha and ordinary citizens, Hiruzen Sarutobi shines resplendently, while Danzo Shimura remains shrouded in darkness. Chapter 083. Shifts in the situation. Ultimately, Jiraiya and his companions sent a letter of complaint to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, detailing Danzo's heinous actions of using the lives of frontline shinobi as bait to lure rain ninjas. A few days later, Hiruzen's response arrived at the Konoha front lines, citing the lack of concrete evidence for the claims made by Orochimaru and his associates. The third Hokage and the higher-ups of Konoha merely admonished Danzo without opting for his dismissal. Upon reading the reply, although unspoken, a sense of disappointment towards their mentor, Hiruzen Sarutobi, lingered in the hearts of Orochimaru and his companions. This disappointment, potentially accumulating over time, from disillusionment with Hiruzen to disenchantment with Konoha's upper echelons, may ultimately have contributed to their eventual departure from the village for various reasons. For the time being, however, due to the return of Orochimaru and his comrades, Danzo dared not overtly assign lethal missions to Naoki Asakawa and others, granting a reprieve during which they could safely develop. Overall, Konoha has indeed secured a victory against the Rain Shinobi. The Rain Shinobi, once capable of rivaling Konoha, have now been relegated to a prolonged retreat within their own territory. Conversely, the Sand Shinobi, who had previously been engaged in conflict with the Rain Shinobi, have now redirected their focus towards Konoha, motivated by the latter's burgeoning strength. In a bid to prevent Konoha from decisively defeating the Rain Shinobi and seizing the strategically vital land of Rain, the Sand Shinobi have subtly aligned themselves with the Rain Shinobi to collectively oppose Konoha. This illustrates the intricate interplay of politics and warfare. The Sand Shinobi's ultimate objective remains the defeat of the Rain Shinobi and the annexation of the land of Rain. Though traditionally adversaries, the Sand and Rain Shinobi have found themselves united against the overwhelming force of Konoha during this period of vulnerability for the Rain Shinobi. In essence, one might say that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Thus, despite Konoha's recent triumph, the situation has not improved. Rather, the pressure has intensified. Where once the Rain Shinobi contended with both Konoha and the Sand Shinobi, the roles have now reversed, with Konoha facing both the Rain and Sand Shinobi simultaneously. Danzo did not anticipate the swift alliance formed between the Rain and Sand Shinobi against Konoha, hoping to employ stratagems to sow discord between them. Unfortunately, Danzo's notoriety preceded him. The Sand Shinobi had long since lost faith in him, and the Rain Shinobi, having suffered a significant setback, were even less inclined to trust him. For Konoha to achieve victory, they must ultimately engage on the front lines, as the battlefield against the Rain Shinobi has devolved into a stalemate. leading to a contest of national strength and overall capabilities among the various countries and villages. However, these matters were of no concern to Asakawa Naoki. After summarizing his battle experiences, Asakawa Naoki commenced his study of the ninjutsu derived from the memories of the Umbu through the soul-searching technique. To his astonishment, the summoning technique confirmed the existence of a mystical art known as the Tongbao-ju. Gazing at the new techniques inscribed within the scroll, Asakawa Naoki reflected on the nature of the Tongbao-ju. It is a fundamental method of contract, wherein treasures refer not only to magical artifacts, but also to spiritual beasts. Thus, the Tongbao-ju allows for the binding of both magical artifacts and spiritual beasts. Should one encase a contracted spiritual beast within their dantian, drawing upon its energy would resemble the mode of a jinchuriki. While the nine-tailed beasts each have their own masters, perhaps I could integrate 2 flying swords into my dantian. A sudden inspiration struck Asakawa Naoki. Prior to mastering the Tongbao-ju, the 2 flying swords he possessed could only be concealed within his sleeves, which proved cumbersome. If he could store them in his dantian, it would undoubtedly be more convenient. Acting upon this impulse, Asakawa Naoki employed the method of the Tongbao-ju, pricking his fingertip to let 2 drops of blood fall upon the flying swords. The crimson droplets landed upon the bright, white blades, neither sliding off nor solidifying, but instead rapidly absorbed by the swords. At the moment his blood was completely consumed, Asakawa Naoki felt a profound connection with the 2 flying swords, discovering that he could control them with even greater agility than before. To his surprise, the Tongbao-ju could also enhance the potency of his swordsmanship. In the next instant, the 2 flying swords vanished from his grasp. Within his inner vision, he observed that within his dantian, beside 10, the 2 flying swords spun gently. Having heard that cultivators could refine magical artifacts using Dan fire, Asakawa Naoki suddenly had another idea. I wonder if the essence fire can refine the flying swords? Guided by his magical energy, a flicker of essence fire that had been resting near his heart separated and, upon reaching the dantian, began to encircle one of the flying swords, commencing a slow refinement. Let me test this with one sword. If it fails, I still have the other as a safeguard. As he directed the essence fire to refine the sword, he suddenly recalled the mystical scroll. If the Tongbao-ju could not only bind magical artifacts, but also spiritual beasts, then could it not also bind the mystical scroll? After all, theoretically speaking, the mystical scroll qualifies as a magical artifact. Should it transform ninjutsu into a mystical art for cultivation, its rank would surely be considerable. With this thought, Asakawa Naoki retrieved the mystical scroll, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon it. As the Tongbao-ju activated, he indeed felt a faint connection between himself and the scroll. In the next moment, the scroll vanished from his hand and reappeared beside his dantian. Thus, within Asakawa Naoki's dantian, the mystical scroll, 2 flying swords, 10, and the cells of his external avatar and cultivation stood in a harmonious balance. Had he not significantly expanded his dantian during his advancement to the latter stages of refining essence and chi, it might have been difficult to accommodate all these items. With the mystical scroll now nestled within his dantian, things became much more convenient, he mused. Unlike other external objects, the mystical scroll represented his foundation in the world of ninjas. Ever since graduating from the ninja academy, he had only dared to keep it close. After all, Umbu ninjas could very well ransack homes. Should they discover it, the consequences would be dire. Yet, keeping it on his person was also somewhat inconvenient. In the event of a fierce battle, if his clothes were torn and he lost the scroll, it would be disastrous. Now, with it integrated into his dantian, Asakawa Naoki felt a great sense of relief. He wondered if he could open the mystical scroll within his dantian, attempting to do so with his magical energy. He was pleasantly surprised by the ease of the task. As the mystical scroll unfurled, Asakawa Naoki could clearly see the techniques inscribed within. Basic chi refining method. True fire of samadhi, summoning of soldiers with beans, external avatar, sword control technique, lightning palm, soul searching technique, spatial compression, Tongbao-ju, and primordial heavy water. To his astonishment, he realized that he had unknowingly mastered such a multitude of mystical arts. Asakawa Naoki felt a sense of wonderment. Nevertheless, the most pressing concern remained his cultivation. With his current refinement of essence and chi, he could contend with jounin without issue. But to confront those of the level of a kage, he would need to break through to the stage of refining chi into spirit. With this in mind, Asakawa Naoki consumed 2 special military rations and began to cultivate with utmost diligence. As he felt the rapid increase of magical energy within him, he sensed that the day he would transcend into refining chi into spirit was not far off. Chapter 084. Rising fame with the Sand Ninja Village. Initially targeting the Rain Ninja, now joining the fray, the previously victorious front lines of Konoha found themselves embroiled in a tense struggle. Fortunately, Orochimaru and his 2 companions were mostly stationed at the front lines, ensuring that one of them remained to safeguard the area while they executed their missions. Moreover, with the pressure on the front lines escalating, Danzo found it challenging to seize the opportunity to assign perilous tasks to SH-Ju and his team. Thus, this period became a time of rapid growth for the 3 small teams. Each day, they either refined their chakra, learned ninjutsu, and sparred, or engaged in tasks. And though exhausting, the strength and experience of the group steadily increased. It was still the 37th year of Konoha. But time had shifted from the vibrant spring to the bountiful autumn. It had been over half a year since Asakawa Naoki and his companions arrived at the front line of the Rain Country. Aside from Orochimaru's team, who had been promoted to CH9 ahead of schedule, the teams led by Minato Namikaze and Makoto Uchiha had also managed to return to Konoha to participate in the CH9 exams, ultimately passing with ease. It must be acknowledged that during times of war, the mortality rate among ninjas is indeed high. However, those who manage to survive after accomplishing numerous missions experience a growth trajectory that far surpasses that of their counterparts in peacetime. Merely a little over 6 months have passed since their graduation from the Ninja Academy, yet all 9 disciples of Orochimaru have ascended to the rank of CH9. In contrast, most of their peers who remained in Konohagakure, engaged in tasks rather than facing the front lines, are still merely genin, with only a select few having participated in and passed the CH9 examinations. One could argue that there are both advantages and disadvantages. While the battlefield indeed fosters rapid growth, it is fraught with peril. Had it not been for the formidable strength of their guiding teacher, a disciple of the current Hokage, coupled with the presence of prodigious ninjas such as Naoki Asakawa, Minato Namikaze, and Makoto Uchiha leading their respective teams, they might have perished long ago under Danzo's ruthless command. Yet, even amidst the perilous chaos of the frontline battlefield, the brilliance of certain individuals shines ever more brightly, rendering the name of Asakawa Naoki known not only to the station ninjas of Konoha, but also to many within its walls. "Greetings, we have come to submit our mission," announced Asakawa Naoki and his 2 companions as they arrived at the mission office on the front line. The head of the office, a black-haired kunoichi, greeted them with warmth. "Ah, it is Asakawa Naoki, SH Ju, and Masamura Ki, correct? Do you have a mission report?" "Indeed," SH Ju replied, presenting a mission scroll with purpose. Upon receiving the scroll, the black-haired kunoichi examined it meticulously before performing a series of hand seals, causing the bodies of 3 ninjas adorned with the forehead protectors of Sunagakure, along with several puppet remnants, to manifest outside the office, inciting a wave of astonishment among the onlookers. Clearly, the Konoha ninjas recognized the identities of the deceased. "This one is Shakai-jur, isn't it? Quite adept in puppet techniques, yet he met his demise at the hands of Asakawa Naoki's team. Remarkable," one remarked, a hint of disbelief in their voice. Indeed, he was AJ Nin from Sunagakure, while the other 2 were CH Nin. All 3 were masters of the puppet arts, working in perfect harmony, having dispatched numerous ninjas from Amigakure as well as our own Konoha forces. "To think they fell so swiftly," another added. "By such reckoning, Asakawa Naoki must be nearing J-Nin level himself," a ninja inquired, yet none responded to the question. Having graduated at the tender age of 10 and spent over half a year on the front line, if he were to attain the rank of J-Nin, it would indeed make him a J-Nin before the age of 11. Many spectators of the ninja suddenly felt as if they had lived their years in vain. The puppet master's close combat skills were notably lacking, as explained softly by Asakawa Naoki, who chose not to elaborate further. The surrounding ninjas wore expressions that suggested he was being overly modest. Indeed, while the puppet master may be weak in close quarters, they certainly do not allow anyone to approach them easily. Furthermore, this was not the first elite ninja that Asakawa Naoki had dispatched. Others who had fallen at his hands were not merely puppet masters. "Well done, your mission has been accomplished," remarked the black-haired female ninja after reviewing the report. In light of the appearance of the Sand Ninja, the mission's difficulty and danger level has escalated to S rank. "Congratulations on successfully completing yet another S rank mission. Thank you. If there are no further matters, we shall take our leave," Asakawa Naoki replied with a nod, as the 3 of them walked along the path. Both Nobuki and Matsumura felt a sense of reflection. Not only do the onlookers feel as though they have wasted their years, but even those of the same age as Naoki Asakawa share a sense of having squandered the past decade, although they bask in shared glory before outsiders. Moments of solitude reveal a stark contrast. "Naoki, you are exceptionally strong," SH Ju remarked. "Indeed, it feels as though we are merely holding you back," Masamura Oki added with a sigh. Over the past 6 months, they have undertaken numerous missions, most of which were completed effortlessly. Whenever unforeseen circumstances arose, it was invariably Naoki Asakawa who resolved them. Without him, they would have perished several times over. "You have only graduated for less than a year and have already become a chunin. That is quite impressive," Naoki said, glancing at the 2. Compared to their graduation height of just over 1.4 meters, SH Ju had now grown to 1.5 meters, and his appearance had matured slightly, while Masamura was not far behind. In truth, they had both become quite formidable. If their promotion to chunin 6 months prior had been somewhat premature, their subsequent training and experience had endowed them with genuine chunin strength, far surpassing their peers who remained genin. "Do not compare yourselves to me. I merely developed earlier and improved faster. Such rapid growth will not persist," Naoki chuckled. The 2 nodded in agreement, realizing that one should not measure oneself against Naoki, whose prowess was indeed unparalleled. Upon returning to their quarters, they found that, due to the war's stagnation, the tents where the ninjas resided had been replaced by wooden houses. Inside one such house, a familiar figure awaited them. Orochimaru-sensei, have you returned from your mission? Ju exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, I have heard that you also performed admirably. Orochimaru affectionately ruffled Ju's hair. Yes, it was primarily Naoki's contributions, Masamura responded, nodding. Naoki's strength is indeed formidable, yet do not feel inferior. You both are quite strong. Orochimaru reassured them before turning his gaze to Naoki. This disciple was becoming increasingly enigmatic to him. Orochimaru-sensei, do you have any missions for us? Naoki inquired with a smile. He had to admit that choosing Orochimaru as a mentor was indeed a wise decision. Had it not been for Orochimaru's guidance, Naoki would not have had the opportunity to shine, accomplishing tasks that would take many ninjas a lifetime to achieve. Thanks to Orochimaru shielding him from the scrutiny of Konoha's higher-ups and Danzo, he could gradually reveal his true abilities and emerge as a genius ninja. Had his teacher been an ordinary J-nin, he might have waited until he could dominate the ninja world before revealing his prowess. There are no missions at present. Orochimaru replied, shaking his head. I was merely contemplating that your strength is nearly sufficient. Once the war concludes, I may recommend you for promotion to J-nin. Let us discuss that when the time comes, Naoki smiled. Although he understood that Orochimaru had his best interests at heart, he couldn't shake the feeling that Orochimaru was tempting fate. The phrase once the war concludes always seemed to portend misfortune. Now, allow me to witness your true strength. A glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Orochimaru's eyes. While he was aware of Naoki's J-nin level abilities, most ninjas tended to hold back, and he suspected Naoki was no exception. Since you have voiced such a desire, I too wish to see your strength, sensei, Naoki replied with a grin. At present, Orochimaru was merely around 24 years old, still in his youth, and had yet to reach the pinnacle of his power. Uncertain of the outcome, after months of rigorous training, I find myself nearing the pinnacle of refining essence into energy. Can I prevail against Orochimaru? Let us venture to the grove beside the camp. Orochimaru chuckled. Why not summon Jiraiya and Tsunade's disciples to witness this? Allow them to observe Nakaka's prowess and encourage them to dedicate themselves to their training. Certainly, Orochimaru-sensei, responded Ju and Masamune, who swiftly made their way to the location of Minato Namikaze and Makoto Uchiha's team, who fortuitously were enjoying a respite that day. Before long, Minato and Makoto, along with their companions, arrived, eager to gauge the disparity in strength between themselves and Nakaka. Acknowledging the gap between oneself and one's adversary is essential for fostering growth. Accompanying them were Jiraiya and Tsunade, equally intrigued by Nakaka's capabilities. I can't believe it. In less than a year, Nakaka is already capable of facing Orochimaru, Tsunade remarked with astonishment. Indeed, if it weren't for his black hair and eyes, I might think he is the prophesied child. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. I recall half a year ago, during the graduation from the Ninja Academy, Nakaka, standing at 1.7 meters tall, towered above his peers, who averaged between 1.4 to 1.5 meters. Fast forward 6 months. And while Nakaka's height has only increased by around 10 centimeters, the transformation in his strength is remarkable. Even Minato, who had high hopes for him, finds it challenging to keep pace. Orochimaru-sensei, may we commence? Nakaka inquired. Indeed, Nakaka, show me your strength, Orochimaru beckoned. Do not fret for my safety. Unleash your full potential, he assured. Understood, Orochimaru-sensei, Nakaka affirmed. While he may not belong to the strongest echelon, in terms of lethality, Orochimaru stands on par with Uchiha Obito, who wields the Goddess Eye, and Danzo, master of the Sharingan. 3 flames of truth. Nakaka initiated the confrontation with a series of hand seals, unleashing a torrent of orange flames. The hand seals were merely a ruse. Employing ninjutsu without seals was still a bit premature. Wind release, great breakthrough. Just before the flames could reach him, Orochimaru completed his hand seals and unleashed a fierce gust from his mouth, dissipating the inferno. However, the wind release ultimately does not restrain the fire release as effectively as the water release does. A few embers of the sacred flames still cling to Orochimaru's skin. Such is the marvel of ninjutsu. As he felt the rapid dissipation of his internal power, even Orochimaru, who had mastered numerous techniques, could not help but marvel at its wonder. It cannot be extinguished? Orochimaru attempted to smother it with his hand, only to fuel the blaze further. Rest assured, Orochimaru is unharmed, Jiraiya remarked, noticing the concern in the eyes of several disciples. Indeed, just before being engulfed by the flames, Orochimaru's mouth opened to its fullest extent, and from it emerged a new iteration of himself. This was one of his signature techniques, the serpent substitution jutsu. What an astonishing ninjutsu! Several observing disciples could not help but exclaim, though somewhat grotesque to behold. It must be acknowledged that the serpent substitution jutsu is remarkably effective against techniques like the sacred flame and Amaterasu, which possess a strong adhesive quality. Continue, Naoki, Orochimaru said slowly, his eyes brimming with excitement. He was curious to see the level his disciple could achieve. As you wish, sensei, Naoki Asakawa's voice echoed. Yet a sense of crisis loomed behind Orochimaru. Your body flicker technique has improved significantly. Orochimaru chuckled, reaching behind him, where 4 brown serpents suddenly emerged from his sleeve. The shadow of the serpent technique. The four serpents lunged with gaping maws towards Naoki Asakawa, and given the short distance and the hand seal-less technique, an ordinary ninja would hardly have time to react. However, Naoki Asakawa was evidently no ordinary ninja. A flash of pure white blade light surged forth, and the writhing heads of the serpents fell to the ground, while Naoki's katana drew perilously close to Orochimaru's form. Impressive reaction speed. Orochimaru extracted a hiltless straight sword from the mouth of one serpent, raising the kusanagi to intercept the gleaming blade. Clang! The crisp sound of metal striking metal resounded, followed by a series of clattering sounds akin to hammering iron. In mere seconds, the two had exchanged dozens of blows, each parried by the other. Witnessing Naoki Asakawa matching Orochimaru blow for blow, while it was understood that Orochimaru was not employing his full strength, the onlookers were nonetheless filled with astonishment. Unbeknownst to him, Naoki Asakawa had grown remarkably powerful. Your swordsmanship is quite commendable, praised Orochimaru. Thank you for the compliment. As he spoke, Asakawa executed a powerful slash, sending Orochimaru, who had been blocking with the kusanagi sword, flying. He swiftly sheathed his katana behind him and reached into his ninja tool pouch. Is he going for a throwing technique? Orochimaru thought, recognizing Asakawa's intentions as he observed him reaching into the pouch midair. 6 months prior, during the bell-snatching assessment, Asakawa's throwing skills had been exceptional. One wondered how much he had improved since then. In the next instant, 10 shurikens, entwined with wire, hurtled toward Orochimaru. Clang, clang, clang. With a series of sharp sounds, the shurikens were all deflected by Orochimaru's kusanagi sword. But then, to everyone's astonishment, the shurikens that had been knocked away by Orochimaru landed in a specific trajectory, embedding themselves into the surrounding trees and ensnaring him in a web of wire. In this manner, Orochimaru found himself ensnared as if he were a criminal in a prison, every slight movement threatening to ensnare him further in the wire. Makoto, is this a throwing technique from your Uchiha clan? Kushina Uzumaki inquired curiously. Yes and no. Makoto Uchiha replied, nodding and shaking her head. Her gaze toward Asakawa held a mixture of admiration and affection. Naoki-kun has forged his own path, building upon the foundation of the Uchiha throwing techniques. Even with my Sharingan activated, I cannot reach his level. Naoki has truly become formidable, Kushina remarked in awe. Fascinating. To achieve such prowess without relying on the Sharingan, Orochimaru mused, swinging the kusanagi sword towards the wire. In that moment, as the sword made contact, a surge of electricity coursed through the kusanagi, directly shocking Orochimaru. Along with a tingling sensation, wisps of smoke began to rise from his head. Chakra shock. After Asakawa infused the wire with his chakra, it transformed into a genuine electric net. With a vigorous effort, Asakawa began to constrict the wire net, limiting Orochimaru's mobility. If he could not extricate himself swiftly, he would ultimately be ensnared within the electric web. Excellent. Orochimaru declared, forming hand seals, finally preparing to get serious. Wind release. Great breakthrough. He exhaled a tremendous gust of wind that felled the massive trees pierced by the shurikens, causing the electric net to collapse effortlessly. Naoki, be careful. Orochimaru warned, as several shadows lunged toward Asakawa, not shurikens, but serpents. Employing snakes as projectiles was a unique throwing technique of Orochimaru's. Understood. Asakawa acknowledged, launching a few shurikens at the serpents. However, just as the shurikens were about to slice through the serpents in midair, they instinctively coiled their bodies, evading the attack and continuing their advance toward Asakawa. Are they living shurikens? The spectators marveled, acknowledging the extraordinary nature of Orochimaru's snake techniques. Yet in the next moment, thanks to the wire's influence, the shurikens returned like boomerangs, slicing through the serpents from behind at their vulnerable spots. Orochimaru had not anticipated the serpents would be ineffective. He had already prepared a jutsu upon launching them. Water release, water surge. As Orochimaru completed the hand seals, a towering water vortex surged toward Asakawa, which transformed into a cascading waterfall mid-flight. Flame of the Three Realms. Asakawa quickly formed hand seals and unleashed a torrent of intense flames just before the waterfall struck. At the moment of their clash, a thick mist enveloped the area, obscuring visibility for both combatants and onlookers alike. Although the Flame of the Three Realms was formidable, Asakawa had only mastered the refined version, and with Orochimaru employing a water technique that countered fire, his flames were ultimately extinguished by the deluge, forcing him to retreat swiftly. In the next moment, a straight blade lunged at him, prompting Asakawa to draw his katana for defense. Clang, clang, clang. Amidst the mist, the sounds of clashing steel echoed, leaving the spectators anxious as they could only hear the commotion without seeing the action. Eventually, after a considerable time, the mist dissipated, revealing the ground soaked with nearly 10 centimeters of water. Standing face to face in the shallow pool were Orochimaru and Asakawa. Orochimaru gripped the kusanagi sword, while Asakawa's katana was reduced to its hilt, with half of the blade submerged in the water. Sensei, I concede, Asakawa admitted with resignation. It was merely an exchange. I do not concern myself with victories or defeats, and I have many more techniques yet to unveil, Orochimaru replied. You did not lose. Your sword merely did, he continued, shaking his head. The Kusanagi sword could indeed be described as a divine weapon, nearly indestructible. In contrast, Asakawa's katana was merely a common blade. And despite his efforts to refine it, it was of ordinary quality. A single clash with the Kusanagi would leave it chipped, and after so many exchanges, its breakage was to be expected. Uncertain whether the two swords forged with 3 true flames over the course of 6 months can withstand the sharpness of the Kusanagi. Orochimaru patted Naoki Asakawa's hair and chuckled. Once you achieve the rank of Jonin, I shall present you with the Kusanagi. While it could be argued that Asakawa's prowess was largely independent of Orochimaru's tutelage, it was undeniable that he was indeed the most esteemed of his disciples. Thank you, sensei. Asakawa replied with a smile, though his mind wandered to another matter. Although the Orochimaru of the Naruto series engaged in inhumane experiments on living beings, devoid of any moral compass, the current Orochimaru had yet to descend into darkness. As a mentor, he treated Asakawa well, alleviating the pressures from the higher-ups of Konoha and the Umbu, and exerting his utmost efforts in teaching. Should the opportunity arise, Asakawa wished to guide Orochimaru back to a righteous path. I never imagined your strength would reach such heights. Orochimaru has indeed taken on a commendable disciple. Jiraiya remarked with admiration. Come, Naoki, let us venture to the casino. Tsunade enthusiastically invited. Ever since that fateful occasion, Tsunade discovered that with Asakawa by her side, she transformed into the goddess of gambling, her fortunes inexplicably favorable. Without him, she would revert to being the proverbial fat sheep. Hence, Tsunade seized every chance to accompany Asakawa to the casino. In response, both Orochimaru and Jiraiya could only shake their heads, feeling helpless against Tsunade's enthusiasm. I apologize, Tsunade-sensei, but I have some matters to attend to, Asakawa replied with a hint of regret. Very well, let us plan for another time, Tsunade conceded with a sigh. Since experiencing the thrill of winning, she found it increasingly difficult to imagine attending the casino alone. After Orochimaru and his 2 mentors departed, the onlookers were filled with mixed emotions. On one hand, they envied Asakawa, who could engage in sparring with Orochimaru without faltering. It would not be long before he ascended to Jonin himself. On the other hand, they felt a pang of disparity, despite being peers. While they had only recently achieved the rank of Chunin, Asakawa had already attained Jonin status, and it seemed unlikely they would ever catch up in this lifetime. Nevertheless, various emotions ultimately transform into the impetus for progress. Their youth signifies boundless possibilities for the future. This is also the purpose behind Orochimaru's decision to have them observe the battle, to make them aware of the disparities and subsequently inspire them to strive fervently in pursuit. Naruto, you are formidable, but I shall endeavor to catch up with you. Do not grow complacent, remarked Minato Namikaze with a smile. Even he, in the presence of Naochuan, felt a considerable weight of pressure. However, it is indeed a fortunate thing to have such friends and competitors along the path of growth. We are too. Several individuals from the rope tree remarked seriously, acknowledging the vast gap between them at present, yet the future remains uncertain. Then I shall await your progress, Naoki Asakawa chuckled. Naoki, do not become overly proud, Kushina Uzumaki retorted, glancing at him, her thoughts drifting to the words of her great-grandmother, Mito Uzumaki, regarding the responsibilities one bears as a Jinchuriki. If she could become the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, perhaps she could grow as strong as Naoki. I am not proud, Naoki replied, gently ruffling Kushina's smooth red locks. In truth, there is no need for you to become excessively powerful. I shall protect you well. Then it's settled, Naoki-kun. Makoto Uchiha responded with a smile, her eyes brimming with affection, which left Naoki feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Of course, my word is my bond, Naoki affirmed with a nod. Observing Naoki's assent, Makoto's lips curled into a subtle smile, her gaze deepening with emotion, while only Kushina, with a haughty shake of her head, distanced herself from Naoki's grasp, exclaiming in dissatisfaction, "Humph, who needs your protection?" In truth, she longed to express, "I wish to protect you as well," but the words remained unvoiced. "I am full." Me too. The members of the rope tree shared knowing smiles, displaying their satiation, which caused Kushina's face to flush a deep crimson, akin to her hair, while Makoto gracefully acknowledged it with a smile. Chapter 087. Heart Captivation and Soul Snatching. After engaging in playful banter with his teammates, Naoki Asakawa ventured alone to the commercial street at the forefront of Konoha. Due to the protracted nature of the war, this very street had undergone considerable renovations. Many merchants have prospered here, attracting even more traders, thus greatly expanding the scale and diversity of goods available. Asakawa Naoki approached a ninja tool shop, where the owner warmly greeted him, being the very same proprietor who had once sold him special soldier rations. This was a significant client. Within just 6 months, the owner had earned a considerable sum from Asakawa. Another customer? The medicinal supplies are depleting so quickly? The owner inquired. Not yet, but I intend to stock up a bit in advance, Asakawa replied with a smile. Do you still have some in stock? If a customer desires, of course. We have it, but the price. The owner rubbed his hands together suggestively. Let us keep it at the previous rate, Asakawa nodded. Excellent. I do enjoy dealing with generous customers like you. The owner beamed, retrieving a package of herbs resembling ginseng, some of which had already been sliced. Would you like to test the potency? Asakawa nodded, taking a piece of the medicine and swallowing it. As the pill entered his stomach, a surge of tremendous energy flowed in, catalyzed by the essence of fire, transforming into magical power through the foundational refining technique. The effect is splendid. I'll take it all, Asakawa declared with satisfaction. Shortly after acquiring the special soldier rations, Asakawa realized that the shop owner could procure these rations from the Nara clan, indicating he had channels for obtaining medicinal herbs. It was precisely this vast energy contained in the herbs that had allowed Asakawa to elevate his cultivation from the initial breakthrough to the late stage of refining essence into chi, nearing the pinnacle of that phase within just 6 months. All right. The owner packaged the herbs with a smile and handed them to Asakawa. How much? 153,000 Rio, but I'll round it down for you. It'll be 150,000 Rio, the owner replied cheerfully. Sounds good, Asakawa nodded, retrieving a stack of 150,000 Rio notes from his pocket and handing them over. Such a generous customer. The owner marveled, expressing his fondness for such clients in business. Asakawa, however, was indifferent. Most of his wealth came from gambling, with some from mission rewards. Having attained financial freedom, he no longer placed much value on money. By the way, do you need any more herbs? If so, I can bring some back for you the next time I visit Konoha, the owner reminded. Not for now, Asakawa shook his head, sensing that after consuming this batch of herbs, he would likely break through to the stage of transforming chi into divinity. Once he achieved that, he would no longer require herbs, nor would he need to consume the unpalatable soldier rations. All right then, the owner said, somewhat regretful, sensing that this generous customer might not return in the future. By the way, could you help me select a katana? Asakawa suddenly remembered that his previous katana had been severed by Orochimaru's Kusanagi. Although kunai could suffice, they felt rather short. He preferred a longer weapon. Absolutely. With a package of herbs and a brand new katana in hand, Asakawa slowly made his way out of the commercial street. Shortly after his departure, a black-clad Konoha ninja entered the tool shop. Owner, what did that ninja just purchase? The cloaked ninja inquired. As merchants, we cannot divulge customer privacy, the owner replied. Somewhat troubled. Are you implying? The ninja hesitated. It'll cost extra, the owner said with a smile. Herbs are business, ninja tools are business. And information is also business. As long as the price is right, I can accommodate any request. As for revealing Asakawa's transactions, such a notion could hardly be deemed betrayal. After all, business dealings are not betrayal. Is this sufficient? The black-clad ninja produced a cat-faced mask, recognizing the identity of the Konoha Umbu in that instant. The owner's eyes widened in surprise. He could not fathom how Asakawa had entangled himself with an Umbu ninja. Sufficient, indeed. What would you like to inquire about, esteemed ninja? The owner spoke amicably. While he could stand firm against ordinary ninjas, threatening to report them to Konoha if they dared vandalize his shop. The Umbu were a direct arm of the Hokage, akin to the historical Jin way. Even if killed, one could only lament their misfortune. Special soldier rations? Chi-replenishing herbs? Is Asakawa Naoki, the subject of Danzo-sama's interest, truly a glutton? After thoroughly investigating the Umbu ninja's memories, the ninja departed the commercial street, heading toward Danzo's central encampment while pondering why Asakawa had procured these items. Never mind, I can't figure it out. I'll report to Danzo-sama and let him deliver it, he thought, shaking his head. Suddenly, a gust of wind brushed by, causing the Umbu ninja to feel momentarily dazed. In the next instant, Asakawa appeared beside the Umbu ninja, steadying him to prevent a fall from the branches. The mind capture technique proved quite effective. This technique, developed by Asakawa over the past half-year through the validation of illusions, could subtly ensnare individuals in hallucinations. The stronger the caster's mental power, the more effective it was against those with weaker mental fortitude. In the commercial street, Asakawa had sensed that someone was tailing him, only to discover it was an Umbu ninja. With few people around, he decided to employ the mind capture technique. Thanks to his peak cultivation in refining essence into chi and formidable mental prowess, he easily subdued the Umbu ninja. Soul search. Asakawa immediately initiated the soul search technique on the Umbu ninja. Many of the memories seemed sealed, and forcibly extracting them could render the individual a simpleton. Fortunately, most memories lacked barriers, allowing Asakawa to access them with ease. After reviewing the Umbu ninja's recollections, Asakawa arrived at a predictable conclusion. So, Danzo has finally set his sights on me. This Umbu ninja, or rather a root ninja, had been dispatched under Danzo's orders to investigate Asakawa. In truth, Asakawa had anticipated being monitored by Danzo the moment he began to reveal his capabilities. It is rather surprising that the investigation commenced only at this juncture. He had anticipated that Danzo would have initiated inquiries from the very beginning. To his astonishment, Danzo seemed to pay little heed to him, concentrating his investigative efforts entirely on Shinji, thereby disregarding his own existence, which lacked both the bloodline limit and secret techniques. Regrettably, the timing of this investigation is somewhat tardy. Naoki Asakawa pondered how best to deal with this root ninja. To eliminate him would undoubtedly arouse Danzo's suspicions. Perhaps it would be wiser to plant a hidden threat instead. After some contemplation, Asakawa's index finger touched the center of the root ninja's forehead. Soul extraction technique. As the technique was enacted, a seed of spiritual energy entered the root ninja's soul. In the future, once this seed takes root and flourishes, he will become an extension of Naoki Asakawa. For now, let him lie and wait beside Danzo, biding time until his moment of necessity arrives. Chapter 088. Danzo and Hanzo. As a gentle breeze swept through, the root ninja experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation before regaining his composure. Had anything transpired just now? He sensed that something had occurred during that brief lapse. Yet the seed implanted in his mind compelled him to forget it naturally. Never mind. No one at the Konoha front dared to act recklessly. It would be best to fulfill Lord Danzo's orders first. Once the root ninja departed, Naoki Asakawa emerged slowly from behind the tree, satisfied with the efficacy of the soul extraction technique. Before long, the root ninja had arrived at the central tent where Danzo resided. Lord Danzo, this is the intelligence I gathered by tracking Naoki Asakawa. The root ninja presented a scroll of information to Danzo and continued. I dared not follow him when he was with Orochimaru, but I have monitored him at all other times. You have done well. You were not discovered, were you? Danzo inquired as he accepted the scroll. Rest assured, my lord. I excel in the art of stealth and tracking. The target remained oblivious to my presence. The root ninja asserted confidently. He hailed from an obscure clan of ninjas, possessing modest combat abilities, but remarkable skills in tracking techniques. Unfortunately, he had met his downfall at the hands of Naoki Asakawa, unaware of his own misstep. Very well, you may leave, Danzo nodded. Yes, my lord. The root ninja gradually exited the tent. Danzo unfurled the scroll, revealing the bounty of information collected during the days of tracking Naoki Asakawa, detailing his movements with utmost clarity. However, to be frank, Asakawa's actions were rather unremarkable, resembling those of the majority.